Lin Shi was reborn, returning 3 months prior to the arrival of the extreme cold. In his previous life, he witnessed the cataclysmic eruption of solar flares that obliterated human civilization. Electromagnetic pulses paralyzed the globe, geomagnetic storms ushered in a frigid hell of sub-zero temperatures, and 90 of species faced extinction, with the remaining creatures mutating into bloodthirsty monsters. Moreover, he suffered the betrayal of his closest friend. This time, he vowed to rewrite his destiny. Awakening the ancestral treasure bowl, Lin Shi activated an extraordinary advantage in infinitely expanding space with limitless resource replication. Starting with a mysterious ancient coin, he feverishly stockpiled billions of supplies, food, weapons. Chapter 1. Returning before the apocalypse. Bang, bang, bang. On the frozen surface of a lake, Lin Shi struck the ice vigorously with an ice pick. 1 meter beneath the surface, he caught a glimpse of a frozen crucian carp. Saliva involuntarily pooled in his mouth, and he resolved that this fish would be the dinner for him and Zhao Xiao that evening. Zhao Xiao, his companion for 14 years and ally through 8 years of apocalypse, was undoubtedly the most trusted person in his life. This time, it was Lin Shi's turn to forage for food while Zhao Xiao remained vigilant. Suddenly, amidst the howling cold wind, a barely perceptible sound pierced the air. Puffed! Lin Shi's pupils constricted in shock. The sound of a silenced gunshot, a searing pain shot through his back. Lin Shi collapsed onto the ground, the ice pick flying 3 meters away. Struggling to turn his head, he saw Zhao Xiao standing beside his former nemesis, Sun Jinbin, speaking to him with an ingratiating expression that he faintly caught words in the wind space. Unworthy, shelter. In that instant, Lin Shi's mind raced with unprecedented speed. Zhao Xiao had betrayed him. Blood seeped from Lin Shi's body, and the cold enveloped him more fiercely. Yet, more unbearable than the pain and chill was the heart-wrenching betrayal by the person he trusted most. The two approached Lin Shi. Sun Jinbin looked down at him with undisguised contempt. Lin Shi, you have fallen into my hands. Lin Shi bit down hard, blood oozing from his clenched jaw, his gaze fixed on Zhao Xiao. Below his waist, he felt nothing, all thanks to his so-called good brother and companion. Zhao Xiao averted his eyes from Lin Shi's bloodshot gaze, his expression faltering. Lin Shi, don't blame me. I also played a part in awakening the space, yet you always treat it as your own, refusing to share it so we could seek refuge together. We could have allied with young Master Sun, and your space would serve him, sparing you the arduous task of scavenging for supplies. I am doing this for your own good. The apocalypse grows ever more perilous. Lin Shi possessed an ancestral broken bowl, a relic passed down from his father, which he carried with him even in the face of the apocalypse. During a supply run with Zhao Xiao, they inadvertently unearthed an ancient coin. Initially believing it to be worthless, Lin Shi discovered that upon picking it up, it activated the bowl, granting him a personal space. From that day forth, Zhao Xiao's demeanor underwent a subtle transformation. Lin Shi was still immersed in the arduous contemplation of how to ensure that the two of them could eat their fill, completely oblivious to Zhao Xiao's transformation. 8 years. A full 8 years. Suddenly, Lin Shi found it rather laughable. You actually? Ha ha ha. You betrayed me for this. Ha ha. Lin Shi, bloodied and deranged with laughter, was consumed by madness. Zhao Xiao was well aware that Sun Jinbin was among the most detestable individuals in Lin Shi's life. They had supported each other unwaveringly for 8 years, yet their hearts had drifted apart due to a mere awakening of less than half a year. So this was the consequence of being an innocent man in possession of a precious gem. After his laughter subsided, Lin Shi closed his eyes forcefully, then reopened them, addressing Sun Jinbin with unwavering certainty. I can work for you, but Zhao Xiao has become obsolete, hasn't he? Zhao Xiao's mouth fell slightly agape, as if he had just realized something, his eyes betraying a look of horror as he turned to Sun Jinbin. Shun, you wouldn't? Lin Shi delivered the final blow. He will tell you, and he will tell others. My space is unrelated to him. The more people who know, the greater the risk of exposure. At that moment, Lin Shi's eyes were bloodshot, their depths terrifyingly profound. He should have appeared utterly disheveled, yet a smile lingered on his face, evoking an unsettling chill. Zhao Xiao gazed at Lin Shi, a flicker of fear and resentment flashing in his eyes. He forced a smile more grotesque than a cry and said to Sun Jinbin, Shun, the information about the space was provided by me, right? I can keep an eye on Lin Shi to ensure he poses no threat to you. Indeed, you have contributed, Sun Jinbin affirmed with a nod. Zhao Zhao's smile turned sincere. Your contributions will be etched in my memory forever. Zhao Zhao's pupils constricted, his body trembling slightly. He wished to say more, But Shen Jinbin had already leveled a gun at Zhao Zhao's head, having never intended for him to survive. Thud! Red and white erupted from the back of Zhao Zhao's head. Swiftly, in the blink of an eye, as Shen Jinbin turned the gun to fire at Zhao Zhao, Lin Shi summoned all his strength with one arm, pushed him up while the other gripped a shard of ice, which he hurled fiercely at Shen Jinbin. Perhaps fate smiled upon him, for Lin Shi's throw struck Shen Jinbin squarely on the head. Shen Jinbin's body collapsed onto the ice, the gun slipping from his grasp, landing a meter away from Lin Shi. Lin Shi scrambled desperately towards the firearm, getting closer and closer. That blow had not been fatal. He needed to kill Shen Jinbin, to end his life. A tempest of hatred flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he reached the gun that a flicker of joy crossed his features. Thud! A sharp pain pierced the back of Lin Shi's head, plunging his consciousness into darkness. Beep! 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 Lin Shi jolted upright, gasping for breath. Hadn't he just died? Was there a fourth person present? Who could it be? At that moment, Lin Shi realized that his injuries had mysteriously vanished. The surrounding warmth and the soft bedding are utterly incongruous with the frigid apocalypse that should prevailed at this moment. The jarring beeping continued incessantly, and Lin Shi, momentarily dazed, glanced at the phone on the bedside. A phone. The very device that had become obsolete at the onset of the apocalypse. After a considerable time spent in contemplation, Lin Shi managed to regain his composure. He confirmed that he had indeed been reborn. He had returned to the period just before the onset of the bitterly cold apocalypse. The date was now March 1st, 2024, and the time was 7:30 in the morning. At this juncture, he was merely 19 years old, a freshman at the local university. He did not reside in a dormitory, but rather lived at home. Standing on the balcony of his bedroom, Lin Shi felt the gentle morning breeze. The March sun also radiated a sense of warmth. From the 28th floor balcony, he gazed down at the bustling road outside the community, where vehicles would soon come to a standstill in the impending congestion. However, this serene and prosperous scene would soon be blanketed by a vast expanse of white snow, rendering it unrecognizable. The reason lay in the sun that hung high in the sky at that moment. Lin Shi shielded his eyes with his hand and cast a sidelong glance at the very sun upon which humanity depended. Perhaps humanity had never contemplated what would transpire if, one day, the sun encountered crisis. Yet Lin Shi knew that such an eventuality would herald catastrophe, marking the end of human civilization. Chapter 2. The Quest for Ancient Coins. 3 months later, on June 1st, an unprecedented solar flare erupted in the annals of human scientific history, marking the foretold time of the apocalypse as deduced by scientists. The solar flare's sudden onset caught the world off guard. It was not until the coronal particles were nearly upon the blue planet that scientists from the Bear Nation detected anomalies. By then, it was already June 3rd, leaving humanity with but a single day to react, and even then, the governments of various nations had yet to reach a consensus. At 10 a.m. on June 4th, a fierce electromagnetic pulse obliterated all satellites surrounding the blue planet, leaving none unscathed. All electronic devices ceased to function. This was swiftly followed by a global geomagnetic storm. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. After the solar eruption, the sun seemed to enter a period of weakness, visibly dimming the colossal fireball upon which humanity depended. Within 3 days, the world plunged into an average temperature of -50 degrees Celsius, encasing the entire blue planet in ice and ushering in a frigid apocalypse. Over 90% of species faced extinction. Animals, plants, food supplies, and even low-lying structures were all entombed beneath layers of snow and ice. Humanity confronted an unprecedented existential crisis. From that moment onward, survival became a formidable challenge for those who wished to endure. In his possession was a bowl, its surface uneven and gray, with a chipped edge. It could easily serve as a vessel for begging on the roadside. Originally, his father had bequeathed this inconspicuous bowl, leaving Lin Shi perplexed. However, upon activating the bowl and discovering its hidden space, Lin Shi realized its extraordinary nature. This was a treasure basin. It required specific items for activation or restoration. In his previous life, Lin Shi had only repaired the treasure basin in the 8th year of the apocalyptic era, fortuitously acquiring its space. Regrettably, the resources he found at that time were scarcely sufficient to stave off hunger, let alone store provisions. What became paramount in the face of the apocalypse? Resources, items that could be carried without fear of theft. Now his foremost task was to unlock this treasure basin. In his previous life, Lin Shi had discovered the necessary item to activate the basin at the antique market in the southern part of the city. Time was of the essence. This item was crucial to his survival in this new life, and Lin Shi resolved to set out immediately. He retrieved a backpack, placed the treasure basin within, and stepped out into the world. Upon descending the stairs, he noticed a breakfast shop and suddenly remembered he had yet to eat. Having grown accustomed to hunger in the apocalypse, often going 2 or 3 days without food and subsisting on snow, Lin Shi entered the breakfast shop and devoured a hearty meal. After finishing, he relied on his memories from his previous life, supplemented by navigation assistance, and drove to the antique market in the southern part of the city. That morning, the antique market bustled with life, boasting hundreds of stalls lining the street, teeming with visitors. In his previous life, it was here that he and Zhao Xiao had unearthed the key item necessary for repairing the treasure basin, a uniquely patterned ancient coin. That coin had been excavated from beneath a thick blanket of snow, and while Lin Shi could ascertain that it was somewhere within this antique market, the exact location was now obscured, leaving him to search stall by stall. The antique market was replete with ancient coins. Nearly every stall was adorned with hundreds of items, stacked in heaps. After searching for 2 hours, Lin Shi had yet to locate the rare ancient coin with its distinctive pattern. A furrow of concern creased his brow. He had just inquired, discovering that this antique market only gathered vendors on weekend mornings, and the stall owners varied each time. This was undoubtedly disheartening news. If the proprietor of the coveted coin had merely set up shop here on the day of the apocalypse, he would have to wait 3 months to return. His advantage from being reborn would be significantly diminished. In another hour or two, the stalls along this street would begin to close, and if he did not find the coin, he would have to return the following weekend in hopes of fortune. With a deep breath, Lin Shi steadied himself and continued his search at the next stall. Lin Shi? A familiar voice called from behind. Lin Shi's gaze lifted, a flash of menace flickering in his clear eyes. He would never forget that voice. Zhao Xiao, his classmate and friend from middle school to high school. The one who had betrayed him after 8 years of hardship during the apocalypse. Suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Shi turned in surprise. Zhao Xiao? What are you doing here? Zhao Xiao, clad in a city management uniform, approached and playfully patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. I was just about to ask you the same. What is this? The top student has taken an interest in antiques? Zhao Xiao's teasing tone belied a subtle glimmer of jealousy as he regarded Lin Shi's handsome features and expensive attire. Having lived an extra life, Lin Shi noted the jealousy and felt a cold light flicker in his eyes. It seemed that in his past life, Zhao Xiao had already harbored discontent towards him. Zhao Xiao, a temporary worker for the City Management Bureau, was not out of place here. Nonchalantly, Lin Shi brushed aside Zhao Xiao's hand resting on his shoulder and replied with an air of casualness. I had some free time this weekend and heard there were many antiques here. Zhao Xiao chuckled inwardly. He had worked nearby for nearly a year and knew this street was rife with deceptive wares. Many came hoping to find a hidden treasure, but in reality, one might not encounter a genuine piece even once a year. Just last time, a naive young man had been swindled out of over 100,000. However, Zhao Xiao would not disclose this to Lin Shi. He would rather see him fall for such tricks, knowing that Lin Shi had plenty of money to spare. Their superficial relationship needed to be maintained. After all, how else could he exploit Lin Shi, the unwitting fool? Zhao Xiao smiled and said, there are quite a few fakes here, but some genuine items too. Just half a year ago, an old gentleman found a genuine Han Dynasty piece for 200 here and sold it for 500,000. Any normal 19-year-old would feel their heart race upon hearing this. Even those who initially intended just to browse would be tempted to purchase a few items to try their luck. Lin Shi concealed his thoughts, a cold sneer forming within. How had he never realized how cunning Zhao Xiao was? Nodding at Zhao Xiao, he said, then I suppose I should take a good look. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby, drawing a crowd. Curiosity piqued, Lin Shi made his way over. As the crowd thickened, Zhao Xiao shouted, make way, make way. City management is on duty. The crowd indeed parted, allowing Lin Shi to move to the front. A young man, around 25 or 26, was visibly agitated, brandishing an ancient coin while speaking with fervor. Old man, I had it appraised yesterday, and it turns out to be nothing but a modern craft. It's a fake. How dare you sell it for 100,000 each? Refund me. You must return my money today. The vendor, a septuagenarian clad in coarse fabric, bore the marks of time on his face, his wrinkles now twisted in distress. This is truly a treasured heirloom passed down in my family. What a worthless trinket. Will you refund or not? If you don't return my money, I'll call the police. The onlookers appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Among them, Zhao Xiao leaned closer to Lin Shi, whispering, in the antique world, there's a rule. Once you purchase an item, even if it's a counterfeit, it cannot be returned. If you're misled, it's a lesson learned with your own money. However, it was evident that the young man either genuinely did not understand or was feigning ignorance. Insisting on a refund, Lin Shi's gaze sharpened as he recognized the coin in the young man's possession. It was the fabled coin that could unlock a treasury. The old man trembled, his face etched with sorrow. This truly is a family heirloom, passed down since my great-grandfather's time. Young man, I am not deceiving you. The crowd began to regard the young man with disapproving eyes. Did he not grasp the rules? Hadn't he sought authentication, which could not possibly misidentify a genuine item as counterfeit? Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi approached the young man, curiosity evident in his voice. May I have a look at the coin you possess? Chapter 3. 2 Ancient Coins. Qin Tai, perceiving Lin Shi as merely a younger student, waved him away dismissively. Go on, go play somewhere else. Unperturbed, Lin Shi replied, I have a passion for collecting various coins, and I am intrigued by the one you hold. Perhaps you would consider selling it to me? This statement prompted whispers among the onlookers. Was this young man truly so naive? Did he not realize it was a fake, yet still wish to acquire it? Was he even capable of affording such a purchase? Zhao Xiao was taken aback, uncertain as to why Lin Shi would seek to acquire something he knew to be counterfeit. He was aware of Lin Shi's wealth. 10,000 was a sum one could only amass after 3 years of relentless toil as a city manager. Why squander such money on a mere copper coin? A flicker of envy crossed Zhao Xiao's eyes as he stood behind Lin Shi. Why was it that, despite being the same age, Lin Shi seemed to possess a fate so much more favorable? Upon hearing Lin Shi's willingness to take the coin off his hands, Qin Tai's eyes lit up, and he promptly transferred the ancient coin to Lin Shi. This coin, resembling gold yet not truly gold, bore an image of a golden ingot on one side and strange characters on the other. Many in the crowd leaned in for a closer look, only to shake their heads and step back. Most were seasoned treasure hunters from the antique market, possessing a discerning eye. The coin appeared remarkably pristine. Its design unlike any currency from known dynasties. It resembled the tokens used in arcade games. The spectators regarded Lin Shi with a mix of pity and scorn, as if he were a foolish youth with too much money. An elderly gentleman kindly cautioned, young man, be sure to examine your purchases closely. Lin Shi felt the warmth emanating from the treasure trove nestled in his backpack, affirming that he had indeed discovered what he had been seeking. Regardless of the monetary value of this ancient coin, its ability to unlock a storage space renders it a priceless treasure in Lin Shi's eyes. Nonchalantly, Lin Shi inquired, how much are you willing to part with it for? Qin Tai's eyes darted as he appraised Lin Shi's attire and replied, 150,000, and it's yours. Just moments ago, he had been clamoring for a return, yet now Lin Shi's interest prompted a sharp increase in price, drawing scornful glances from those nearby. 50,000. Lin Shi countered. I acquired it for 100,000. Are you dreaming? Qin Tai retorted. Lin Shi chuckled and turned to leave. True to form, he had scarcely taken 2 steps before someone called out to stop him. Not Qin Tai, but an elderly vendor. Young man, if you're interested in such ancient coins, I have another one here for 80,000. Lin Shi turned abruptly. You have another? The elderly man trembled as he retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom, producing another ancient coin, which he eagerly offered to Lin Shi. He was in dire need of funds. His son was afflicted with leukemia, compelling him to part with this ancestral heirloom. His forebears had entrusted him with the duty to preserve these 2 coins. Yet he faced the grim reality of possibly leaving his lineage without support. Selling both coins would secure his son's surgical expenses. Lin Shi accepted the coin, lowering his gaze to mask his astonishment and delight. Indeed, it was identical. The treasure hunting device also responded. Astonishingly, there were not merely 1, but 2 of these ancient coins. How many of these coins do you possess? Lin Shi inquired. Only these 2, passed down through generations. I would not sell them if not for this urgent need for money, the elderly man sighed. This response was anticipated. The rarity of such special coins was evident. The one in his possession was undoubtedly the one he had discovered in his previous life, while the one Qin Tai held was the one he had not found. Very well, I shall take this one, Lin Shi affirmed, nodding to the old man as he prepared to transfer the funds via his mobile device. Observing Lin Shi's prompt payment, Qin Tai scrutinized the coin in his hand, pondering whether it harbored some hidden significance. The elderly man, having sold the coin, cheerfully began to pack up his stall, ready to depart. Lin Shi, noticing Qin Tai's expression, recognized the seeds of suspicion taking root. He was determined to acquire the second ancient coin. However, from their earlier exchange, he had discerned Qin Tai's greedy disposition. Should he catch wind of any clues, he would undoubtedly inflate the price or refuse to sell altogether. Thus, after completing the transaction with the elderly man, Lin Shi turned to leave, feigning disinterest in the coin that Qin Tai possessed. This maneuver left Qin Tai, who had been waiting for Lin Shi to reveal any hint of weakness, momentarily flustered. Ultimately, he chose to trust his cousin and hastily intercepted Lin Shi. Hey there, how about you take this one off my hands too? Lin Shi replied with irritation. I already possess one. The one you have holds little significance for me now. Qin Tai glanced at the departing elder, opting not to engage him further. He was acutely aware that the chances of refunding were slim, as the antiquities market had its established rules. Initially, he had hoped to exploit his youth to gain an advantage. I'll sell it to you for 100,000, I acquired it for the same price, not seeking to profit from you. Is that acceptable? Lin Shi cast a cool glance at him, stating 50,000. After much haggling, Lin Shi successfully purchased a second ancient coin from Qin Tai for 80,000. Gazing at the two coins nestled in his palm, a faint smile graced his lips. Had he not come today, this coin would have slipped through his fingers. Eagerly, he anticipated the transformations that this lifetime's treasure basin might unveil. Zhao Xiao was a matter to be dealt with eventually, but not at this moment. Upon returning home, Lin Shi securely locked the door and entered the windowless storage room. Closing the door behind him, the activation of the treasure basin would create quite a stir and must remain concealed. He retrieved the slightly warm treasure basin and placed one ancient coin within. The basin levitated, suddenly radiating a blinding light. Layers of grime and patina shed away, revealing its true essence. In a flash, a beam of golden light soared into Lin Shi's forehead. His vision blurred momentarily, presenting him with an interface reminiscent of a game. Treasure basin. Function, storage space 333. Wealth points required for upgrade, 1,000. The space had manifested. In his previous life, the activation of the treasure basin had similarly revealed a digital interface. Back then, Lin Shi had not discerned its significance. This time, he chose not to squander time in analysis. The existence of the space was justification enough. Clenching his fist, Lin Shi could hardly contain his delight. The space was equivalent to a small room, allowing him to store anything that could fit, accessible through thought, except for living beings. Time within this space stood still, preserving items in their original state upon entry. Most importantly, this space could be upgraded using gold, silver, and jewels. In his past life, Lin Shi had attempted to upgrade the space using gold and silver, but alas, by the 8th year of the apocalypse, those treasures lay buried beneath thick snow, rendering him unable to complete even a single level of upgrade. He pondered whether the addition of another ancient coin in this lifetime might invoke further changes in the treasure basin. Lin Shi lifted the second ancient coin and placed it upon his forehead. Instantly, he felt a warmth at his brow, and the coin vanished from his grasp. The treasure basin interface flickered as if distorted, becoming momentarily unclear. After a brief moment, it regained clarity, revealing significant alterations. Treasure basin. Function, storage space 333. Wealth points required for upgrade, 1,000. Function, item duplication 3. Wealth points required for upgrade, 10,000. Chapter 4, item duplication. A new function for item duplication. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this be the duplication he had envisioned? He immediately set about preparing an experiment. With only 3 duplication attempts available, he could not afford to waste them. After careful consideration, he returned to his bedroom, opened the safe, and retrieved the most valuable items in his possession, 5 gold bars left by his father, each worth 500. Holding them delicately, Lin Shi whispered, item duplication. In a flash of golden light, 5 gold bars materialized out of thin air, cascading to the ground with a resounding clink. Lin Shi quickly knelt to collect the bars, arranging them on the table to compare with those still in his hands. The 5 golden bars replicated in size and weight are indistinguishable from the one in his possession. Notably, one of the bars bears a minor flaw, perfectly mirrored in the replication. Lin Shi cast a glance at the interface of the treasure basin, where the item duplication section now reads, item duplication 2. The gold bars in his hand were inherited from his father, and now, the 5 replicated bars could fetch a staggering 1.05 million. With the item duplication, this treasure basin has instantly augmented his wealth by that amount. The treasure basin truly is a remarkable creation, Lin Shi murmured. This extraordinary ability to amass wealth undoubtedly aligns with the legendary treasure basin mentioned in folklore. In the history of Xia, there exists a plethora of tales regarding the treasure basin, with the most renowned featuring a figure named Shen Wansan. Legend has it that Shen Wansan, through a serendipitous encounter, came into possession of a treasure basin that could yield a full basin of whatever was placed inside. Consequently, Shen Wansan became an affluent magnate during the Ming dynasty, his wealth rivaling that of nations. Should this treasure basin's item duplication feature prove to be limitless, it would only be a matter of time before he, too, attained such wealth. Is this not its ultimate form? Lin Shi gazed intently at the 10 golden bars before him, striving to calm his fervent heart. While he understood that activating the duplication again could potentially double his 10 bars to 20, the interface of the treasure basin displayed only 2 remaining duplication attempts. Uncertainty loomed over whether the total of 3 duplications was a finite resource or could be replenished. If it were indeed limited to 3 uses, he must reserve the remaining 2 for a more pivotal moment. Moreover, the legendary Shen Wansan had fallen victim to the envy of emperors due to his immense fortune, leading to his demise. A commoner is innocent, yet wealth brings suspicion. If he were to suddenly acquire such vast riches, he, too, might attract the attention of the state. With this thought in mind, Lin Shi resolved to utilize the 5 replicated bars to upgrade the treasure basin. He picked up one of the bars and silently intoned, "Upgrade space." Suddenly, a few red characters flashed on the treasure basin interface. Duplicated items cannot be used for upgrades. To his dismay, he found that these bars could not be employed for upgrades. Lin Shi meticulously examined the bar in his hand, confirming its indistinguishability from an ordinary gold bar. Accepting this outcome, he reached for another bar from his safe and mentally repeated, "Upgrade space." The numbers on the interface flickered and transformed into treasure basin. Function, storage space 333. Upgrade cost, 500 wealth points. Function, item duplication 2. Upgrade cost, 10,000 wealth points. A single gold bar valued at 500 could be exchanged for 500 wealth points, with 1 gram of gold equating to 1 wealth point, a fact Lin Shi was already aware of from his previous life. In contrast, silver could only be exchanged at a rate of 100 to 1 wealth point. Lin Shi consumed another gold bar, and as the interface shimmered, the space upgraded. Treasure basin. Function, storage space 666. Upgrade cost, 2,000 wealth points. Function, item duplication 2. The funds required for the upgrade, 10,000. The space has expanded. Although the number has merely doubled, the volume has increased 8-fold. However, the funds required for the upgrade have also doubled. 2 gold bars worth 420,000 have vanished in an instant. Had it been 3 years prior, he would not have even qualified for the upgrade of the treasure basin. 3 years ago, Lin Shi's father met with an untimely death, leaving behind an inheritance and a substantial death compensation of 10 million. The treasure basin was a bequest from his father. Presently, aside from his house and a few gold bars, he possesses cash amounting to 14.52 million. While this sum is trivial among the wealthy elite of Hoards, it constitutes a considerable fortune for a 19-year-old. Nevertheless, for Lin Shi, this amount is far from sufficient. Upgrading to the next level of space requires 4 gold bars, which translates to 860,000 in cash, while enhancing the item replication necessitates 4.24 million. Additionally, he needs to stockpile a vast quantity of supplies to construct a shelter, which also demands significant funds. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shi formulated a plan. He retrieved his mobile phone and searched for several real estate agents' contact numbers, dialing each in succession. His first step was to sell his apartment situated near the city center. Experience from his past life informed him that in a frigid apocalypse, these high-rise apartments are unsuitable for habitation. Haishi's flat terrain and prosperous economy are no guarantees for the survival of its millions. Most southern constructions are designed to dissipate heat well, but provide inadequate insulation against the cold. Consequently, when the apocalypse struck, the majority of casualties in southern cities were due to hypothermia. The onset of the extreme cold occurred in June, with Haishi's average temperature plummeting from 2027 to between -50 and -80. The steel and concrete of those towering edifices would warp and crack under such severe conditions, while beautifully illuminated glass windows would shatter in the blizzards. Within just a year or two, most of these skyscrapers would collapse. Some perished not from the cold, but under the wreckage of crumbling buildings. In his previous life, Lin Shi's building did not collapse, but the adjacent one did, causing collateral damage to his own. Fortunately, he had foreseen the disaster and escaped unscathed. Naturally, living there in this life was out of the question. For over a decade, the real estate market in Shiagua has skyrocketed, with Haishi's property prices remaining exorbitantly high. Even Lin Shi's aging 128 square meter apartment has appreciated to a staggering 80,000 per square meter, amounting to a valuation of 10 million. Lin Shi has only 2 stipulations regarding the sale: a swift transaction and full payment up front. Although these demands may seem challenging, Hoards is not devoid of affluent individuals. Lin Shi's bottom line is set at 9 million, and he has made it clear that he has contacted multiple agencies and will not settle for less. He only requires 9 million. Whoever can secure an earlier sale will reap the excess commission. Motivated by the prospect of substantial commissions, these real estate agents will spare no effort in assisting Lin Shi with the sale. Even if they manage to sell the property for 1 million, they stand to gain 100,000. The agents, having acquired details about the property, are already speculating whether Lin Shi is merely a prodigal heir. No matter how inexpensive the house may be, time is required to sell it, which is why this is the foremost task for Lin Shi. The more funds he can gather for his next plan, the better. The gold bars he possesses can be entirely utilized to upgrade his treasure basin. Chapter 5. Collecting interest after putting his house on the market, Lin Shi called his counselor to request leave due to a family emergency. The impending apocalypse rendered his attendance at school a mere waste of time. However, Directly skipping classes would lead to incessant calls from the counselor, making it more convenient to simply request leave. Being alone, he figured no one would question his absence. Lin Shi contemplated whether to notify the authorities about the impending solar flare set to occur in 3 months. This could potentially minimize human casualties and national losses. Yet, he quickly dismissed the idea. How could an ordinary citizen like him possibly reach the upper echelons of government? Even if he reported it, law enforcement would hardly take his words seriously. He had no way to substantiate his claims and would likely be dismissed as a madman. Posting about the apocalypse online would be futile as well. Over the past few years, the environmental conditions on Blue Star had deteriorated, prompting many to speculate about various apocalyptic scenarios. Even if he spoke convincingly, he would merely be regarded as another alarmist, placing himself in perilous situations. Ultimately, he was just a selfish mortal. Lin Shi drove to a pawnshop. The gold bars in his safe were purchased by his father from a gold store over a decade ago and could only be sold to gold merchants or pawnshops. Selling 5 replicated gold bars, he received 1.05 million in his account. Once this was completed, night fell. That evening, Lin Shi devised an exercise plan for the next 3 months. In the face of a frigid apocalypse, the most vulnerable would be the elderly and children. Thus, the survival rate for robust young individuals would be the highest. A strong physique could withstand the cold, increase survival odds, protect oneself, and prepare for the mutations that may arise post-apocalypse. Just as he finished the plan, his phone chimed with a message. Upon checking, he discovered a notification from his high school classmates' chat group. This small group of 6 held great significance for Lin Shi, as he had even pinned the chat. The most recent message was from Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, hey guys, are you free tomorrow evening? Let us gather. Everyone responded. Huang Miao, I'm free. Where are we going? Lin Gu, take us flying. Zhao Xiao, let us go to Huaqiao Club. I've spent my salary from the past few months, so I want to treat you all to a feast. After all, you are my best brothers. Sun Xiaodong, Zhao Gu is so generous. But I want to be in Haishur these days. Su Feifei, I'm in. Zhao Xiao, Feifei, places like this aren't suitable for girls. Su Qin, Sai, I'm studying out of town. Enjoy your meal and drinks. Let us gather again during summer vacation. In his previous life, although Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao were middle school classmates, Zhao Xiao had always belonged to his own circle, and their interactions were merely superficial. In retrospect, Zhao Xiao's change in attitude coincided with the time of Lin Shi's father's passing, during which the exorbitant compensation for his father's death made headlines in Haishur. Afterward, Zhao Xiao, along with a few others who were close to him, began to forge a brotherly bond with Lin Shi. They frequently concocted various excuses to invite Lin Shi out for feasting and merriment, considering that they were all students with limited finances. Lin Shi often insisted on footing the bill. Particularly, Zhao Xiao would overtly and covertly lament his financial struggles, playing the role of a pitiful friend, instilling in Lin Shi the notion that brothers should share both joys and hardships. Although he claimed to be treating Lin Shi, he would invariably devise ways to ensure that he ended up paying. The expenses at the Huaqiao Club were certainly beyond Zhao Xiao's monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Having been reborn, Lin Shi was no longer the naive individual he once was. He quickly discerned the underlying motives. It seemed that Zhao Xiao had been stirred by the recent purchase of ancient coins and was eager to exploit him. A smirk played at the corners of Lin Shi's mouth. If that were the case, he might as well collect some interest first. Lin Shi replied, sure, but I want to be free until after 8 tonight. The following day, accustomed to rising early, Lin Shi awakened naturally at 5. The interface of the treasure basin remained unchanged, and the items he had utilized had not been restored. Lin Shi was unperturbed. If he was only allowed to use it 3 times, then the practicality of the new ability granted by this ancient coin was far inferior to that of the space he possessed. Furthermore, the monetary points required to upgrade the item duplication ability were 10 times that of the space, indicating that this ability was undoubtedly more precious and powerful. He refrained from overthinking it, deciding to wait until he upgraded with gold to clarify everything. After freshening up, Lin Shi descended to the ground floor for a morning run to warm up, then commenced an orderly regimen to exercise his entire body. He engaged in moderate exercise rather than intense workouts, alternating between stretching and training. Having developed a personalized exercise routine during the apocalypse, he now only needed to progress gradually. After showering and having breakfast, Lin Shi began compiling a list of supplies. The harsh realities of a frigid apocalypse necessitated numerous items, and based on his past experiences, he meticulously listed everything he would require. In the afternoon, Lin Shi contacted a real estate agent and rented a 1,000 square meter warehouse for a month, paying a total of 60,000 yuan up front. They agreed to sign the contract the following day, and Lin Shi ended the call. The warehouse was intended to serve as a facade. The The supplies he would procure would first be delivered there before being transferred into his space. The warehouse also contained a small night watch room, and Lin Shi resolved to reside there in a few days until his stockpile was complete. As night fell, Zhao Xiao and the others in the group chat were already urging each other to head out early. Lin Shi was in no rush. He changed his attire just before 8 and drove to the Huaqiao Club. Upon his arrival, he found Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei already indulging in drinks within the private room. Su Feifei's eyes sparkled upon seeing Lin Shi enter. Her cheeks flushed as she approached him, playfully linking her arm with his. Lin Shi, why did you come so late? It's been ages, did you miss me? Su Feifei, with her sweet visage, fair skin, and large, sparkling eyes, had a way of making one feel as if her gaze was solely focused on them, creating an illusion that she harbored feelings for him. In truth, she treats every individual in her pond in such a manner. In her past life during the apocalypse, Su Feifei lived considerably better than herself. Lin Shi, seizing the opportunity to wave at others, extricated his arm from her grasp. Su Feifei was taken aback, still pondering the peculiarities of Lin Shi's demeanor that day when Huang Miao summoned him over. Brother Lin, come here quickly. We must indulge until we are utterly inebriated tonight. Zhao Zhao's gaze swept over Lin Shi's arm that Su Feifei had clasped, and the smile on her face visibly dimmed. Before long, 4 stunningly voluptuous women sauntered into the private room. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of derision dancing in his eyes. To think they had summoned companions for drinks. Albeit unattractive, they certainly knew how to revel in excess. Lin Shi surveyed the array of alcoholic beverages on the table, estimating the bill to be no less than 20,000 yuan. He was curious to see if Zhao Xiao could indeed muster such a sum tonight. Zhao Xiao, glancing at Lin Shi, remarked, Lin Shi, this is for you and Miao. Thank you both for being my brothers. Now let us raise a toast. Chapter 6. You wouldn't be treating us without any cash, would you? Lin Shi refrained from taking a cup and replied, I have a slight cold today. Took some antibiotics, so I can't drink. You all enjoy yourselves. The 3 did not seem to mind his abstention. The trio proceeded to sing and drink, reveling in the atmosphere of the private room. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, the table was strewn with empty bottles. Everyone, save for Lin Shi, showed signs of inebriation. Huang Miao's eyes glinted as he chimed in. I'm heading the same way as Zhao Gu. Let us settle the bill together. Lin Shi beamed. Then let us pay and leave together. The waiter was summoned to fetch the bill. Zhao Xiao approached Lin Shi, draping her arm over his shoulder. Her gaze hazy yet shrewd. Lin Shi, come over for dinner at my place tomorrow. My parents miss you dearly. Last time, my mother expressed her desire to adopt you as her godson. Have you given it any thought? When Lin Shi had visited Zhao Zhao's home last month, her parents had exhibited a profound fondness for him, proposing to adopt him into their family. Lin Shi's father had relocated from another city to settle in Haishi. And throughout his life, Lin Shi had had no contact with his paternal relatives. After his father's death, his mother remarried, severing ties with her own relatives as well. The arrival of Zhao Xiao and her companions timely filled the emotional void within Lin Shi, fostering a sense of trust in them. Although he had declined the offer to become the Zhao family's godson in his previous life, he had grown closer to Zhao Xiao. Zhao Zhao's family had even borrowed 1,000,000 yuan from him for their new house. It seemed the time had come for Zhao Xiao to repay that debt. No, I'm not accustomed to being someone's son, Lin Shi replied with a smile, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Zhao Xiao had always approached him with ulterior motives. In his past life, he had regarded Zhao Xiao as his closest friend, overlooking many underlying issues. Now, without the lens of friendship clouding his judgment, Lin Shi discerned that Zhao Zhao's schemes were rather transparent. A realization shaped by the malevolence he had witnessed throughout his struggles in the apocalypse. Taken aback by Lin Shi's refusal, Zhao Xiao hesitated as the waiter entered, presenting the bill. The total expenditure amounted to over 38,000, rounded down to 38,000. The waiter placed the bill before the group. Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei turned their gazes towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What are you looking at me for? Zhao Xiao replied that he was treating. Suddenly realizing, Zhao Xiao awkwardly fished out his phone from his pocket, only to exclaim, Oh no, my phone is dead. He cast a pleading glance at Lin Shi. In his previous life, Lin Shi would have promptly taken care of the bill without hesitation. However, at this moment, Lin Shi wore a half-smile, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes as he addressed the waiter, Fetch him a charger. The waiter's expression soured as he cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Xiao before departing the private room to procure the charger. Upon exiting, he instructed those outside. Keep an eye on things. The individuals outside immediately understood the implication. Inside the room, the atmosphere grew tense. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged glances. Accustomed to Lin Shi always insisting on paying, they had never anticipated such a scene today. Although Zhao Xiao had insisted he was treating, they all understood who would ultimately settle the bill. Could it be that Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao were at odds? Zhao Xiao, equally perplexed, felt a surge of indignation. Lin Shi's actions were embarrassing him. His phone was charged. He had simply turned it off earlier to provide Lin Shi with a valid excuse to pay. Did Lin Shi truly want him to plead for assistance? Deep-seated resentment began to brew within Zhao Xiao as he forced a smile, saying, "Lin Shi, you settle this bill today, and I'll treat next time." Lin Shi, showing no mercy towards Zhao Xiao, feigned confusion and remarked, "Zhao Xiao, wasn't it you who insisted on treating and called everyone out? Don't tell me you came unprepared?" Zhao Xiao's smile faltered. Huang Miao and Su Feifei regarded Lin Shi with incredulous eyes. They had witnessed how benevolent Lin Shi had been towards Zhao Xiao over the past 3 years. They had never seen him act this way before. Moreover, there were still 4 hostesses in the room who hadn't even received tips. And now an escapade of evading the bill was unfolding. Zhao Xiao had confidently proclaimed his intent to treat, and the accompanying disdainful, incredulous glances directed at him were palpable. Just then, the waiter re-entered with the charger, placing it before Zhao Xiao while gesturing for him to proceed. Zhao Xiao found himself in a quandary, staring at the charger. The waiter, with an impassive expression, urged, "Charge it, sir, we'll be closing in an hour." Zhao Xiao's complexion shifted like a palette, now red, now pale, now dark. Despite his cunning, he was merely a 19-year-old youth new to the world, and at that moment, he could no longer contain his fury. "Enough." Zhao Xiao gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. "You really think you're treating without any money?" He still believed he might have unintentionally offended Lin Shi. Thinking that if he simply acquiesced as before, Lin Shi would obediently comply with his wishes. Yet, after experiencing Zhao Xiao's betrayal, how could Lin Shi possibly remain the same naive fool from his past life? Lin Shi's expression grew icy. "So, you truly intend to treat without any funds?" Zhao Xiao felt as though his self-esteem had been ruthlessly ground into the ground, his eyes reddening with anger. Lin Shi chuckled, casting a glance at the others. "Since it is thus, let us proceed." "What?" Huang Miao and Su Feifei were now visibly unsettled. Su Feifei furrowed her brow and remarked, "You can't expect me, as the only girl here, to foot the bill, can you?" Huang Miao's eyes flickered, and he awkwardly replied, "I didn't know it would be today. I haven't brought any money." He nudged the now sullen Zhao Xiao, saying, "Zhao Gu, what did you do to offend Lin Gu? You ought to apologize to him." Zhao Xiao gazed at Lin Shi's enigmatic smile, wishing fervently to strike him down. He could not recall what had provoked Lin Shi's ire. Ignoring the trio, Lin Shi paid for his own share of the 30 yuan lemon water. Zhao Xiao, incredulous, exclaimed, "Isn't that against the rules?" At this moment, his mind was in disarray. Lin Shi smirked, taking genuine pleasure in Zhao Xiao's dismay. "Indeed, everyone pays for their own portion. I only had a glass of juice tonight. Feel free to check the surveillance." As events unfolded, the establishment had no choice but to review the footage, which confirmed Lin Shi's account. After Lin Shi settled his 30 yuan, he departed, leaving Zhao Xiao and the others seething with anger. They faced the server, who coldly urged, "You still owe 37,970 yuan. Please settle the bill." Chapter 7, Liao Peng. Did Lin Shi truly leave just like that? The trio could hardly believe that the usually affable Lin Shi had become so callous. By the time they processed the situation, Lin Shi was already far away. "Lin Shi, wait for me." Su Feifei attempted to follow him, but was halted by the server. "What are you stopping me for? The person ahead is my boyfriend." Su Feifei glared at the server, her tone sharp. The server replied with a cold smile, "You may call your boyfriend and ask him to cover your share." Su Feifei's chest heaved with indignation, yet she dared not confront the seemingly intimidating server, turning instead to cast a venomous glare at Zhao Xiao. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pay." I don't have that much money." Humiliated in front of the girl he admired, Zhao Xiao was seething with hatred for Lin Shi. Having worked for less than a year, his savings had yet to breach 4 digits. How could he possibly pay 38,000? Lin Shi had indeed guessed correctly. Having witnessed Lin Shi spend over 100,000 in mere minutes the day prior, Zhao Xiao had been consumed by envy. Planning to invite Lin Shi out today to exploit him, Zhao Xiao was well aware that Lin Shi would inevitably pay, as he could not afford to lose his only good friends, and would begrudgingly comply despite the pain it caused him. Why had things changed so drastically today? In disbelief, Zhao Xiao dialed Lin Shi's number. His first call was cut off, and the second failed to connect. It was then that he truly comprehended that Lin Shi would no longer concern himself with them. Facing the server and the watchful eyes of several security guards, Zhao Xiao murmured, "Let's concede." Huang Miao and Su Feifei were naturally unwilling. One was just beginning his career, while the other was still a student, neither possessing any financial means. The idea of visiting the club originated from Zhao Xiao, who also proposed to cover the expenses, even calling for the entertainment. A fierce argument ensued among the three, ultimately leading to the club notifying the authorities, prompting them to contact their families for financial assistance to settle the bill. Zhao Xiao, in his attempt to take advantage of Lin Shi, drank the most and the priciest, thus incurring a debt of 18,000. Huang Miao had also indulged significantly, needing to pay 13,000. Reluctantly, Su Feifei contributed 7,000. Upon exiting the Huaqiao Club, the trio departed in discord. Huang Miao and Zhao Xiao engaged in a heated quarrel, exchanging accusations that nearly severed their friendship. This was merely a gathering, yet it resulted not only in a rift with his close friend, but also in losing the affection of the girl he cherished. Zhao Xiao harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Shi, cursing him for being inconsiderate, especially when his family was preparing to borrow money from Lin Shi to buy a house. He demanded an immediate apology from Zhao Xiao. Zhao's father believed that Zhao Xiao's intentions to exploit Lin Shi were too conspicuous, which must have offended Lin Shi. Inciting his anger, Lin Shi remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. The following day, Lin Shi rose early to exercise, and shortly after breakfast, he received a call from a real estate agent. The agent, a young woman named Chun Qingqing, inquired, "Mr. Lin, I have a client interested in viewing a property. When would you be available?" Surprised by the promptness, Lin Shi replied, "I am available now. You may bring them over." Minutes later, he heard the doorbell ring. Upon opening the door, a middle-aged man clad in a jacket entered, accompanied by the attractive Chun Qingqing. She began to elaborate on the merits of the property, while Lin Shi stepped aside, recognizing that the agents were the professionals in selling homes. He merely needed to wait. After the viewing, the middle-aged man readily expressed his intent to purchase the property outright, with Chun Qingqing negotiating a price of 9.45 million. Lin Shi was taken aback. This was significantly quicker than he had anticipated. As they were leaving, he noticed the middle-aged man making an inappropriate advance toward Chun Qingqing, and it dawned on him. "Mr. Lin, I have negotiated with the client. We will proceed with the transfer of ownership tomorrow. Please prepare the necessary documents," she declared. With such a substantial transaction at stake, Chun Qingqing was determined to expedite matters. "The sooner the property sells, the sooner I can move on to the next step," Lin Shi thought. Chun Qingqing then began detailing the paperwork required for the transfer. Gradually, she leaned closer to him, prompting Lin Shi to step back, casting a frigid glance her way. At 25 or 26 years of age, Chun Qingqing was in the prime of her youth, her figure appealing. Yet, under Lin Shi's cold gaze, she felt a chill run through her. She had never encountered such an unyielding stare from a young man. Nevertheless, contemplating the substantial commission, she forced a radiant smile, stating, "Mr. Lin, you mentioned that any amount exceeding 9 million would count toward the commission. I will honor my word and transfer it to you upon completion of the transaction. Shortly, I must depart and will not retain Miss Chun. Her ability to secure a transaction worth 450,000 is indeed commendable." And Lin Shi would naturally not retract his decision. With this sum, he can commence his next plan. Upon hearing this, Chun Qingqing sighed in relief and took her leave. Lin Shi was also preparing to go out, having arranged to finalize the warehouse lease contract today. He inspected the warehouse and was quite satisfied. Prior to renting, he had articulated several requirements: minimal surrounding activity, high confidentiality, and no visibility into the interior from the outside. The agent, attentive and diligent, had sourced a warehouse that met Lin Shi's specifications and had even conducted a preliminary visit. The contract was signed without any complications. Tomorrow, after he finalizes the handover of his apartment, Lin Shi can move into the warehouse. As he was leaving, Lin Shi stopped the agent, a man nearing 30 named Liao Peng. Lin Shi found him meticulous and composed. With less than 3 months until the impending apocalypse, he needed to amass a vast array of resources and enhance his treasure trove, a task that could not be accomplished in mere days. Establishing a sanctuary would be laborious, and he required assistance. "Mr. Liao, would you be interested in working for me? I can offer an annual salary of 500,000. Lin Shi painted a grand picture. Liao Peng was taken aback. A salary of 500,000. That was 200,000 to 300,000 more than his current earnings as a real estate agent. Yet, doubt flickered in his mind, questioning whether Lin Shi was jesting. He cautiously inquired, "What would you need me to do? I cannot engage in any illegal activities." Chapter 8. Preparing to purchase gold. Lin Shi organized his thoughts and replied, "I am an enthusiast of survival in apocalyptic scenarios, and I wish to construct an independent safe house in Shushi. However, I am currently occupied in Haishi and require assistance." An enthusiast of apocalyptic survival? A safe house? Even the composed Liao Peng's demeanor shifted at Lin Shi's words. As a real estate agent, he had encountered various types of properties, and he understood that some affluent individuals harbored peculiar ideas, amid rumors of a potential Third World War and natural disasters. Some wealthy individuals fearful of mortality would install extreme survival systems in the basements of their villas. Yet, such requests were typically made by businessmen over 40. It was a first for him to be asked to assist in constructing a safe house. Had it not been for the recent transaction he had facilitated for the young man before him, Liao Peng might have dismissed him as a fraud and walked away. Lin Shi was aware that words alone were insufficient. He gestured for Liao Peng to produce his mobile phone for a payment transfer, sending him 100,000. This sum represented over 2 months' wages. With this, Liao Peng began to trust Lin Shi's intentions. Who would joke about such a substantial amount of money? Nonetheless, his cautious nature prompted him to request a formal contract with Lin Shi. Lin Shi was of the same mind. Recognizing that the sanctuary's establishment was crucial to his future survival and that he could not rely on mere verbal assurances to secure Liao Peng's unwavering commitment. The contract would stipulate that Lin Shi employed Liao Peng as his private steward for an annual salary of 500,000, tasked with overseeing the construction of new properties in Shushi, supervising and inspecting the work, as well as managing various errands for Lin Shi. Lin Shi was determined to ensure Liao Peng's salary and other rightful entitlements. With urgency in Lin Shi's request, Liao Peng promptly resigned and took up the new position. With this job, he could purchase a house in the suburbs of Haishi after just a few years of work. A far more promising prospect than being in a real estate agency. Resolute in his commitment to excel and demonstrate his capabilities to boss Lin, he remained unaware that this employment would conclude in merely 3 months. Lin Shi had no intention of retaining him for long. Once the shelter was constructed, Liao Peng's role would come to an end. Lin Shi directly instructed Liao Peng. First go to Shushi and find a piece of residential land that is willing to be sold, according to my specifications. The requirements were a high, flat terrain, devoid of towering buildings, in a remote location, with ample land area, ready for immediate development. This was Liao Peng's area of expertise, and thus it should pose no challenge for him. Understood, boss. Liao Peng swiftly embraced his new role and immediately booked the earliest flight. Shushi, located in the southern province, is renowned as a tourist haven and is the closest city to the equator, enjoying a winterless climate year-round. Following the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse, human habitats drastically diminished. The northern regions, now frigid, became uninhabitable. Although northern constructions are more resilient to cold, the natural gas pipelines quickly froze and ruptured. Without heating, outdoor temperatures plummeted to an average of -70°, severing food supplies and forcing the northern populace to migrate southward. This was merely the situation during summer. Only a few areas with government grain reserves managed to survive, establishing shelters for survivors. While the equatorial regions did not escape the severe cold, temperatures remained 30 to 40 degrees higher than in the north, averaging between -30 and -50°. Moreover, Shushi's proximity to the sea allowed for intermittent ice-breaking operations to retrieve frozen fish, alleviating the food scarcity faced by the north. In this lifetime, Lin Shi's preparedness was not merely a pursuit of official supplies. With an ability to carry vast amounts of resources, ensuring safety became Lin Shi's paramount concern. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was not the extreme weather, but humanity itself. In the grip of starvation amidst the bitter cold, desperate individuals resorted to heinous acts, including murder for resources, rendering no city's order stable. Shushi housed the largest official shelter in the Summer Kingdom, where most of the country's elite, scientific researchers, and military personnel congregated, resulting in a significantly better social order than elsewhere. Furthermore, in his previous life, Lin Shi had heard of Shushi's advancements in developing food that could be cultivated in extreme cold. This time, he aspired to establish his shelter in Shushi, aiming for the utmost excellence. Early the following morning, after completing his routine exercise, Lin Shi stored everything he could carry into his space. Items deemed unnecessary were discarded downstairs. Before departing, Lin Shi cast one last glance at the empty house, turning away without a hint of nostalgia. It was merely a house, for him. Home could be anywhere as long as he was alone. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, shortly after he left, Zhao Xiao arrived at his home seeking him. However, unable to locate Lin Shi, she faced a torrent of reproaches from Zhao's parents over the ensuing days. Lin arrived at the bank to complete the property transfer procedure as scheduled. After the funds were credited, he transferred 450,000 yuan to Qingqing and then headed straight to the bank. The Summer Country Bank, the largest branch in Haishi, is centrally located. Given the substantial amount of gold required, Lin had prudently contacted his account manager the previous day to make an appointment, anticipating that the bank might not have such a quantity readily available. By the time he reached the bank, it was already afternoon. Along the way, he purchased a suitcase to store the gold. Currently, Lin's savings amounted to 25 million yuan. This total comprised his original savings plus the proceeds from selling 3 gold bars, minus the expenses for renting a warehouse and the payments made to Liao Peng, leaving him with 15 million yuan. He also sold his house for 9 million yuan and secured an additional 1 million yuan through various online loans. Were it not for the regulation that limits individuals to borrowing no more than 1 million yuan from different legitimate platforms, Lin would have borrowed more. Now, with a total of 25 for million yuan, he could purchase 60 kilograms of gold, according to the principle that wealth doubles with each ascending level in the treasure basin. 60 kilograms of gold could be upgraded 4 times, followed by 2 duplications of items. Simply upgrading the space 5 times or the item duplication 3 times would be insufficient. The current volume of the space stands at 666,216 cubic meters, which would be nearly adequate after 4 upgrades. Lin was curious about the changes that would occur in the item duplication ability after its enhancement. Inside the bank, the atmosphere was bustling, and Lin, carrying his suitcase, stood out conspicuously, prompting a bank staff member to approach him promptly. "May I inquire about the service you require?" Lin replied, "I am here to purchase gold. I made an appointment yesterday. Which manager did you contact?" The staff member asked. "Manager Chu," he responded. Before long, Lin was escorted to the office door. Chu Xiaodai, the account manager at the Summer Country Bank's headquarters, was surprised when she received a call the previous day from a client with a deposit of 10 million yuan, expressing intent to purchase 60 kilograms of gold. What did 60 kilograms of gold signify? Although the international gold price had slightly decreased in recent days, the price per gram remained at 413 yuan, plus a minimum service fee of 5 yuan, bringing the total cost for 60 kilograms to 25.08 million yuan. Typically, affluent individuals invest in gold stocks or futures rather than acquiring such a large quantity of physical gold. Moreover, given the current unstable geopolitical climate, gold prices have remained elevated, making the purchase of such a substantial amount of physical gold a risky endeavor. Out of curiosity, Chu Xiaodai reviewed the client's profile. The records indicated that this individual was named Lin Shi and was merely 19 years old. Chu Xiaodai had a vivid recollection of this young man. 3 years prior, a tragic accident had claimed the life of an electrical engineer working for Tianxi New Energy Company, Limited, the largest renewable energy company in Haishi. The company had generously compensated the family with 10 million yuan, earning widespread acclaim. Shortly thereafter, the engineer's son received the compensation, and it was Chu Xiaodai who assisted him with the transaction. She remembered that the boy was named Lin Shi. She had been waiting all morning, her eyes occasionally glancing towards the entrance. After a prolonged wait without anyone arriving, she decided to rest for a while when a knock echoed from outside. "Manager, the client for purchasing gold has arrived." Chapter 9. Encountering an unexpected situation. Lin Shi waited in the lobby for a brief moment when a woman, exuding grace and dressed in uniform, emerged. He glanced at her name tag, Client Manager, Chu Xiaodai. "Are you Mr. Lin?" Chu Xiaodai inquired with a polite and charming smile. "Please follow me." Lin Shi nodded and accompanied Chu Xiaodai to the VIP room. Chu Xiaodai began by explaining the process of purchasing physical gold bars. When buying physical gold, if the price does not increase by at least 10 yuan, it results in a loss. Additionally, one must account for processing fees and service charges. However, Lin Shi was not investing in gold. A loss of a few hundred yuan was inconsequential to him. "I have already familiarized myself with the details. Let us proceed with the formalities," he stated. They selected specifications, opened an account, and filled out the necessary paperwork. Except for the client manager's gaze, which made Lin Shi somewhat uncomfortable, the remaining steps went smoothly. With a deposit of 25.4 million yuan and today's immediate international gold price of 412 yuan, after deducting processing and service fees, he could purchase 60 bars of 1,000 grams each. The 1,000-gram bars were his choice, as he intended to sell them back anyway, and thus did not require any particular style. Moreover, upgrading was more convenient with the 1,000-gram bars. Just 2 would suffice to elevate to the next tier. Chu Xiaodai retrieved 60 gold bars from the safe, laying them out one by one on the counter. Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Investing such a substantial amount in gold undoubtedly made him a significant client. The thought of earning a commission equivalent to 2 months' salary for completing this transaction made Chu Xiaodai find this young man increasingly appealing. Lin Shi diverted his gaze elsewhere. The VIP room was separated from the lobby by a large frosted glass panel, with a few striped gaps allowing a glimpse of the lobby's activities. Out of boredom, Lin Shi scanned the bank's hall, when suddenly his attention sharpened. He noticed something amiss among the crowd. Upon closer examination, he realized it was not just one person, but 4. These individuals were dressed inconspicuously, seemingly idling in different spots within the bank, waiting in line. Even the bank security appeared oblivious to any irregularities. Yet, Lin Shi had survived the apocalypse, having encountered countless villains and witnessed untold deaths over the past 8 years. He immediately sensed a murderous aura emanating from these 4 individuals. In this era of peace, How could ordinary people exude such a malevolent presence? Could it be? Just as he had come, he stumbled upon a bank robbery? Haishur was one of the safest cities in Xia country. How could someone dare to rob the largest bank here? Was that not tantamount to courting death? It was well known that bank robberies yielded disproportionate risks compared to rewards. Perhaps he was overthinking it. There were barriers, and the others could not see the situation he was in. Nonetheless, Lin Shi felt a twinge of unease in his heart. It was better to be overly cautious than to be caught unprepared. This was his entire fortune in life. If it were to be stolen, he would have nowhere to weep. He turned and quietly said to Chu Xiaodai, who was still counting the gold, "Hold on, I won't be making a purchase today." These 4 individuals had entered unnoticed. He had been quite conspicuous while carrying his suitcase, arriving in the VIP room. If they had ulterior motives, he might already be under their scrutiny. What? Chu Xiaodai thought she had misheard. I said, I won't be buying today. I'll come back another day. Lin Shi lowered his voice. However, upon hearing that Lin Shi would not be making a purchase, Chu Xiaodai felt he was playing with her. After all the trouble, the gold bars were out, and he now said he wouldn't buy? Her commission was gone. Chu Xiaodai was furious, her voice rising. Lin Shi interrupted her, wishing the client manager would swiftly put away the gold bars. Chu Xiaodai was so irate her face turned pale, yet she still forced a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Shi noticed one of the 4 men approaching the VIP room. The man appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in casual black attire, with a buzz cut and an unremarkable face, but a closer look revealed a fierce glint in his eyes that had seen violence. Although he was of Asian descent, Lin Shi sensed an air about him that suggested he was not a native. Upon this realization, Lin Shi felt his suspicions were becoming a grim reality. Chu Xiaodai continued her incessant reasoning with him. Lin Shi inwardly cursed. What a brainless woman. He lowered his voice urgently. Quickly put away the gold bars. Otherwise, if they are stolen, the consequences will be on you. Chu Xiaodai, seeing Lin Shi so obstinate, was incensed. Mr. Lin, the gold bars are still on my counter. Even if they are stolen, it is my bank's responsibility. Please do not divert the conversation. Lin Shi's focus shifted. Are you saying that if they are stolen now, it won't be my fault? At that moment, the security guard also sensed something amiss and approached. The VIP room typically hosted significant transactions, and seeing someone suddenly approach, the guard instinctively became vigilant. He stepped in front of the buzzcut man and blocked his path. Hello, please queue in the lobby for regular transactions. I'm sorry, I didn't know. The buzzcut man said, feigning an apologetic demeanor, as if he were about to bow. However, Lin Shi's pupils dilated in shock. In an instant, a black handgun was swiftly drawn from the man's pocket, pressed against the guard's abdomen, and a gunshot rang out. The guard collapsed in disbelief, blood pouring from his wound and staining his once pristine uniform. In the next moment, the other 3 assailants also brandished their firearms, each firing a shot at the guard who had drawn his taser. The sound of gunfire and screams echoed throughout the hall, followed by the blaring of alarms. A bank employee at the counter promptly activated the emergency alarm. Meanwhile, the buzzcut man had already forced open the door to the VIP room. Lin Shi locked eyes with the buzzcut man. Seeing the greed and malice in his gaze, Lin Shi instinctively crouched down, clasped his hands over his head, and shuffled into a corner. If one were to inquire how he would respond in the face of danger, Lin Shi would assert with unwavering confidence. If he can fight, he shall. If he cannot, he will flee. And if escape is impossible, he will capitulate. After all, facing 4 armed assailants with nothing but his bare hands? The notion of heroism is absurd. Survival is paramount. Chapter 10. Fame arrives unannounced. Lin Shi crouched quietly in the corner, observing the chaos in the hall as the other patrons were swiftly subdued by the robbers. These 4 criminals were evidently well prepared. Each assigned a distinct role. One kept watch for external threats, another guarded the hostages, while a third approached the crew-cut man with a satchel in hand. Chu Xiaodai behind the counter was paralyzed with fear. Could anyone truly dare to rob the headquarters of the Summer Country Bank? The crew-cut man strode directly to the counter, leveling his firearm at the bulletproof glass shielding Chu Xiaodai, threatening her. Produce the gold bars. Quickly, though terror gripped her heart, she was trained. The bank's bulletproof glass would withstand a standard handgun-s fire. This was the city center, and the bank's alarm system was linked directly to the nearest police station. In mere minutes, officers would arrive. Yet outside the counter, other bank employees remained. One robber pressed his gun to an employee's head, dragging the terrified individual to the entrance of the VIP room. The employee nearly lost control of his bladder. Hurry and bring out the gold bars. Delay for 10 seconds, and I will execute one hostage. Chu Xiaodai had no choice but to comply. From his concealed vantage point, Lin Shi watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. He noted that none of the robbers sought to seize cash from the other counters. Their intent was singular, the gold within the VIP room. Indeed, a reasonably intelligent criminal would never attempt to rob a bank for cash, given that every banknote's serial number was meticulously recorded, rendering stolen money virtually useless. In contrast, gold could be melted down and readily exchanged in the market. However, a curious question arose. The inventory of gold at the counter was limited. The bank's substantial reserves were housed in the vault. Without access to a significant quantity of gold, the risks of such a heist would outweigh the potential rewards. How could these robbers ascertain that a large cache of gold would be available at the counter today? Few, like himself, would invest 25 million in physical gold. His gaze shifted to the trembling Chu Xiaodai, who was reluctantly handing over the gold bars to the assailants. A sudden insight struck him. Perhaps someone had leaked information regarding his intent to purchase a considerable amount of gold that day. With this realization, everything became painfully clear. They had been waiting for this very shipment of gold. A chill ran down Lin Shi's spine as an icy glare settled in his eyes. Fortunately, he had not taken the gold, and the security personnel had detected the anomaly, allowing him to escape unscathed. Had he filled his suitcase with gold, he would undoubtedly have perished without defense. In no time, 60 gold bars were handed out by Chu Xiaodai and collected by the robbers into their satchel. While the bars appeared modest in size, their weight, 120 pounds, was undeniably substantial, making it a struggle for one robber to carry. At that moment, the crew-cut man noticed the suitcase by the counter. Lin Shi inwardly cursed his luck. Indeed, the crew-cut man's gaze fell upon him. In order to conceal gold bars, Lin Shi purchased a compact black suitcase equipped with a combination lock. A man with a crew cut, emanating an air of menace, commanded Lin Shi, "Come here. Open this suitcase." Lin Shi, displaying a visage of trepidation, approached and obediently unlatched the suitcase. The robber promptly deposited a bag filled with gold bars into the suitcase. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Shi remained fixated on the robber's actions. 25 million worth of gold lay ensconced within that unassuming suitcase. The temptation to utilize spatial manipulation to store the gold bars surged within him. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion. The bank's surveillance systems were operational, and the sudden disappearance of the suitcase beneath the scrutiny of onlookers would undoubtedly attract attention. The vanishing of 25 million in gold would invite relentless investigation. Should his secretive treasure trove be revealed, the consequences would be dire. In the distance, the faint wail of police sirens began to echo. Although the robbers' movements were brisk, the response of the Xia country police was swifter. Upon hearing the sirens, the robber's demeanor shifted to one of palpable anxiety. He prepared to flee. Before departing, the crew-cut man cast another glance at Lin Shi. Suddenly, he lunged toward Lin Shi, attempting to seize him. Instinctively, Lin Shi prepared to evade and retaliate. But a thought struck him, compelling him to suppress his instincts and remain still. The man grasped Lin Shi and pressed a gun against his back, commanding move. Lin Shi complied, following the robber out of the bank. Outside, a getaway vehicle awaited. Lin Shi was thrust into the car. It became apparent that there were 5 robbers in total. The SUV was cramped with 4 burly men in the back seat, yet none voiced complaints, all acquiescing to the crew-cut man's authority as he ushered Lin Shi aboard. Just as Lin Shi was coerced into the vehicle, a nearby journalist, who had been working in the vicinity, captured footage of Lin Shi's abduction. The headquarters of the Haishu Xia Country Bank has been besieged by robbers. A young man has unfortunately been taken hostage. This brief video rapidly gained traction, catapulting the news into the spotlight. Countless netizens witnessed Lin Shi being forced into the vehicle. Goodness, in my lifetime, I've actually seen a robbery in progress. Incredible. Someone dares to rob the main branch. They must be audacious. I bet these robbers won't escape for long. They're armed. I trust in the prowess of our nation's law enforcement. The poor fellow being held hostage is likely in grave danger. Wait a minute, that hostage looks like my high school classmate. Isn't that Lin Shi, my university classmate? What a coincidence, my high school classmate is also named Lin Shi. Soon, individuals began to realize that the Lin Shi they recognized was indeed the same person. Consequently, another video emerged. A 985 academic prodigy taken hostage during a bank robbery. His fate hangs in the balance. This video was swiftly produced and ascended to popularity. It featured a clear image of Lin Shi's youthful and somewhat innocent face, prompting countless concerned aunts and sisters to express their heartfelt prayers for his safety. The public urged for a successful rescue of the hostage. The video posted by Lin's university classmates has garnered him a multitude of followers. Unbeknownst to Lin, he has already become quite popular. Shortly after the vehicle's ignition, the sirens of the police cars behind them grew increasingly closer. The 5 individuals within the car could be seen breathing heavily. One of them began to chatter nonsensically. It was at this moment that Lin realized these 5 were likely not citizens of Xia country. Meanwhile, a golden suitcase lay beneath one of the criminals' feet. Lin could easily reach it with his foot. If his hand could touch the suitcase, he would be able to transfer its contents into his spatial realm. Indeed, Lin had set his sights on this very box of gold. Chapter 11. Playing Dumb. The gold had been locked away in the counter when it was stolen, never having passed through his hands. Thus, the loss would naturally be accounted for by the bank. He would still be entitled to a bank compensation of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Should he manage to secure the gold that had been stolen by the robbers into his space, it would not matter whether the criminals escaped or not. The loss would fall squarely upon them. He would possess a total of 120 kilograms of gold. After duplication, that would amount to a substantial 240 kilograms. Using 120 kilograms of gold to upgrade the treasure basin would yield double his original plan. Wealth is often accompanied by risk. As long as these 5 robbers remained safe, so would he. At this moment, Lin sat closely with 3 of the robbers in the back, in proximity to the suitcase. Leaning down to touch the suitcase would appear too conspicuous. He was biding his time for the perfect opportunity. They narrowly evaded other vehicles, managing to distance themselves from the police car. However, it wasn't long before the robbers noticed 2 helicopters hovering above them. Lin heard a buzzcut man curse under his breath. Soon after, an obstacle appeared on the road ahead. A row of sharp spikes rendered it impossible for even an off-road vehicle to break through. A group of SWAT officers awaited behind the barricade, ready for action. The screeching sound of sudden brakes echoed as everyone in the off-road vehicle leaned forward. Lin's eyes gleamed with opportunity. At that moment, as all were thrown off balance and focused on the barricade and the officers ahead, Lin seized the chance, bent down, and swiftly touched the suitcase before straightening up again. None of the robbers noticed anything amiss. They remained blissfully unaware that the gold they had so laboriously stolen had vanished, entirely absorbed into Lin's spatial realm. Next, he needed to devise a means of escape. The off-road vehicle rapidly reversed, making a U-turn to flee down a narrow path, with the helicopters in pursuit. One of the helicopters had a camera trained on the robber's vehicle. After looping around for several minutes, they approached an overpass. Below the overpass, traffic flowed freely. Yet Lin's body tensed. A regular black sedan was parked beneath the bridge, but Lin immediately sensed something was amiss. Typically, anyone in a hurry would pull over on the side of the road outside the overpass, not underneath it. The area beneath the overpass was conveniently a blind spot for the helicopter's surveillance. This could very well be a vehicle that these robbers had prepared in advance to evade capture. If they exited the vehicle, they would discover the gold bars missing from the suitcase, leaving Lin in a precarious situation. It turns out that Lin Shi was indeed correct. As the SUV entered beneath the overpass, it came to a sudden halt. Had it not been for the vehicle switch and the absence of cars ahead, such an abrupt stop would have been unnecessary. Just as the SUV braked sharply, Lin Shi, seated between 2 robbers, unexpectedly reached out and touched the hands of the armed assailants. Before they could react, their hands were empty. Their firearms had vanished. In an instant, Lin Shi had seized one of the robbers' guns and, aiming at the 3rd armed assailant in the back seat, fired a shot that shattered his skull. He then swiftly executed 2 more shots, eliminating the 2 unarmed robbers in the rear. At such close range, Lin Shi needed no aim. The buzzcut man's pupils widened in shock. He had never anticipated that what he presumed to be a defenseless rich hostage could disarm his accomplice. The deftness of Lin Shi's movements, the speed and precision of his shots, and the utter coldness that belied his youthful appearance left the buzzcut man speechless. His mouth agape as Lin Shi pulled the trigger. Though it may seem a lengthy account, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The robber at the wheel had kept both hands firmly on the steering wheel. Upon sensing something amiss, he instinctively drew his firearm from his waist. But before he could disengage the safety, his head exploded in a violent burst. Thus, all 5 robbers lay lifeless. Remarkably, the SUV was equipped with bulletproof glass, providing sound insulation, and with no vehicles passing by, the commotion had gone unnoticed. After eliminating the driver, Lin Shi swiftly exited the vehicle, evading the gaze of oncoming traffic, and placed his hand on the car's exterior, absorbing both the vehicle and the corpses into his spatial storage. He then hurried towards a black sedan, yanked open the door, and slid inside. The car was indeed unlocked, with the keys conveniently left inside. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward. Minutes later, assured that no helicopter had locked onto his location, Lin Shi drove the car into a secluded woodland area. The rapidity of the vehicle switch had caught the helicopter off guard. Coupled with the pre-existing traffic beneath the overpass, Lin Shi quickly evaded official surveillance. After confirming that the area was devoid of onlookers and cameras, he stored the black sedan in his spatial storage and retrieved the SUV to begin collecting his spoils. 5 handguns and a total of 10 magazines adorned the fallen robbers. Lin Shi picked up one of the firearms and efficiently replaced its emptied magazine. In his previous life, he had only handled firearms sparingly, as gun control in Xia country was exceedingly stringent, making it arduous to acquire a handgun. whether before or after the apocalypse. Firearms remained precious commodities. His considerable risk this time was not solely for the gold bars, but also for the handguns, which would undoubtedly enhance his survival capabilities in the early days of the apocalypse. Lin Shi continued to scour the vehicle interior, unearthing a modest amount of cash and 2 daggers. He gathered all these items along with the gold bars. Although the bank purchase of gold bars had encountered unexpected complications, the haul far exceeded his expectations. Once the apocalypse arrived, he would casually dispose of these individuals into the sea, entombing them beneath thick layers of ice, ensuring they would never be discovered. On the other side, the police cars arrived at the underpass of the overpass, where the off-road vehicle had been lost, only to find it utterly deserted. The robbers and the vehicle seemed to have vanished into thin air. The surveillance cameras beneath the overpass had long been sabotaged by the cunning assailants, leaving the law enforcement officers to return empty-handed. Half an hour later, within the city center's Public Security Bureau, inquiries persisted. Are you saying that after driving the vehicle into the mountains, they released you? Then they simply drove away? Do you remember the license plate number? Did you catch sight of the direction they headed? The officers pressed on with their questions. The audacious robbery at the headquarters of Summer Country Bank had resulted in the theft of gold bars valued at $25 million, along with the abduction of a hostage. This incident had captured widespread attention, resonating throughout the coastal city and even the nation. Although the hostage was unharmed, the disappearance of both the robbers and the gold bars posed a significant dilemma for the leaders of the city center's Public Security Bureau. With the robbers and their vehicles seemingly evaporated, the more lies concocted, the more vulnerabilities emerged. Lin Shi needed only to feign ignorance. Despite being under suspicion himself, he was confident that a thorough investigation would reveal his lack of prior contact with the criminals. After all, just days ago, he had been an earnest university student. There was no need for an elaborate fabrication. The official inquiry would exonerate Lin Shi. Chapter 12, Threats. After the questioning concluded, Lin Shi expressed concern over his gold bars. Just as an officer was about to respond, Chu Xiaodai and a middle-aged man in a tailored suit hastily entered the police station. The man immediately inquired, "Have you found the hostage? Where is it? What about the gold bars?" The officer informed Lin Shi, "The bank representatives have arrived. The elder gentleman is the vice president of the bank, and you may speak directly with him." Soon, Li Chongbin, the vice president of Summer Country Bank, took a seat opposite Lin Shi. The officer had departed, leaving only Lin Shi, Chu Xiaodai, and Li Chongbin in the room. With an accusatory tone, Li Chongbin's demeanor slightly irked Lin Shi, though he maintained a calm exterior. "You can direct those questions to the officers. What I want to know is when you will return my gold bars." Li Chongbin furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Chu Xiaodai. She produced a document and presented it to Lin Shi, stating, "The news of the gold bars being stolen has spread like wildfire online. If we wish to avoid reputational damage to the bank, we must resolve this matter swiftly." 50. Lin Shi turned to Chu Xiaodai, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Isn't it what you said? If stolen, does it fall under your bank's responsibility?" Chu Xiaodai's eyes darted away, yet recalling the vice president's instructions prior to their departure, she adopted a righteous demeanor, asserting, "The loss of the gold bars was due to third-party actions. 4 of our security personnel died, and 2 were severely injured during this incident. We have fulfilled our obligations." Lin Shi glanced at the document Chu Xiaodai had handed him, filled with an array of technical jargon. He nearly laughed. She spoke as though he were a mere child, attempting to manipulate him with such self-serving rhetoric. A quick glance at the vice president revealed his air of smugness, as if offering half of the compensation was a grand act of generosity on their part. "I recall that the gold bars were seized from the counter by the robbers. They were never delivered to me, and thus the transaction with the bank was never completed. The loss of the gold bars is of no concern to me." Li Chongbin was somewhat taken aback by Lin Shi, a 19-year-old who remained remarkably composed even after being taken hostage by criminals. He spoke earnestly. "Lin Shi, the loss of the gold bars is not entirely our bank's responsibility. How about this? We will compensate you with 60. Additionally, I have a good relationship with a professor at your university and can assist you in securing a spot for graduate school recommendation. What do you think?" "Not interested," Lin Shi replied bluntly. Seeing that Lin Shi was impervious to persuasion, Li Chongbin's expression darkened, and his tone turned harsh. "Young man, do not be too greedy. I hear that you have no adults at home, just yourself. You are still young and inexperienced in society. You should learn to compromise, or else offending the wrong people could jeopardize your future. Are you threatening me?" A cold glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Chu Xiaodai interjected, attempting to mediate. "Mr. Lin, we are sincerely communicating about compensation. However, we are curious about how you knew these individuals were planning to rob the bank. These robbers are notorious for their heinous acts, yet they spared you. Do you truly not know them? Are you suggesting that I am in cahoots with the robbers?" Lin Shi laughed in anger. The two fell silent. clearly acknowledging the implications. Since no agreement could be reached, Lin Shi chose not to waste any more time. He rose and walked straight out. The prospect of suing the bank seemed promising, with a significant chance of winning, albeit it would require considerable time. However, he had already secured the gold bars, so he felt he had nothing to lose. As for the threats from the bank's vice president, he chuckled, hoping that the man would still be able to stand and converse with him 3 months later. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Lin Shi's gaze. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Assuming it to be a telemarketing call, Lin Shi activated the speakerphone. Upon connecting, a female voice emerged. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Shi? I am a reporter from the local news, and I would like to conduct a special interview with you. Do you have a moment?" Lin Shi was taken aback. A local reporter? What would they want to interview him about? Just as he was about to decline, another call came through from yet another unknown number. "Apologies, I must take this call," he said, hanging up and answering the second call. "Hello, Mr. Lin Shi. We are from a new media outlet and wish to..." Before the speaker could finish, yet another call interrupted. Puzzled, Lin Shi ended this call and continued to answer. "Is this Lin Shi speaking? I am a reporter from Central News of Xiao Nation." Why would a reporter from Central News contact him? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow but chose not to hang up, instead engaging in conversation with the CCTV reporter. "I am Lin Shi. What can I assist you with? Do you have time for an interview regarding how you escaped from the robbers?" Many netizens are eager to know. Lin Shi hesitated. He did not seek fame. In the 21st century, the online community can be quite terrifying. Any minor misstep could be unearthed, leading to dire consequences. Although one might argue that the act of killing the robber was a legitimate act of self-defense, the fact remains that I did indeed swallow the gold bars. A fleeting glance revealed that Chu Xiaodai and the vice president were both intently observing me, seemingly anxious. The refusal that lingered on my lips morphed into an acquiescence. "All right." After agreeing on the time and place, Lin Shi ended the call and continued on his way. Li Chongbin's eyes flickered with regret. He had intended to act before the reporters arrived. Who would have imagined that Lin Shi would be so impervious to intimidation? "Wait, let us discuss this further." Chu Xiaodai attempted to grasp Lin Shi's arm, but was deftly evaded. Turning to her, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, as if recalling something, and remarked, "By the way, I provided the police with a lead regarding the motive behind the robbery." "What lead?" Chu Xiaodai instinctively inquired. "When I was held hostage, I overheard the robber mention that a bank employee had leaked information about my gold purchase, which is why they targeted this batch of gold bars." This statement was, in fact, fabricated by Lin Shi. He had no comprehension of the robber's dialogue. Yet, he saw it as an opportunity to deceive this woman. If anyone had disclosed his information, it would most likely be her. A pang of realization struck Chu Xiaodai, and a hint of panic crossed her face. Chapter 13. The Gold Bars Acquired. Observing Chu Xiaodai's increasing distress, Lin Shi, who initially had a 50% chance of success, now felt utterly confident. The incident had cost 4 security guards their lives and inflicted over 20 million in losses on the bank. The leaker was bound to face severe repercussions. As he watched the dazed and disheartened expression on Chu Xiaodai's face, Lin Shi could not suppress a malicious smile and turned to leave. It was no wonder that a bank robbery that had never occurred in his previous life manifested in this one. Indeed, it was the butterfly effect of his rebirth and gold bar purchase that had set it in motion. Li Chongbin glared furiously, shouting at Lin Shi's retreating figure, "Stop." As Lin Shi continued to walk away, Li Chongbin realized that he had approached Lin Shi to negotiate only because the bank was not solely at fault. Who would have thought that even the robbers had been lured by an insider? What was there left to negotiate? "It wasn't me," Chu Xiaodai cried out sharply. Seeing her guilty demeanor, Li Chongbin quickly deduced that the leaker Lin Shi referred to was indeed Chu Xiaodai. With Lin Shi already in contact with the television station, he knew he had to resolve the matter before it became public. Without another glance at Chu Xiaodai, he departed, leaving her to collapse to the ground, murmuring repeatedly, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." Upon receiving Lin Shi's call about purchasing 25 million in gold, Chu Xiaodai had felt a surge of joy. That evening, while dining with her boyfriend at a restaurant, she, in a moment of pride, disclosed the information about the client wanting to buy 25 million in gold. In the past, whenever a client made a significant deposit, she would boast to her boyfriend, but she had never revealed any client names. This could hardly be considered a breach of client confidentiality. How could she possibly be targeted by robbers? However, sometimes life unfolds in the most serendipitous of ways. At the very moment when Chu Xiaodai was dining, 2 of the robbers were seated directly behind her in the booth. After traversing the dimly lit streets for some time, one inevitably encounters the supernatural. Lin Shi departed from the Public Security Bureau as dusk settled. Upon locating his vehicle, he drove to the warehouse he had rented. Shortly thereafter, he received several phone calls, surprisingly from advertising collaborators. Upon checking his phone, Lin Shi realized he had garnered fame. Numerous messages from university, high school, and even elementary school classmates, whom he rarely contacted, flooded his inbox. Lin Shi swiftly cleared all notifications. He had no desire for notoriety. Had he not known that an apocalypse awaited within 3 months, he might have capitalized on his newfound prominence to produce short videos and engage in advertising for profit. Yet, the impending doom loomed, leaving him with insufficient energy to pursue such endeavors. The current online community was daunting. If any trace were uncovered, his fate would be sealed. After casually tidying the partitions in the warehouse and consuming a piece of bread he had stored, Lin Shi collapsed into slumber. After a day filled with cunning and strategy, he fell asleep the moment he lay down. Upon awakening in the morning, Lin Shi felt revitalized. After completing his morning exercises, he stepped out for breakfast, only to receive a call from the bank. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Your gold transaction from yesterday remains incomplete. When might you come to collect your gold?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the promptness. He had initially intended to leverage the situation with Chu Xiaodai to create a wave of public discourse, compelling the bank to expedite their interrupted transaction. However, the bank's response was even swifter. 30 minutes later, after finishing his breakfast, Lin Shi arrived at the bank. He anticipated a lengthy negotiation, but everything unfolded smoothly. The bank president personally welcomed him, offered a sincere apology, and handed over the gold bars directly. Additionally, he presented several gifts, generously termed as compensation for emotional distress. In return, Lin Shi graciously obliged the president's request for a photo, posing with the gold bars alongside bank staff. As he departed, bank personnel and security kindly assisted him in transporting his belongings, escorting him to his vehicle while smiling and waving until he vanished from sight. This scene, of course, was captured by reporters who had long been monitoring the bank's activities. The photograph quickly appeared on news websites, and netizens praised the bank's exemplary service. However, such matters were now irrelevant to Lin Shi. He had initially planned to partake in an interview, exposing the vice president's recordings and the incident with Chu Xiaodai. Yet, having achieved his objective in record time, there was no need to squander time on trivialities. The uncertainty of survival in 3 months overshadowed any inclination to waste time on those destined for demise. At this moment, Lin Shi's focus was solely on the gold bars. Within the modest confines of his 20-square-foot space, 2 neat piles of gleaming gold bars lay stacked. Additionally, 3 smaller bars remained from his previous reserves, a total of 50 million in gold. The thought that these bars could potentially double to 100 million filled him with anticipation. Lin's heart raced with excitement. He could not possibly lift the hefty 120 kilograms of gold as he had on his first encounter. Instead, he placed his hands upon the gold bars. "Item duplication," he uttered, and as his words faded, the small compartment was illuminated by a dazzling golden glow. Gold bars materialized out of thin air in the void before him, the sound of heavy objects dropping onto the bed resonating incessantly. The iron bed frame creaked under the strain, evidently unable to bear the burden. However, Lin was unconcerned about whether he would have to sleep on the floor that night. He counted the duplicated gold bars, 120 bars of 1,000 each, 3 bars of 500, and not a single one less. A sigh of relief escaped him, soon replaced by an expression of ecstatic joy. 25 million had transformed into 100 million within 2 days. Anyone would be beside themselves with glee. Initially, he had harbored doubts about the success of his endeavor. What if the treasure basin had a duplication limit? What if it could only replicate the bars he physically touched? Or if there were other restrictive factors that could lead to failure? Fortunately, his worries proved unfounded. The item duplication was even more formidable than he had anticipated. At that moment, the treasure basin interface underwent a transformation. Treasure basin. Function: storage space 666. Funds required for upgrade 2,000. Function: item duplication 1. Funds required for upgrade 10,000. There remained but one opportunity for item duplication. He wondered if the number of opportunities would change upon upgrading. Lin began to organize the gold bars. Each bar from the bank bore a unique identification number. He first arranged the 60 original gold bars he had withdrawn today, setting them aside, and then placed the other 63 duplicates on the opposite side. He would find a way to melt them down and seek out avenues for sale. Lin picked up 2 of the original 1,000 gold bars and silently intoned, "Space upgrade." Chapter 14, Treasure Basin Upgrade. Containing his excitement, Lin proceeded with his original plan to enhance the space. His palms empty, the treasure basin interface began to shift. In the blink of an eye, the dimensions of the space in his consciousness doubled, expanding its volume 8-fold. Treasure basin. Function: storage space 121212. Funds required for upgrade 4,000. Function: item duplication 1. Funds required for upgrade 10,000. The funds required for the next level of upgrade had doubled. Without hesitation, Lin grasped 4 gold bars to continue enhancing the space. Then he moved on to 8, and then 16. After utilizing 30 of the 1,000 gold bars and performing 4 consecutive upgrades, the storage space transformed into treasure basin. Storage space, 969,696. Funds required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 1. Funds required for upgrade, 10,000. The area of the space had expanded to over 9,000 square feet, with a volume approaching 900,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a museum. In terms of standard shipping containers, it was akin to stacking over 29,000 containers together. Such a vast space is currently ample. Presently, there remain 91 kilogram gold bars and 3 500-gram bars available for upgrade. Lin Shi, filled with anticipation, grasped 10 gold bars. Item duplication initiated. No sooner had he spoken than the gold bars in his hand vanished. The numbers on the interface flickered swiftly before settling. Treasure basin. Storage space, 969,696. Wealth points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 4. Wealth points required for upgrade, 20,000. The duplication count has indeed increased. Moreover, it has risen by 3 in one go. This indicates that further upgrades will yield additional duplication opportunities. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Should he replicate this strategy of purchasing gold from the bank a few more times, he could potentially grant the treasure basin limitless upgrades. However, he soon regained his composure. Another attempt would surely arouse suspicion. Additionally, the duplicated gold bars could not be utilized for upgrades, nor could they be easily liquidated. Currently, every citizen's account in Xia country is under government scrutiny, and any substantial influx of dubious funds would swiftly trigger an investigation by the relevant authorities. Aside from the original 25 million, any additional funds must remain concealed, let alone spending. His intention to upgrade the treasure basin was to prepare for the impending apocalyptic era. Squandering precious time and resources for the sake of upgrading would entirely contradict his initial purpose. Furthermore, the onset of the apocalypse would present the optimal opportunity to amass gold. Within a month of the apocalypse, both flora and fauna would perish en masse, and human sustenance would diminish drastically. At that juncture, a mere few loaves of bread could be exchanged for a kilogram of gold. No one would care for the glittering gold and silver amidst the struggle for survival. Having come to this realization, Lin Shi placed his hand upon the remaining gold bars, resolutely continuing the item duplication upgrade. As the gold bars swiftly disappeared beneath his touch, the numbers on the treasure basin interface began to dance once more. Once the gold bars had entirely vanished, the interface transformed into treasure basin. Storage space, 969,696. Wealth points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 22. Wealth points required for upgrade, 58,500. Lin Shi was overwhelmed with elation, a smile gracing his countenance. Each upgrade had yielded a duplication count that was double that of the previous level, plus the remaining one. This amounted to a total of 13,612. A full 22 duplication opportunities. According to the current upgrading pattern, during the next item duplication upgrade, he would acquire 24 duplication instances. However, that was a matter for the post-apocalyptic era. The most pressing concern at present was resource accumulation. At this moment, Lin Shi had 320,000 remaining. Given that the gold bars had only just been acquired, he resolved to wait 2 days before selling them at the bank, ensuring a more cautious approach. With that in mind, he decided to dispose of another batch of concealed gold bars. Lin Shi first sought out a person in Hoards online, one of those individuals who idly wandered the internet all day, a reclusive man with no particular pursuits. Lured by a remuneration of 20,000 yuan, he sought out a manufacturer in the outskirts of Hoards to procure a small gold melting machine. Subsequently, he enlisted another individual to acquire several crucibles from a different factory, and a third person to obtain molds. He instructed these 3 individuals to discreetly place their items in 3 relatively isolated locations with minimal surveillance, before donning a disguise to retrieve them himself. He was aware that the authorities were likely monitoring him, yet he remained unfazed. Even if his purchases were discovered, there would be no evidence linking him to the robbers. Moreover, the incident involving Chu Xiaodai had likely begun to unfold, and he trusted that the officials would trace the origin and motives of the assailants through this lead. With Lin Shi's meticulous precautions, it would take time for any suspicion to fall upon him. The processes of melting, molding, and shaping continued until 3 in the morning, resulting in the transformation of 61 kilogram gold bars into a total of 180 bars of varying sizes. Lin Shi had already devised a plan for handling the gold. In the eastern suburbs of Hoards lay a pawn shop, which, on the surface, appeared to be a conventional establishment. But within, a syndicate dealt in various contraband. They accepted anything and sold everything. Lin Shi was aware of this due to the pawnshop's continued existence in the wake of the apocalypse. It was rumored that someone had once exchanged several hundred pounds of rice for a .54 handgun. Lin Shi resolved to take 5 kilograms of gold bars the following day to investigate. If the rumors proved to be mere hearsay, he could still exchange the gold for cash. After securing the gold and tools into his storage space, Lin Shi concluded his day's labor and succumbed to a deep slumber. His breathing alternated between serene stillness and rapid movement, his actions fluid and graceful, reminiscent of flowing water, yet distinct in their execution. This method of practice had been devised by scientists from the Xia Kingdom in his previous life, aimed at enhancing human survival in extreme cold conditions. It required a certain level of physical fitness to commence. After several days of foundational training, Lin Shi noticed a marked increase in his agility, strength, and endurance. He began to experiment with a practice known as resonance. In his previous life, scientists speculated that following the eruption of geomagnetic storms, a peculiar substance emerged in the air due to fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance, upon absorption by living organisms, significantly enhanced their physical constitution. Evidence suggested that any flora or fauna that survived the initial 3 years of the apocalypse exhibited mutations. Their blood and muscle tissue contained this mysterious substance. Surviving animals grew increasingly massive, while a select few plants thrived in temperatures plunging below freezing, enduring beneath layers of snow. However, the effects of this substance on humans were minimal, offering little more than enhanced resistance to the cold. Thus, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, scientists and martial artists collaboratively developed this training regimen, which gained traction among survivors in the 7th year. This series of movements enabled humans to accelerate their absorption of the substance. In his previous life, after over a year of practice, Lin Shi could endure the outdoors for 2 to 3 hours in extreme cold without wearing a down jacket. At that time, there were whispers that some individuals within the military had attained the ability to unlock genetic codes, though the truth of such claims remained uncertain. Following the completion of a particular set of movements, Lin Shi felt a warmth enveloping his body. After taking a refreshing shower and indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, he set off towards the eastern suburbs. Chapter 15, The Intercepting Crossbow. Lin Shi drove for over an hour in the eastern suburbs, eventually locating a pawn shop beside an aging apartment complex. The establishment, known as Qingxin Pawn Shop, bore a sign that had noticeably faded, with a small, opaque entrance. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shi retrieved a handgun from his belongings, inspected the ammunition, and securely stowed the firearm in the inner pocket of his jacket before exiting the vehicle. Caution is the mother of safety. With a backpack containing 5 pounds of gold strapped to his back, he entered the shop. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a large screen displaying the character for pawn. Beyond the screen, a man was busily tinkering with something behind the counter, so absorbed in his task that he failed to notice Lin Shi's arrival. Knock, knock. Lin Shi approached and tapped on the counter. The man looked up, his expression shifting to one of wariness upon seeing a stranger. It was then that Lin Shi noticed the weapon in the man's hands, a crossbow, entirely black, with sleek lines that exuded tension. On the table lay an unattached scope and various components. Judging by its general appearance, this was an intercepting crossbow produced in the land of the lighthouse. This weapon boasted significantly greater power than a handgun, with a reputation for being able to penetrate the skull of an elephant at a distance of 150 meters. Its rate of fire rivaled that of a pistol, while its accuracy and ease of operation made it an appealing choice, capable of being effortlessly disassembled and reassembled as needed. In a previous life, possessing such a crossbow would have allowed one to traverse the post-apocalyptic wilderness with ease. Lin Shi was indeed in the right place. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Xia Jinxin hastily covered the unassembled crossbow with a cloth. Although he doubted the young man could discern its significance, Xia Jinxin felt compelled to provide an explanation. My child enjoys playing with such toys. Can I assist you with something? Lin Shi chose not to expose the pretense. Instead, placing his backpack atop the counter, he unzipped it to reveal the gleaming gold within. Xia Jinxin's eyes sparkled with interest as he picked up a gold bar for inspection. Are you selling or pawning? Cash or transfer? I wish to exchange for something. Lin Shi replied. At this, Xia Jinxin's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to seriousness as he scrutinized Lin Shi. Generally, one would not know that this place offered exchanges. Only acquaintances or those referred by acquaintances would. As the apocalypse had yet to arrive, Xia Jinxin had not officially opened for business. Who sent you? What do you wish to exchange? He inquired. Lin Shi chose a cautious approach. Is that crossbow available for trade? Xia Jinxin appraised Lin Shi, seemingly gauging his age, and asked, do you know what that is? Just as Lin Shi was about to respond, the door behind him swung open. Though the figure was unseen, their voice preceded them. Old Xia, has my shipment arrived? A tall, robust man stepped around the screen and entered, immediately noticing Lin Shi's presence. His gaze scanning the young man with palpable suspicion. Xie Jinxin addressed the burly man, stating, "The items have arrived, but they are not yet assembled. Please wait inside for a moment. I have a transaction to attend to first." At that moment, the robust man noticed a bag of gold on the counter, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Once the burly man stepped through the small door behind the counter, Xie Jinxin continued, "What do you wish to exchange? Speak quickly. I have other customers to serve. I wish to trade for the intercepting crossbow or the elite bow, the infiltrator, either will do, along with the accompanying arrows. I also require ammunition for a 54 caliber pistol, the more, the better." Xie Jinxin's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Lin Shi once more. In their line of work, possessing keen discernment was of utmost importance. Xie Jinxin could usually ascertain with just a few glances who was suitable for a transaction and who was not. He would never trade with desperate individuals, fearing the trouble it might bring, nor would he engage with ordinary folk, as they had no use for his goods. His clientele consisted of those who frequently traversed the borders or mercenaries, individuals who often placed their lives in jeopardy and, once equipped with what they desired, would only express gratitude towards themselves. Having conducted business for many years, Xie Jinxin relied solely on his perceptive instincts. However, as he observed Lin Shi, he found himself at a loss. At first glance, Lin Shi appeared to be a student, likely seeking a pawnshop. Upon closer inspection, he noted Lin Shi's calm and restrained demeanor, yet his gaze was piercing. His body was taut, limbs seemingly relaxed, yet poised to spring into action. Such vigilance was a trait Xie Jinxin had only seen in seasoned veterans who danced on the edge of life and death. Yet, the young man's skin and hands lacked the calluses of those who lived perilously, appearing too fair and unblemished. Nevertheless, he could instantly identify the unassembled intercepting crossbow before him. Momentarily uncertain, Xie Jinxin ultimately chose to trust his intuition. "Young man, the gold bars you possess are insufficient for what you seek. As long as you have what I desire, money is not an issue." Xie Jinxin nodded, "Come with me." He turned to push open the door behind the counter. The burly man, seemingly not far off, stood by the door as Xie Jinxin entered. "Old Xie, what are you bringing this kid in for?" the burly man inquired. "Old Jin, your business can wait. I'm allowing this young brother to make his selection first." It was revealed that the burly man was named Old Jin, and Lin Shi could sense a fierce air about him. Old Jin cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shi, remarking, "Old Xie, have you become so desperate for money that you are dealing with anyone? You would sell goods to a mere boy? Aren't you afraid your place will be raided in a few days?" Xie Jinxin narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile fading. "I am well aware of my own affairs. I would appreciate it if you refrained from unnecessary commentary. Humph. I merely fear that after all these years of business, this lad will ruin everything for us." Old Jin retorted with a scowl, his eyes narrowing as they fixated on Lin Shi, revealing a glint of menace. Lin Shiping gazed calmly into his eyes. In the face of a ferocious beast, one must exhibit an air of unflustered composure to avoid becoming prey. Xie Jinxin, unwilling to elaborate further, gestured for Lin Shi to follow. They traversed a pitch-black corridor, arriving before a stout aluminum alloy door. Xie Jinxin retrieved a key to unlock the door, then felt along the inner wall for a couple of seconds before the lights within flickered to life. Lin Shi peered through the crack of the door and glimpsed rows of wooden shelves. "Come in," Xie Jinxin urged, stepping inside first. Indeed, the interior was lined with shelves of varying heights, laden with wooden boxes of assorted sizes, all sealed and concealing their contents. Lin Shi followed to a shelf where Xie Jinxin retrieved a box, prying off the iron fastenings with a screwdriver. Upon opening the box and removing the straw from the top, it revealed an unassembled intercept crossbow. "This is the intercept crossbow. 200,000, fixed price." Xie Jinxin scrutinized Lin Shi, determined not to overlook a single expression on his face. The asking price was steep, yet should this young man be uninformed, it could yield a lucrative profit. Lin Shi remained unmoved, his expression displeased as he replied, "A sniper rifle costs only a few tens of thousands. How dare you charge me 200,000 for a crossbow? I recall the market price in the lighthouse country is merely around $8,000. Offer me a sincere price. I require numerous items and shall not deprive you of a fair profit." "Ha ha ha." Old Xie chuckled, showing no sign of embarrassment. "Where on earth did you spring from? Fine, fine, I'll give you a fair price, 100,000. I had to pull many strings to bring this in. I cannot sell it at lighthouse country prices." Lin Shi gestured a number, 60,000, 90,000. "It cannot be any lower. 65,000. Ultimately, Lin Shi negotiated it down to 80,000, requesting 50 accompanying arrows. Since arrows are reusable, Xie Jinxin did not have that many in stock. Otherwise, Lin Shi would have asked for more. Next came the ammunition for the Type 54 pistol. Lin Shi requested all of Xie Jinxin's inventory, totaling 2,000 rounds. The offerings here were quite comprehensive, showcasing an array of various models of sniper rifles, and handguns. However, aside from the Type 54 pistol, Lin Shi only selected 2 AK-47s along with their corresponding ammunition. He initially considered acquiring several rifles from Xia country, renowned for their resilience in harsh conditions. Yet, Xia Jinxin indicated that procuring Xia country firearms was exceedingly challenging, and he could not obtain them. Lin Shi refrained from requesting any other firearms. Precision weapons like sniper rifles would turn to mere scrap in extreme cold. Due to thermal expansion and contraction, resistance in firearm components increases in frigid conditions, causing gun oil to thicken, making precision firearms more prone to jamming. Some may even crack under such extreme temperatures. Similarly, high-precision sniper rifles and handguns would be rendered useless, while the straightforward Type 54 pistol could still function adequately. The AK-47, designed for reliable operation in extreme environments, was an even more suitable choice. Otherwise, the steam generated from the heating of the barrel in extreme cold will swiftly freeze it. Snowflakes are also prone to infiltrate the barrel during a blizzard. The psychological deterrent it provides far surpasses its practicality. If it is merely for self-defense, a handgun suffices, as Lin Shi possesses more than one. However, for hunting and gathering supplies, traditional weapons are decidedly more effective. The post-apocalyptic era of extreme cold heralds the resurgence of melee weaponry. Ultimately, Lin Shi set his sights on 3 Nepalese kukris and 3 daggers. When confronted with the Tang sword that Xia Jinxin was promoting, Lin Shi declined. "I thought young people like you preferred this type of blade," Xia Jinxin muttered. Indeed, Tang swords have gained popularity online in recent years. Although they are remarkably sharp, the blade is overly straight and lengthy, making it prone to breakage upon collision with hard objects or weapons in extremely low temperatures. Lin Shi merely smiled and refrained from offering an explanation, inquiring, "Do you accept pre-orders here?" Xia Jinxin confidently replied, "Feel free to express your desires. As long as it's not something massive, I can procure it for you. I require the finest military-grade cold weather gear, along with matching boots, combat gloves, and a helmet. It must be top tier, the most resistant to cold. Can you manage that?" Xia Jinxin's eyes widened in astonishment. The top-tier military cold weather combat suit comprises over a dozen pieces, designed for combat in temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero, and the price is considerable. Each set costs at least several $100,000. Lin Shi added another figure. "I need 50 sets, all tailored to my measurements." 50 sets. Xia Jinxin's eyes bulged in disbelief. "Are you going to war? How can this lad be so wealthy?" Lin Shi, with a straight face, fabricated a story. "I plan to stay in Antarctica for a few years." Xia Jinxin naturally dismissed such a ridiculous tale. However, after hearing the extensive list of items Lin Shi desired, he began to suspect that perhaps Lin Shi was indeed serious. 5 night vision goggles, 20 military walkie-talkies, 20 individual integrated tents capable of withstanding low temperatures, and 50 military sleeping bags. Furthermore, procure several military crossbows like the intercepting crossbow, and gather plenty of arrows. As for ammunition, acquire as much as you can. Xia Jinxin quickly calculated, realizing the total value of these items exceeded 10 million. To place such a substantial order, you'll need to provide at least 1 million as a deposit. "I only accept cash or gold." Xia Jinxin's demands were reasonable. Lin Shi nodded, "I'll return tonight." Although there were ample gold bars in his space, he could not extract them directly. After agreeing on a time, Lin Shi departed the pawnshop with a mountaineering backpack gifted by Xia Jinxin. After Lin Shi left, Xia Jinxin continued assembling the crossbow for Lao Jin. Lao Jin, with a meaningful glance, inquired, "Old Xia, is this sheep plump?" Lao Jin, "Do not entertain any notions." Surprisingly, Xia Jinxin defended Lin Shi. He found this young man inscrutable and wished to avoid trouble. When he asked for a deposit, the young man showed no hesitation whatsoever. Someone capable of effortlessly producing such a significant sum of cash or gold and purchasing so much equipment could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Most importantly, he had never witnessed such calm composure in someone barely in their 20s. Upon hearing Xia Jinxin's words, old Jin fell into a contemplative silence, a shadowy glint flickering in his eyes. After dinner that evening, Lin Shi retrieved 5 pounds of gold from his space and made his way to Xia Jinxin's pawn shop. The already secluded suburb was even more tranquil under the night sky. Lin Shi entered the pawn shop directly, presenting the gold bars to old Xia for inspection. After examining the gold, Xia Jinxin stated matter-of-factly, "Very well. Once the goods arrive, you can settle the remaining balance." With that, Lin Shi turned to depart, unperturbed by the thought of old Jin absconding. This man had gained notoriety in the apocalypse due to his reputable character. Though his prices were steep, he delivered genuine goods once payment was made. Furthermore, Lin Shi had no immediate use for the gold, Should it vanish, his loss would be minimal. As Lin Shi was about to leave, Xie Jinxing called out to him, "Wait." Hesitating for a moment, he cautiously advised, "Be careful tonight." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. He thanked Xie, pondering what a large man like himself needed to be cautious about. The warning was clearly about other people. Someone had set their sights on him. As the vehicle traversed the eerily quiet streets, Lin Shi, having taken heed of his surroundings, drove at a moderate pace. Not long after, he suddenly applied the brakes. A row of spikes lay ahead on the road. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, shifted the gear to reverse, and pressed the accelerator, retreating to the intersection he had just passed. Swiftly changing gears and direction, he veered onto another road. This unexpected maneuver caught his would-be ambushers off guard. A typical individual might have been forced to stop for tire repairs or exit the vehicle to clear the spikes. But who would simply turn and flee without a word? In a nearby alley, old Jean, clad in black and donning a motorcycle helmet, awaited his prey. Upon witnessing this turn of events, he uttered a string of expletives and revved his engine, pursuing Lin Shi. Chapter 17. Erasing evidence. Lin Shi drove a few hundred meters when the unmistakable sound of a motorcycle engine echoed behind him. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a figure clad in black, helmet obscuring their face, making it impossible to discern any features in the dim light. Lin Shi steered towards a more secluded path, the motorcycle tailing him closely. Old Jin's face was mostly concealed, with only his eyes visible, glinting with malice. He had risked his life for months, earning just enough to scrape by. This was not his first foray into such endeavors. He had succeeded in similar pursuits multiple times before. Lin Shi's lavish expenditure and youthful visage piqued old Jin's interest, prompting him to discreetly grip the knife concealed in his lap. If Lin Shi were to exit the vehicle, he would seize the opportunity to subdue the young man immediately. It was only 8 in the evening. The hour was still early. Despite the remote location, a few pedestrians could be seen in the distance. This time of night was prone to instilling a false sense of security. Typical wealthy heirs would likely be cursing and exiting their vehicles by now. Meanwhile, the surveillance cameras along the route had been disabled by old Jean. If he acted swiftly, he could abduct both the man and the car as soon as Lin Shi stepped out, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to trace the act back to him. Regrettably, Lin Shi is not an ordinary young man. Rather, he is a reborn survivor who has navigated the treacherous landscape of a post-apocalyptic world, having witnessed the most grotesque facets of human nature. As Lin Shi gripped the steering wheel, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. He pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward with a ferocity that escalated its speed from 60 to over 100 kilometers per hour in an instant. In mere seconds, he closed the gap of several meters. In the next moment, Lao Jin's pupils constricted in horror as he attempted to evade the oncoming vehicle. But it was far too late. A deafening crash resonated, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object striking the ground. The impact hurled Lao Jin and his motorcycle several meters away. The front of the car was left in shambles, with shattered headlights littering the ground and the bumper significantly dented. In stark contrast, Lao Jin's motorcycle lay utterly devastated, its twisted components strewn about like remnants of a failed escape plan. Had he been driving a car, Lin Shi might have taken the time to relocate to a more secluded area before striking. However, Lao Jin, foolishly positioned on his motorcycle, had sealed his own fate. As the sound of the collision echoed, distant onlookers began to investigate its source, yet the distance rendered them oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Lin Shi calmly exited his vehicle and approached Lao Jin. The helmet-clad figure lay on the ground, consciousness flickering. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his limbs contorted unnaturally as he glared at Lin Shi with venomous intent, yet words eluded him. After a life spent hunting, he found himself ensnared by a predator far more ruthless than he had anticipated, a mere youth, appearing to be in his 20s, capable of such brutality. Without comprehending the motives, how could this young man dare to strike him? Lin Shi stepped closer, just a meter away from Lao Jin, and whispered, "Isn't it curious why I dared to collide with you, Lao Jin?" The calmness and indifference in Lin Shi's demeanor caused Lao Jin's eyes to widen in realization. He had misjudged this youth, who was not the unsuspecting prey, but a fellow merciless killer. In a desperate struggle, Lao Jin fought against the pain. The impact had shattered his left thigh, and a rib had pierced his insides, leaving his right hand mangled and immobilized. If he still possessed the strength to retaliate, he vowed to ensure Lin Shi met a gruesome fate. Yet, Lin Shi offered him no reprieve. He crouched down, seized a steel pipe that had fallen from the wrecked motorcycle, and, in a swift motion, plunged it into Lao Jin's throat. Lao Jin's eyes bulged in shock, his mouth working futilely as he attempted to express his fury, but only silence ensued. In his final moments, he could not fathom how Lin Shi could so brazenly commit murder in such a place, a risk he himself would never dare take. Lin Shi murmured softly, As I drove here, I noticed several surveillance cameras along the route were malfunctioning. I assume you were responsible for that. Thank you for preparing your own grave. Lao Jin struggled to articulate a response, yet the life drained from his gaze as the fatal wound took its toll. Lin Shi, with a mere thought, absorbed the lifeless body of old Jin and all the scattered fragments at the scene, along with his own vehicle, into his spatial realm. On the desolate road, when the noise attracted attention, passers-by were met with a shocking sight of vivid crimson blood. A vigilant resident reported the incident, leading the police to extract blood samples, which confirmed it to be human. Yet, the scene bore no evidence of a homicide. All surveillance had been destroyed. There were neither victims nor witnesses. Consequently, the matter could not even be formally registered and concluded there. This was not his first act of murder, thus there was little to fear. In the apocalypse, everyone is both hunter and prey. He was not a virtuous man. Those who dared to covet his interests should not lament his ruthlessness. He checked today's international gold price and noted an unexpected rise of $5 over the past 2 days. Therefore, he resolved to sell his gold today to liquidate funds for his next stockpiling endeavor. After completing his morning exercise and breakfast, Lin Shi drove to the bank. Just days prior, he had been a prominent figure at the bank. As he entered with his suitcase, he was immediately recognized. Mr. Lin, how may I assist you today? Since Lin Shi exposed the incident involving Chu Xiaodai leaking client information, the bank had discreetly dismissed her to protect its reputation, although the matter was never publicly addressed. Currently, Lin Shi's customer service manager was a man in his 30s named Feng Jian. After recognizing Lin Shi's potential, Feng Jian had even procured a cigarette from his superior to celebrate. Initially assisting another client with a credit card, Feng Jian's eyes lit up upon spotting Lin Shi. The sight of Lin Shi's suitcase almost made him giddy with excitement. This demeanor, this suitcase, was reminiscent of the day Lin Shi furiously purchased 25 million in gold bars. At that time, Feng Jian and his colleagues had been envious of Chu Xiaodai's client purchasing such wealth. Little did they know that fortune was soon to befall him. Chapter 18, Selling the Gold Bars. Feng Jian promptly abandoned the client he was assisting to attend to Lin Shi. Recognizing that the commission from selling 25 million in gold outweighed that of merely processing a credit card, he swiftly approached Lin Shi, donning an earnest smile. Mr. Lin, I am your new customer manager, Xiaofeng. What business do you wish to conduct today? Let us discuss inside. Very well, this way please. Feng Jian eagerly ushered Lin Shi into the VIP room, savoring the envious glances of his colleagues while feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Lin Shi's casual expenditure of 25 million on gold hinted at even greater deposits at other banks. If he could secure those funds, his performance would skyrocket. The other bank staff shared similar thoughts, as performance equated to salary. Premium clients were akin to benefactors. However, Feng Jian acted too swiftly, leaving them to mutter quietly in disdain. What a schemer. As Lin Shi approached the window, ready to speak, Feng Jian interjected hastily, Mr. Lin, please have a seat and wait a moment. With that, he quickly departed. Lin merely sat down and waited. Each year, the bank prepares gifts for its esteemed clients, offering varying tiers of presents based on their status. This year, the highest tier clients received 2 bottles of Matai liquor. Lin was not originally among the bank's elite clientele. However, in an effort to retain Lin as a valuable customer, Feng Jian personally financed a gift for him. He intended to call Lin in the next few days to arrange the delivery, but unexpectedly, Lin arrived in person. Mr. Lin, this is your gift for this year, which also includes some personal sentiments from me, Feng Jian said. Lin nodded without much thought and opened his suitcase, revealing an entire box containing 60 kilograms of gold bars. Feng Jian was taken aback, his expression remarkably vivid. Lin nodded again. Feng Jian glanced at the international gold price of the day and managed a smile, saying, Mr. Lin, if you choose to sell these gold bars now, you would incur a loss. Lin had already prepared his reasoning for this decision. I am aware. I have researched it. Previously, I acted impulsively by purchasing so many gold bars. Now I have come to understand that investing in gold is not wise. I intend to use these funds for other investments. Despite Feng Jian's attempts to dissuade him, Lin's resolve only grew stronger, leading to his growing impatience. The process of repurchasing was far more complicated than buying, requiring verification of the certification codes on each bar, ensuring that the packaging was intact and that the bars were free from scratches. This was not a task that could be completed swiftly. Feng Jian promptly summoned a counter staff member to assist him. Upon hearing that Lin intended to sell the gold bars he had just purchased, the staff member's gaze towards Feng Jian bore a hint of schadenfreude, darkening Feng Jian's expression further. If not for the belief that Lin was a potential client, Feng Jian would have given him a few disdainful glances. Lin's account received 24.78 million, resulting in a loss of over 600,000. With his objective met, Lin was indifferent to such a trivial sum. After declining all of Feng Jian's financial products, Lin left. while Feng Jin forced a smile as he watched Lin carry away the 2 bottles of Matai, regretting his decision deeply. He had already subsidized over 1,000 yuan for this gift, along with spending on a pack of cigarettes. Lin, of course, remained oblivious to these concerns. After departing from the bank, he went directly to the grain and oil wholesale market. He ordered 100 tons of rice, packaged in 50-kilogram bags, totaling 2,000 bags. He also requested 1,000 bags of flour, 100 boxes of cooking oil, and 1,000 boxes of table salt. The reason Lin stockpiled so much salt was due to the difficulty of extracting it once seawater became frozen, making current salt prices exceedingly low and requiring minimal space for storage. Thus, he decided to stock up. Additionally, he ordered 100 boxes each of monosodium glutamate, chicken essence, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. For instant noodles, sausages, ham, luncheon meat, and noodles, he requested 1,000 boxes of each. He also ordered 100 boxes of hot pot base and various seasoning packets. In the extreme cold, enjoying hot pot and boiled meat daily would be a true delight. Lin continued to browse for other miscellaneous items and ultimately purchased enough supplies to fill 7 container trucks, spending over 1,000,000 yuan. The loading of these items, even at the swiftest pace, would require several hours. Lin Shi requested that they dispatch additional workers for the loading and unloading process. After paying a deposit and leaving the address, he ventured to the adjacent agricultural market. There, he ordered several thousand jin of assorted live fish, insisting that they be eviscerated and scaled. He procured 1 ton each of chickens, ducks, fresh pork, beef, lamb, and eggs, acquiring 1 to 2 tons of each variety. As the afternoon had already progressed, these would have to be delivered the following day. Particularly concerning was the live fish, as Lin Shi insisted on them being freshly killed, incurring an additional charge of 1 yuan per jin, and the delivery would span several days to fulfill the order. Following this, he ordered dried seaweed, various dried seafood, as well as hundreds of jin of ginger, scallions, and garlic. The unique temporal stasis of the space ensured that items retained their condition upon entry and exit. Were it not for the space's inability to accommodate live creatures, Lin Shi would have prepared to acquire fresh shrimp and crabs. He also arranged for 3 tons of various vegetables and melons, alongside 3 tons of fruit, requesting that they be delivered early the next morning. Subsequently, Lin Shi proceeded to a pharmacy to purchase medications. Unlike food, individuals are restricted from purchasing excessive quantities of pharmaceuticals. Lin Shi traversed the city until nightfall, visiting over 10 pharmacies, ultimately acquiring 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medicine, and various antiviral powders and oral solutions. He purchased 126 bottles of vitamins, priced at 2 yuan for 100 capsules. Yet, this was insufficient. In this apocalyptic reality, medications were in dire scarcity. A mere cold could prove fatal in the extreme cold. Lin Shi planned to place additional orders online. At that moment, the first batch of goods from the grain and oil wholesale market had arrived near the warehouse Lin Shi had rented. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, his phone rang again. It was a call from Liao Peng. Calculating the time, Liao Peng had been in Shashi for 4 days. It seemed he had made some progress. Chapter 19, Acquiring Supplies. Lin Shi answered the call. Liao Peng's voice resonated through the receiver. Boss, I have traversed Shashi these past few days and found 3 locations that meet your requirements. I have sent the detailed information to your WeChat. Please take a look. Lin Shi first opened the warehouse door and, along with a dozen movers, began unloading the cargo. 7 containers took over 3 hours to completely store the goods within the warehouse. Once the workers departed, Lin Shi placed his hands atop the pile of supplies and absorbed them into the space. Observing the minuscule fraction of resources occupying the space, Lin Shi understood that this was merely the beginning. After taking a shower, Lin Shi reviewed the information Liao Peng had sent. He could not deny that he had chosen wisely. The 3 locations provided by Liao Peng aligned perfectly with Lin Shi's criteria. They were elevated, secluded, and devoid of towering buildings, allowing for immediate construction. One particular site was extraordinarily expansive, located in the eastern outskirts of Shashi. It was more than sufficient for establishing a private shelter, let alone a small community. Lin Shi speculated that the official shelters from his previous life might have been constructed in this very location. Should it indeed be the case and the government requisitioned it in the future, his losses would be considerable. The remaining 2 sites included one situated in the western suburbs, behind a village, where the hill rose only a few meters high, approximately 10 kilometers from the first clear area, which had once hosted a Taoist temple. Although the Taoist temple has collapsed, its foundation remains intact. The last location is a fishing village named Shidao along the coast of Shashi, where there exists a cliff that rises several meters high. Atop this cliff lies a spacious plot of land that once housed several families, who have since relocated. Lin Shi sent a message to Liao Peng, requesting that he enlist someone to survey the mountain and cliff associated with the temple to assess the geological conditions. He wished to avoid the possibility of a foundation collapse while residing there, despite the cliff being composed of rock layers. Prolonged exposure to wind and waves may have caused the rock to weather, rendering it unsuitable for constructing a refuge. In contrast, the mountain that once served as the Taoist temple aligns more closely with his aspirations. However, the truth of the matter would only be revealed once the results were obtained. After completing these tasks, Lin Shi fell into a deep slumber. For the next 3 days, the warehouse received fresh produce that Lin Shi had purchased from the farmer's market. He hired 4 individuals nearby to manage the receiving and transporting of goods to the warehouse. Meanwhile, on the 8th, he ventured to the lumber market. In the aftermath of the extreme cold, humanity lost access to electricity, and natural gas pipelines across various countries had ruptured and leaked. The demand for fire sources became exceedingly high. Without fire, it was impossible to consume cooked food or warm meals, forcing most survivors into a life of raw sustenance. Countless individuals succumbed to the cold in their sleep. Consequently, timber became an invaluable commodity. Lin Shi directly purchased 500 tons of firewood, which was significantly cheaper than ordinary planks, consisting mainly of scrap wood and offcuts. This substantial quantity of wood required the loading of 25 containers. Fortunately, due to Lin Shi's large order, the lumber market was willing to accommodate his loading and unloading needs. Next came the acquisition of gas canisters and coal, which Lin Shi endeavored to purchase in large quantities. He procured a staggering 800 tons of coal. Following this, he acquired windproof lighters, flint, and wind-resistant matches, among other essentials. He also placed an online order for cold medicine, antibiotics, disinfectant, emergency bandages, and various medical supplies. Additionally, he secured respiratory devices, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, and protective clothing as survival gear. On the 9th, Lin Shi visited the largest generator factory in Hoards, where he purchased 10 portable generators, 10 household generators, and 2 industrial generators. Except for the industrial generator, which was reserved for situations requiring substantial power and operated on diesel, he selected the quietest gasoline generators available. Household generators sufficed for regular use. Following this, he turned his attention to electrical wiring. In the wake of the extreme cold apocalypse, even circuits untouched by electromagnetic storms had suffered damage, as exposed wires outdoors had largely frozen. Therefore, Lin Shi had already devised a plan to connect the wiring indoors, creating a self-sustaining electrical circuit for the refuge. To prevent power outages caused by aging wires or short circuits, he procured tens of thousands of meters of various electrical wires as backups. Next on his agenda were diesel and gasoline. To operate generators, one must stockpile these fuels. However, the private trade of oil is prohibited, and utilizing the method of filling up fuel tanks for transfer would require an insurmountable amount of time to accumulate sufficient fuel. Consequently, Lin Shi found himself once again at the sincere pawn shop. You require 100 tons of diesel? 100 tons of gasoline. Do you take me for a gas station? Xie Jinxin looked at Lin Shi with a playful expression. Lin Shi smiled bitterly. 100 tons is hardly excessive. A large fuel tank holds 100 liters, and filling it a dozen times amounts to a ton. Naturally, one must stockpile as much as possible. No one knows when the apocalypse will end, at least. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, there are no signs of an end in sight. If Xie Jinxin couldn't manage, then Lin Shi would have to acquire a sufficiently large vehicle to collect fuel from various stations. Just as Lin Shi was about to leave, Xie Jinxin pondered for a moment and said, "However, I can arrange 10 tons for you." A flicker of joy appeared in Lin Shi's eyes, but upon sensing Xie Jinxin's scrutinizing gaze, he quickly concealed his delight. "What's the price?" 10 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold equates to over 800,000. Goodness, the price for a ton of diesel is less than 10,000, and gasoline is just over 10,000. Even if both were 10 tons, it would only amount to around 200,000, yet Xie Jinxin has inflated the price by over 4 times. Don't complain about the cost. I'm not in this line of work by choice and am taking a considerable risk. If you don't want it, then so be it, Xie Jinxin replied. Lin Shi, not one to be easily manipulated, had enough replicas of gold bars stored in his space. But the terms of the trade were certainly his to dictate. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel, and I will give you 5 kilograms of gold. Fortune favors the bold. Xie Jinxin gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing Xie Jinxin acquiesce so readily, Lin Shi's eyes glimmered, and he inquired, "Could you procure some pharmaceuticals for me? The price is negotiable. You must tell me, what exactly do you intend to do with these items?" Lin Shi's requests were becoming increasingly peculiar. Although inquiring about a client's intentions is generally considered taboo, his curiosity was piqued. Weapons, winter clothing, fuel, and medicine, what was it all for? Could it be true? as this young man claimed, that he intended to settle in Antarctica? Xie Jinxin began to contemplate this bizarre possibility. Lin Shi, of course, would not reveal his true purpose. Did I not mention it? I plan to settle in Antarctica. Subsequently, Lin Shi provided Xie Jinxin with a list of antibiotics, cold medicines, and both internal and external injury remedies. Xie Jinxin remained skeptical but negotiated a price with Lin Shi. In this apocalyptic world, one must stock up on essential electrical appliances for many years to come. Soon, Lin Shi arrived at the largest electronics market in Haishi. Chapter 20. A Chance Encounter with Su Feifei. Upon entering the electronics store, Lin Shi purchased 20 units each of rice cookers, induction cookers, washing machines, dryers, hair dryers, air purifiers, and kettles. He acquired 30 units of electric heaters, electric blankets, and warm air fans, followed by cookware and utensils, all made of alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, Lin Shi rushed to the largest mall in Haishi. Although he already possessed winter clothing intended for hunting and resource gathering, he still needed to buy everyday attire and additional warm items. His first stop was a home goods store, where he purchased 20 sets of down comforters, 20 sets of cotton quilts, 20 blankets, and 20 sets of bedding. Then, he visited a highly reputed brand store. The down jackets and waterproof jackets offered there were said to be specially designed for Antarctic expedition teams, crafted from the most advanced thermal materials available, with insulation performance second only to military cold weather gear. As spring was approaching, all winter apparel was on sale, and most of the shelves had been replaced with spring collections. Lin Shi made his way to the winter clothing section to browse. Two sales assistants were engaged in idle chatter within the store. Given that this establishment specialized in high-end products, with each coat priced in the thousands, it was typically not frequented by many shoppers. Upon noticing Lin Shi's immediate interest in the discounted items, both sales attendants exchanged disinterested glances and continued their conversation. After observing for a while and unable to discern which item offered the best warmth, Lin Shi inquired of the sales assistant, "Which of your garments is the warmest?" The assistant, facing away from him, rolled her eyes and replied, "These down jackets and waterproof jackets are quite warm." This was not the answer Lin Shi sought. He was asking which was the warmest, capable of providing comfort in temperatures as low as -50 degrees. Internally cursing under her breath, the assistant casually pointed to a few options. Lin Shi indicated one of the pieces she had suggested, requesting, "Please bring me that in my size for a fitting." The assistant's patience was wearing thin. The audacity of a budget shopper to make such demands was irksome. After glancing at the jacket on the rack, she replied, "Try it on first. If you like it, I'll fetch your size." At this moment, Lin Shi perceived the assistant's evident impatience. Frowning slightly, he was about to voice his displeasure when two individuals walked into the store. To his surprise, it was Su Feifei, accompanied by a tall, slender man. They appeared to be regular patrons, and another sales assistant joyfully approached them. "Hello, Mr. Li. We have a plethora of new arrivals in our store. Do take a look." The contrast in treatment was stark compared to the sullen demeanor of the assistant beside Lin Shi, particularly as she realized her colleague was about to earn a substantial commission. At that moment, Su Feifei spotted Lin Shi and exclaimed, "Lin Shi, you're here too?" He merely nodded, choosing not to engage further, and awaited the assistant to retrieve his requested size. Reluctantly, the assistant complied. Noticing Su Feifei's unwavering gaze upon Lin Shi, Li Duiyu, who accompanied Su Feifei, expressed his displeasure. "Feifei, who is that?" He is a classmate from high school. Despite Lin Shi having distanced himself from the trio during their last encounter at the club, Su Feifei believed that Zhao Xiao had offended Lin Shi, causing him to take it out on them. In Su Feifei's eyes, a man who was both handsome and wealthy deserved understanding, regardless of past grievances. The incident of Lin Shi being abducted by robbers at the bank had already circulated among their peers, as had the news of his purchase of 25 million in gold bars. Everyone assumed that someone capable of such a transaction must possess a fortune nearing 100 million. Su Feifei gazed at Lin Shi with admiration in her eyes. The sales assistant soon returned with the requested garment, and Lin Shi promptly removed his outerwear to try it on. Su Feifei glanced at Lin Shi once more, noticing, to her surprise, that his physique had subtly improved. Beneath a delicate base layer, his chest muscles were faintly discernible, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. She then turned her gaze toward Li Duiyu, who appeared gaunt and frail, and found herself convinced that Lin Shi was the more suitable choice for her. Approaching Lin Shi, she complimented, "Lin Shi, you look splendid in that outfit." Li Duiyu's expression darkened. Lin Shi nodded, gesturing towards several garments mentioned by the sales assistant. He instructed, "Please bring me that one to try on, and that one, and that one as well." The sales assistant, wearing an exasperated expression, begrudgingly fetched 3 more items for him. Lin Shi meticulously tried on each piece. Needing to ascertain both the fit and flexibility, as these would be his attire for the coming years, perhaps even decades. However, the sales assistant held a different opinion. She deemed Lin Shi to be a bothersome customer, who, despite being financially constrained, insisted on trying on discounted clothing. She found such clients particularly irksome. Had the store not been bustling with other patrons, she would have likely expressed her disdain more openly. Su Feifei continued to praise Lin Shi for his impeccable choice of clothing, yet Lin Shi found the woman beside him rather distracting. Just as he was about to dismiss her, Li Duoyu, previously overlooked, could no longer contain himself. Feifei, if your classmate cannot afford new clothes, I can cover the bill. Let us not make things awkward for the sales assistant, he remarked. The sales assistant immediately cast a grateful glance toward Li Duoyu. Su Feifei's expression turned complex as she contemplated the implications of Lin Shi's financial situation. Lin Shi is not broke. He invested 25 million in gold. For goodness sake, she retorted. Li Duoyu, stop spouting nonsense. Su Feifei added. Upon hearing her defend Lin Shi, Li Duoyu regarded him with disdain, his tone now even more cutting. Am I speaking falsely? He is merely a pauper who can only afford discounted items. Is he planning to flaunt them? Su Feifei frowned, insisting Lin Shi is not. Lin Shi interrupted her, addressing the contemptuous Li Duoyu directly. Are you suggesting you would cover my bill? He discerned the man's mockery and provocation with ease. It was evident that Li Duoyu was yet another suitor vying for Su Feifei's affection. Li Duoyu's disdain intensified as he shot a look at Su Feifei, conveying, see, I told you so, before condescendingly stating, yes, I will pay for those discounted items you fancy. Lin Shi appraised Li Duoyu critically, asking, do you have the means? Will you truly keep your word? Li Duoyu, as if a cat whose tail had been stepped on, raised his voice slightly. Of course. Even if you choose several options. I will cover the cost. Li Duoyu lacked for nothing except cash flow. With a monthly allowance of 300,000, spending 20,000 on a few discounted garments was trifling. To maintain his affluent persona in front of the girl he admired, he could easily afford such expenses. Realizing Lin Shi intended to have the wealthy regular cover the bill, the sales assistant regarded him with an air of disdain and contempt. Chapter 21, The Bet. Lin Shi smiled, for he was not merely purchasing a few items, but rather dozens or even hundreds. With a generous opportunity presented before him, he felt no need for restraint. Addressing the nearby sales attendant, he instructed, for the few pieces I just tried on, wrap up 50 of each, please. What did you say? The attendant assumed she had misheard him. Lin Shi reiterated, I want these styles, please handle the payment for me. Both attendants were taken aback by Lin Shi's brazen request, their expressions reflecting disbelief at such audacity. The attendant hesitated, glancing towards Li Duoyu. Lin Shi turned to the stunned Li Duoyu, a mocking smile mirroring his expression. I just asked you, and you confidently asserted that you could afford multiple selections. Are you now claiming you cannot? His words were a direct reflection of Li Duoyu's earlier boast. Lin Shi had tried on 4 items, each with an order of 50, totaling 200 pieces. Even at discounted prices, each article averaged around 3,000 yuan, amounting to roughly 600,000 yuan. Li Duoyu's monthly allowance was 30,000 yuan, which he often found insufficient for his own needs. Lin Shi's demand threatened to exhaust 2 months of his budget. Are you toying with me? Li Duoyu's anger flared. Feeling that Lin Shi was merely seeking to embarrass him before Su Feifei, it was not that he could not produce 600,000 yuan, but rather that he would never spend such an amount for a man. What sane individual would purchase 50 of the same garment? I was referring to the few pieces you intended to buy. Even Su Feifei sensed that Lin Shi was intentionally placing Li Duoyu in a difficult position. Who would need 200 winter coats? One could wear them for 10 or even 20 years without exhausting the supply. Moreover, by then, the styles would surely be outdated. Yet, she remained silent. Lin Shi was a man she held in high regard, and she would not publicly contradict him. I desire exactly 200 pieces, Lin Shi declared. Li Duoyu, enraged, retorted with a derisive laugh. You, a poor fellow buying discounted items, can afford 200 pieces? If you can, I shall kneel and call you grandfather. Lin Shi chuckled, his sarcasm unrestrained. Call me grandfather? Who can tell if your words will merely dissipate like a fleeting sound? Oh no, even a fart makes a noise. While your words are less than that. Hearing such a vivid comparison, Su Feifei could not suppress a laugh. The sound of a girl he admired laughing pierced Li Duoyu's pride, igniting his fury. He raised his voice. Nonsense. I am a man of my word. But how can you prove you're not simply trying to deceive me by claiming you wish to buy 200 pieces? His outburst caught the attention of a couple passing by. Lin Shi responded, it's quite simple. I'll purchase these 200 pieces, if I can afford them. All my expenses today in this mall will be on you. And if you cannot? The stakes had escalated between them, with Li Duoyu unwilling to concede. Lin Shi replied, if I cannot, you may do as you wish. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd outside the store had grown, whispers circulating among onlookers. Before the multitude, Li Duyu could not possibly wane in his resolve. He lifted his chin and regarded Lin Shi with a disdainful gaze, declaring, "Very well, I concede. If you cannot afford it, you shall kowtow to me thrice and call me grandfather." Li Duyu was convinced that this impoverished wretch could not possibly purchase garments worth hundreds of thousands. Today, he intended to strip away this pauper's facade and trample it beneath his feet. Lin Shi turned to the sales assistant and commanded, 50 pieces of each style. "Pack them up immediately." The sales assistant, visibly unimpressed, replied, "Sir, the total for these garments amounts to approximately 600,000. The implication was clear. If Lin Shi lacked the funds, he ought not to waste their time with futile demands. 200 pieces was no trifling sum. Should they summon items from the warehouse only for Lin Shi to decline, they would face reprimands or even penalties. Lin Shi nonchalantly produced a card from his pocket. "Calculate the total and process my payment." The sales assistant's eyes widened as she beheld the black card. She quickly took it with both hands, scrutinizing it carefully. Indeed, only those with deposits exceeding 10 million could possess such a card. Having been in this profession long enough, she recognized the significance. Realizing her earlier misjudgment, she promptly donned her most professional smile. "Please, have a seat while I arrange for the items to be fetched." She ushered Lin Shi to a chair. Offering him tea and water, her demeanor transformed from disdain to servility. 200 pieces. Even at a discount, such a quantity would yield her a substantial commission. Another sales assistant swiftly dialed the warehouse. Lin Shi interjected, "No need to deliver here. Send them directly to my residence." The sales assistant complied, noting the address he provided. Soon, the total was calculated, 582,366. The sales assistant presented the card reader to Lin Shi, who swiftly entered his PIN, printed the receipt, and signed with seamless efficiency. The sales assistant reveled in the thought of her forthcoming commission, yet Lin Shi's next words plunged her into despair. "Now, summon your manager. I wish to lodge a complaint against your service." The sales assistant, who had maintained a hostile demeanor towards Lin Shi, immediately panicked, offering apologies and promises of various gifts. Li Duyu, who had been eagerly anticipating Lin Shi's humiliation, stood in stunned disbelief. Did he truly purchase 200 pieces? "Show me the receipt." Upon examining the receipt, Li Duyu remained incredulous. If he could wager 582,000, why would he shop in the clearance section? Was he not in his right mind? Li Duyu believed Lin Shi was deliberately targeting him, convinced that his acquisition of 200 identical garments was merely an act of defiance rather than a genuine need. In truth, Lin Shi's requirement for the clothing was legitimate. The wager was merely a response to the incessant prattle of his adversary. "Are you beginning to comprehend? Can you fulfill the terms of our wager?" Lin Shi observed Li Duyu with a smirk as he repeatedly checked the receipt. Li Duyu clenched his teeth, weighing his options in silence. If he were to retract his statement now, Su Feifei would undoubtedly be out of reach. Yet, if he persisted, he would face a financial reckoning today. As Li Duyu grappled with his thoughts, two young girls entered the store, making a beeline for the trio. More precisely, they approached Lin Shi. These two girls were tall, adorned with exquisite makeup, and their beauty rivaled that of Su Feifei. Even amidst his inner turmoil, Li Duyu could not help but be captivated by their presence. One of the girls, with cascading curls, flashed a radiant and enchanting smile, inquiring of Lin Shi, "Excuse me, are you Lin Shi?" "I am," Lin Shi replied with a nod, unfamiliar with the two. Both girls displayed expressions of delightful surprise. The girl with straight hair exclaimed, "I'm your fan. You are even more handsome in person than in photos. It's such a pleasure to meet you." It took Lin Shi a moment to comprehend that his notoriety from the recent bank heist incident had not yet faded. The two girls sat on either side of him, engaging in lively conversation. Shortly thereafter, several more girls entered the store, also drawn to Lin Shi. It turned out that many who had been lingering outside had recognized him, but were initially uncertain. Under Lin Shi's deliberate promotion, the crowd soon became aware of his wager with Li Duyu. Some girls, eager to ride on Lin Shi's coattails, began filming short videos, which irked Li Duyu, who still harbored thoughts of evading his debt. With so many people now aware of his bet with Lin Shi, any attempt to weasel out would surely become public knowledge by the next day. Chapter 22, A Willing Bet. In the glaring spotlight of public scrutiny, Li Duyu could endure the loss of money, but he could not afford to lose face. Resolutely, he produced his card and tossed it at Lin Shi, declaring, "A deal's a deal. From now on, I shall cover all your expenses in this mall." Though he voiced those words, resentment towards Lin Shi festered in his heart. "Oh," the girls surrounding Lin Shi cheered in excitement. "Then I want to hold back. Ladies, I have a few more items to purchase. Farewell." Lin Shi waved goodbye to the girls and strode towards the exit, with Li Duyu and Su Feifei trailing behind. Their next stop was a men's underwear store, where Lin Shi ordered 1000 thermal suits, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 pairs of underwear, racking up a total of over 260,000 yuan. Initially, Lin Shi had intended to procure these items from the wholesale market, but now that he was spending someone else's money, why not indulge? The sheer volume of his purchases astonished the store staff, who, after multiple confirmations, finally contacted the manufacturers for delivery. The store's inventory was insufficient to meet his demands, and the shipping address was, of course, Lin Shi's warehouse. Watching Lin Shi squander his funds, Li Duiyu approached him with fiery eyes, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "Isn't that enough? Let me remind you to know your limits." He became increasingly convinced that Lin Shi was deliberately trying to provoke him. After all, who in their right mind would buy such an excessive quantity of undergarments? Li Duiyu's card not only contained his allowance for the month, but also had an overdraft limit of 500,000 yuan. Now, Lin Shi had depleted his monthly living expenses, leaving him to subsist on nothing but air for the remainder of the month. Ignoring Li Duiyu's warning, Lin Shi squinted, revealing a dazzling smile that showcased his pearly whites. "You mentioned that today's expenditures at the mall would be covered by you. What is this? Are you having second thoughts?" Lin Shi's voice resonated, prompting Su Feifei to cast a disdainful and contemptuous glance at Li Duiyu. Such a man, devoid of integrity, was particularly loathsome to her. Li Duiyu was taken aback by Lin Shi's blatant disregard while using his card, his expression contorting in indignation as he pointed a finger at her. "Very well. Just you wait." He shot Lin Shi a fierce glare, abandoning his card and turning to leave, his eyes betraying his determination to not let this matter rest. As he departed, Su Feifei reminded, "Li Duiyu's father is reportedly a shareholder in a publicly listed company." "Oh," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, indicating her awareness. With firearms still present, what was there to fear? Moreover, in 2 months, Li Duiyu would no longer be a wealthy heir. Lin Shi chuckled dismissively and resumed her shopping spree, purchasing 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermos cups, 100 mountaineering backpacks, cold-resistant hats, gloves, and more. It was only when Li Duiyu's card was maxed out that Lin Shi ceased her acquisitions. She tossed the card to Su Feifei, who had been trailing her, saying, "Stop following me." With that, she exited the mall, leaving Su Feifei fuming in place. After spending an entire afternoon shopping, her high heels had blistered her feet, and Lin Shi hadn't even treated her to a meal. She was irate, stomping her foot in frustration. The warehouse brimmed with purchased electronics and the last batch of fish, with the owner kindly placing ice in each box of fish. There were also numerous medications Lin Shi had ordered online a few days prior. After dismissing the laborers, she stored all the goods into her space. Currently, she possessed over 200 boxes of cold medicine, along with hundreds of antibiotics for viral and bacterial infections. She had also prepared thousands of bandages and ointments for injuries, including 200 boxes of frostbite cream. Taking out her meticulously crafted shopping list, she crossed off the items she had already procured. Next, she still required some windproof lamps, sleds, and various bathing necessities. These were promptly ordered online as well: shampoo, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, and the like. In a post-apocalyptic world, such items were indeed a luxury. Initially, Lin Shi hadn't considered their acquisition. Survivors in extreme cold rarely bathed, as the natural oils and grime on their skin served to enhance warmth and protect against the elements. Besides, in such frigid conditions, hot water for bathing was a luxury in itself. Even a sip of warm water was a rare treat. In her previous life, Lin Shi had only used snow to wash herself a handful of times over 8 years in the apocalypse. However, things were different now. Having been reborn with the opportunity to prepare in advance, how could she not afford herself a more comfortable existence? Subsequently, Lin Shi made additional purchases online from an outdoor sports brand, acquiring kerosene lamps, windproof lamps, moisture-proof mats, sleds, skis, batteries, radios, and water purification tablets. The skis were an essential means of transportation in extreme cold. As the frigid cold descends, relentless snowstorms blanket the land, enveloping the entire blue planet beneath a thick, downy cover of snow. Initially, the freshly fallen snow is remarkably soft, causing anyone who steps into it to sink deeply, rendering vehicular travel nearly impossible. As the snow gradually compacts, most vehicles have long been swallowed by the ever-thickening layers. Even those that remain are rendered inoperable by the extreme temperatures, or face dire fates of skidding and destruction. The onset of this icy apocalypse has sent humanity's technological advancements spiraling back several centuries. In addition to ordinary snowboards, Lin Shi acquired 20 snowmobiles, the finest mode of transportation in such bitter cold. Nowadays, these vehicles are often rented out as toys for those seeking winter recreation. High-quality snowmobiles can reach astonishing speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour in the snow, and their prices are quite reasonable. with several thousand yuan being sufficient for a decent model. Their only drawback lies in their conspicuousness, coupled with a buzzing sound akin to that of standard motorcycles. Lin Shi refrains from using them unless absolutely necessary. After attending to these matters, Lin Shi washed up casually before settling down for the night. In the dead of night, he abruptly opened his eyes, reaching for his phone to check the time. It was already past 2 in the morning. At that moment, he heard the distinct sound of a truck's wheels on the pavement, the noise growing ever closer. Like a cat, Lin Shi stealthily approached the warehouse entrance. Bathed in moonlight, he indeed spotted a large truck approaching from the distance, eventually halting right at his warehouse door. His eyes instinctively narrowed in vigilance. Despite having ordered numerous items in recent days, what could possibly warrant a clandestine delivery at such an hour? The visage of old Xie flickered through his mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline he had ordered days prior? Just then, 2 figures leapt from the truck, clad in black attire and wearing masks. One bore a striking resemblance to Xie Jinxin. Lin Shi remained on high alert, retrieving a handgun from his storage space. Xie Jinxin disembarked and checked the address on the warehouse door. Confirming it was correct, he gently tapped on the large iron door. Chapter 23. Xie Jinxin's arrival. Knock, knock, knock. Xie Jinxin rapped lightly on the door. A small side door adjacent to the main entrance opened silently. What is going on? Lin Shi, half concealed in the shadows, fixed a cold stare on the newcomers. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death in the dead of night, Xie Jinxin exclaimed, placing a hand over his chest. Your goods have arrived. Open up. Seeing no immediate movement from the two, Lin Shi closed the side door and opened the main entrance. The truck rolled directly into the warehouse. Xie Jinxin patted the side of the truck, announcing, everything is here. The driver, known as a Biao, was a robust and towering figure. He opened the truck's rear doors, revealing the cargo bay filled to the brim with barrels of oil. Brother, inspect the goods. Xie Jinxin gestured to Lin Shi. No need. I trust you, Lin Shi replied, refraining from stepping into the dimly lit cargo area. Xie Jinxin smiled and waved at a Biao, who entered the compartment alone, pulling out a loading ramp and rolling down barrels of oil. Xie Jinxin caught them below and arranged them properly. Lin Shi stood by, merely observing with his arms crossed. He would never expose his back to someone he did not trust. He had conducted transactions with Xie Jinxin amounting to over 10 million in gold. Wealth can stir the heart, and in the face of substantial profit, anyone can transform into a devil. Naturally, Lin Shi would not entrust his safety to Xie Jinxin's character. After more than 3 hours, the two of them finally unloaded all the barrels, panting. Xie Jinxin bid farewell to Lin Shi and climbed into the truck with a Biao, departing with a flourish. It seemed that Lin Shi had underestimated the intentions of a gentleman, yet caution rarely leads to grave errors. He felt no remorse for his actions. The driver, a Biao, expressed dissatisfaction. Old Xie, aren't you being overly cautious? We clearly had a chance to act just now. Having been in this line of work for many years, Xie Jinxin was no saint. He would seize opportunities for underhanded dealings, but only when he was certain of success. Maintaining a good reputation hinges on 2 conditions. First, sincerely executing transactions. Second, ensuring that any underhanded dealings are executed with meticulous precision. Xie Jinxin chuckled. It's not that I'm too cautious. It's that young man who is excessively wary. Did you not notice his vigilance towards us the entire time? A Biao glanced at the rearview mirror where the young man was no longer visible and replied dismissively. Yes, just a mere sprout. I could crush him with ease. Xie Jinxin leisurely lit a cigarette. His demeanor relaxed, yet his eyes betrayed a profound seriousness. I perceive it differently. Standing next to him earlier, I felt that any movement on my part could result in my immediate demise. A Biao's expression grew serious. Really? I saw him without any weapon. Even if he were to draw a gun, he couldn't be faster than you, could he? Having worked in this field for many years, Xie Jinxin often encountered buyers who resorted to treachery, refusing to pay the final sum and opting instead for violence. His survival hinged on his rapid and steady gun-drawing skills. Yet now he suggested that the young man might be quicker. This revelation astonished a Biao, who had known Xie Jinxin for years. You should know that my instincts have saved me countless times. Xie Jinxin exhaled a puff of smoke. Have you forgotten about old Jin's disappearance? That day, I sensed that old Jin intended to strike against that individual, and I casually mentioned it. Yet since that day, old Jin has vanished, while the young man remains unscathed. That speaks volumes, does it not? To handle matters so cleanly and high-sure. It's not that I overestimate this lad. I feel I have underestimated him. Before we left today, we agreed to merely test the waters. If there was no opportunity, we would leave. It has been proven that refraining from action was indeed the right choice. If we had acted, at least one person would have had to account for their presence there. A Biao opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Xie Jinxin extinguished his cigarette and looked at a Biao, whose face still bore traces of disbelief. Having known each other for many years, you are well aware of my keen judgment regarding people. Heed my advice. Refrain from provoking that individual. I harbor a foreboding sense that as long as he remains alive, he shall not fade into obscurity. Moreover, we ought to stockpile some diesel and gasoline. It would be prudent to have ample supplies on hand. A lingering unease nags at me, as if an event of significance is imminent. Once Lin Shi securely closed the warehouse doors and meticulously inspected all the oil drums to ensure they were intact, devoid of any covert surveillance devices. He finally felt a sense of relief. He opened several barrels to conduct further inspections, confirming that all the fuel was indeed satisfactory. A total of 400 oil drums stood in neat formation, aligned in a perfect square. After ensuring that no one lingered outside the warehouse, Lin Shi placed his hand upon one of the barrels and silently intoned, "Item duplication." Before his eyes, the interface of the treasure basin reflected a change in the quantity of items from 22 to 21. In a dazzling flash of golden light, an additional 400 barrels materialized before him. Lin Shi inspected the duplicates, discovering that both the barrels and their contents had been flawlessly replicated. The original 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel had now transformed into 40 tons of each. Excitement shimmered in his bright eyes. Merely 20 tons of each fuel would hardly suffice. He sought a supply capable of sustaining him for decades through the harsh winters to come. The entire shelter relied on this fuel to power the generator, and his snowmobile required fuel to operate. Thus, when proposing a transaction with Xie, Lin Shi had already resolved to employ his item duplication ability to create more fuel. Now possessing 40 tons each of gasoline and diesel, he still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Could the duplicated gold be replicated once more? What of the duplicates themselves? Were they subject to further duplication? Previously, Lin Shi had refrained from using the duplicated gold for additional replication due to its limited circulation. However, with fuel, even the duplicates should pose no hindrance to usability as long as they remain consistent in nature. Lin Shi connected the two stacks of fuel together, contemplating his next move. He then retrieved the generator and additional supplies from his space, placing them alongside the barrels. Once again invoking item duplication, a radiant glow enveloped the warehouse, and the original 800 barrels multiplied by an additional 400. Yet, it became evident that only the initial 400 barrels were eligible for replication. The duplicated barrels could not undergo further duplication. Disappointment washed over Lin Shi. Had the duplicates been capable of replication, he would have accrued 800 barrels this time, with the next round yielding 200 barrels. With several iterations, he could have amassed an inexhaustible supply of fuel. Furthermore, he discerned that different types of supplies could not be duplicated simultaneously. He had now uncovered the limitations of the treasure basin's item duplication feature. 1. Duplicates could not be utilized for spatial upgrades. 2. Only one type of item could be duplicated at a time. 3. Items that had been duplicated once could be replicated again, but the resulting duplicates could not be further duplicated. Despite their apparent similarity, something within the duplicates rendered them unrecognizable to the treasure basin. There must be an elusive distinction between the two. Chapter 24, Acquisition of Land. With a swift motion of his hand, he placed the copied oil drum and the original oil drum into the space. Since the replica could not be duplicated again, he decided to utilize the copy first, and once it was exhausted, he would invoke the copying function once more. It appeared that the current quantity of items might still prove insufficient. The interface of the treasure basin displayed. Treasure basin. Storage space, 969,696. Required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 20. Required wealth points for upgrade, 58,500. As the apocalypse loomed, he planned to seek out some gold, silver, and jewels to upgrade the treasure basin. Liao Peng brought news regarding the geological surveys from 2 locations. As Lin Shi had speculated, the rocks at the cliff exhibited signs of sand erosion. Residing there for decades under the current climatic conditions posed no issues. However, how long it could withstand extreme cold remained uncertain. Conversely, the old temple site revealed a substantial amount of granite within the mountains, remarkably stable. Thus, Lin Shi decisively opted for the old temple site. He instructed Liao Peng to negotiate the price while he booked a flight online to Shushi for the following morning. He needed to personally inspect the situation and subsequently design a shelter based on the terrain. The warehouse required supervision. Lin Shi placed orders for numerous items that necessitated signatures upon delivery, along with goods from various stores yet to arrive that also required unloading and storage. After some contemplation, Lin Shi hired an unfamiliar individual to oversee the warehouse. He also reminded the group of workers to keep vigilant regarding the quantity of goods. With everything set, Lin Shi felt reassured as he embarked on his flight to Shushi. Shushi indeed lived up to its reputation as the hottest city in Xia. It was only March. Yet girls flaunted their youthful bodies in cool short sleeves and shorts everywhere. Upon disembarking, Lin Shi removed his jacket, revealing a loose short-sleeved shirt underneath. The contours of muscles faintly outlined his arms and chest, though not overtly pronounced. To the casual observer, he merely appeared to possess a commendable physique. Only Lin Shi knew that after weeks of rigorous training, his body had transformed dramatically since his rebirth. He maintained strict discipline, increasing his training regimen daily. His strength now rivaled that of individuals who had trained in gyms for years. His workouts were not merely for fitness, they were for combat. He aimed for every inch of his muscle and bone to unleash its maximum potential at the slightest thought. This required maintaining muscle elasticity, augmenting strength without compromising agility. With just over 2 months remaining, time was of the essence, and he must treasure each day to fortify himself. The harsh realities of the apocalypse dictated that mere abundance of resources would not suffice for a prosperous life. Conversely, having ample resources without strength would render one's existence far more miserable than having nothing at all. Liao Peng arrived early at the airport exit to await Lin Shi's arrival. Spotting Lin Shi among the crowd, Liao Peng eagerly raised his sign and waved vigorously. Lin Shi quickly recognized him, and after uniting, the two departed from the airport and got into a vehicle. In the pursuit of an appropriate homestead, Liao Peng had even rented a vehicle for convenience. Seizing the opportunity to foster a deeper connection, he took the initiative to engage in conversation. "Boss, let me first show you a place to settle down," he suggested. "No need for that. Simply discuss the condition of the old dojo site," came the reply from Lin Shi. Liao Peng, adopting a serious demeanor, informed him, "I spoke with the landowner regarding that parcel. It is situated on a hillside in a remote area, and the asking price is quite reasonable, only 500,000. I have managed to negotiate it down to 480,000. This price was even lower than Lin Shi had anticipated. In fact, the property prices in Shushi were not excessively high, with the city center averaging just over 20,000 per square meter, a stark contrast to Shi. As for the old dojo site, being in the mountainous region, it was naturally more affordable. Lin Shi inquired, "I noticed from your documents that it encompasses over 300 square meters?" Indeed, Liao Peng confirmed. In truth, there are several hundred more square meters surrounding the homestead. While building is not permitted, it serves excellently as a garden for planting vegetables. Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement. After nearly an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the foot of the old dojo site. As Liao Peng had described, it was a village nestled among the mountains. The village comprised low-rise houses, with the tallest reaching no more than 5 stories. Encircled by mountains, the village revealed only a single opening, providing an advantageous location that could shield it from harsh winds and snow. Upon their arrival, several villagers emerged from their homes to observe the newcomers. The village was small, housing just over 100 families, a detail that pleased Lin Shi, as fewer residents meant fewer troubles. Liao Peng, having frequented the area over the past few days, was already recognized by the villagers. However, Lin Shi was a stranger, prompting several elderly women to whisper and point curiously at the two men. Due to the distance, Lin Shi could not discern their words. "Boss, those are the villagers," Liao Peng noted. "There are a total of 96 households here, with a population not exceeding 400. Lin Shi acknowledged this information with a nod. "Just a short drive up this road will take us there in about 10 minutes. Liao Peng indicated towards a narrow cement path. The hill was not steep, only a few meters above ground, allowing them to reach the summit swiftly. Contrary to expectations of a rugged terrain, the mountaintop was surprisingly flat, covering an area of approximately an acre. The previously constructed temple had collapsed, leaving behind remnants of wood, bricks, and partially fallen walls. However, this posed no significant issue. Reconstruction would be relatively straightforward. Lin Shi surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. "It looks good. When shall we commence the paperwork?" he inquired. "The owner of this homestead is currently out of town. It took considerable effort to obtain his contact information. When I reached out to him this morning, he was already on a train and is expected to arrive this afternoon," Liao Peng explained. "Very well. Let us descend the mountain for now." Building the shelter was a monumental task, with a tight schedule requiring completion within 2 months. Adequate manpower would be essential, as many hands make light work. Lin Shi had already begun to formulate a preliminary vision for the shelter in his mind and was considering how many workers would be necessary. The land transfer formalities would need to be conducted in the city, so Liao Peng and the landowner had arranged to meet at the relevant municipal department that afternoon. Without lingering in the village, the process of transferring the land proceeded remarkably smoothly. The previous owner, a middle-aged Taoist priest, lacked the ethereal demeanor typically associated with his kind and appeared rather portly. After signing the transfer contract, he seemed hesitant to speak, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Upon receiving the payment, he hurriedly departed, leaving Lin Shi with an unsettling premonition. Liao Peng, have you inquired about why that temple was abandoned? Chapter 25. In desolate mountains and treacherous waters, Liao Peng was taken aback by Lin Shi's question. He had indeed never sought such information. Being an astute individual, Liao Peng quickly grasped the implications of Lin Shi's inquiry and promptly retrieved his phone to call the aforementioned Taoist priest. 30 minutes later, Lin Shi, Liao Peng, and the rotund Taoist found themselves seated in a restaurant. The plump priest, stuffing his mouth with meat, mumbled, "This is how it stands. I did not intend to conceal anything, but I have been in dire financial straits lately." He glanced at Lin Shi with a hint of guilt. Lin Shi maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no signs of emotion. It turned out that the Taoist had purchased the land 5 years prior. Intending to locate a piece of auspicious land to construct a temple, he had set his sights on that very hill. Initially, he invested a substantial sum to construct a concrete road and subsequently built the temple. Everything progressed smoothly, and the rotund Taoist envisioned a tranquil retirement in his temple. However, shortly after its completion, villagers from the settlement below approached him, claiming that the mountain housed their village's dragon vein and that his temple was suppressing it. The land had originally been acquired from the villagers, and at the time of purchase, the Taoist had clearly stated his intention to build a temple. The villagers had not objected during the construction either. Yet, it was only after the temple was completed that they raised their concerns. The financial resources the Taoist had invested in building the temple had nearly depleted his savings, making demolition impossible. Initially, the Taoist disregarded the villagers. Believing his temple to be lawful and legitimate, they could not forcibly dismantle it. However, matters proved more complex than he anticipated. From that point onward, villagers stationed themselves daily at the concrete road's entrance, obstructing any vehicles attempting to ascend the mountain. The Taoist had established the temple to attract worshippers, and without them, he faced a significant loss of income. Additionally, a group of elderly women began congregating at the temple's entrance, hurling insults. Unable to chase them away or silence them, the rotund Taoist found himself overwhelmed. After several negotiations with the villagers, he ultimately offered them 20,000 yuan to resolve the matter. He thought the issue was settled, only for another group of villagers to block the road a month later. Infuriated, the Taoist confronted the village chief, who shamelessly declared that the previous 20,000 yuan was merely last month's fee, and henceforth, he would demand the same amount monthly. This revelation incensed the Taoist, prompting him to contact the authorities. However, when the police arrived, the entire village, comprising around 400 individuals, from octogenarians to 3-year-olds, stood united in testimony, asserting that the money was a gift from the Taoist to the entire village. This incident underscored that such extortion was not a novel occurrence for the villagers. The 20,000 yuan was sufficient grounds for a legal case of extortion. After the money was distributed, each household received 50 yuan per person. What was even more infuriating was that the village was predominantly inhabited by elderly individuals in their 60s and 70s, some even in their 80s, alongside a few young children. The security personnel were at a loss when it came to dealing with these elders, and could only apprehend a handful of able-bodied men from the village, who would soon be released. Subsequently, the villagers became increasingly brazen, with several elderly women occupying tricycles at the entrance of the temple daily, demanding 100 yuan each before they would leave. Reporting to the authorities, they would merely weep, claiming they had fallen inside the temple, insisting that the stout priest should take responsibility. In exasperation, the stout priest closed the temple, retreating behind its doors, yet this could not deter the unruly villagers. Time and again, the temple experienced power and water outages, either from severed wires or blocked pipes. It was needless to say that the villagers were behind these disruptions. Eventually, the stout priest invested in surveillance cameras and managed to catch the individual responsible for cutting the wires. However, from that point forward, the villagers escalated their antics. The relentless barrage of their schemes left him exhausted both mentally and physically, facing an overwhelming number of 400 individuals. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon the temple in search of a new path. Upon hearing the stout priestess account, Liao Peng felt a mix of anger and guilt, even hesitating to meet Lin Shi's gaze. "I am truly sorry, boss. I should have conducted a more thorough inquiry." He felt an immense shame for having been entrusted with such a generous salary, yet failing to manage the situation effectively. "I will seek out other suitable locations. If I must purchase this land myself, you may deduct it from my salary." Lin Shi glanced sideways, his opinion of Liao Peng shifting. Though he had offered Liao Peng an annual salary of 500,000, it was merely a nominal figure. The willingness to propose compensating for his blunder with such a substantial amount before even receiving it was indicative of a rare resolve. "There's no need for that. It's this land we will pursue. It's getting late. Please contact a reliable construction team to commence work tomorrow." This left both Liao Peng and the stout priest astonished. "Boss, I have a solution. Just follow my instructions," Lin Shi declared as he rose to conclude the meal. This matter, in truth, did not require resolution. Once the shelter was established, would Lin Shi feel apprehensive? The answer was a resounding no. By the time the refuge was built, it would be at least 2 months later when the bitter cold would render these villagers self-absorbed. Moreover, Lin Shi had experience in dealing with nefarious individuals. Being more unscrupulous than them was all that was necessary. Wait. The stout priest swallowed his food with difficulty, extracting a yellowed booklet from within his clothing with greasy hands. "Young man, you are a good person. I have acted unscrupulously in this matter. This booklet was previously used for my physical well-being, but with the temple gone, I have resolved to return to a secular life. The booklet holds little significance for me now, so I wish to give it to you. I feel a certain affinity towards you." Lin Shi frowned at the visibly stained pages of the booklet, yet upon witnessing the stout priest's earnest gaze, he ultimately accepted it. "Thank you." Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Shi made his way to the hotel where he was staying, dedicating the night to sketching the design of a sanctuary that had long been conceived in his mind. The upper portion of this blueprint featured a semicircular structure, exposed to the elements, while the lower section comprised a square basement. From an architectural perspective, circular edifices are advantageous for minimizing wind resistance and enhancing structural integrity. In terms of thermodynamics, a circular form is the least conducive to heat loss, thereby promoting better insulation. This principle is evidenced by the igloos constructed by those who once inhabited the Arctic. The outer layer of the building would be fashioned from alloy welds, while Lin Shi intended to utilize explosion-proof steel plates, commonly employed by banks, for the interior walls, with a thickness of at least 1 meter. Furthermore, a layer of the most effective thermal insulation material would be added within the steel walls, followed by standard protective materials. Lin Shi planned to install a fireplace at the center of the circular structure, providing warmth during times when electricity was inaccessible. Above, a smoke vent would facilitate ventilation. The building would feature an electrical loop both above and below. However, Lin Shi had yet to contemplate the issue of water supply. The water purifier he purchased, with its filtration tablets, was not merely decorative. Having completed the design, Lin Shi prepared to retire for the night when his gaze fell upon a booklet he had carelessly set aside, the one given to him by the rotund Taoist. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up and began to peruse its contents. Chapter 26, Fire in the Warehouse. As he flipped through the pages, he discovered it was an illustrated manual showcasing a figure performing various martial arts stances, reminiscent of a martial arts compendium. Intrigued, Lin Shi began reading from the beginning. The more he delved into the material, the more serious his expression became, even bordering on incredulity. The movements depicted within the booklet bore a striking resemblance to the resonance techniques he had been practicing. This revelation astonished Lin Shi. He immediately leapt from his bed, eager to practice the movements outlined in the booklet. Upon engaging in the exercises, he realized that while they indeed shared similarities with resonance, they were far more intricate and challenging to master. With each breath, the actions alternated between tension and release, seemingly imbued with a profound rhythm. As he completed the first sequence, he was drenched in sweat, yet felt invigorated, his breath steady and his body pleasantly warm. The effects were several times more beneficial than those of resonance. Though resonance also warmed the body, the impact was not as pronounced. Lin Shi solemnly retrieved the now-soiled booklet and turned to the cover. The phrase health preservation techniques was clearly a later addition, obscuring the original title, which seemed to have been worn away. This was certainly no ordinary health manual. Had he not experienced the apocalypse, he might have dismissed it as just another martial arts guide sold at a street stall for a few coins. However, having witnessed the miraculous qualities of resonance in the post-apocalyptic world, Lin Shi recognized this as an invaluable tome. He pondered the implications. Resonance had only manifested in the 6th year of the apocalypse, reportedly the result of collaborative efforts between scientists and martial artists. Could the rumors be flawed, or was this information merely a fabrication disseminated by the official sanctuary? Yet, Lin Shi harbored a suspicion that the emergence of resonance was inextricably linked to this very booklet. Now, as this booklet rests in his hands, will it alter the course of the original future? Lin Shi pondered for a moment before dismissing the thought. Even if it were to indeed change the future, it was not his current concern. Moreover, he was not the only one privy to this set of cultivation techniques. There was also that portly Taoist priest. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, and after completing his regimen of health cultivation, Lin Shi discovered that Liao Peng had already gathered a crew early in the morning to commence work at the site of the old Taoist temple. After enjoying breakfast, Lin Shi proceeded to the location. 2 excavators were busy clearing the remnants of the original temple structure. Lin Shi sought out Liao Peng, handing him the blueprints he had devised the previous night, elucidating the key points. Liao Peng thumped his chest confidently, declaring, "Very well, boss. I shall consult an engineer to refine the designs. Additionally, regarding the well you mentioned, there is indeed one here, buried amidst the ruins. I only just learned of it from the workers on site. Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. In the ensuing days, Lin Shi remained in Shi, arranging the procurement of various building materials and discussing the design plans for the shelter with engineers. During his leisure moments, he practiced the health cultivation technique, and after several days, he felt that his physical strength had significantly increased, surpassing the cumulative improvements of the previous 10 days. Under Lin Shi's unrestrained investment, the remnants of the old Taoist temple had vanished, replaced by a large, deep pit. The basement for the shelter had been excavated, and the construction was set to commence. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. However, in the early hours of March 22nd, a phone call prompted Lin Shi to reconsider his intention to remain in Shi to oversee the project. It was a call from the warehouse supervisor, whose voice was fraught with panic. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin Shi furrowed his brow, inquiring, "How did the fire start? What about the goods?" "I don't know. I was asleep and didn't hear anything. Somehow, it just caught fire. Thankfully, I discovered it early, and only a small portion of the goods were damaged." Lin Shi had no choice but to set aside his work here and entrust everything to Liaopeng. Heavy rain was falling in Haisher. As Lin Shi disembarked from the plane and turned on his phone, he noticed several missed calls from the warehouse supervisor, all unanswered. Checking the weather in Haisher over the past 2 days revealed persistent rain. Given the rain, how could there still be a fire? "Throw everything out of there," came the supervisor's voice. Lin Shi witnessed several individuals tossing boxes of goods outside. The rain was pouring, and some of these items were not water-resistant. If they got soaked, they would likely be ruined. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi obstructed the entrance to the warehouse, his piercing gaze sweeping over the individuals preparing to discard the boxes. They were momentarily intimidated by his presence and halted their actions. "What on earth is happening?" A gaunt, middle-aged man approached, and upon seeing Lin Shi, he too recognized him, though Lin Shi had no knowledge of this man. "Who are you? Get out of the way," the thin man barked. "Who permitted you to touch my belongings?" Lin Shi questioned coldly. The warehouse manager, with a mournful expression, hurried over to Lin Shi to lodge a complaint. The emaciated man revealed a knowing look, surveying Lin Shi from head to toe. "So you are Lin Shi? This warehouse has been leased to me from today onward. You've burned down the landlord's property, and he is unwilling to rent to you anymore. Now, gather your belongings and leave immediately," he declared indignantly. "Surely we deserve some time to move our things. I've mentioned that our boss will arrive shortly, yet you insist on throwing our belongings out without even waiting." The warehouse manager protested. "This is your issue, but the warehouse now belongs to me. Your possessions are occupying my space. Is it wrong for me to dispose of them?" The emaciated man nonchalantly dug at his ear, exhibiting an attitude of indifference that infuriated the warehouse manager further. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within their elongated depths. "I have signed a contract, and the rent has yet to expire. Whether you choose to rent to me is not for you to decide. Have the landlord come and discuss the breach of contract with me. I now give you 1 minute to vacate my premises." "Oh, you are quite the intimidating figure for someone so inexperienced. When I was navigating the streets, you were still in diapers. Get lost." The emaciated man attempted to shove Lin Shi aside with a dismissive gesture. However, Lin Shi seized the man's wrist and twisted it forcefully. With a sharp crack and a cry of pain, the emaciated man dislocated his hand. Despite the agony that drained the color from his face, he was no pushover. Ignoring his captured right hand, he swung a punch at Lin Shi, spewing curses. "You bastard. You're as good as dead." Lin Shi effortlessly caught the punch. To him, it was weak and feeble, though the emaciated man exuded a fierce spirit. He had reached his limit. With another crack, Lin Shi twisted the man's left arm, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Without arm support, the emaciated man fell face first to the ground, his teeth bloodied from the impact. Prostrate on the ground, the emaciated man howled, "Are you all blind? Kill him." The events unfolded too swiftly. Several companions who had accompanied the emaciated man, laden with boxes, finally tossed their burdens aside and charged forward. Yet, they were no match for Lin Shi, seasoned from countless battles. He kicked one man aside, intercepted 2 incoming punches, and with a powerful pull, sent them stumbling. Losing their balance, he seized their necks and slammed them together, silencing their cries. As he released them, they crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Lin Shi deftly sidestepped a punch aimed at him and countered with an elbow strike, reducing the assailant to a crumpled heap on the floor. In mere moments, 4 men lay motionless on the ground, victims of Lin Shi's restraint. Had this been an apocalyptic scenario, they would have perished. The emaciated man, having just turned over, witnessed the unfolding scene and realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. He had initially believed that dealing with a mere college student would be a trivial task, something he could accomplish with little effort, and he had been pleased at the prospect of easy money. To his utter astonishment, however, he had come across a formidable adversary. The last remaining individual caught sight of the fierce glint in Lin Shi's eyes and, filled with trepidation, took a few steps back. He lacked the courage to advance any further and instead turned to flee into the rain. Lin Shi made no attempt to pursue him. Instead, he approached the now sitting emaciated man and inquired, "Who sent you here? Did you set fire to my warehouse?" Lin Shi had formed a suspicion in his mind, but sought confirmation. Yet, even in the face of such circumstances, the gaunt man appeared unfazed, defiantly threatening. "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He directed his gaze toward the warehouse manager, who stood frozen in confusion, and commanded, "Call the police." The order of peacetime had spared these scoundrels. Soon, law enforcement arrived at the warehouse, accompanied by an ambulance. Upon their arrival, the emaciated man quickly turned the tables, exclaiming, "Officer, this person barged into my warehouse and assaulted me for no reason. Both my arms have been dislocated. Who called the police?" Lin Shi raised his hand, responding, "I did." "Please explain the situation." The officer produced a recording device. Lin Shi recounted how the men had invaded his warehouse, discarded his goods, and initiated the conflict. Several boxes remained outside the warehouse, exposed to the rain. The warehouse manager corroborated Lin Shi's account. Lin Shi's actions had not been excessively violent. The assailants sustained only superficial injuries and minor concussions, quickly regaining their composure. The dislocated arms of the emaciated man were also realigned by the paramedics. Lin Shi feigned rummaging through his backpack, but instead retrieved a rental agreement. "This is the contract for my warehouse rental." The officer glanced at it, confirming its validity. The situation had become abundantly clear. Wait, even now, the gaunt man remained entirely unperturbed and proceeded to make a phone call. Miraculously, the ring echoed from outside the warehouse. Moments later, a middle-aged man and a young man entered. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. He recognized one of them, Li Duyu. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Li Duyu's lips curled into a smug smile. The middle-aged man, presumably Li Duyu's father, pulled one of the officers aside, whispered something to him, and then placed a phone near the officer's ear. Lin Shi frowned at this development. Just then, his phone rang. It was the landlord. "Lin Shi, your workers nearly set my warehouse ablaze. I will no longer rent it to you. I will refund the remaining rent and deposit. Please vacate at your earliest convenience." This clause was absent from the contract, and the fire incident remained under investigation. The landlord's voice was fraught with exasperation and urgency. "Stop the investigation. This mess is you're doing. Just move out. Please, I will refund all this month's rent." With that, the call ended. It appeared that the warehouse was indeed no longer tenable for rental. In this present moment, Lin Shi has accumulated nearly everything he needs, and moving away holds little significance for him. Nevertheless, being forced out in such a manner is undeniably infuriating. Li Duyu approached Lin Shi, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them, "This is the consequence of crossing me. The real show is just beginning. I will ensure your life in Haishur becomes unbearable." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, gazing at Li Duyu in astonishment, and exclaimed, "What did you say? Are you not your father's biological child?" His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. The onlookers regarded Li Duyu with bewilderment. A deep flush of anger crept across Li Duyu's face as he hastily retorted, "I didn't say that. He is spouting nonsense." With a glare that could pierce through flesh, Li Duyu wished nothing more than to eliminate Lin Shi with a single glance. However, Lin Shi remained unfazed, his brow furrowing slightly. The unfolding scene did not astonish him. From the outset, the gaunt man had exuded unwarranted confidence, and Lin Shi had surmised that these individuals must possess some form of support. Yet, he was no pushover. The security officer, with an expression of seriousness, observed Li Duyu's smug demeanor directed at Lin Shi, clearly conveying, "This is the outcome of your offense against me. Once you reach the security bureau, your fate is sealed." Lin Shi, displaying no signs of panic, continued his defense, asserting, "I already stated that they were the ones who initiated the conflict. That is merely your account and cannot be deemed as evidence," the officer interjected, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. "The opposing party has more witnesses than you. We have the authority to conduct a further investigation. Come with us." "But I possess evidence," Lin Shi countered, a chilling glint in his eyes as he revealed his phone. "When I moved in, I installed several surveillance cameras in the warehouse. What you just discussed in the corner should have been recorded." Chapter 28, The End Times Approaches. The angrier Lin Shi became, the broader his smile grew. Though the coldness in his gaze could freeze the very air, he found himself reminiscing about the arrival of the apocalypse, At least in that realm, malevolence was unequivocally malevolent. The security officer before him flinched at Lin Shi's maniacal grin, a visage typically associated with a deranged killer. What was that you just said? Recorded? The officer's expression shifted dramatically as he lunged for Lin Shi's phone. Yet, Lin Shi seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, calmly stepping back 2 paces before the officer could seize it. "Allow me to show you," he proclaimed, lowering his gaze to operate his device. Seeing this, the officer quickly reached out to grasp Lin Shi's phone. However, Lin Shi deftly evaded the attempt, as if his head had eyes, leaving everyone present astonished by his remarkable agility. It was no wonder he could single-handedly overpower 5 individuals. "Why are you so desperate to snatch my phone? You've frightened me into uploading the footage online." Lin Shi feigned innocence as he displayed the screen for all to see. Li Duoyu's father, Li Duokai, turned a sickly shade of green with rage. Before arriving, Li Duokai had confirmed with the landlord that there were no surveillance devices in the warehouse, which was why he reluctantly decided to handle the matter personally due to his son. It was unexpected for the landlord to install cameras in a space rented for just 1 month. If the scene of their conversation in the corner were to be posted online, it could lead to significant repercussions, not only for the 2 of them, but also for several others. The call Li Duokai had just made was to the chief of the Public Security Bureau. If this minor issue were to implicate the chief, it could trigger a cascade of consequences. The network of connections Li Duokai had painstakingly built over many years in Haishur could suffer irreparable damage. Li Duokai shot a fierce glare at his son, Li Duoyu. But now was not the time to discipline this ungrateful child. He needed to intercept the video from being posted online before it gained traction. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Lin Shi's hundreds of thousands of followers had already seen the inadvertently shared footage and began to disseminate it wildly. It was too late for Li Duokai to intervene. The gaunt man seemed to have realized something, his expression visibly shifting. If there were cameras, then his act of arson in the early hours would have been recorded too. The earlier confrontation must have also been captured. The gaunt man glared at Lin Shi with fiery intensity, losing the calm demeanor he initially had, and hurried to catch up with Li Duokai. "Take him away." The security officer shouted furiously, while the other officers quickly advanced to apprehend Lin Shi. Lin Shi did not resist, smiling amiably as he complied, and his phone was confiscated. The warehouse manager, Old Huang, nodded vigorously. Lin Shi was taken into the police car, leaving Old Huang alone in the warehouse. The scene he had just witnessed shattered his worldview. He had never seen a boss with such audacity. Sandwiched between 2 officers as he was ushered into the car, Lin Shi exhibited not the slightest hint of anxiety. Not far into their drive, the officer seated next to Lin Shi received a phone call. After a moment, he cast an odd glance at Lin Shi and handed the phone to the officer who had confronted Lin Shi earlier. "Captain, it's for you." So he was a captain. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The officer, called Captain, took the call, and his complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then to a deep shade of black, nodding fervently. "Yes. Yes, understood. Good. Yes, yes." After hanging up, he immediately commanded, "Pull over." The vehicle soon came to a halt at the roadside. "You may leave now." The officer, still seething with resentment, glared at Lin Shi, seemingly unwilling to accept the situation, yet powerless to change it. Lin Shi smiled and extended his hand. "My phone? Your phone contains evidence and requires your cooperation for the investigation." Lin Shi shrugged, exited the vehicle, and walked away. He turned back to acquire a new card and subsequently purchased a new phone. The video he had posted indeed caused a significant stir and had substantial ramifications. If the apocalypse had not yet arrived, Lin Shi would have no idea how many people he had offended with this move. As a person with no background or identity, he could vanish into the vast sea of humanity at any moment. Yet now, he felt no fear whatsoever. Lin Shi removed the video and simultaneously deactivated his social media accounts. His objective had been achieved. He no longer desired fame. He paused for a moment. After settling his wages, he sent Lao Huang away, closed the warehouse door, and took stock of its contents. A small portion of the sleds he had ordered online had been burned, 10 in total. Initially, Lin Shi had intended to raise a few sled dogs for the impending apocalypse. Now that they had been destroyed, he dismissed the matter. Some equipment tossed into the rain remained largely undamaged. After storing the items in his space, Lin Shi promptly booked a flight to Shushi, leaving Haishur behind. Soon, news broke that a prominent shareholder was implicated in a scandal involving power dynamics with government officials. That shareholder was none other than Li Duoyu's father. It seemed that without the apocalypse, this affluent heir was at a loss. This incident ensnared many, resulting in the dismissal of a security officer. However, Lin Shi's focus lay not on this affair, but rather on the words Apocalypse New Energy Company, where a flicker of deep-seated hatred flashed in his eyes. A few days later, the school called to inform Lin Shi of his expulsion due to prolonged absenteeism. For the next 2 months, he oversaw the construction of the shelter in Shushi, spending most of his time practicing a health cultivation technique. This also allowed him to evade a conspiracy aimed at him. On May 25th, the shelter was finally completed. The entire project spanned over 2 months, costing Lin Shi more than $9 million, primarily in materials and labor. The semicircular shelter featured only a chimney and access points, devoid of any windows. Viewed from the rear, it resembled an iron sphere embedded in the earth. 2 heavy blast doors, an outer and an inner, secured the entrance, necessitating passage through both to enter or exit. Workers jokingly remarked that the shelter could withstand the aftermath of a nuclear event unscathed. Inside, there were squat toilets, heated platforms, cooking stoves, and a furnace, all designed to operate without electricity. All wiring was concealed indoors, sacrificing aesthetics for ease of maintenance. A water pipe was also installed from a well to supply the shelter, with the wellhead completely sealed to prevent the water from freezing easily. Soon, all that remained was to place the living essentials from his space inside, making it ready for occupancy. Only 6 days remained until the solar flare erupted. Chapter 29, Zhao Xiao arrives. Lin Shi spent the day preparing the shelter. Aside from the appliances, everything else was ready. He even purchased several carpets to adorn the living room of the shelter. The appliances would be brought out only after the geomagnetic storm had passed, to avoid damage. Once the shelter was completed, Liao Peng lingered beside Lin Shi, finding little to occupy himself. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shi suggested, "You should gather some supplies and store them in your rental. The apocalypse is imminent." He was willing to lend Liao Peng a hand, viewing it as a reward for his diligent efforts over the past 2 months. It is impossible for him to receive any further salary. Of course, if he remains obstinate, Lin Shi will not offer any reminders. After sending Liao Peng away, Lin Shi retrieved his phone and removed a number from his blacklist. Zhao Xiao. He dialed the number. "Lin Shi, is that truly you? Where have you been lately? The last time I saw you, you were being taken away by the security personnel in a short video. Are you all right?" Zhao Xiao's voice radiated surprise. Genuine surprise. Over the past 2 months, he had been nearly buried under his parents' complaints. Their plans to purchase a new home had been delayed due to his failure to borrow money from Lin Shi. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiao agreed. "Sure. I will take a few days off to spend some quality time with you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Shi ended the call. How could he possibly forget Zhao Xiao, the one who had caused his demise in a previous life? Luring Zhao Xiao to Shushi was of the same ilk. In Shushi, Lin Shi replenished his supplies with 10 tons of bottled water and some of his favorite foods. In extreme cold, water is the one resource that is in abundance. Snow is everywhere, and one can quench their thirst with a mouthful of it, albeit at the cost of further chilling the body. However, compared to the scarcity of food, the availability of water is a relief for survivors. Viruses and bacteria are omnipresent, and whether one consumes snow or not bears little relation to the likelihood of falling ill. Most survivors, after several years in the apocalyptic world, have developed antibodies. Humans have gradually adapted to their harsh environment, consuming raw meat, eating snow, and donning animal hides. Those who could not adapt have perished. Lin Shi prepared a bit of water as a precautionary measure. He also purchased 2 computers and downloaded an immeasurable amount of data, including films, animations, and games, as well as resources for crafting various tools, repairing electrical systems, and generators. These materials may prove invaluable in the future. Besides the gold bars he had duplicated, he had only a small amount of cash remaining, less than 100,000. Everything was in readiness. 3 days before the solar flare eruption, Zhao Xiao hurriedly arrived from Haishur. It was evident that Zhao Xiao had not fared well in the past 2 months. He had lost weight. Upon seeing Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao offered a flurry of apologies, displaying an overtly humble demeanor. While apologizing, he keenly observed Lin Shi's expressions. "Lin Shi, I truly regarded you as my own brother, and that's why I didn't consider the consequences. Can you forgive me? I promise to do more for you in the future." Lin Shi responded with an enigmatic smile, nodding perfunctorily. "Let us spend a week here before you leave. I will cover all expenses." Zhao Zhao's face lit up with evident delight. Indeed, Lin Shi was still the same Navi soul. It seemed that his previous actions had been too blatant, provoking Lin Shi's ire. "All right." Zhao Xiao readily agreed, already contemplating how to broach the subject of borrowing money. "By the way, when did you come to Shushi alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school. Is that true?" Zhao Xiao feigned concern, but a glimmer of schadenfreude was poorly concealed in his gaze. "It is true." Lin Shi nodded, pretending not to notice. Zhao Xiao feigned comfort towards Lin Shi for a few moments before they delved into discussions about their recent plans. Lin Shi truly yearned for a respite during these days. The risks had escalated significantly prior to the apocalypse, and Lin Shi could not afford to wait indefinitely. His intention was to leave Zhao Xiao in Shushi, allowing him to experience the despair of the end times before meeting his demise. Lin Shi never considered himself a virtuous man. After losing the affection of his parents in his previous life, he channeled all his emotions into his close friends, including Zhao Xiao. In the early days of the apocalypse, when wealth still held some value, he distributed the gold bars left by his father among them, bestowing upon them a glimmer of hope for survival. During the desolation of the apocalypse, as he relied solely on Zhao Xiao, he frequently volunteered for perilous tasks. Yet, despite his numerous sacrifices, he was met only with betrayal. Part of this was due to his own weakness and poor judgment of character. Thus, in this life, he resolved not to be soft-hearted again, nor to place faith in the absurdity of emotions. Although many events, including betrayals from his previous life, had yet to unfold, Zhao Zhao's true nature remained unchanged. Even if given another chance, he would still exploit Lin Shi completely. Lin Shi lowered his gaze to conceal the chill in his eyes. Wasn't Su Qin also attending university in Shushi? Should he invite her to join them? Zhao Xiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Shi, flashing a knowing look that any man would understand. Su Qin was the second female in their group, aside from Su Feifei. Lin Shi's impression of her lingered from 8 years ago. During high school, the others often played matchmaker between him and Su Qin, frequently placing them together to converse. With time, Lin Shi developed a different sentiment towards her. However, it had been 8 years since he last saw her, and he could hardly recall her visage. Mentioning her again evoked no feelings in Lin Shi, yet Zhao Zhao's persistent encouragement led him to casually agree. They found a hotel to settle Zhao Xiao, and Lin Shi took a room adjacent to his. As anticipated, Zhao Xiao indeed invited Su Qin. The next day, May 29th, marked 2 days until the solar flare countdown. Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao arrived at the seaside of Shushi, where they met Su Qin after 8 years. Su Qin, a dance student from the Shushi University School of Arts, naturally boasted a splendid figure. Daringly, she donned a bikini due to their seaside outing, which left Zhao Xiao momentarily speechless. Lin Shi, clad in swim trunks beneath his attire, revealed a well-defined, yet not overly muscular, physique, which captivated Su Qin's attention. Lin Shi, when did you sculpt your body so impressively? Su Qin completely overlooked the ordinarily built Zhao Xiao, repeatedly admiring Lin Shi's abdominal muscles. I've recently taken a liking to fitness. In a mere 2 days, people would no longer need sunglasses to gaze directly at the blazing orb in the sky. Seizing the last moments before the impending apocalypse, Lin Shi aimed to relish the final days of warm sunshine, allowing himself a brief respite from his otherwise taut demeanor. Su Qin reclined beside Lin Shi, basking in the sun as they engaged in light conversation, thoroughly disregarding Zhao Xiao. A shadow flickered in Zhao Zhao's eyes. Yet she managed to force a smile and interject into the conversation between the two. The trio lingered until the sun dipped below the horizon, before departing the beach to find a place to dine together. On the final day, Lin Shi continued to spend the day with Zhao Xiao and Su Qin in the city. This was the day of the solar flare eruption. Chapter 30. The Solar Flare Eruption. On the morning of June 1st, Lin Shi, as was customary, practiced his health cultivation techniques on the flat ground outside the shelter. Zhao Xiao had invited him to go diving today, but he declined under the pretext of having other matters to attend to. He wished to remain in the shelter to observe the peculiarities of the sun during the solar flare eruption. Following the flare, the intense solar storm would not reach Earth until June 4th. Therefore, until that date, Blue Star was temporarily safe. What was particularly strange about this solar flare was that no nation had reported any anomalies. Given the current technological capabilities of Blue Star, such a situation was indeed baffling. At that moment, Lin Shi wore a pair of sunglasses. Although his body was in constant motion, his gaze remained fixated on the sun above. This posture appeared somewhat comical. Villagers from the nearby mountains observed this scene from afar, engaging in hushed discussions. What is that young man doing? Is he performing some sort of ritual? It looks quite eerie. That structure he built doesn't seem normal. Should we still ask for payment? Yes, absolutely. What are we afraid of? We'll go ask tomorrow. I'll consult Uncle Li on how we should approach this. As Lin Shi completed the 5th set of his health cultivation, he suddenly paused at the beginning of the 6th set. The sun he had been intently observing had not changed. Yet the reason for his halt became evident. The interface of the treasure basin, which had shown no significant alteration since his upgrade, had inexplicably transformed into a jumble of gibberish. In shock, Lin Shi immediately ceased his practice to scrutinize the treasure basin. He discovered that not only had the interface devolved into chaos, but he could no longer sense the space around him. Lin Shi's pupils constricted. This revelation was momentous. The space contained all the supplies he had accrued over the past 3 months. If it suddenly ceased to function, his advantages gained from rebirth would be drastically diminished. At that moment, Lin Shi realized how heavily he relied on this spatial ability. After several moments, the chaotic symbols coalesced into coherent Chinese characters. The end of the world on Blue Star has reset for the 3rd time. This iteration will accelerate species evolution. The treasure basin has recognized intelligent life forms as the primary entity and has activated the host protection protocol. Lin Shi's pupils shook with disbelief. The end of the world reset. For the third time? Why did the treasure basin indicate this was the third occurrence? Could it be that the apocalypse had already reset once before his rebirth? The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Lin Shi's heart raced like a drum. Was this a warning? Was this treasure basin intelligent? The space around him was once again within his perception. However, the countdown in the upper right corner, 71 hours and 43 minutes, assured Lin Shi that he had not been hallucinating. He speculated that this anomalous event was likely linked to the so-called solar flare eruption. The third reset of the blue star apocalypse has commenced, accelerating the pace of species evolution, with the detection that the treasure basin has recognized intelligent life forms as predominant, thus initiating the fire seed protection program. It has also been declared that the apocalypse has begun. Lin Shi is particularly intrigued by the number 3. Upon reflection, apart from himself, there may be no one else in this world who is aware that he is destined to relive the apocalypse once more. Is this a reversal of time? Or a complete erasure and restart? Within the realm of human understanding, time is believed to be unidirectional, unless one ascends to a theological perspective. The Mandela effect? The will of the divine? A game played by a higher civilization? Or merely a correction of the very laws of nature? Astonishingly, this could already be the third occurrence. Before he acquired the treasure basin, had time indeed flowed backward, and had humanity previously endured the impending apocalyptic calamity? During the first reset, was he, like billions of other humans and countless beings, completely oblivious to it? Why must there be 3 resets? Is it due to the extinction of life forms on Blue Star during the previous 2 resets? Such a hypothesis is both shocking and terrifying. What exactly is the treasure basin? Why has such information emerged? It is no wonder that knowing too much is often considered a burden. The more Lin Shi contemplates, the more questions arise. His breath quickens, and his mind buzzes, teetering on the brink of explosion. His heart races, making it impossible to remain calm. He is frightened. If he continues in this vein of thought, Lin Shi may begin to suspect that the universe, as understood by humankind, is manipulated by some higher civilization. They might be akin to lab rats, subjected to experiment after experiment. Closing his eyes to divert his attention, Lin Shi begins to hum a tune. Upon completing the melody, he finally manages to cast aside these bizarre notions. He retrieves his computer to search for information regarding the Ice Age. Blue Star has experienced several glacial periods. Before the arrival of this extreme cold apocalypse, humanity's ancestors endured an ice age lasting over 2 million years, which concluded just over 10,000 years ago. Lin Shi has only skimmed the surface regarding human involvement in the previous 3 ice ages. The Quaternary glaciation alone nearly led to the extinction of all non-cold resistant animals. Those that survived in the frigid wilderness were predominantly long-haired creatures. Yet, humanity persevered. Some scientists speculate that humans possess remarkable creativity and adaptability, which allowed their survival. However, Lin Shi believes this explanation lacks solid footing. Those who have not endured extreme cold cannot fathom its terrors. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, less than 1 million of the world's 7.8 billion humans remain. This illustrates the horror of the apocalypse. Over 2 million years ago, in a time devoid of technological advancements and with resources exceedingly scarce, lacking plants and medicines, numerous formidable carnivorous mammals such as saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, fierce lions, and terror wolves roamed the earth. They were colossal, ferocious, and carnivorous, with the physique and speed of an average human. One can only succumb to becoming prey for these formidable carnivorous beasts. Even if one were to endure in extreme cold, survival remains a formidable challenge. Strangely, after the conclusion of the Ice Age, these ferocious creatures became extinct, while humanity continues to thrive to this day. This phenomenon is difficult to elucidate through mere adaptive creativity. However, if the involvement and assistance of an advanced civilization were to be considered, then the entire scenario becomes considerably more coherent. Chapter 31. The villagers ascend the mountain. Yet, these are merely Lin Shi's conjectures. His primary intention is to survive in this apocalyptic world, irrespective of the reasons behind it. Since he has been granted a second chance at life, he is determined to live it fully. Only by surviving can he uncover more clues about this catastrophe. If his suspicions hold true, and each extinction event leads to a reset of the apocalypse, then as the sole-informed individual in this era, he may indeed need to take action. For no one knows how many times such a reset can occur. If this is the final opportunity, will Blue Star, like the other planets in the solar system, transform into a lifeless celestial body? Lin Shi retrieved his computer, connected a wireless network card, and commenced browsing the internet. He anonymously posted the news regarding the impending solar flare. 3 months prior, had he claimed that a severe solar flare would erupt today, he would undoubtedly have been dismissed as a madman or a charlatan. No one would have believed in his prophetic insights. Yet today, based on the facts that had already transpired, he revealed this information in advance, coupled with his predictions about the approaching Ice Age, making it far more credible. Perhaps a scientist would discern the anomalies of the sun and enable nations to prepare ahead of time. In 71 hours, all electronic devices would lose signal and become inoperative. Lin Shi would no longer face the risk of exposure. He was left uncertain as to whether his post would be discovered by those with genuine intent. The remainder of the events would be left to fate. Lin Shi attempted to establish communication with the treasure basin, yet received no response. To prevent a recurrence of the inability to sense the spatial realm, he took a portion of each type of resource from the space and placed them into the underground shelter. The following day, the countdown in the upper right corner had already decreased to 47 hours. Witnessing the approach of the apocalypse in such an agonizing manner was excruciating. Lin Shi could only continuously cultivate his health regimen to maintain his composure. However, before long, a group of unexpected visitors disrupted Lin Shi's tranquility. A tractor arrived outside his shelter. The shelter lacked windows, yet Lin Shi had installed a camera in the peephole of the blast-proof door to monitor the surroundings. Four individuals descended from the tractor and began to inspect the shelter. As they deliberated on who would knock on the door of this massive iron sphere, Lin Shi had already opened the door and stepped outside. One of the women peered through the narrow opening of the door Lin Shi had opened, her eyes wide with curiosity, almost wishing to cast her gaze inside. However, another door barred her view, no matter how hard she strained. She could not discern the situation within. "What brings you here?" Lin Shi surveyed the four newcomers. A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, an elderly man in his 60s leaning on a cane, a 30-year-old farmer, and a woman in her 20s all regarded Lin Shi with varying expressions. Ever since a villager had inquired about the cost of the spherical structure atop the mountain, which amounted to several million, it had become common knowledge among the villagers that Lin Shi was extraordinarily wealthy, akin to a prime target. The first to speak was the farmer, Li Chong. "Young man, this sphere of yours has disrupted the feng shui of our village. Recently, several of our chickens and ducks have perished. What do you propose we do about it?" Lin Shi directed his gaze toward a cluster of trees. "What do your dead chickens and ducks have to do with me?" Aunt Li, hands on her hips, glared at Lin Shi. "How can it not concern you? It is precisely because of your sphere that our poultry began to die. Who knows, soon enough, there may be human casualties." Lin Shi chuckled derisively, amused by the villagers' absurd reasoning. Their prediction was amusingly inaccurate. He anticipated that it would not be merely a few lives lost in the coming days. "Why don't you all just leave? It might be too late soon, and your village could be wiped out." Villagers are particularly superstitious about such matters, and Lin Shi's words incited considerable ire among the four. "How can you be so malicious? Child, are you cursing us?" Aunt Li fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shi. "You little brat. What did you say? If you can't speak properly, let your uncle teach you." Li Chong's eyes gleamed with menace as he swung his large palm toward Lin Shi's face. Though seemingly reckless, this had been a part of their plan before ascending the mountain. Youngsters are easily intimidated. A single slap would render Lin Shi compliant. With their numbers, they could fabricate any charges against him without fear of repercussions. The other three had already envisioned Lin Shi dazed from the blow. A resounding smack echoed through the air, far louder than they had anticipated. To their astonishment, the one who had been struck was not Lin Shi, but Li Chong himself. Lin Shi had deftly caught Li Chong's hand and retaliated with a swift slap to his face. Li Chong was momentarily stunned, his mind swirling, and his face began to swell visibly. The group was clearly unprepared for Lin Shi's audacity. He dared to retaliate against all four of them. Moreover, despite his youth, he possessed considerable strength. Seeing her son struck, the elderly man, leaning on his cane, brandished it in Lin Shi's direction, relying on his age. Lin Shi nimbly sidestepped, evading the cane. With a quick twist of his eyes, the elderly man feigned a fall, collapsing to the ground and closing his eyes. This was the signal to initiate their backup plan. "Dad, what's wrong, Dad?" Li Chui immediately reacted, glaring furiously at Lin Shi. "Did you hit my father?" "I didn't even lay a finger on him," Lin Shi replied coldly, casting a glance at the elderly man lying on the ground, his eyelids twitching. "We all witnessed it. Don't you dare try to weasel out of this." Aunt Li knelt before the old man, cradling him in her arms, wailing, "Oh, how wicked. Those from the city bully us country folk. If my dear husband passes, I'll throw myself against this iron sphere. I refuse to live any longer." Li Cui began to weep, lamenting, "My father has never been in good health. What are we to do now? Compensation. Just hand over 50,000 yuan and let this matter rest." Li Chong covered his face, clenching his fists tightly. As if Lin Shi would engage in a fierce confrontation the moment he uttered a refusal. "If you dare not compensate, we shall summon the security personnel and expose you to the press," threatened Auntie Li. "Very well," Lin Shi replied. The trio's expressions brightened, believing Lin Shi had acquiesced. Little did they know, Lin Shi continued, "Hurry and call the police." Naturally, reporting the incident was out of the question. Observing that Lin Shi was impervious to their intimidation, Li Chong glared menacingly and declared, "If you do not compensate, my father shall pay with his life." That slap he endured could not go unpunished. He then dashed to the tractor to retrieve a hatchet. "Hold on," Lin Shi said, feigning contemplation as he circled around old Li, seemingly assessing his condition. In truth, Lin Shi could indeed call the authorities, for there were surveillance cameras at his door, and these individuals were powerless against him. However, the previous encounter with the security personnel left Lin Shi with an unfavorable impression. He had numerous methods to dispatch these four, yet he chose the most exhilarating one. Auntie Li and the others exchanged triumphant glances, convinced that Lin Shi had succumbed to fear. Li Chong secretly reveled in his victory, thinking, "I told you. He is merely a young lad in his 20s, a little intimidation suffices." Suddenly, Lin Shi stepped on old Li's hand that dangled limply on the ground. "Ah!" Old Li screamed in agony, his eyes wide open. Lin Shi turned to the still-dazed Li Chong, saying, "I've revived your father, surely. He need not pay with his life now." Chapter 32, Xin Jinbin. Li Chong, Li Tsuitsue, Auntie Li. Lin Shi's unpredictable behavior left the three utterly bewildered. "Oh no, my hand is broken." Old Li trembled, clutching his injured hand, his face contorting in pain. Lin Shi's foot had not been gentle, initially feigning injury. He now found himself genuinely hurt. The other three were seething, ready to erupt. Lin Shi suddenly interjected. This unexpected concession momentarily stunned the trio, leaving them with a sensation akin to a lump lodged in their throats. Auntie Li nearly fainted. Moments ago, she had been prepared to curse Lin Shi's ancestors. However, having already acquiesced, they feared provoking him further lest he retract his agreement. "You must compensate for medical expenses, nutritional support, and mental distress, not to mention loss of earnings." Auntie Li gasped, tentatively proposing. Lin Shi nodded, surprisingly amenable. "Very well. You may leave for now. I am not going anywhere with my house here. Treatment is of utmost importance." Old Li's wails continued unabated. Li Chong, not daring to linger, pointed a finger at Lin Shi. If you do not compensate, I will ensure you regret it." After uttering a few threatening words, the trio assisted old Li onto the tractor and drove down the mountain. Lin Shi watched the tractor depart. He had no intention of paying any medical fees. He merely sought to rid himself of these four nuisances. In a few days, a snowstorm is set to strike. If they manage to ascend the mountain, it would signify his defeat. Lin Shi walked toward a grove of trees. The moment he exited the shelter, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him from within the woods. Ever since his rebirth, Lin Shi had become acutely sensitive to the scrutiny of others, able to detect any gaze within a 50-meter radius. As he stepped into the forest, his phone suddenly buzzed, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps retreating into the distance. He caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure vanishing amidst the dense foliage. Lin Shi retrieved his phone. The caller ID displayed Zhao Xiao. With a hint of irritation, he answered, "What is it?" He surmised that having ignored Zhao Xiao for 2 days had driven him to reach out. "Lin Shi, guess who I bumped into here?" Zhao Xiao spoke in a tone thick with mystery. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Zhao Xiao's voice crackled with excitement. "The son of our city's wealthiest tycoon, Xin Jinbin." Lin Shi tightened his grip on the phone. "Xin Jinbin. Indeed. He even approached me first, knowing I was in Sha City. He invited me to go diving tomorrow and asked me to bring you along." Lin Shi was taken aback. "You know such a super-rich second-generation heir? You've been quite secretive about it. How inconsiderate." Zhao Xiao continued to chatter on the phone. But Lin Shi's mind was consumed by the notion of Xin Jinbin being in Sha City. He could hardly focus on the rest of the conversation. Xin Jinbin, one of the culprits responsible for his demise in his past life. The animosity between Lin Shi and Xin Jinbin had been forged long ago. Lin Shi's father had once been an employee at Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day of the unfortunate incident involving Lin Shi's father, the chairman of the company brought his son to inspect the factory. They arrived at the electrical section where Lin Shi's father was operating. Suddenly, the chairman's son doused the electrical equipment with his drink, causing a short-circuit explosion that claimed Lin Shi's father's life on the spot. To quell the uproar, Shin Fanren, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy, distributed substantial hush money to everyone present and had them sign non-disclosure agreements, subsequently settling the matter with an exorbitant death compensation. However, a colleague who had a close relationship with Lin Shi's father discreetly informed him of the truth. It was then that Lin Shi learned his father had not perished due to a work-related mishap, but had been deliberately harmed. And that chairman's son was Xin Jinbin. Lin Shi recounted the incident to his mother, and he would forever remember the look she cast upon him, an amalgamation of conflict, hesitation, disdain, and pity. Ultimately, his mother vowed to investigate the matter and urged Lin Shi to focus on his studies. From that moment on, The employee who had revealed the truth vanished without a trace. A few months later, Lin Shi's mother remarried. To his astonishment, her new husband was none other than Shin Fanren, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy. Lin Shi felt ensnared in an intricate web of conspiracy. To avoid attracting peril, he had never mentioned this to anyone else, aside from a brief mention to Zhao Xiao after the apocalypse began. He sought to clandestinely gather evidence, only to discover that the Shun family held absolute power in Haishur, having meticulously erased all traces of wrongdoing. The sanctuary for survivors in his past life had also been established by the Shin family. He found himself bereft of any opportunity for vengeance. Even the singular chance he had before facing death was interrupted. Now, with Shun Jinbin and Shushi, he believed that this time, he would finally be able to eliminate him without anyone coming to his rescue. Lin Shi, are you going or not? Zhao Xiao on the other end of the line pressed. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xiao, Shin Jinbin was the very nemesis who had slain Lin Shi's father. Of course, he would go. Regardless of Shun Jinbin's purpose for appearing in Shushi, he was determined to kill him. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, a profound darkness settling within his eyes, as a cold smile crept upon his face, sending shivers down one's spine. The birds in the forest sensed the murderous intent and took flight. On June 3rd, at 1 p.m., there remained 21 hours on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure trove. Lin Shi arrived at a dock where private yachts were moored. From a distance, he spotted Zhao Xiao animatedly conversing with a young man with white hair, his back turned towards Lin Shi. Instantly, Lin Shi recognized that silhouette, Shin Jinbin. Suppressing the murderous intent simmering within, Lin Shi approached the two. Lin Shi, what took you so long? Young Master Shin has been waiting for quite a while. Zhao Xiao remarked reproachfully, standing beside Shin Jinbin. Had the focus shifted entirely onto Shin Jinbin? Lin Shi silently scoffed. It was evident that whether in this life or the last, Zhao Xiao would always turn against him in Shun Jinbin's presence. Maintaining his composure, Lin Shi replied. There was traffic on the way. I arrived late. Shin Jinbin turned to reveal a pallid face marred by excessive indulgence. His short white hair, giving him an air of disrepute. His gaze remained as condescending as in the past, appraising Lin Shi as if he were a mere trinket. At this moment, Shin Jinbin lacked the brutality that would later define him in the apocalypse. In a previous life, he would often kill for a mere word of discontent. He claimed any girl that caught his fancy, treating himself as the local sovereign of Haishur. Shin Jinbin waved his hand dismissively, saying, no matter. What matters is that you're here. Let us board the yacht. Chapter 33, The Uninhabited Sea. Shin Jinbin stepped onto the yacht first, with Zhao Xiao closely following. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and proceeded to follow them aboard. Just as he stepped onto the yacht, a burly man in black blocked his path. Sir, I must check for any dangerous items you may be carrying. Zhao Xiao was already being inspected by another man ahead, appearing compliant. Lin Shi frowned. I was invited to enjoy myself. Is this how you treat your guests? This is merely a standard procedure for the safety of everyone aboard the yacht. The man in black replied, unyielding. Ah, if that is the case, then I shall take my leave, Lin Shi said, turning to walk away. However, the bodyguard moved to obstruct him. What? You won't let me leave? Lin Shi's expression darkened. Sir, if you are carrying no dangerous items, wouldn't it suffice for me to conduct a search? This is young Master Shin's private yacht. Since you are here to enjoy yourselves, please cooperate and give our master some face. This yacht belongs to Shin Jinbin, and these individuals are undoubtedly his personal bodyguards. Lin Shi smiled, casting a cold glance at Shin Jinbin, who was watching from a few meters away. What is he to me? Why should I give him face? Do I even know him? The bodyguard in black glared, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed down on Lin Shi. By this time, the yacht had already departed from the dock. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. What? Do you intend to act violently in broad daylight? Just then, Shin Jinbin approached. Speaking ambiguously, Biao, this is my half-brother. Why is he so oblivious? Brother? Lin Shi is Shin Jinbin's brother. Everyone gasped, turning their astonished gazes towards Lin Shi. The expressions of several bodyguards were a mix of shock and disdain. The most astonished was Zhao Xiao, who had known Lin Shi for many years. How could he be unaware of Lin Shi's connection to the richest man in the city? Yet for Lin Shi, this revelation felt like an affront. His mother had married the father of his father's murderer. What brother? This was their first meeting in this lifetime. Shin Jinbin's words were merely a means to humiliate him for reasons unknown. Lin Shi clenched his teeth, struggling to suppress his murderous intent. He reminded himself to remain composed. To Shin Jinbin, he was nothing but an insignificant ant. In the previous life, Shin Jinbin had never even crossed paths with him before the apocalypse. His sudden approach must carry some ulterior motive. He could not afford to reveal his anger. Lin Shi looked at Shin Jinbin in confusion. What are you talking about? I don't know you at all. Shin Jinbin feigned realization, pointing at Lin Shi. Oh right, You weren't there when your mother married my father. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Shin Jinbin, your mother's stepson. She is a wonderful mother, treating me better than her own biological son. Lin Shi tightened his fists. The bodyguard named Biao stood protectively in front of Shin Jinbin, ready to subdue Lin Shi at any moment. Lin Shi's fists clenched and then relaxed as he lowered his gaze to conceal the murderous intent within, forcing a radiant smile onto his face. Oh, is that so? It seems you enjoy being someone else's son. Shin Jinbin's expression darkened instantly, his eyes filling with a brutal glint. Say that again. Sensing the tension escalating, Zhao Xiao quickly interjected. Ha ha, isn't this supposed to be a fun outing? We should all be cheerful. Look at how beautiful the sea is today. Zhao Xiao was not merely trying to ease the tension for Lin Shi. The atmosphere aboard the yacht felt decidedly ominous. Aside from Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao, there were Shin Jinbin and 8 towering bodyguards clad in black, all of whom were watching them intently. This was not a good omen. Shin Jinbin suppressed his fury, replacing it with a chilling smile before turning to enter the cabin. The remaining bodyguards followed suit. Only Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao, and the bodyguard named Biao remained on the deck. Mr. Lin, please allow me to search you, Biao requested once more. Zhao Xiao gently nudged Lin Shi. Leaning closer to whisper in his ear, Lin Shi, a wise man, does not suffer immediate losses. He is a young master from a wealthy family. It would be beneath us to confront him directly. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at him, then opened his arms towards the black-clad bodyguard, saying, "Search me." Biao disdainfully regarded Lin Shi before conducting a thorough search, ultimately confirming that Lin Shi bore no dangerous items, and thus stepped into the cabin. Inside the yacht's chamber, Shin Jinbin violently swept the last cup from the table to the floor. A nearby bodyguard was diligently clearing the shards of glass. His hand bloodied, yet he grimaced in silence as he continued his task. Biao entered the room, stating, "Young master, it has been confirmed, he carries nothing of note. However, the one named Lin Shi is physically fit from long-term training. He may pose a challenge. I shall handle him when we are in the water." Shin Jinbin slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with malice. Killing him like that would be too merciful. How dare he insult me? I will make him regret ever setting foot in this world. Young master, we are still in the country, Biao cautioned. Shin Jinbin, reluctant, slammed the table again and coldly glanced at Biao, adding, "Let us take care of the one who came with him as well." Understood. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao were on the deck, admiring the ocean view as a servant brought them drinks. Shortly thereafter, Shin Jinbin emerged, resuming his earlier roguish demeanor, engaging in light-hearted banter with the two. "We are heading to a more distant spot for diving. I know of a small island nearby, quite uninhabited, with breathtaking underwater scenery. I assure you, you have never witnessed such beauty." Shin Jinbin exaggeratedly described the stunning locale. Zhao Xiao nodded enthusiastically, responding, "I will follow whatever arrangements young Master Shin makes." Lin Shi did not object. Approximately 2 hours later, the yacht arrived near an uninhabited island. There were no other boats in sight, nor any signs of people. Sunlight danced upon the light blue waves, and just a few thousand meters ahead lay a pristine beach and the lush greenery of the island. Indeed, a picturesque scene. A bodyguard informed them that the diving equipment was ready and led them to the other end of the yacht. As the trio approached, Biao had already donned his gear. Shin Jinbin promptly grabbed a diving suit and put it on. Biao presented the remaining 2 suits to Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao, fidgeting his hands, remarked, "I've never been diving before. Perhaps I should sit this one out?" Lin Shi looked at Zhao Xiao in surprise. Biao is an expert diver. He can protect us underwater. We agreed to dive together. Are you refusing to give young Master Shin face? Shin Jinbin frowned at Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao waved his hands in denial. And upon seeing Lin Shi already donning a diving suit, he reluctantly did the same. As the two completed their preparations, Shin Jinbin turned away, a glint of mockery and malice flashing in his eyes. Chapter 34. Murder Underwater. Once everyone was dressed and had secured their breathing equipment, Zhao Xiao, standing behind Lin Shi, suddenly tugged at him, making exaggerated eye movements behind the diving mask. Lin Shi chuckled. "What are you squinting your eyes for? Did sand get in?" It appears that Zhao Xiao is not entirely foolish. He has sensed something amiss. Setting aside Shin Jinbin's status as a privileged heir, the scenario is undeniably perilous. A stranger suddenly invites you to join him, accompanied by 8 imposing men, and leads you to a desolate location. Initially, Zhao Xiao was too eager to cling to Shin Jinbin's coattails to notice the oddities surrounding him. It is common for ordinary individuals to instinctively revere and trust those in positions of power, often overlooking significant details. Conversely, Lin Shi had no intention of exposing the truth. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Biao cast a scrutinizing glance toward Zhao Xiao. Internally, Zhao Xiao cursed himself but managed to force a sheepish smile, stating, "My eyes are a bit uncomfortable. But it's nothing. The four individuals inspected their gear, and Biao proceeded to explain several underwater hand signals and safety precautions to Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao before being the first to plunge into the water. After Lin Shi descended, Zhao Xiao turned to face the predatory gazes of the bodyguards behind him, feeling compelled to follow suit. Anxious and troubled, he consoled himself, thinking that the situation could not be as dire as he imagined. The underwater world was breathtaking, with Lin Shi swimming ahead, admiring the surroundings. Were it not for the lurking threat behind him, it could have been a delightful excursion. As they approached a coral reef, Shen Jinbin signaled Biao to take action. Biao nodded in response, drawing a dagger from his thigh and swimming toward Lin Shi. Observing Biao drawing closer to Lin Shi, Shen Jinbin's eyes gleamed with a frenzied excitement. Being a novice at diving, Zhao Xiao lingered at the rear. Upon witnessing this alarming scene, terror gripped him. He attempted to alert Lin Shi, but in his panic, he nearly dislodged his breathing apparatus, quickly shutting his mouth instead. As Biao reached Lin Shi's rear, raising his glinting dagger, Zhao Xiao felt his legs weaken with fear. He swiftly turned to look at Shen Jinbin, only to find him displaying a look of exhilaration. It was over. Zhao Xiao felt despair wash over him. This was a murder plot. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately twisted around, striving to swim toward the surface. As for Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao had already resigned himself to the belief that Lin Shi was doomed. There was no way Lin Shi's physique could contend with a bodyguard. He had to flee immediately. If he lingered, he would be silenced. Zhao Xiao attempted to ascend, but in his panic as a first-time diver, he forgot to release the weight strapped to him, floundering helplessly in place. Lin Shi sensed an unusual surge of water behind him and instinctively turned around. A shimmering dagger sliced past his side. Biao, taken aback by Lin Shi's evasive maneuver, lunged forward with another strike. This time, Lin Shi discerned the intent behind the attack. It was aimed at his breathing apparatus. Indeed, in the seemingly tranquil summer nation, even those intent on murder acted with caution. The aim was to orchestrate an accidental death by asphyxiation. Constrained by the resistance of the water, Lin Shi had no refuge. He seized Biao's wrist, grappling to prevent the dagger from piercing his breathing apparatus. With his other hand, Biao lunged towards the respirator on Lin Shi's face, only to be seized by Lin Shi once more. The two engaged in a fierce struggle beneath the surface. Biao's face was contorted with ferocity, mingled with a hint of shock and disbelief. He exerted every ounce of strength to free himself from Lin Shi's grip, yet it felt as though he were ensnared by an iron vice, making no progress whatsoever. How could this young man possess such immense strength? Lin Shi lifted his foot and forcefully pushed against Biao, propelling himself more than a meter away. Just as Biao prepared to lunge forward again, Lin Shi reached behind him and, in a swift motion, produced a handgun from seemingly nowhere. Biao's body froze mid-charge, his eyes widening in disbelief and terror. When did this kid conceal a firearm? It was utterly impossible. He had thoroughly searched Lin Shi, confirming he bore no weapons. Moreover, during the change into diving suits, there had been no opportunity to hide a handgun in plain sight. This was inconceivable. Biao even thought he might be hallucinating underwater, for the very notion of Lin Shi wielding a gun seemed surreal. The bullets, hindered by the water's resistance, would travel at a speed significantly reduced compared to land. Yet human reflexes were also dulled, rendering even a seasoned warrior like Biao unable to evade at this distance. 3 shots struck vital points, even in his final moments. Biao could not fathom how Lin Shi had managed to bring a gun underwater. Zhao Xiao, too, watched the scene in disbelief, feeling that the day's events were nothing short of fantastical. How could Lin Shi possibly have a gun? The Lin Shi he knew was calm, decisive, and now wielding a weapon. Was this truly the Lin Shi he recognized? What had begun as an assured demise for Lin Shi suddenly took a dramatic turn. Among the three, the quickest to react was actually Shen Jinbin. As Lin Shi drew the handgun, Shen Jinbin swiftly swam to Zhao Xiao, who was floundering in place. When Lin Shi turned the gun towards them, Shen Jinbin had already reached Zhao Xiao, shielding him with his own body. In that instant, he pressed the deflation button on his diving suit. Zhao Xiao, paralyzed by fear, ascended while shaking his head in horror at the sight of Lin Shi's raised firearm. The handgun's effective range underwater was limited to 15 meters. As the distance began to widen, Lin Shi's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he fired. The bullet tore through the water, but with numerous disturbances, it veered off course, striking Zhao Xiao in the neck instead of Shen Jinbin's head. Zhao Xiao's eyes widened in terror behind his diving mask, and his respirator fell from his mouth, blood gushing from his mouth, nose, and neck. Lin Shi attempted to fire again, but at that moment, a school of fish swam between them. Once visibility returned, the distance between him and Shen Jinbin exceeded 2 meters. Lin Shi fired another shot, but the bullet fell short midway. Sensing that Lin Shi's handgun posed no further threat, Shun Jinbin released the now wide-eyed Zhao Xiao and swam more swiftly towards the surface. Lin Shi. A storm of fury brewed within Shun Jinbin's eyes as he glared at Lin Shi with unbridled animosity, even gesturing a throat-slitting motion in Lin Shi's direction during his ascent. Never had anyone made him feel so utterly humiliated. He vowed to eliminate Lin Shi. Shun Jinbin was drawing nearer to the water's surface, the distance between the two having expanded to 3 meters. Lin Shi's gaze was profound. He maximized the air supply in his diving apparatus, detached his weights, and ascended with a swifter pace than Shun Jinbin. He surged toward Shun Jinbin with remarkable speed. Chapter 35, The Harsh Truth. Experienced divers are well aware that the ascent must not be too rapid, lest the body struggle to cope, leading to hypoxic damage to the tissues. As Lin Shi approached swiftly, and with Shun Jinbin still 4 or 5 meters from the surface, panic was visibly etched on Shun Jinbin's face. Ignoring his body's limitations, he propelled himself upward with all his might. The interception crossbow. Unhurriedly, he secured a rope to the arrow's tail, aiming at the increasingly proximal Shun Jinbin. With a swift release, the arrow flew forth. The rapid ascent rendered Shun Jinbin's complexion ever paler, yet his eyes shone brightly. The water's surface was near, closer than ever. At last, Shun Jinbin's head breached the surface. He removed his respirator, poised to call for his bodyguard to pull him up. However, at that very moment, his body convulsed violently. Looking down, he saw a sharp arrowhead protruding from his abdomen, crimson fluid rapidly staining the surrounding waters. The bodyguard, having spotted Shun Jinbin, immediately leaped into the water to rescue him. Lin Shi, bereft of the interception crossbow, now possessed only a rope, which he used to forcibly drag Shun Jinbin beneath the waves. The bodyguard, recognizing the severity of the situation, promptly submerged to save Shun Jinbin. By the time the bodyguard donned his diving suit and entered the water, Lin Shi and Shun Jinbin had long vanished from sight beneath the surface. Lin Shi dragged the unconscious Shun Jinbin as if he were a lifeless creature, casting him onto the sandy beach of a small island. Due to the rapid ascent, Shun Jinbin's substantial body exhibited symptoms of decompression sickness, his upper body grotesquely swollen. The wound in his abdomen, having been pierced, was now whitened by the seawater. An infection was merely a matter of time. Additionally, having inhaled water, he was nearly breathless. Lin Shi first removed his diving suit and administered several first aid measures to Shun Jinbin. He refrained from extracting the arrow, knowing that doing so would likely result in Shun Jinbin's immediate demise. Questions remained unanswered, and he could not permit Shun Jinbin to perish so swiftly. Coughing violently, Shun Jinbin expelled a mouthful of water, the convulsions tugging at his abdominal wound, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Upon seeing Lin Shi again, the once cruel and disdainful expression on Shun Jinbin's face transformed into one of desperation as he pleaded, "Spare me. I can offer you a substantial sum. Why do you wish to kill me?" Shun Jinbin's eyes darted. "I never intended to kill you." Lin Shi's demeanor grew cold as he placed his hand upon Shun Jinbin's abdominal wound, pressing deeply. The excruciating pain contorted Shun Jinbin's features, his body convulsing in a scream. Once Shun Jinbin regained his composure, Lin Shi inquired once more, "Why do you want me dead? My patience is limited." This time, Shun Jinbin dared not resort to trickery. You exposed Li Duokai online last time, which dragged my father's company into turmoil, resulting in a week of consecutive stock plummets. I merely wish to teach you a lesson." Shun Jinbin refrained from directly stating his desire to kill Lin Shi. "Why did you kill my father?" Shun Jinbin's expression shifted dramatically. "What are you talking about? Who is your father?" Lin Shi's voice was as cold as the December frost, and he pressed his hand against Shun Jinbin's abdomen. Trembling in fear, Shun Jinbin stammered, "And no, please, I'll tell you. I don't know your father. It was my dad who ordered me to do this. If there's a grievance, it should be addressed to my father. Please, spare me." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. "You say it was your father who commanded you? What was his motive?" Shun Jinbin swallowed hard and replied, "Because he has long coveted your mother, wishing to possess her. That wretched woman claimed that an affair would ruin her reputation, and she refused to agree. So my father ordered me to eliminate that engineer." The truth was unbearably cruel. His own mother was the architect of his father's demise. The true mastermind behind his father's death was the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company, Limited, the man who had once ruled over the Sea City during the apocalypse. As Lin Shi's gaze grew increasingly menacing, Shun Jinbin hastily defended himself. "I was coerced. If I didn't comply, my father would strip me of my inheritance. He has several other sons out there." At that moment, the distant sound of a yacht's engine reached Shun Jinbin's ears, a flicker of hope mixed with a hint of malice crossing his face. "One last question." Lin Shi leaned closer to Shun Jinbin. "Ask away. I promise to tell you everything." The overwhelming desire to survive shone in Shun Jinbin's eyes. He wished for Lin Shi to ask more questions, granting his subordinates time to rescue him. What does hell look like? Go see for yourself. Lin Shi's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he yanked the arrow embedded in Sun Jinbin's abdomen and drove it mercilessly into his heart. Hearing the engine's roar grow nearer, Sun Jinbin's eyes filled with bitterness and malice. No, couldn't he die? He had a glorious life ahead, boundless wealth, and countless pleasures to enjoy. To perish at the hands of an insignificant ant he wished to toy with was utterly unbearable. The fierce will to live momentarily cleared Sun Jinbin's hazy vision. Noticing the determination in Sun Jinbin's gaze, Lin Shi prepared to deliver another fatal blow. However, an ominous prickling sensation crept over him from behind. Lin Shi swiftly rolled to the side just as a deafening gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the sand where he had just stood, sending grains flying. It was a sniper rifle. Had he not dodged in time, the bullet would have struck his head. A chill ran down Lin Shi's spine as he turned to see the yacht had approached within 200 meters. 7 dark gun barrels aimed at him. Erupting in a flurry of gunfire, Lin Shi ducked and dodged, but a bullet from a handgun grazed his arm. Not daring to linger, he sprinted toward the woods ahead. Once he entered the thicket, the intense sense of danger began to wane. His limbs were scratched by thorns and brambles, leaving trails of blood, but he pressed on, deeper into the dense forest. Chapter 36, Ambush on the Island. Until he could no longer hear any sounds behind him, Lin Shi leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath. After enduring an underwater battle and swimming several kilometers with Sun Jinbin, Lin Shi's physical strength was nearly depleted. At this moment, his limbs trembled involuntarily, a sign of exhaustion. Had it not been for 3 months of rigorous training, he would have lacked the strength to escape. However, all of this was worthwhile. He had uncovered the truth behind his father's death and had avenged him by killing the one responsible. With fatal injuries, a penetrating wound to his abdomen, decompression sickness, and an infection, he doubted Sun Jinbin could survive under such conditions. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Sun family's bodyguards would be equipped with such heavy weaponry. Lin Shi had always believed he did not underestimate the Sun family's influence, but he was still caught off guard. In a peaceful society, providing bodyguards with such heavy firepower was unexpected. These bodyguards were no ordinary veterans. It was no wonder the Sun family could dominate the entire coastal city even in the harshest of times. Confirming that no one was pursuing him for the moment, Lin Shi sought refuge in a secluded valley. He retrieved bandages, antiseptic, hemostatic spray, and a dagger from his storage space. After sterilizing the dagger, Lin Shi gritted his teeth and extracted the bullet from his left arm, applying the hemostatic spray and bandaging the wound. By the time he completed these tasks, he was drenched in sweat. In his past life, he had endured far worse injuries in the apocalypse without any medication, so this was trivial by comparison. He swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills and tended to a fresh cut from a branch. Changing into a clean set of clothes from his storage, he began to replenish his strength with water and canned luncheon meat. Time passed, and still, no one pursued him. Either the bodyguards had departed with Sun Jinbin's corpse, or they were lying in wait to ambush him. After resting for a while, Lin Shi continued deeper into the dense forest. Half an hour later, standing at the highest point of the small island, he surveyed the surroundings. Sun Jinbin's yacht had vanished, along with his body from the beach. However, on the opposite side of the island, a lifeboat had been dragged to the edge of the woods along the shoreline. The bright orange-yellow hue, though partially obscured by tree shadows, remained quite conspicuous. Indeed, had he not been positioned at such a vantage point, Lin Shi would have missed the lifeboat entirely. The presence of a lifeboat indicated that someone had remained aboard the previous yacht, suggesting an imminent ambush was in preparation. This uninhabited island was not far from the coastal city, but reaching it on foot was impossible. In this situation, it suited him perfectly. As the sun began to set, the countdown in the upper right corner of his treasure chest showed only 17 hours remaining. Lin Shi no longer hesitated. He donned his combat suit with swift precision. This military cold-weather gear had been ordered at great expense from Xie. Officially named Cold Climate Special Forces Combat Suit, it consisted of 16 pieces, offering excellent warmth and waterproofing without hindering combat capabilities. Naturally, Lin Shi did not wear the entire ensemble in such weather. Instead of removing a few pieces of thermal underwear, he donned the bulletproof vest beneath his outer garments, equipped himself with a tactical helmet and thermal night vision goggles. Fully armed, he awaited the fall of night, the opportune moment for carnage to commence. The forest at night was engulfed in utter darkness, swarming with mosquitoes. 5 figures clad in black crouched behind shrubs in their respective positions, poised for action. Their exposed necks and hands were covered in mosquito bites. Yet they endured with furrowed brows. Originally accompanying Sun Jinbin on an outing, their preparation of firearms was already a stretch, with no additional equipment at hand. The The lone sniper rifle remained concealed at the bottom of the yacht for unforeseen circumstances. After all, this was the safest country in the world, far from the gun-ridden chaos of the Middle East. It had not occurred to them that a mere routine dive could lead to a significant blunder in their mission. A faint sound caused two bodyguards to tense up. The patter of raindrops began to fall from the sky, transforming from a gentle tap to a steady drizzle upon the leaves. Number 2, it's raining. Should we continue to wait? One bodyguard whispered into the intercom. Wait, came the reply. This island is vast. If someone is hiding, 5 of us would struggle to locate them in a short time. If we disperse into the dense forest, confronting the assassin one-on-one would be akin to courting death. We must remain patient. He will seek a way to escape, and we shall match him in endurance. Failing to eliminate him will lead to dire consequences for us all. The bodyguards had assessed Shin Jinbin's injuries and speculated that Lin Shi had come prepared for the assassination. A premeditated act. With impeccable disguise and ruthless execution, how could an ordinary person achieve such feats? Moreover, to possess prior knowledge of their destination and conceal items underwater. Such skills could only belong to a professional assassin or a spy. They could not fathom the reality that there was no hidden weaponry underwater, but rather a space from which items could be retrieved at will. Nevertheless, some bodyguards sensed something amiss. I don't believe that person is an assassin. Didn't young master say he was the son of his stepmother? The man referred to as number 2 paused before responding. Young master had investigated Lin Shi's background before the information surfaced. He is merely an ordinary college student. Do you think that if we tell Mr. Shin that an average college student produced a crossbow to nearly kill Shin Jinbin, he would believe us? Are we, 8 men who have danced on the edge of death, unable to guard against a single college student? It would be more plausible to suggest that an assassin is masquerading as Lin Shi, providing us with a convenient justification for our failure. Number 2 continued. This time, we ensured that all the gene repair medication was administered to the young master to keep him alive. The bodyguards fell into silence. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, the seemingly doomed Shin Jinbin had yet to perish. Meanwhile, he had cautiously navigated to the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, and the sudden sound of rain first startled him, then filled him with joy. Even the heavens seemed to be aiding him. The relentless sound of rain masked his footsteps effortlessly. The silhouettes of several burly men were distinctly visible through night vision goggles. Lin Shi lay in ambush 300 meters away, deftly retrieving a crossbow. Though the intercepting crossbow possessed formidable power, it was not particularly discreet. The crossbow in Lin Shi's grasp, however, was known as the crossbow, renowned for its minimal noise, making it ideal for close-quarter combat. He had acquired it during his last procurement. Carefully placing a few bolts into his quiver, Lin Shi cautiously approached the position where the 5 men lay in wait. The incessant patter of rain on the leaves filled his ears, compelling him to tread upon bare stones and soil to avoid drawing attention. As he drew within 200 meters, Lin Shi halted, fully alert. At this distance, if they possessed infrared sensing equipment, he would surely be detected. He remained still for a moment, noting that there was no reaction from the adversaries. This range also fell within the effective range of the crossbow. He readied his weapon, aiming at a figure not obscured by trees, and released an arrow. Chapter 37, The Rainy Night Sniper. Although his practice with the crossbow had been brief, it was inherently precise and user-friendly. Being proficient with firearms, he wielded the crossbow with equal finesse. The arrow flew silently, yet it sliced through the underbrush, producing a distinct sound. Amid the cacophony of rain, the unusual noise piqued the attention of the second guard. Something's amiss. Simultaneously, the alert from the second guard coincided with a muffled grunt from another bodyguard. The arrow struck true, hitting one of the guards. In the thermal imaging night vision, the positions and movements of the 5 men concealed behind the foliage were vividly illuminated before Lin Shi's eyes. Get down. The bodyguards reacted swiftly, dropping to the muddy ground. 4 of them lay still in the muck, paralyzed by fear. In the moonless, pitch-black rainforest, they had no inkling of where the enemy lurked, nor from where the assault originated. Be cautious, they possessed thermal sensing equipment. The second guard whispered. If the enemy approached, they would have certainly sensed it. The only plausible explanation was that the assailant was sniping them from a distance. Among them were also snipers, yet a sniper rifle was impractical in such dense jungle. It's a crossbow. The second guard crawled forward, reaching the comrade struck by the arrow. Upon seeing the bolt embedded in the comrade's head, his conviction solidified. They had indeed found themselves in a dire predicament. Advancing meant uncertainty regarding the enemy's location, while retreating to the beach would render them sitting ducks. The remaining bodyguards felt a sense of despair. They had not anticipated that this assassin would be so thoroughly prepared, having preemptively set up equipment on this small island. Initially skeptical of Lin Shi's guise as an assassin, their doubts began to waver. In the torrential downpour of the dark night, Lin Shi's keen eyes focused on the scope. His expression icy, his lips pressed into a thin line. With a pull of the trigger, the black arrow pierced through the cascading sheets of water, slicing through several blades of grass with astonishing speed toward one of the bodyguards. The barely audible thud of the arrow striking flesh was followed by a muted groan. Another had fallen to the arrow. After a brief moment of anticipation, Lin Shi observed that the thermal imaging night vision device did not indicate a rapid loss of body heat from the individual. This person was not deceased, evidently. The vital area had not been struck. The remaining 4 bodyguards were now crouched amidst the underbrush, where the dense foliage on the island severely compromised the accuracy of the crossbow. Lin Shi glanced around, focusing on a pine tree to his right. Quickly finding a secure foothold, he concealed himself and readied his crossbow to take aim and fire. A short, piercing scream followed as a sharp arrow pierced the chest of one bodyguard. "Heitsi!" exclaimed another bodyguard beside the injured man, who lifted his head in alarm. However, another arrow swiftly descended, striking the forehead of the bodyguard who had attempted to ascertain his companion's condition. "Northwest direction, in the trees," barked the second bodyguard, furrowing his brow. He immediately rose and maneuvered several meters in a zigzag pattern, taking cover behind a tree before drawing his weapon and firing. The shot was remarkably precise, hitting the exact spot where Lin Shi had just concealed himself. Unfortunately, that location was now devoid of Lin Shi's presence. After releasing 2 arrows, Lin Shi's crossbow vanished from his grasp as he deftly slid down the tree trunk and onto the ground. A sniper is often advised to shoot and relocate. It would be foolish to remain in the same spot for consecutive shots. By the time the second bodyguard discharged his weapon, Lin Shi had already climbed to another tree a few meters away from his previous position. The astonishing accuracy of the shot startled him. This individual was likely the sniper who had targeted him from the yacht. Upon hearing the second bodyguard announce the position, another bodyguard stood up, intending to follow suit and take cover behind a tree for an attack. However, as he rose, he heard the second bodyguard shout, "Stay down." But it was too late. The last sight he beheld was a cold, shadowy arrowhead. With a swift thud, the arrow struck true, killing him instantly. Thus, from the original 5 bodyguards, only 1 remained. The second bodyguard took refuge behind the tree, rainwater cascading down his resolute face like icy daggers. Once a moderately renowned international mercenary and a sharpshooter, he had previously wielded a sniper rifle on the beach. It was only after a betrayal by a comrade during a mission that he became disillusioned and left that world to become a bodyguard. Among the 8 bodyguards, he was the most solitary, accustomed to isolation and often silent. In contrast, Biao, adept at flattery and ingratiating himself, had gained Shin Jinbin's trust and thus became the leader of the group. From the moment he chose to embrace a life on the edge, the second bodyguard understood that one day he would meet his end at the hands of another. Today, that day had finally arrived. At this moment, an arrow was lodged in his right arm, having pierced through, its sharp barbed tip still clinging to a fragment of his flesh. The loss of his dominant hand meant a significant reduction in his combat effectiveness. Yet, there was no flicker of emotion in his eyes, nor any trace of fear before death. The rain poured with increasing intensity, and with a gun in his left hand, he noticed that the enemy had shifted positions. He wished to alert his comrades, yet it was too late. A faint sound sliced through the air, and the death of a teammate revealed Lin Shi's location. Taking a deep breath, Number 2's gaze became as tranquil as a still pond, while his mind swiftly calculated Lin Shi's position before he deftly evaded his cover. Resolutely, he fired. After Lin Shi released an arrow from the tree, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, far greater than the peril he had felt when targeted by a sniper on the beach. His grip loosened, and he narrowly evaded a bullet by leaning back. However, the tree was slick with rain, and he found himself falling into the abyss. This precarious situation was fraught with danger. Once airborne, the enemy could easily predict his location and simply lower their aim to strike him down. In midair, he had no chance to evade. Yet, astonishingly, he had been clutching a rope all along. The rope had been secured to the tree long ago. At that moment, Lin Shi's heart raced with disbelief. How could the enemy possess such remarkable marksmanship, able to locate him from over 200 meters away on a dark, rainy night? Once could be deemed coincidence, but twice suggested the adversary's extraordinary prowess. Thus, after being discovered the first time, he had prepared for evasion. Without night vision equipment, Lin Shi doubted the enemy could still pinpoint his position. Yet, this time, he was mistaken. Bang! How could this be? Lin Shi was taken aback. Was it mere luck? Although the bullet was thwarted by his bulletproof vest, the force propelled him downward toward the ground. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of crisis engulfed him. Chapter 38, Gene Lock. The acute life-and-death peril compelled Lin Shi to release the rope from his grasp. But that was not enough. Suddenly, an object appeared before him, a riot shield. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets struck the shield almost simultaneously. leaving Lin Shi in a state of dread as he realized that those shots had targeted 3 vital areas. Could the enemy have anticipated that he would let go? Impossible. With a muffled thud, Lin Shi fell onto a bed of decaying leaves and underbrush. He swiftly rolled to conceal himself behind a tree with a trunk as thick as a man. His heart raced, a testament to the turmoil within him after narrowly escaping a lethal shot. Were it not for his spatial abilities, his knack for retrieving items, and his quick reflexes, those 3 bullets would have found their mark in his head, neck, and heart. The other 2 areas were fortunate, but the neck had no protection. Had he been hit, he might have met his end there today. What a terrifying marksmanship. Leaning against the tree, Lin Shi sought to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from 200 meters away. A jolt of alarm shot through Lin Shi, and he cautiously employed his thermal imaging night vision to investigate the situation. He discovered the sole surviving bodyguard convulsing on the ground, with no other life forms in sight. Suspecting a trap, he refrained from approaching. Instead, he deftly retrieved his crossbow and aimed an arrow at the man. Struck by an arrow, Lin Shi observed that the individual continued to convulse incessantly, displaying no reaction to evade the assault. Cautiously, Lin Shi approached. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the bodyguard was bleeding from his mouth and nose, his expression contorted in agony, seemingly enduring tremendous pain. His body spasmed uncontrollably, the arrow having pierced his thigh, while another arrow remained lodged in his arm. Yet, the man appeared to be beyond concern for his own injuries. Upon seeing Lin Shi, the second man's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could hardly fathom that Lin Shi was still alive. He struggled to articulate, "How can you possibly be alive?" Lin Shi picked up the pistol that the second man had dropped, aiming it at his head. "It's a genetic collapse." "A genetic collapse?" Lin Shi furrowed his brow. The after effects of unlocking the genetic locks. Before the second man could elaborate, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Genetic locks? Even during peacetime, someone can unlock genetic locks? A sense of shock coursed through Lin Shi as he inquired, "How can I save you?" His inquiry was not fueled by a genuine desire to rescue the man, but rather a quest for the secrets surrounding genetic locks. This was the first individual he had encountered capable of unlocking genetic locks. With the apocalypse looming and danger omnipresent, extracting any knowledge from this man could potentially lead to an early unlocking of genetic locks, thus enhancing his self-preservation capabilities. Pocket. The second man's eyes began to roll back. Lin Shi crouched down and rummaged through the man's coat lining, discovering a small box. "Is this it?" The second man nodded weakly. Lin Shi opened the box to reveal a blue pill inside. Casting a sidelong glance at the second man, who was fixated on the pill, Lin Shi split it in half, placing one half in the man's mouth. He stepped back 2 paces and once again aimed his gun at the second man. The man swallowed the pill with blood, his body gradually calming. He lay still, prompting Lin Shi to ask, "Do you have any questions?" "You may ask. My time is limited," the second man rasped, clearly aware of Lin Shi's ulterior motive in aiding him. Lin Shi pressed, "How do I unlock the genetic locks?" "Tell me, and I will give you this half of the pill." The second man smirked, countering, "Do you know what a genetic lock is?" Lin Shi shook his head. He possessed only a superficial understanding. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, and even after 8 years in the apocalypse, he had merely accumulated some combat experience. "I do not know who specifically named the genetic locks. I only began to gather some intelligence after unlocking them myself. There are 5 genetic locks within the human body. Unlocking the first tier of the genetic lock enables your brain to shield itself from all external distractions. Information that you would typically forget after a single glance can be recalled instantaneously. In this state of combat, you can utilize everything available in your surroundings. Your mind functioning as a computer, calculating with remarkable composure. Upon unlocking the second tier, you gain precise control over every ounce of your strength and can command every muscle. Even if you possess only 50 pounds of force, you could defeat a boxing champion. To unlock the first tier of the genetic lock requires suffering, extreme suffering. Lin Shi frowned. "Suffering? Can you elaborate further?" "I cannot recall the specifics. When I first activated the genetic lock, I was already in a state of shock, unaware of how I managed to endure it." Number 2's gaze was vacant, as if he were recalling some distant memory. "So, the shots you just fired were indeed in the state of the genetic lock? Is your current condition also related to it?" Lin Shi inquired rapidly. Number 2's complexion visibly deteriorated, growing increasingly pale. "Indeed, I had just entered the genetic lock state, yet my body could not withstand the aftereffects of its activation." With that, Number 2 expelled a large quantity of black, foul-smelling blood. "What was that medicine you just took?" Lin Shi asked, still clutching half a pill in his hand. "This medication is intended to control the aftereffects of releasing the genetic lock. It also has healing properties, but it has become ineffective for me," Number 2 replied, revealing bloodstained teeth in a grimace. "How did you evade my shot just now?" I calculated all your possible reactions. Logically, you should not have been able to dodge it. Lin Shi's eyes flickered, for this pertained to his greatest secret. Yet, confronted by the increasingly dazed expression of the man before him, Lin Shi could not help but divulge, as he too was curious about the origin of the medicine. I blocked the bullet with something. Number two's eyes glimmered with confusion, unable to comprehend what Lin Shi had used for protection. Nevertheless, he had obtained the answer he sought. Realizing it was not due to his own miscalculation, a faint smile appeared on number two's face. It matters little to reveal this. It was manufactured by the Shin family. The outside world believes the Shin family is merely a company focused on energy research, but their influence spans numerous fields, far more extensive than you might imagine. Number two spoke slowly. Why are you telling me this? Lin Shi scrutinized the man whose life was nearing its end, assessing the veracity of his words. Chapter 39. Return to Shashi. Number two forced a bitter smile. I am but a solitary individual, not affiliated with the Shin family. They pay me, and I work for them, that is all. Once I am gone, what happens to the Shin family is of no concern to me. You managed to evade 3 of my shots when I activated the genetic lock, which is commendable. However, unfortunately for you, you will not survive long once you leave here. The Shin family will not spare you, and you cannot escape their eradication. Blood began to seep from number two's nostrils, yet his complexion improved. He understood that his time was drawing near. Let me share one more thing. Shin Jinbin is not dead. With the aid of the Shin family's pharmaceuticals, he will not pass so easily. Number two's lips moved, but Lin Shi could not discern the remainder of his words. Shin Jinbin is not dead. Lin Shi's expression finally shifted. Shin Jinbin is alive? He had clearly pierced Shin Jinbin's heart. How could he possibly still be alive? Lin Shi furrowed his brow and crouched down to check number two's pulse. He was already deceased. Lin Shi searched the man's belongings and found a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an identification card. Li Heo, read the name printed on the card. Perhaps knowing his inevitable demise, Li No. 2 never allowed Lin Shi to feed him the remaining half of the pill. Li number 2 stated that apart from the energy sector, the Shin family also ventured into various fields, even cultivating individuals capable of unlocking genetic codes. This revelation elucidated the Shin family's formidable stature in the post-apocalyptic world. In his past life, Lin Shi had been akin to a frog in a well, utterly oblivious. The survival of Shin Jinbin was something Lin Shi had never anticipated. He opened his palm to behold the half of the blue pill, which he meticulously stored in his spatial compartment. Given the tumultuous nature of their journey, it was highly probable that Shin Jinbin still resided in Shashi. Rising to his feet, Lin Shi proceeded towards the other corpses. It was now nearly 1 a.m. with over 9 hours remaining on the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin. However, upon arriving at the beach, he realized he could not proceed further. It was pouring rain, the sea roiling with waves, and the moonless ocean was a pitch-black abyss, making direction nearly impossible to discern. A small lifeboat entering the sea in such weather at night was little more than a death wish. Recalling the satellite phone he had found on Li number 2, he retrieved it and dialed a number. Su Qin, I require your assistance with a matter. After hanging up, Lin Shi sought a higher ground to pitch a tent and closed his eyes, resting for the night. He dared not indulge in deep slumber in such a place. As the faint light of dawn broke, he packed up the tent and took out some water and food from his spatial compartment to consume lightly. The rain had ceased. It was now 5 a.m., with 5 hours remaining on the countdown in the treasure basin's upper right corner. Lin Shi changed into a fresh set of clothes. On his way to the beach, he happened upon the battlefield from the previous day and cast a glance at Li number 2's corpse. To his astonishment, the body exhibited severe decomposition. Merely a night had passed, or more accurately, around 4 hours. Much of the corpse's skin had sloughed off, revealing muscle beneath, and in certain areas, white bones were faintly visible, an utterly horrific sight. Was this the result of genetic collapse? He recalled the precise gunfire exchanged with Li number 2 yesterday, exceedingly accurate predictions, impeccable marksmanship, and extraordinary computational ability. Without external aid, such feats were nearly unattainable for humans. Genetic locks, a terrifying double-edged sword. Lin Shi made his way to the beach. The sea had calmed, and he pushed the lifeboat into the water, boarded, and started the engine, setting his course for Shashi. After more than 3 hours, Lin Shi finally approached the shores of Shashi. With just over an hour remaining until the solar storm reached Earth, he contacted Su Qin. Su Qin, have you located that individual? Lin Shi informed her that a friend was gravely injured and nearing death, pleading for her to search the major hospitals in Shashi, promising her a substantial reward. He relayed Shin Jinbin's name, age, and other distinguishing features, instructing her to begin her search at the best-equipped facilities. Initially reluctant, Su Qin, upon hearing of the promised 20,000 yuan reward, forsook sleep and immediately took a taxi to scour the hospitals for any sign of him. It has been located. in the intensive care unit number 1 on the 8th floor of Shushi First Hospital. Indeed, numerous experts have convened for consultations. Who is your friend, possessing such remarkable influence? Su Qin yawned, her voice laced with fatigue. In truth, she had found someone at the first hospital rather swiftly, but she feared that if it were too easy, Lin Shi might reconsider. Thank you. I have transferred the red envelope to you. Lin Shi ended the call and made his way to an uninhabited beach, where he stowed the lifeboat into his space. At this moment, the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin displayed 1 hour and 26 minutes remaining. Lin Shi donned a cap and a mask, then hailed a vehicle by the roadside, directing it towards Shushi First Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit number 1 on the 8th floor of Shushi First Hospital, a dozen doctors and a middle-aged woman stood in a cluster. Astonishingly, these doctors were renowned experts frequently featured in major news publications. They should have been at Haisher or Jingdu hospitals, awaiting appointments. Yet, they had all gathered here to deliberate on the condition of a single patient. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the ward, Shen Jinbin lay on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages and filled with tubes, his breath faint. The speaker was a middle-aged woman clad in an exquisitely tailored suit dress, exuding competence, though her beautiful face bore signs of fatigue and a hint of resentment in her eyes. Last night, Shen Fanren, with whom she had lost contact for years, suddenly called, claiming their son was in trouble and that he was unable to leave Haisher due to pressing matters, asking her to come and take care of him. Upon arriving in Shushi, Li Huilan discovered the severity of her son's injuries. That ungrateful man, that beast, had neglected his own flesh and blood. He only cared for that vixen. Chapter 40, Shen Jinbin's demise. The experts exchanged glances, shaking their heads with sighs. Shen's injuries were far too severe. Although it was unclear what had sustained his fragile breath, his will to survive was undeniably strong, yet such wounds would be fatal for most. We can only do our utmost. They spoke delicately, though the implication was clear. That he had survived this long was already miraculous. How could they possibly save him? Li Huilan, in despair, cried out, "Please, you are experts, aren't you? You must save my son." One of them cautiously inquired. "We have detected a peculiar substance within Shen's body, which seems to be sustaining his last vestiges of life. Do you know what he had ingested previously?" All the experts' eyes lit up with curiosity. They too wished to know. "What? I have no idea." Li Huilan turned to the bodyguard who had accompanied Shen Jinbin to the hospital, as if grasping at a lifeline. "What did you give Jinbin? Is there any left? Quickly, bring it out." The two bodyguards exchanged glances. "There is none left. That was the life-saving medication entrusted to us by Mr. Shen, and there was only one pill. However, the courier is already en route." At that moment, one of the bodyguards answered a phone call. "Hello? Yes, on the 8th floor." After hanging up, he turned to Li Huilan. "The courier has arrived. They are downstairs." Li Huilan's expression brightened. "Wonderful. Jinbin is saved." The countdown displayed 48 minutes remaining. Lin arrived at the entrance of the first hospital, making his way towards the inpatient department. The hospital was filled with individuals wearing masks, and Lin's attire drew no attention from others. The intensive care unit and the general wards were housed in 2 separate buildings, and the crowd was sparse. Soon, Lin reached the elevator entrance of the inpatient department and pressed the button for the elevator. A figure approached from the side, seemingly waiting for the same elevator. Just then, the elevator doors opened with a chime. As Lin intended to step inside, he caught a glimpse of a silhouette in the elevator's reflective mirror, momentarily taken aback. The reflection revealed a robust individual clad in black, with a cold expression, holding a suitcase. This person's demeanor resembled that of Shen Jinbin's bodyguards. Lin did not falter in his stride and entered the elevator as usual, followed closely by the black-clad figure. The doors closed slowly, and Lin pressed the button for the 7th floor. If this individual was associated with Shen Jinbin, he would likely be heading to the 8th floor. Indeed, the next moment, the black-clad man stepped forward and pressed the button for 8. A glimmer of realization shone in Lin's eyes beneath his cap. He was now certain that this man was one of Shen Jinbin's associates. The elevator ascended gradually, with few people in the building. It proceeded directly to the 7th floor without stopping. Suddenly, Lin clutched his chest and bent over as if stricken by a sudden illness. The black-clad man glanced at Lin but ignored him, instead stepping back slightly. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 7th floor, and the doors opened. Typically, the area outside the inpatient department elevator was devoid of people. To visit a patient, one would need to exit the elevator and pass through an additional door to enter the ward. At this moment, Lin had collapsed to the ground, face down, wedged in the elevator door, preventing it from closing. It appeared that no one, apart from the black-clad man, could assist Lin. If Lin were not lifted, the elevator would remain inoperative. The black-clad man frowned, tightening his grip on the suitcase. Ultimately, he approached Lin, bending down to extend a hand, intending to lift him and discard him outside the elevator. However, Just as his hand made contact with Lin, Lin suddenly lunged into the black-clad man's embrace, revealing a dagger that had appeared in his hand, plunging it into the man's abdomen. He twisted the blade ruthlessly. The black-clad man's eyes widened in disbelief as he crumpled into Lin's arms, unable to fathom that someone would dare commit murder in such a heavily surveilled environment. Lin refrained from withdrawing the dagger to avoid splattering blood. Uncertain of how many of Shin Jinbin's men were above, he resolved to deal with one at a time. At this juncture, he feared no discovery. In less than an hour, chaos would engulf the entire world. His sole objective was to eliminate Shin Jinbin before the hospital security could react. He laid the black-clad man down outside the 7th-floor inpatient department. Lin's gaze fell upon the suitcase clutched tightly in the man's hand. He swiftly seized it. Then he slipped into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. Ding! The elevator opened on the 8th floor, and Lin strode purposefully into the inpatient department. Li Huilan, upon seeing Lin dressed in black, hurriedly approached and extended her hand, inquiring, "Are you here with the medicine? Where is it?" Lin assessed the woman before him, noting her resemblance to Shin Jinbin, and confirmed her identity. Wait, one of Shin Jinbin's bodyguards, sensing something amiss, blocked Lin's path. "I've never seen you before." Another bodyguard positioned himself behind Lin, effectively sealing off his escape route. "I am the one tasked with guarding the medication. Shun has requested it urgently, so I was sent to deliver it." This statement was ambiguous, capable of being interpreted as Lin being the usual guard for the medication or as someone sent specifically to deliver it. The interpretation depended solely on the listener. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards visibly relaxed, yet one still commanded, "Open the box for us to see." Lin's downcast gaze flickered momentarily. He had not yet seen the contents of the box, as he had already replaced its contents with a handgun during the elevator ride. Without hesitation, Lin placed the box on the ground and unfastened the clasp. A crowd of experts gathered around, eager to glimpse the object capable of saving a seemingly doomed individual. Lin slowly lifted the lid with one hand while the other delved into the box. He swiftly drew out a handgun, aiming it at the bodyguard blocking his path, and fired. The sound of the silenced shot echoed as crimson blood erupted from the chest of the bodyguard in front of him. All present widened their eyes in horror at this shocking scene. For ordinary individuals, such sights were only ever witnessed on television, leaving them paralyzed with fear and speechless. The quickest to react was the bodyguard behind Lin, who had already reached for his weapon at his side. However, Lin was quicker. He pivoted and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot upward, penetrating the bodyguard's chin and piercing through his brain. A spray of blood erupted from the back of his head. At this moment, the experts and Li Huilan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Li Huilan fainted from sheer terror. Murder! Murder! Run! Amidst the chaos, Lin barged into Shun Jinbin's hospital room, confirming his presence before directing the gun at his head. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots rang out, splattering Shun Jinbin's blood and brain matter across the pristine white pillow. The heart monitor emitted a piercing alarm. There was no chance of Shun Jinbin surviving this time. Lin holstered his weapon and prepared to depart. Meanwhile, a group of hospital security personnel, having witnessed Lin's murderous act on the surveillance footage, rushed towards his location armed with batons and riot shields. The countdown to calamity stood at 35 minutes remaining. Chapter 41. Escape from the hospital. 5 minutes had elapsed since Lin had killed a bodyguard from the Shin family on the 7th floor. Security personnel in the monitoring room had mobilized towards the building and had alerted the police, though it would take several more minutes for law enforcement to arrive. Lin hastily exited the hospital room, intending to access the building's emergency exit and flee via the stairwell. Just then, a hand grasped at his pant leg. Li Huilan was unaware of when she had awakened, lying on the ground, clutching Lin Shi's trouser leg tightly. Moments ago, she had fainted in a moment of fear, but upon hearing the gunfire emanating from the hospital room, she forced herself to regain consciousness. Her eyes, swollen and red, brimmed with tears as she fixed her gaze on Lin Shi, her voice laced with despair and fury. "You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you?" Lin Shi struggled momentarily, but could not break free. He lowered his gaze to this desolate mother, his heart devoid of any compassion. "Your son has killed many. You know that, don't you? He deserved to die. If you wish to place blame, direct it at yourself for failing to raise him properly." Li Huilan cried out. He could have faced the law for his crimes. "On what grounds did you take his life? And even if my son did commit murder, it was merely against some lowly commoners. My son was born noble. Killing a few worthless individuals and offering their families compensation was a privilege for them. You butcher! Return my son to me." Were it not for her venomous words, her heart-wrenching grief over the loss of her child would have evoked sympathy. Lin Shi let out a cold laugh, his exposed eyes filled with derision. "If that is the case, then let the law punish me as well." With that, He kicked the woman aside and sprinted toward the emergency exit. Li Huilan's expression twisted with malice as she glared at Lin Shi's retreating figure. Her voice hoarse with rage. "You have killed my son. I will ensure that your parents, brothers, and all your relatives pay for my son's death. No matter where you flee, I will make you suffer until your last breath." He should have anticipated this. A person like Shin Jinbin would inevitably be a product of his environment. Shin Fanren was no saint, and Shin Jinbin's mother was nothing more than a wolf in human guise. Every grievance has its source, and he had never intended to kill indiscriminately. Realizing that Lin Shi had paused, Li Huilan recoiled in horror. No, I was just joking. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shi shot without hesitation. A gunshot rang out, and a bloodstain appeared on Li Huilan's forehead. Her eyes widened in shock as she collapsed to the ground with a thud. After firing, Lin Shi did not spare her a glance, and swiftly dashed down the corridor like the wind. As soon as Lin Shi departed, the elevator doors on the 8th floor opened. 5 hospital security guards rushed out, stunned by the gruesome scene before them. The corridor was awash with flowing blood. Good heavens! What kind of enmity is this? They say the victim is the son of a billionaire. Let us check if there is still a pulse. Dead. These are all gunshot victims. What should we do? Should we pursue? At that moment, a voice crackled over the intercom. The perpetrator has fled through the emergency exit. Pursue. No need to run too fast. Just delay him. As Lin Shi sprinted to the 2nd floor, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from below. They were closing in swiftly. He murmured to himself, opened the window in the corridor, glanced outside, and jumped down. A roll softened his impact, and he quickly rose to his feet, racing into the registration hall. The murderer leaped through the window and dashed towards the registration hall. Those downstairs, hurry and surround him. The registration hall was bustling with people, yet only a few security guards were present, rendering them utterly incapable of apprehending him. Lin Shi swiftly evaded the guards and slipped into the restroom. Upon exiting, Lin Shi had transformed into casual attire, having removed his mask and hat, and left the hospital with an air of nonchalance. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, the security personnel could have utilized the surveillance footage to filter through the comings and goings of individuals to pinpoint Lin Shi. The world-renowned Tianyan of the Summer Nation was not merely a figure of speech. However, sifting through the footage to identify suspicious individuals required time. And time was a luxury they no longer possessed. Lin Shi hailed a taxi. Casting a glance at the upper right corner of the Ju Bao pin interface, the first wave of danger will descend in 28 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. He peered through the taxi window at the oblivious, ordinary people on the streets, completely unaware of the looming peril. The end of the world was imminent. This should be the final moment of tranquility. It seemed his previous post had failed to elicit any response. The era of peace was about to vanish. Lin Shi remained fixated on the countdown displayed on the Ju Bao pin interface. As the taxi approached a distance of nearly 4 kilometers to his safe house, a crackling sound suddenly erupted from the radio. Attention all vehicles, this is the National Security Bureau. At 10:05 a.m. local time, a solar storm will arrive on Blue Star. For driving safety, all vehicles must pull over immediately and remain stationary for 10 minutes. Attention all vehicles. This is the National Security Bureau. Lin Shi was taken aback. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. In the tallest office of the Haisher Tianqi New Energy Building, Chairman Shin Fanren stood before the window, his expression grave as he listened to his subordinate's report. Chairman Shin, we have discovered that in the past 2 days, someone has intercepted all export materials from the Summer Nation. Furthermore, external orders have increased exponentially during this period. Additionally, our sources indicate that the military has suddenly received a Level 1 combat readiness order. The mayor received a call in the early hours, and the entire Haisher will experience a power outage starting at 10 a.m. for a day. We have yet to ascertain the specific reasons for this. Oh. Shin Fanren's brow furrowed in concern. He chose to remain in Haisher, ignoring his son's precarious situation, due to the perplexing and significant actions taken by the authorities in recent days. With nations experiencing constant friction in recent years, was war on the horizon? But why would there be a power outage in the event of war? Shin Fanren felt increasingly uneasy about the opaque actions of the state. Just then, his personal phone rang. The caller ID displayed a number exclusive to the Security Bureau, causing Shin Fanren to flinch. He answered the call, and a grave voice resonated through the line. Mr. Shun, this is the Shushi Security Bureau. We regret to inform you that your son, Shin Jinbin, along with your ex-wife, Li Huilan, and 3 bodyguards, were killed just over 10 minutes ago. Shin Fanren's body trembled. What did you say? The voice on the other end continued. Additionally, we discovered illegal weapons such as handguns and daggers on the 3 bodyguards. We have notified the Public Security Bureau. Please do not leave the city for the next couple of days to assist with our investigation. Chapter 42, Luciua. After receiving the call from the Bureau, Shin Fanren's expression turned menacing. He slammed his phone onto the ground and, suppressing his fury, glared at his loyal subordinate. You mentioned previously that it was that Lin Shi who caused Jin Bin to suffer life-threatening injuries? Wang Ji, perplexed by Shun Fanren's sudden outburst, replied honestly. Was it a disguise by the assassin? But why was Lin Shi conveniently in Sha City as well? Did you not ascertain whether that was indeed him all night? Now, a killer has infiltrated the hospital and murdered my son, while the security forces have found firearms on our people. This is utterly unacceptable. Shin Fanren's forehead was vein-ridden, and his piercing gaze radiated a terrifying menace. What? Did number 2 fail? Wang Ji quickly pulled out his phone to contact number 2. However, minutes passed with no response. After an entire night, if number 2 had succeeded, he would have reported back by now. Even if he hadn't completed the task, he would have reached out immediately. The inability to make contact spoke volumes about the situation's gravity. Wang Ji, recognizing the seriousness, murmured, yes. Yes. After Wang Ji departed, Shin Fanren swept all the documents off the table in a fit of rage. Useless. All of you are useless. His chest heaved with anger, revealing his distress. Yet there was no hint of sorrow for the loss of his son. A beautiful woman entered the room. Her gentle face bore no marks of age, and her floral dress exuded tranquility. If Lin Shi were present, he would recognize this woman as his remarried mother, Lu Siyue. Lu Siyue approached Shin Fanren, her delicate hands resting softly on his shoulders, and with a breath as fragrant as orchids, inquired, "What troubles you so? If you ruin your health with anger, what will become of my happiness in the years to come?" Typically, Shun Fanren would be swayed by her words, but today, he seized Lu Siyue's hand and forcefully threw her to the ground. "What troubles me? Your precious son has killed my son, and the Bureau is now investigating me. If this brings unwanted attention from above, I will take you down with me." Lu Siyue, momentarily stunned by the force with which she was cast aside, was taken aback by his words. What? Jin Bin is dead? Lin Shi killed him? How can this be? Despite witnessing Shun Fanren's fury, Lu Siyue found it hard to believe. Having raised Lin Shi for over a decade, she considered herself one of the few who truly understood him. Lin Shi was easygoing, obedient, deeply emotional, clever in his own right, yet naive and easily trusting. He had never harmed even a fish. How could he commit murder? Moreover, Jin Bin was surrounded by agile bodyguards. How could an ordinary university student like Lin Shi possibly kill him under such protection? Cautiously observing the enraged Shun Fanren, Lu Siyue voiced her doubts. Jin Bin is surrounded by several mercenary bodyguards from Southeast Asia. How could Lin Shi, an ordinary person, possibly have killed Jin Bin? It appears that your son conceals much more than you, his mother, comprehend. Shin Fanren's countenance darkened as he scrutinized Lu, realizing the gravity of the situation. Lu panicked, exclaiming, "All right, I will make the call." Lin Shi's phone rang, and he merely glanced at it before dismissing the call. In the previous life, for a full 11 years following Lu's remarriage to Lin Shi after his death, this woman had never attempted to contact him. Lin Shi had not seen her for a decade and more, only catching whispers of her existence through scattered rumors. She had ascended to a lofty position as the wife of the director of the Haisher shelter while he scavenged for scraps outside with stray dogs. It was only through the tribulations of the apocalypse that Lin Shi came to understand the existence of such a heartless mother. Now, he had learned that this woman was responsible for his father's demise. Even though she was his mother, Lin Shi had irrevocably severed ties with her in his heart. Just after he had killed Jin Bin, Lu reached out to him unexpectedly. The motive was all too clear. A bitter, ironic smile crossed Lin Shi's face. Indeed, as Jin Bin had asserted, his mother treated him with more favor than she did her own flesh and blood. However, unbeknownst to Lin Shi, his rebirth and the act of killing Jin Bin would lead Shin Fanren to distrust Lu from that day forward, no longer indulging her as he had in the past. The taxi's radio incessantly broadcast warnings for all vehicles to pull over to the side. The taxi driver, bewildered, exclaimed, "What on earth? A solar storm? Good grief. I've been driving my whole life and have never heard of such a thing." At that moment, Lin Shi noticed a multitude of traffic enforcement officers had appeared on the streets, directing all vehicles to halt. Every traffic light along the road had turned red. This scene had not occurred in his previous life. During the solar storm of his former existence, vehicles had malfunctioned en masse, resulting in countless traffic accidents and chaos. Many lives were lost in that wave of solar calamity. Was it his earlier post that had triggered this change, or had his rebirth initiated a butterfly effect? This phenomenon was not confined to Shushi. It unfolded across the nation. Soon, every vehicle on the street gradually slowed and came to a stop, including the taxi Lin Shi occupied. He glanced at the upper right corner of the luck-bringing pot, which read, "The first wave of danger will arrive in 7 minutes. Please prepare accordingly." Tossing a 100 yuan note onto the seat, Lin Shi flung open the door and fled. He was the only one aware that this impending danger was far more complex than a mere solar storm. While the electromagnetic pulse from the solar storm posed little threat to human health, the ensuing supercharged geomagnetic storm would induce drastic changes in the blue star's magnetic field. Almost everyone would experience discomfort, dizziness, and nausea, while those particularly sensitive to the magnetic field could even fall into a coma. Ironically, it was on this very day in his previous life that Lin Shi had succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, time was still on Lin Shi's side. He rushed to the roadside, retrieved his phone, and scanned a shared bicycle, swiftly pedaling onto the non-motorized lane, racing towards his safe haven. Chapter 43, The End of Technological Civilization. The bicycle, which could typically reach a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, was propelled by Lin Shi to an astonishing 40 to 50. "Stop! Danger!" shouted a traffic officer behind him. But Lin Shi seemed oblivious. The brightly lit billboards and incessantly illuminated signs of the city center, usually visible even from several kilometers away, were inexplicably dark. Just moments ago, the hospital had power. Had there been a sudden blackout? This fleeting thought barely registered in Lin Shi's mind. The first wave of danger will arrive in 31 seconds. Please prepare yourself. He hastily discarded the shared bicycle and approached the door, unlocking it with utmost urgency. Upon entering the first door, he secured it with a firm lock. He swiftly detached the surveillance camera facing the door's peephole and concealed it in his belongings. The first wave of danger will arrive in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Lin Shi promptly inserted the key into the second door. Click. The door swung open. The first wave of danger will arrive in 3 seconds. Please prepare yourself. He stepped through the threshold, forcefully shutting the door behind him and collapsing onto a recliner. The first wave of danger will arrive in 1 second. Please prepare yourself. Solar storm detected. Geomagnetic storm is forming, and source material is rapidly generating. In that instant of darkness, Lin Shi's mind raced with questions. Source material? What could that possibly mean? Simultaneously, an unseen solar storm swept across the blue planet. Over 1,000 satellites, large and small, detonated in a brilliant display akin to a fireworks show. All satellites were rendered inoperative. Those that did not explode were equally incapacitated. Fragments from the satellite explosions rained down like projectiles upon various nations' manned spacecraft. The screens of all space stations across the globe instantaneously blackened, only to erupt with sparks and electrical discharges. Astronauts still operational within these stations faced immediate annihilation amidst the onslaught of the solar storm. At that very moment, all devices on the blue planet suddenly lost signal. But this was merely the beginning. The overwhelming electromagnetic pulse unleashed by the solar storm engulfed the entire blue planet. A terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, swiftly dismantling all electronic devices containing circuits worldwide. The electromagnetic pulse did not discriminate. It obliterated both in-use devices and those idle. In this age of advanced technology, nearly all possessions were circuit-based. Airplanes that had been soaring through the skies plummeted straight down, while ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines met the same fate, becoming heaps of scrap metal. Countless household appliances erupted into sparks, some fortunate enough to emit only wisps of smoke, while others ignited into flames. Amidst the chaos, individuals fled their homes in terror, yet some succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, much like Lin Shi, becoming ensnared in a fiery abyss. Those near the transformers were horrified to detect the acrid scent of burning, as the wires connecting to the transformers ignited. Across the globe, every operational power station, whether hydroelectric or nuclear, faced a catastrophic overload at that moment. Fuses burned out rapidly, some even igniting into flames. Certain nuclear facilities were provoked into explosions, obliterating everything within hundreds of kilometers. The entire world was abruptly plunged into darkness. A significant portion of the blue planet found itself enveloped in night, succumbing to an impenetrable gloom. Countless individuals reliant on medical machinery for survival drifted towards death in their stupor. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Every vehicle on the roads, energy cars, electric vehicles, and more, suffered sudden malfunctions. The streets became a scene of chaos, with numerous vehicles entangled in a series of accidents. As people sought aid, they were met with the terrifying realization that their phones either overheated and burned out or displayed a lifeless black screen. They could reach no one and receive no assistance, compelled only to flee from the encroaching inferno. Within mere minutes, the entire blue planet was engulfed in flames. If one were to gaze from outer space, they would witness the ephemeral end of the technological era of the blue planet. The monumental achievements of humanity's explosive technological advancement over the past few centuries culminated on this fateful day. Lin Shi, in this moment, found himself in a state of unconsciousness due to the drastic alterations in the magnetic field of the blue planet, akin to many sensitive to such fluctuations. With the power shut off and all electrical devices absorbed into his space, this peril posed no threat to him. Unbeknownst to him, his prior warnings had led to the entire nation of Xia shutting down its power supply that morning. While the nation also faced casualties, the toll was significantly diminished compared to the infernos and turmoil engulfing other countries. The butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth commenced a transformation in the trajectory of the future. In his stupor, Lin Shi remained oblivious to the changes occurring within the interface of the treasure basin before him. A substantial generation of source energy is underway, accelerating the evolutionary pace of all life forms on the blue planet. Safety detected for the spark. Rapid absorption of source energy is required to complete evolution. Loss of consciousness in the spark detected. Auxiliary programs initiated. Treasure basin autonomously activated. In progress. Activation complete. Commencing source absorption. With his eyes tightly shut, a faint golden light emanated from his brow. Invisible particles converged towards him, merging with his body, his cells, and his very genes. Were Lin Shi's genetic chain to be observed at this moment, one would witness its rapid absorption of this substance. The genetic chain fragmented swiftly, only to reassemble in an instant. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to the unlocking of genetic sequences. However, during normal circumstances, the reassembly of genes post-fragmentation occurred at a significantly slower pace. Thus, at this moment of unconsciousness, Lin Shi remains entirely oblivious to the excruciating pain of unlocking the genetic seal. Concurrently, other creatures on Blue Star are unconsciously absorbing the source material. The animals absorb it the quickest, followed by plants, with humans coming last. Among humans, there are also individual differences. Yet, even the mightiest of animals cannot rival the quantity that Lin Shi is absorbing at this moment. After a day and a night, the geomagnetic storm approaches its conclusion. The formation rate of source materials in the air has begun to slow. Those who were rendered unconscious or unwell due to the drastic magnetic field changes are gradually returning to normal. The golden light at Lin Shi's brow slowly fades. Simultaneously, a new prompt appears on the treasure basin interface. The apocalypse has officially commenced. The next wave of danger will initiate a countdown within 72 hours. Before long, Lin Shi's eyelids flutter, and he awakens. Chapter 44. An encounter in the rain. Lin Shi slowly opens his eyes. The safe house is enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light source. Have the solar and geomagnetic storms passed? Lin Shi rubs his forehead, still feeling a lingering haze in his mind. He retrieves an emergency flashlight from his space and turns it on, hanging it on the wall. Then, he takes out a household gasoline generator and connects it to the home's wiring. As the circuit breaker clicks into place, the entire safe house regains power. Lin Shi is uncertain how long he has been unconscious. In his previous life, he had fainted for a day and a night, and he wonders if the same applies in this life. His mechanical wristwatch indicates the time is 11:34. A rumble of hunger emanates from his stomach, prompting Lin Shi to feel as if he has not eaten for 2 or 3 days. He decides to first replenish some fluids and consume a bite to eat before venturing outside to assess the situation. Suddenly, a vague memory of the prompt that appeared on the treasure basin before his fainting surfaces. The solar storm has arrived. The geomagnetic storm is forming, and source materials are rapidly generating. What exactly is source material? He glances at the treasure basin interface, noting no changes, and the original countdown has vanished. His stomach protests once more. Suppressing his underlying curiosity, Lin Shi retrieves a pot, an induction cooker, and a piece of beef from his space. He fills the pot with water, placing it on the cooker, and after bringing it to a boil with hot pot base, he begins slicing the beef into the pot. All of it is fresh meat. As he slices, he samples a piece. Accompanied by some fresh vegetables, he soon devours 5 pounds of beef. When did I become such a hearty eater? Though his stomach is satisfied, an inexplicable sensation lingers that he is not yet full. Is this a remnant of the geomagnetic storm? Lin Shi pats his belly, placing the dishes into the sink, and turns on the faucet to test the water. The conventional electric water pumping device could be compromised by an electromagnetic pulse. Therefore, Lin Shi had instructed the craftsman to use a traditional, non-powered water extraction system. The flowing water confirms that Lin Shi's foresight was indeed astute. The water is slightly chilly, but within a normal range. After washing the dishes, Lin Shi changes into long sleeves and pants, then opens the first door of the safe house. The soundproofing of the safe house is excellent. Lin Shi approaches the entrance, glancing through the peephole before finally opening the door. Outside, rain poured down heavily as Lin Shi extended his hand to catch a handful of raindrops. The outdoor temperature was merely slightly cool, suggesting that the duration of his unconsciousness mirrored that of his previous existence. Following the solar storm in his former life, the brilliance of the sun diminished at a visibly accelerated pace, causing a drastic drop in temperature on Blue Star within 3 days. At that time, Lin Shi was in Shi, and he recalled that on the second day after awakening, the temperature plummeted by over 10 degrees Celsius, accompanied by torrential rain. People were still in a state of panic due to the loss of power and the inability to receive external news post-solar storm. They failed to recognize the unusual weather, merely attributing it to a wave of intense cold air. However, by the third day, temperatures continued to plummet by more than 20 degrees. Extreme weather events such as hail, fierce typhoons, and blizzards began to emerge in various regions. It was then that people started to sense something amiss, scrambling for supplies amidst the heavy snowfall. On the fourth day, temperatures dropped further, with a staggering decrease of over 30 degrees within a single day. The temperature difference between morning and afternoon reached between 20 to 30 degrees, an utterly terrifying phenomenon. In the south, temperatures plunged to about minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the north was even more dire. The human body requires time to acclimatize to temperature changes, yet the sun afforded humanity no such grace. Even those cocooned in their homes under thick blankets found themselves unable to withstand the sudden drop in temperature, resulting in widespread illness, frostbite, and fatalities. Hospitals overflowed with patients, while equipment and ambulances were rendered inoperative due to the solar storm, compounded by a lack of electricity. The pace of treatment could not keep up with the number of the ill, and medications became scarce, leading to countless deaths within a single day. Panic and chaos ensued as people finally recognized that the apocalypse had arrived. Shi, situated near the equator, was currently in the throes of summer. Thus, the rate of temperature decline should not be as rapid as in Shi. Just 2 days prior, daytime temperatures in Shi had reached 32 degrees Celsius. Lin Shi retrieved an electronic thermometer, which indicated a temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. Seizing the opportunity before the impending blizzard, he decided to venture out to gather supplies. Although the inventory within his space was ample for his needs, no one would ever complain about an excess of resources. Surplus materials could be traded or reserved for emergencies. With no surveillance remaining outdoors, he felt liberated from the fear of exposing the existence of his space. Donning a waterproof raincoat, Lin Shi stepped outside and retrieved a shared bicycle he had carelessly discarded on the ground. Although the electronic lock of the bicycle had been damaged by an electromagnetic pulse, it remained fully functional. He mounted the bicycle and sped downhill. Upon descending the mountain, Lin Shi noticed that riding today felt remarkably effortless. Previously, he had to exert maximum effort to reach speeds of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, yet now he achieved it with ease. Had his physical condition improved dramatically after a simple nap? Lost in thought, he failed to notice an intersection ahead. A group of individuals emerged from the corner, all clad in identical raincoats, their faces resolute and expressions serious and vigilant. Upon closer inspection, the military green uniforms beneath their raincoat collars became visible. Among them was a girl dressed in a transparent raincoat, her white dress standing out as she was closely guarded at the center of the group. Upon suddenly encountering a figure emerging from around the corner, Lin Shi found it too late to apply the brakes. The screech of tires pierced the air as the shared bicycle barreled towards the group of people. A startled cry escaped from a girl within the crowd. A middle-aged man among them furrowed his brow and stepped forward, his leg moving with the swiftness of the wind, delivering a powerful kick to the bicycle's wheel. Under normal circumstances, such a forceful strike would have resulted in a fractured leg, yet the anticipated cry of pain did not follow. Instead, Lin Shi, along with his bicycle, was propelled backward. His gaze sharpened as he steadied himself after retreating several meters, discovering that the front fork of the shared bike was now dented. Who was this person? So formidable. Who were they? The others grew wary, eyeing Lin Shi with suspicion, some even reaching beneath their raincoats. Reacting swiftly, Lin Shi scratched his head sheepishly, offering an apologetic smile. The middle-aged man remained silent, his frown fixed upon Lin Shi, his eyes filled with scrutiny and caution. Lin Shi's grip on the handlebars tightened slightly. Both parties fell into a tense silence. Just then, a female voice emerged from the gathering. "Uncle Chiu, let it go. He didn't mean it." It was the girl who had earlier gasped in shock. She pushed through the crowd until she was halted by the man referred to as Uncle Chiu. With impatience, she addressed him. "Let us hurry. It's pouring, and I'm getting soaked." "Hey, you crashed into us. We won't be compensating for that bicycle." The girl, of a similar age to Lin Shi, possessed fair and flawless skin, and although her features were attractive, her current expression of annoyance marred her beauty. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively, his face a mask of guilt. After 8 years of surviving in the apocalypse, he considered his acting skills quite commendable, portraying the image of an ordinary young man convincingly. Uncle Chiu scrutinized Lin Shi deeply, then pulled the girl behind him, parting the way for Lin Shi. "Next time, ride slower. Going that fast is unsafe," he advised. The others stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Lin Shi grinned, his smile innocent and sincere. "I understand. Thank you, uncle." With that, He mounted his bicycle and rode past the group. It was only after he had traveled a few hundred meters and turned a corner that the prickling sensation of being watched dissipated. It was then that Lin Shi realized a thin layer of cold sweat had formed on his back. The group had exuded an aura of danger, particularly the middle-aged man, who had exerted the greatest pressure on him. Had a conflict ensued, even if he managed to catch them off guard, victory was not guaranteed. Thankfully, the situation had passed without incident. He had little interest in who these people were or their intentions. After the earlier encounter, Lin Shi decided to reduce his speed. Upon reaching the main road, he was struck by the sight of countless abandoned vehicles lining the streets. Unlike in his previous life, the cars were neatly parked along the roadside, devoid of the chaos of dozens or even hundreds of vehicles colliding and blocking the thoroughfare. As pedestrians meander along the streets, some hurry with urgency while others return home, laden with bulging bags. The entire city now finds itself plunged into darkness, devoid of electricity and cut off from any external information. Many have consciously begun to stockpile essential supplies, while others cling to the hope that the power outage is merely a localized issue that will soon be rectified. However, when the populace eventually realizes that electricity will not be restored, and the once familiar electronic devices lie useless, the environment deteriorates, and death becomes rampant without care or concern. They will come to understand that this city has descended into chaos. At that juncture, the malevolent instincts buried deep within human nature will shatter the ingrained sense of order, transforming the city into a frozen hell. Those who still spend money on supplies may soon find themselves participating in a system of free acquisition. Lin Shi aims to seize the opportunity before these individuals awaken to the grim reality. Presently, the supermarkets are flooded with individuals scrambling for resources. His target is the shipping containers at the port. After more than an hour, Lin Shi finally arrives at the southern port of Shushi. The port stretches before him, teeming with countless containers and towering cranes, alongside a multitude of cargo ships neatly docked. The number of vessels exceeds Lin Shi's expectations. Indeed, since the announcement of halted vehicular traffic, it is likely that ships have also been instructed to dock temporarily. Perhaps his earlier post was not in vain, truly making an impact. Even if there are guards present, they are unlikely to be numerous. In such a vast port devoid of surveillance cameras, Lin Shi knows that with a modicum of caution, he can remain undetected. The only sound that permeates the port is the gentle patter of raindrops on the containers. Approaching a container, Lin Shi places his hand upon it. With a mere thought, its contents are transferred into his spatial realm. To the outside observer, the container appears intact. Yet within, it is completely empty. This stealthy method of acquisition is unique to Lin Shi alone. The first container he claims contains a bounty of watermelons, a fortuitous start. A faint smile graces his face as he reflects on the abundance of sunlight in Shushi, which yields sweet and succulent fruit. This single container of watermelons will sustain him for quite some time. He proceeds to the next container, which also houses fruit, this time coconuts. After successfully securing 6 containers filled with fruit, Lin Shi moves toward another cluster of containers. This time luck does not favor him. The container is empty. In fact, 3 consecutive containers yield no goods. Quickly, Lin Shi discerns that locked containers are generally stocked with goods, while the unlocked ones remain barren. The containers containing merchandise are systematically separated from the empty ones. With this insight, Lin Shi circumvents the unlocked containers and approaches the next stack. This time, he retrieves a container filled with clothing, although it predominantly consists of short-sleeved garments. He casually claims one container and decides against further acquisition. Suddenly, it occurs to him that Shushi experiences a perpetual summer, suggesting that the local residents' wardrobes are likely filled with summer attire. How many spring and autumn garments can there be at most? When the extreme cold arrives, one can only wonder how many of these indigenous people will succumb to the frost, perhaps even more than those who perish in the mirage. Subsequently, Lin Shi procured 3 boxes of snacks, 4 boxes of frozen seafood, and 2 boxes of daily necessities. Within one of the containers, he stumbled upon several imported vehicles, each with a market value in the range of hundreds of thousands. The sealed metal boxes can, to some extent, insulate against the effects of electromagnetic pulses. These cars may be intact or possibly damaged, yet there remains ample space, and Lin Shi continued to collect without hesitation. Electronics, crafts, household items, food, industrial goods, a port housing nearly 10,000 containers. Lin Shi navigated through them like unboxing a mystery box, gathering the treasures within. However, it wasn't long before a group of uninvited guests arrived at the southern port. Brotherly, are we truly safe doing this? 5 young men, appearing to be in their mid-20s, ambled toward the vicinity of the port. The one speaking was a bald youth, seemingly timid, glancing around as if he were fearful of something. Li Kuei delivered a forceful slap to the bald youth's head, his expression one of displeasure. What are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you? The entire city is without power. The surveillance cameras are down. With so many containers around, if we clear one, no one will notice. To think these individuals had also set their sights on the containers. Chapter 46. The emergence of malevolent intent. But what if there are still cameras and power? The bald youth spoke cautiously, his eyes filled with concern and a hint of fear. Li Kuei, frustrated, pointed an accusatory finger at the bald youth's nose, exclaiming in anger, "This is why you'll never get rich. You lack basic observational skills. Look around. Is there any power left in the entire city of Sha? Even the traffic lights are out." Li Kuei scanned the faces of the four companions who had followed him for 2 years, taking note of their conflicted expressions, and gently urged, "I brought you along to seize this opportunity to prosper because I have seen you struggle for so long. Think about those who look down upon you. Why do they do so? It's simply because you lack wealth. Now, the chance to earn is right before you. Do you wish to remain impoverished and scorned for life?" Li Kuei spoke with fervor, his words punctuated with fervent gestures. His impassioned plea stemmed from a recent gambling debacle that resulted in a substantial debt. Those who lent him money at high interest were not ordinary individuals. They wielded considerable influence, capable of dealing with him ruthlessly. Should he fail to repay, he would soon find himself in dire straits. As fate would have it, the entire city experienced a blackout, which he interpreted as divine intervention favoring his scheme. Thus, he resolutely set his sights on the nearby port. Knowing he could not accomplish much alone, he enlisted the help of these four timid souls. Seeing that his words had begun to sway them, Li Kuei capitalized on the moment. With so many containers here, if we empty one, no one will be the wiser. And without surveillance, even if someone discovers it, they will not know it was us. What are you afraid of? If we do get caught, just say, "I was the one who led you into this." Seeing that Li Kuei's words resonated, he pounded his chest, taking on the responsibility. The other four finally laid aside their concerns, their eyes glimmering with varying degrees of greed. All in their 20s, none had secured a proper job, spending most of their time relying on their families. It was this shared predicament that drew them together. A young man with disheveled hair spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Let us do it. This is the wealth that capitalists have scraped from the common folk. This is what we call robbing the rich to aid the poor." Brotherly is right. With no surveillance around, what is there to fear? Once we finish this job, I'll toss the money in front of my old man, showing him that his son is more than just a good-for-nothing spendthrift. The speaker, a stout man with a neck of considerable girth, was joined by a young man sporting a buzz cut and ear studs, who declared, "Let us do it." The bald man, seeing his companions rallying, gritted his teeth. "I'm following Brotherly." "Good." Li Kuei nodded in satisfaction. "Let us be swift about it. We move now?" Just then, the young man with disheveled hair interrupted. "Brotherly, there is someone over there. Could it be a staff member?" He pointed towards Lin Shi, who was 100 meters away, engrossed in unboxing items, or rather, collecting supplies from containers. Li Kuei glanced in the direction indicated, assessing Lin Shi for a moment, quickly discerning that Lin Shi was no staff member, as the workers here wore standardized uniforms. "Forget him. We'll head to another side." With that, he led his followers towards a different set of containers. Among the port-esque containers, some were for imports while others were for exports, containing a myriad of items. Lin Shi had just collected a container filled with pharmaceuticals and another containing luxury goods. The luxury items were of no use, but the medications were exceedingly valuable. Placing his hand on the container before him, he focused his thoughts. To his astonishment, it contained an entire box of seeds. Inside the container were over 2,000 cardboard boxes, each marked with the name of a specific seed. The seeds were minuscule. A single box could hold tens of thousands. Altogether, this container must house at least 100 million seeds. If he left them here, they would freeze and become unusable in a couple of days. Yet, even if he took them, the harsh conditions of the post-apocalyptic world would render planting impossible. In this frigid wasteland, aside from a few mutated plants, most flora would perish from the cold. The world was devoid of color, save for the stark white of snow. Lin Shi shook his head in regret, but still stowed the seeds away in his spatial storage. Having collected supplies from over 100 containers, his spatial area had only occupied a small corner. Given its current volume, it could easily accommodate supplies from over 20,000 containers. Lin Shi continued towards the next container. Suddenly, a series of metallic clanging sounds echoed from a distance. Lin Shi furrowed his brow and turned towards the source of the noise. A few containers obstructed his view, making it difficult to see what was happening several hundred meters away. He cautiously approached, hiding behind one container to peek around. To his surprise, he saw 5 masked individuals wielding a fire axe, stolen from somewhere, as they hacked at the lock of a container. A flash of astonishment crossed Lin Shi's face. It was remarkable how swiftly others had reacted, sharing the same objective as himself. However, these individuals found themselves devoid of any means to transport their spoils. resorting instead to breaking locks to access the contents within. Lacking vehicles, their ability to carry away significant amounts was severely limited, despite the sound of rain masking their activities. The commotion was likely to attract the attention of nearby personnel. Indeed, Lin Shi glanced around and soon spotted two figures in raincoats jogging towards them from several hundred meters away. The door is open. Quick, let us see what's inside. Goodness. Isn't this the handbag frequently flaunted by female celebrities on television? It's a donkey brand. I have another one of that brand. This entire metal container is filled with valuable goods. We're about to strike it rich. The five rushed into the container, eagerly unboxing the treasures. Enveloped in their overwhelming excitement, they paid no heed to the approaching management personnel. Lin Shi deftly concealed himself behind the container, swiftly stowing the supplies into his space. The two port officials, drawn by the commotion, soon discovered the opened container. Hey, what are you doing? The group jumped in fright. The bald young man dropping the box containing the donkey handbag onto the ground. Li Gu, we've been discovered. Shut up, you fool. Li Kuei barked sharply. Armed with batons, the two officials pointed at the five and commanded, come out. Li Kuei cast a greedy glance at the container brimming with luxury items. With this haul, he could not only repay his usurious debts, but also afford a house in the suburbs, paving the way for a stable future. Failure in today's endeavor would leave him unable to repay the substantial debt, resulting in severe repercussions. With no surveillance in sight, eliminating these two would leave no trace of his involvement. A fierce glint flashed across Li Kuei's face as he seized a fire axe from the side and lunged at one of the port officials. Chapter 47. The arrival of the troops. The officials were utterly unprepared for such ferocity. One of them swiftly felled by Li Kuei's attack, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood. The other, paralyzed by fear, cowered on the ground, pleading, no, please don't kill me. Li Kuei swung the axe into the man's leg, his bloodshot eyes sweeping menacingly toward his accomplices, axe still dripping with blood. Are you not going to act? This scene was profoundly shocking for those who had always lived in a safe and orderly world. The four, terrified that Li Kuei might turn on them as well, mustered their courage and approached the two officials who were still alive. Lin Shi chose not to witness the unfolding horror, opting to mind his own business. He shifted direction and continued his efforts to gather supplies. After more than 2 hours, Lin Shi had successfully accumulated a substantial portion of the port's cargo into his space. The rain-soaked day had cast a gloomy pall over the atmosphere, and the evening light was already dimming. The temperature had dropped several degrees from midday, with the humid air carrying a slight chill. Perhaps due to ill fortune, he encountered the five individuals once more as he prepared to leave. They were unrecognizable from their earlier selves. Three had lost their raincoats, revealing their true appearances, and their clothing bore numerous bloodstains. Especially the one who first struck, his attire was almost entirely stained red, obscuring its original green hue. Li Gu, it's that kid from before. Huang Mao instantly recognized Lin Shi's clothing. After Lin Shi departed, they had been moving items for less than half an hour when they encountered three more personnel searching for someone. Whether it was 2 or 5 to kill, the outcome remained the same. The 5 of them, without exchanging a word, acted in unison. Having endured 2 previous killings, the 5 had largely overcome their psychological fears. Driven into a frenzy, and upon spotting anyone, they would attack. Another figure appeared, a man with a buzz cut, his expression menacing as he charged at Lin Shi wielding a fire axe. Lin Shi swiftly reached into his raincoat, retrieving a silenced pistol from his spatial pocket, and fired directly. A muffled thud echoed as a blood hole appeared in the man's forehead, propelled by momentum. He staggered a few steps before dropping the axe and collapsing to the ground. The remaining 4, including Li Kuei, were abruptly jolted back from their bloodlust. Thud! The bald youth fell to his knees, clutching his head with both hands. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. Please spare my life. Lin Shi fluidly drew his gun and fired, causing the bald man to instinctively perceive him as a law enforcement officer. Li Kuei, with a fierce countenance, bellowed, "What are you afraid of? We've killed enough today to fill a grave. He.s. just one man with a gun. Let us charge him together." With that, he lunged forward. The fat man and Huang Mao, seeing this, exchanged glances filled with a murderous glint and also lunged at Lin Shi. Unhesitatingly, Lin Shi fired 3 shots in quick succession, and one by one, they fell to the ground. The last, Huang Mao, nearly grasped Lin Shi's arm. But in his unsteady state, he was no match for Lin Shi. In merely a fleeting moment, 4 corpses lay on the ground. The band of 5, initially robbing the rich to aid the poor, now consisted solely of the bald youth, who was kneeling and utterly terrified. Lin Shi aimed his gun at the bald youth, who, in despair and fear, rolled his eyes back and fainted. Just as Lin Shi was about to approach to eliminate him, he suddenly heard a sound. A chorus of footsteps approached from not far away. The cadence of these footsteps was alarmingly synchronized, and Lin Shi instinctively sensed danger, retreating behind a container for cover. A fully armed squad of soldiers emerged from behind a stack of containers, their weapons drawn and closing in within mere meters of Lin Shi. Who is there? Lin Shi's brow furrowed. Are they military personnel? When he arrived in Sha City, he had learned that the troops were stationed on a small island. With no boats available now, did that mean these soldiers had rowed over? As twilight approached, heavy rain obscured visibility, and Lin Shi had failed to notice whether any vessels had been present on the water. These thoughts flashed through his mind as he lowered his footsteps and swiftly retreated, utilizing the containers for concealment. However, Lin Shi's luck was truly poor today, having just evaded one group of soldiers. He had not run far when another squad emerged from behind a nearby container. A dozen black muzzles were aimed squarely at him. Who are you? Lin Shi immediately halted, raising his hands and feigning a look of panic, declaring, I'm just a student. Upon hearing that he was a student, the soldiers immediately lowered their weapons slightly, yet remained vigilant, encircling Lin Shi. Don't move. Upon landing at the harbor, they had discovered several corpses nearby and noted that the container locks had been tampered with, resulting in missing cargo. This was undoubtedly a heinous homicide. As troops of the Summer Nation, their mission was to take control of the supplies here, but they also bore the obligation to apprehend the perpetrator. A soldier stepped forward to search Lin Shi. Report. No hazardous items. The soldier returned to his unit. A stern-looking officer approached Lin Shi, confirming his age before inquiring. Which school do you attend, and why are you here? Shushi Art Academy, Lin Shi replied, naming Su Qin's school. The identity of a student made it easier for them to lower their guard, especially since Lin Shi had been a student before, without a taxi or navigation. This explanation was logically sound. Show me your student ID. Lin Shi appeared somewhat uneasy as he admitted he had not brought it. Will an ID card suffice? Seeing the officer nod, Lin Shi retrieved his ID from the unsearched compartment of his phone case. It was a small habit of his to keep his ID or access card there. Wang Chao took the ID, confirmed its validity, and handed it back to Lin Shi. Lin Shi was cleanly dressed, without any bloodstains, and bore no weapons. At merely 19 years of age, it was difficult to associate him with a murderer. However, Wang Chao could not shake the feeling that something was amiss about Lin Shi. Lin Shi felt a jolt of anxiety, but maintained a facade of calmness, replying, all right. Before long, Lin Shi was escorted to an open area. A cursory glance revealed at least several hundred soldiers, each armed. Additionally, hundreds of port management personnel in uniform were gathered in the same space. At that moment, a port leader, clearly overweight and balding, was speaking tearfully to a suspected officer. Moreover, Lin Shi spotted the only survivor among the five, a bald young man, tightly bound with ropes, his face a mask of despair as he was guarded by two soldiers. Suddenly, the bald youth raised his head and looked toward Lin Shi. Chapter 48, Escape. Noticing the bald youth's gaze, Lin Shi quickly turned away, hiding behind a tall figure to avoid recognition. What are you hiding from? A somewhat familiar voice echoed from behind him. Lin Shi's body stiffened slightly. Turning around, he realized that the person he had used as a shield was none other than the officer who had brought him here, Wang Chao. Wang Chao's sharp eyes bored into Lin Shi's, as if attempting to discern something deeper. Lin Shi understood that he was under suspicion. Report. We found two students at the port exit, claiming to be lost. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Shi turned to see one of the students he had been brought in with, and his expression immediately turned to one of intrigue. Wang Chao cast a glance at Lin Shi before striding towards the two students. For reasons unknown, his years of military experience whispered to him that this boy named Lin Shi was not ordinary. He approached the two female students and inquired of the soldier who had brought them. Which school do they attend? Have their identities been verified? Reporting, sir. They are from Shushi Art Academy, and it has been confirmed. One of the girls broke into tears upon seeing Wang Chao, furrowing his brow. He was about to ask more when Lin Shi squinted and waved at another girl. Su Qin. Su Qin had intended to spend the 2,000 yuan Lin Shi had given her on a shopping trip with her dorm mates 2 days prior. However, she inexplicably fainted and awoke to find her phone dead. When she ventured outside, she discovered that Shushi had undergone a tremendous upheaval. Initially relieved to see soldiers and eager to seek help, she was instead brought to this unfamiliar place, surrounded by strangers and armed soldiers. Her face was etched with anxiety and tension. Su Qin. Hearing a familiar voice, Su Qin turned and exclaimed, Lin Shi, what are you doing here? In such a strange and solemn environment, encountering a known male classmate undoubtedly heightened her sense of security. Wang Chao observed their camaraderie and asked Su Qin, do you know each other? Su Qin nodded vigorously, her expression brightening. Yes, we are classmates. In her excitement, she spoke rapidly, inadvertently omitting the word high school. She had meant to say high school classmates, but now it seemed inconsequential. Wang Chao's gaze softened as he regarded Lin Shi, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. Please wait here. I will find a comrade familiar with the terrain of Shashi to escort you to your school. With that, he turned and departed. Lin Shi sighed inwardly in relief. Xiaoqin, who is this? Asked Li Xiaoxiao, still sniffling. I'm a student in the sculpture department. Lin Shi winked at Su Qin. Su Qin was puzzled about when Lin Shi had become a sculpture student, but upon meeting his gaze, she quickly understood. He was requesting her cooperation. Given Lin Shi's generosity, this minor detail was something she could easily assist with. Yes, he is also a freshman, Su Qin replied ambiguously. The trio exchanged a few casual words until Wang Chao returned with a soldier who appeared only slightly older than them. This is Li Wei. He is also from Shashi and knows the way to your school. You may follow him, Wang Chao instructed. Lin Shi and the others expressed their gratitude. Wang Chao's latter remark was directed at Li Wei, who nodded and led the three away. Shortly after they departed, a soldier approached Wang Chao and reported, Sir, we have located the perpetrator responsible for the murder of nearby officials. The assailant has confessed that he and his accomplices were responsible for those deaths. However, 4 of his accomplices have already been shot dead. According to this bald man, it was a young security officer in a black raincoat who opened fire. The mention of a young security officer in a black raincoat triggered an image of Lin Shi in Wang Chao's mind, and he stated, Take me to the assailant. We must hasten our pace. Darkness will soon descend upon us. The city is currently experiencing a power outage, devoid of streetlights, rendering the night journey perilous. Lin Shi glanced at his mechanical watch. It was already 5:27 p.m. He recalled the map of Shashi, knowing that it was approximately a 5-kilometer walk to the Shashi Art Institute. Nevertheless, he thought, it is merely a few kilometers to traverse, and with a flashlight in hand. He was not overly concerned about the night. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao quickened their steps slightly, trailing behind Li Wei, while Lin Shi walked alongside him. Brother soldier, why is there a power outage in Shashi? Li Xiaoxiao inquired. Li Wei pondered for a moment. Since there was no directive to conceal information, he replied, 2 days ago. A solar storm disrupted the city's electrical circuits. And how long will it take to restore the power? How are we to survive without electricity? My phone was also damaged. Can you help fix it? If it cannot be repaired, I cannot afford a new one. Li Xiaoxiao appeared to be quite the chatterbox, her words spilling forth incessantly. The leadership has already dispatched personnel to restore the power. Until the electricity is reinstated, you should remain at the school and refrain from venturing out. In a few days, other military units will come to distribute emergency supplies. What kind of emergency supplies? She asked. Food, candles, matches, lighters, and such, he replied. What? Candles? Goodness. I will have to live by candlelight. How frightening it will be at night. What should we do, Xiaoqin? Su Qin's face was also edged with concern. Lin Shi, however, was well aware of the grim reality. Once the extreme cold set in, any exposed electrical wires, regardless of their condition, would be rendered inoperable. All machinery that processed intricate components would be irreparably damaged, and no one would be able to repair the power station or transformers by hand, let alone the perilous task of reconnecting wires amidst a blizzard. The power would never be restored. Chapter 49, Shashi Art Institute. Lin Shi remembered his father recounting tales from decades past, when electricity was not widespread. Back then, they relied on candles and flashlights. Nightfall meant sleep, and dawn signaled the start of the day. Their lives revolved around labor, working tirelessly for sustenance, leading to robust physical health. Nighttime journeys were rare, and entertainment was scarce, eliminating the phenomenon of internet-addicted youth. In this modern age, humanity has become excessively dependent on electronic devices, with many ensnared in the web of the internet, resulting in a decline in physical well-being. This solar storm has obliterated electronic devices, forcing humanity's technological advancement back by centuries, inadvertently providing a cure for their internet addiction. As the extreme cold approached, survivors began to prioritize physical fitness. A sudden spark of inspiration flashed through Lin Shi's mind, an idea momentarily illuminating his thoughts. Too swift to seize. As he pondered the implications of this third awakening of accelerated evolution, the 2 girls behind him had seamlessly transitioned their conversation from the power outage to Lin Shi himself. Lin Shi, you are quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Li Xiaoxiao queried, noticing his silence and stepping forward, preparing to pat him on the shoulder. Caught in contemplation, Lin Shi instinctively grasped Li Xiaoxiao's outstretched hand, astonished by his own reaction speed. Ah, that hurts, she exclaimed. Apologies, I was lost in thought just now. Lin Shi bears little resemblance to his parents. His father has ordinary features, while his mother possesses an excessively gentle demeanor. In contrast, Lin Shi's visage is strikingly three-dimensional, as if meticulously sculpted by the finest artisan. His deep-set eyes, high nose, and slightly thin lips contribute to an exquisite appearance, yet a 1 centimeter scar on his brow disrupts this perfection. This scar has been a part of Lin Shi's life since he can remember. His father claimed it resulted from a fall from his crib during infancy. The once clear gaze that adorned Lin Shi's face lent it a certain warmth, but now his eyes reflect only coldness and indifference. When he refrains from smiling, an aura of aloofness surrounds him, deterring others from approaching. Wang Chao perceives an incongruity, which stems from the fact that Lin Shi's gaze is far removed from that of a typical 19-year-old. While expressions can be feigned, the eyes seldom lie. Li Xiaoxiao, somewhat oblivious, rubs her wrist and remarks, "Forget it. I forgive you for your good looks. I just asked if you have a girlfriend." Upon learning that Lin Shi is single, her eyes gleam like crescent moons. "Then you." Su Qin steps forward, interrupting Li Xiaoxiao's infatuation. Witnessing Li Xiaoxiao's admiration for Lin Shi evokes a sense of possessiveness within her. Li Xiaoxiao, out of Su Qin's sight, rolls her eyes. Lin Shi remains indifferent to the affections of the two girls. In a world beset by turmoil, survival takes precedence over romantic entanglements. After all, those who can inflict the deepest wounds are often those we trust the most. Li Wei glances at the darkening sky and urges, "Hurry up." After walking for half an hour, the darkness deepens, and the rain has ceased. The temperature around them has plummeted compared to the afternoon. Lin Shi sheds his raincoat to gauge the chill, estimating it to be at least 5 degrees cooler than when they first ventured out. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, clad in light shorts and short sleeves, huddle together for warmth. Li Xiaoxiao notices Lin Shi's long-sleeved jacket and whispers to Su Qin, "Su Qin, aren't you familiar with this guy? Ask him to lend us his jacket." Even without Li Xiaoxiao's prompting, Su Qin is already contemplating the same request. With her charm, persuading a boy to lend her his jacket should be effortless, especially one who has harbored feelings for her since high school and followed her to Shushi. Indeed, Su Qin has romanticized Lin Shi's arrival in Shushi as being solely for her sake. With confidence, Su Qin inquires, "Lin Shi, may I borrow your jacket?" Lin Shi declines outright. No. He refuses to risk exposing an unrelated woman to the possibility of falling ill. The smile on Su Qin's face falters. Li Xiaoxiao catches a glimpse of Su Qin's awkward expression, and though she maintains a facade of indifference, a fleeting sense of schadenfreude crosses her mind. It seems even the stunning Su Qin is not immune to mishaps. "How can you lack even a hint of chivalry?" Su Qin exclaims, a mix of embarrassment and indignation evident in her tone. Uffed. Li Xiaoxiao cannot suppress her laughter. However, her amusement is short-lived. The darkness is so thick that she inadvertently steps on something, losing her balance and tumbling to the ground. "Ah!" Li Xiaoxiao cries out in surprise. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Wei retrieved a flashlight from the backpack he had been carrying and switched it on. Li Xiaoxiao, having fallen into the filthy mud, exclaimed in exasperation, "Why didn't you bring out the flashlight earlier?" Li Wei explained, "In the army, functional flashlights and batteries are scarce and must be conserved. They have become exceedingly precious resources." Li Xiaoxiao, her chest heaving with anger, felt powerless against the soldier, soaked on one side by the muddy water. She stood shivering in the cold, hugging her arms for warmth. Approaching Lin Shi, she wore a pitiful expression. "No," Lin Shi interjected, anticipating her request and resolutely declining. Infuriated, Li Xiaoxiao retorted, "What kind of person are you? Are you even a man?" Yet, no matter her protests, Lin Shi remained unmoved. As the four of them reached the entrance of the Shushi Art Academy, the sky had completely darkened, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The school's automatic doors were malfunctioning and securely locked. They approached the security room and tapped on the glass. "Excuse me, do you have any flashlights left? I can't see a thing in this darkness." The security guard gazed at the flashlight in Li Wei's hand and asked, "I'm sorry, I only have one flashlight. The army will distribute lighting supplies soon." Hearing this, the guard did not press further, sighed, and nodded. "Who knows when this electricity will be restored? You may enter." The campus at night was enveloped in darkness, silent and still. Guided by Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, the four proceeded toward the girls' dormitory. Midway, Lin Shi suddenly halted. "What are you doing?" Li Xiaoxiao glared at Lin Shi, her patience wearing thin. Handsome looks meant little against his insufferable demeanor. "Silence," Lin Shi hissed, concentrating on the sounds around them. A faint rustling noise reached his ears, seemingly drawing nearer. "Where's the nearest building?" Lin Shi turned to Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, his voice tinged with urgency. "Why are you asking that? We're just minutes away from the dormitory. Hurry." Su Qin, puzzled by Lin Shi's serious demeanor, pointed towards the darkness on their left. "The gymnasium is a few hundred meters in that direction. Run. Hail is falling," Lin Shi shouted, seizing the flashlight from Li Wei's grasp and sprinting towards Su Qin's indicated path. He could not concern himself with whether they would follow. What? The two girls were taken aback, but Li Wei had already pursued Lin Shi's direction. "Wait for us." In the surrounding darkness, with no light source, Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao had no choice but to follow. However, Lin Shi swiftly vanished, leaving only a faint beam of the flashlight behind, making it impossible for them to catch up. He's insane. Why is he running? Wait for us. We can't see anything. Li Xiaoxiao screamed in frustration, her voice rising in hysteria. The rustling noise grew louder, as if something was indeed approaching closer. Su Qin recalled Lin Shi's words and felt a surge of panic. Drawing upon every ounce of strength from her training as a dance major, she sprinted towards the gymnasium, her heart pounding with urgency. The gymnasium, the gymnasium. She ran with all her might, oblivious to the fact that Li Xiaoxiao had fallen far behind her. Suddenly, a cry echoed from behind. "Ah, I've fallen. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared." Su Qin hesitated for just a moment, her ears attuned to the ominous sound of ice blocks crashing to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, her resolve unwavering. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Li Xiaoxiao's cry was abruptly silenced. Su Qin's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip and continued to run. Yet, her speed was no match for the relentless hail. A hailstone the size of a marble struck her forehead, followed by a fist-sized chunk that slammed into her left shoulder. Pain shot through her, but she dared not stop. In the next instant, a hailstone the size of a human head brushed past her nose and crashed to the ground, narrowly missing her. "Lin Shi, save me." A tidal wave of fear and panic engulfed Su Qin, leaving her with no choice but to grasp at the only lifeline in sight. The beam of a flashlight had come to a standstill not far ahead, a beacon indicating that the gymnasium was within reach. Yet, that small distance felt insurmountable. The air filled with the cacophony of massive hailstones shattering upon impact. Perhaps, in the next moment, her life would be extinguished, unseen by her. Her genes within were rapidly mutating, breaking and reassembling in a frantic dance. In a display of extraordinary agility, Su Qin narrowly evaded several hailstones the size of her head. But just a few meters from the gymnasium, exhaustion overcame her. Her limbs suddenly felt feeble, and her vision began to blur. Just as she was on the brink of losing consciousness, she spotted a figure appear before her, hoisting her onto their shoulder and sprinting away. Then, everything faded to black. Huff, huff, huff. Li Wei gasped for breath, his body bearing several bruises from the relentless onslaught. Su Qin's clothing was stained with blood. Only Lin Shi remained composed, sheltered beneath the eaves of the gymnasium, observing the desperate struggles of others with a cold gaze. Li Wei shot a resentful look at Lin Shi. "Aren't you classmates? Why do you stand by and do nothing?" Lin Shi let out a humorless laugh, dripping with scorn. "Isn't that woman also a classmate of yours? Why didn't she save her?" The cries of Li Xiaoxiao had undoubtedly reached their ears from hundreds of meters away. Su Qin had managed to reach safety, but she had not gone back to rescue Li Xiaoxiao. Li Wei was left speechless. Why not save her? Because of the fear of death. Because the lives of others seemed less significant than one's own. Such is human nature. Lin Shi turned, flashlight in hand, and stepped into the gymnasium, leaving the saviors of others to their own devices. Inside, darkness enveloped the space. Lin Shi ventured further, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight. The first floor revealed several corridors, each clearly marked with their destinations. Not far around the corner, there was a sign pointing to the gym. Lin Shi strode directly towards it. Inside the gym, various fitness equipment was arranged alongside several yoga mats. Upon seeing Li Wei entering with Su Qin in tow, Lin Shi promptly relinquished the gym to them, stating, "You can rest here. I shall find another place to sleep. Please refrain from following me." He was unaccustomed to the presence of strangers during his moments of respite. "Wait. Your classmate seems to be having a seizure," Li Wei exclaimed as he gently laid Su Qin down. It was then that Lin Shi noticed Su Qin curled up, her delicate features contorted in agony, her limbs involuntarily twitching. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened. Su Qin's current condition bore a striking resemblance to the aftermath experienced by the second subject after unlocking their genetic code. He nudged her gently, calling out, "Su Qin? Su Qin?" Li Wei produced a cloth from somewhere, folding it and placing it in Su Qin's mouth, explaining, "This will prevent her from biting herself. She seems to be experiencing a seizure, likely triggered by her running too fast just now." Lin Shi could not outright deny this. Despite knowing Su Qin for several years without hearing of any history of epilepsy, he could not dismiss the possibility of her having concealed such a condition. Li Wei laid Su Qin flat, turning her head to one side, and began to massage her hands and feet, his techniques proving to be quite effective. Lin Shi positioned the flashlight higher, illuminating most of the gym. Time passed slowly. Su Qin bit down so hard that her gums began to bleed. Lin Shi felt an urgent need to ascertain whether her current state was indeed a consequence of unlocking her genetic code. He recalled the second subject consuming the remaining half of a blue pill, but quickly dismissed the idea of administering it to Su Qin. The second subject had previously mentioned that it was only after the fifth unlocking of the genetic code that he experienced a collapse. Thus, he had endured the first 4 attempts. At least according to the second subject, The first had been entirely manageable on his own. Though Lin Shi harbored doubts about an ordinary person being able to unlock their genetic code, in light of the impending apocalypse and the information gleaned from the treasure trove, it seemed the species reawakening would hasten evolutionary processes. Therefore, it was not entirely implausible for an ordinary individual to unlock their genetic code in a life-or-death scenario. Lin Shi pondered silently. Are we simply to watch her suffer like this? Li Wei said, unable to bear the sight of Su Qin's torment. What do you propose we do? Lin Shi scoffed. Are you planning to take her to a hospital? With no transportation, carrying her there on foot could take an eternity. Besides, it's hailing outside. Venturing out would be tantamount to seeking death. There is a school nurse, but where would you find one at a time like this? And you, mind your own business, Lin Shi corrected him. Aren't you classmates? How can you stand by and do nothing? Li Wei retorted, exasperated. As a soldier, the instinct to protect ordinary people was ingrained in him, and had he not refrained from using foul language, he would have already erupted in a tirade. This is the second time you've uttered that phrase. I believe I was quite clear before, Lin Shi said coldly, casting a glance out the window. In just a short while, the hail outside had noticeably diminished. Li Wei retrieved a candle from his backpack and lit it, then took away the flashlight. I cannot stand idly by while someone is in peril. You stay here and tend to her. I will go investigate. Lin Shi watched as Li Wei departed, murmuring softly, in this world, there is no one left for whom I would risk my life to save. Chapter 51. Darkness and light. Once Li Wei had exited, Lin Shi settled beside Su Qin. Observing her condition, despite Su Qin's evident agony, he remained unmoved. The sweat pouring from her brow had soaked her hair and clothes. Her thin white t-shirt clinging to her form, accentuating her delicate figure. Were he an ordinary young man, alone with a beautiful woman who showed no resistance, he would surely be flustered, even if he did not dare to make an inappropriate advance. However, Lin Shi felt no such stirrings in the face of this scene. After 10 minutes, the anguish etched on Su Qin's face began to fade, and her body gradually relaxed. Regaining her composure, she weakly opened her eyes and murmured, "Where am I? Am I not dead?" Lin Shi propped her against the wall, responding, "This is the gymnasium. You just had an episode." "An episode? I am not ill. I do not even know what happened. I had lost consciousness and suddenly felt excruciating pain." Su Qin's expression reflected confusion and fear, as the intensity of her previous suffering was overwhelming. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened, increasingly suspicious that Su Qin might have inadvertently activated her genetic lock. "Did anything unusual occur before you entered the gymnasium, or did you experience any peculiar sensations?" Su Qin shook her head. "I was simply terrified and could only run. But I fainted while fleeing. Who saved me and brought me here? Was it you, Lin Shi?" Her eyes bore into him intently. "It was that soldier who rescued you," Lin Shi replied, avoiding a direct acknowledgement. Su Qin lowered her gaze, the dim candlelight obscuring her expression. "What about that soldier?" "He went to find the school doctor." After hearing this, Su Qin fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a long pause, she suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. "Why?" Lin Shi regarded her. "Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you wait for us? If you had run slower and illuminated the path with the flashlight, Xiao Xiao would not have died. Why? Why have you become so cold-hearted? You are responsible for Xiao Xiao's death." The last words erupted from her lips almost as a scream. She had overheard Lin Shi's conversation with Li Wei, yet felt unable to voice her thoughts. Having endured a harrowing series of near-death experiences, Su Qin's spirit was frayed to its last thread. That last question became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Unable to accept her own share of responsibility for Li Xiao Xiao's demise, she projected all blame onto Lin Shi. Her face was a mask of accusation and resentment, her reddened eyes fixed fiercely upon him. In contrast, Lin Shi's gaze turned frigid, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his depths. He had encountered such situations too many times before. Whether labeled as cold-blooded or selfish, it mattered little to him. In the apocalyptic world, a bloody lesson taught him the importance of withholding genuine emotions and kindness from others. Even though Lin Shi was the one who saved Su Qin, she still believed he was responsible for Li Xiao Xiao's demise. Yet, she failed to consider that Lin Shi and Li Xiao Xiao had no connection. What compelled him to risk his life for her? With a mere thought, Lin Shi produced a dagger from behind his back. He could not allow someone who harbored resentment against him to live, especially not one who might unlock the genetic code within him, a potential threat to his existence. Su Qin was taken aback by the intensity of Lin Shi's gaze, retreating until her back met the cold wall. Just then, Li Wei hurried into the gym, pulling someone along with him. Upon seeing Su Qin, he exclaimed, "You're awake?" Lin Shi stood up, noticing a man in a white coat carrying a medical kit behind Li Wei. The man approached swiftly, crouching down to examine Su Qin. "Are you all right, classmate Su? Is there any discomfort?" To Su Qin's surprise, the man recognized her. "Dr. Chu?" She replied, her expression one of slight astonishment. Lin Shi and Li Wei stepped aside, observing Dr. Chu as he inquired about Su Qin's condition and assessed her injuries. Lin Shi refrained from asking how the battered Li Wei managed to find the doctor, instead focusing intently on Su Qin's words, which echoed her earlier statements to Lin Shi. Suddenly, Dr. Chu turned to Lin Shi and Li Wei, saying, "Classmate Su has many external injuries. I will attend to her wounds. Gentlemen, please step outside for a moment." Su Qin lowered her head shyly. Lin Shi turned to leave, followed by Li Wei, who closed the door behind them. Once the door to the gym was shut, Su Qin collapsed into Dr. Chu's embrace, sobbing softly. Moments earlier, as Dr. Chu leaned in to examine her, Su Qin had discreetly tugged at his clothing, using his form as a shield, and inscribed the words "Save me" in his palm. "Whoa, Dr. Chu, someone is trying to kill me." Just then, by the flickering candlelight, Su Qin had glimpsed Lin Shi's shadow reflected in the glass and witnessed the dagger materialize in his hand. Lin Shi had intended to kill her. Dr. Chu felt the softness of Su Qin in his arms, a flicker of desire crossing his eyes. He gently patted her back, murmuring, "Take your time. Tell me what happened." Outside the door, Lin Shi and Li Wei stood in silence. Li Wei hesitated for a moment before speaking to Lin Shi. Chapter 52, Darkness and Light, Part 2. Upon hearing that Li Wei was about to leave, Lin Shi nodded. Li Wei retrieved the only ration he had brought from his backpack and handed it to Lin Shi, stating, "You really don't need to feel guilty. If you hadn't followed me, all three of you would have perished." Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Li Wei paused, his eyes welling with tears. He thought no one understood the turmoil within him. His question to Lin Shi was, in truth, a question to himself. Why did he stand by and do nothing in the face of death? At the moment he heard the impending hailstorm and witnessed Lin Shi snatch the flashlight and flee, Li Wei was engulfed by fear. His instinctive reaction to run was a product of his training. After all, he had only served for less than 2 years, initially enlisting merely to fulfill his military duty. Suddenly thrust into a state of heightened alertness and transformed into a bona fide soldier, he found himself confronted with a world outside that had drastically changed, hinting at unforeseen future transformations. At merely 21 years of age, he too experienced trepidation, a fear of death. Yet, he was a soldier. Protecting civilians was his solemn duty, and fleeing in the face of danger felt akin to desertion. Once he reached a place of safety, he recalled that 2 female classmates remained behind. It was then that he braved the peril to seek the school doctor when Su Qin appeared to be in distress. Lin Shi's words held truth. Had he not fled, all 3 might have perished beneath the hail. Though this realization could not entirely absolve him of guilt, it did bring him some solace. A fleeting glimmer of gratitude shone in Li Wei's eyes as he nodded subtly to Lin Shi before departing. Lin Shi, clutching his individual rations, felt his previously icy demeanor soften slightly. He tucked his provisions away. Some hearts aspire toward the light, while others succumb to darkness. Despite questioning his own morality, Lin Shi did not reject those who were genuinely virtuous, for good souls often met with swift demise. Each loss diminished the number of such individuals. After a while, the door to the gymnasium swung open, and the school doctor, Chu, announced, "It's all right now. You may enter." Lin Shi stepped into the gym, seeking a secluded corner to sit. Su Qin, fixated on the door, grew anxious as no one else entered. She turned her gaze towards Lin Shi and inquired with a hint of sharpness, "What about that soldier? Did he just leave without a word?" Upon reaching the school entrance, his mission was accomplished. "Do you expect him to offer his life in gratitude for yours?" Lin Shi retorted with a biting tongue. Su Qin's expression faltered momentarily. Ignoring her, Lin Shi closed his eyes, seeking rest. A flicker of panic crossed Su Qin's features as she turned to the school doctor, who subtly shook his head and said in a clear voice, "Let us rest here for the night." Su Qin found a spot to lie down. "I'm going to extinguish the candle now." Upon hearing this, she grabbed a mat and settled in. With a breath, the candle flickered and extinguished. Once Chu lay down as well, tranquility enveloped the space. In the obscurity, the faint rustle of fabric was heard before silence reclaimed the room. Time slipped away unmeasured. Eventually, the soft sounds returned. Su Qin abruptly opened her eyes in the dark, reaching out to touch the school doctor beside her. He too awoke, both of them alert and clearly awake, devoid of any drowsiness. In the shadows, the school doctor could not discern Su Qin's expression, but he gently patted her hand to reassure her. Slowly, he rose, retrieving a sharp scalpel from his pocket. Unbeknownst to her, he had removed his shoes, making no sound as he stepped on the ground, the only noise being the faint rustle of their clothing. Su Qin also sat up, her heart racing as if it were lodged in her throat. She clasped her chest, fearing that the sound of her heartbeat might awaken Lin Shi. Upon learning of Lin Shi's intent to harm her, Su Qin sought assistance from the school doctor, Chu. Initially, her ideal confidant was Li Wei. But an opportunity to speak with him never arose before he departed in silence. Chu informed Su Qin that for the past 2 days, neither the Public Security Bureau nor the hospitals could be reached. All communication and power throughout the city had been severed. He even speculated that the entirety of Xia country, or perhaps the entire eastern or northern hemisphere, had fallen victim to a solar storm. Today, the principal had gone to the nearby Public Security Bureau for help. But the place was overcrowded, with a severe shortage of officers, leaving the school without any effective aid. The disintegration of order seemed merely a matter of time. Su Qin was unnerved by the doctor's words. She recalled his declaration, "Xiao Qin, I care for you deeply. I cannot allow anyone to harm you. I can help you eliminate him, and as long as you are with me, I am willing to do anything for you." The look in Chu's eyes felt foreign to Su Qin. Yet, contemplating Lin Shi's murderous intentions, she realized that inaction could lead to her demise. She did not wish to die? Why did Lin Shi have the audacity to kill? Why was he so cold-hearted? Was it not because order had collapsed? Even if he took a life, no one would intervene. If they were to kill Lin Shi, no one would ever know. Su Qin rationalized her decision and ultimately acquiesced to Chu's suggestion. However, she failed to consider what emboldened Chu to commit murder. In the darkness, a chilling smile crept across the doctor's face. For him, these past few days had been akin to paradise. After receiving news of the solar storm, by 10 in the morning, a majority of students exhibited various unexplained symptoms of dizziness and vomiting. Many fell into unconsciousness, including several school doctors. Strangely, Chu remained unaffected, experiencing only mild nausea. In the ensuing emergency, teachers who had not succumbed transported students to the infirmary, where most were treated by Chu. Initially, he diligently attended to the patients, but soon realized that regardless of his methods, the unconscious students would not awaken and posed no immediate threat to life. As he gazed at a motionless female student on the bed, a sinister thought took root within him. After one encounter, no one seemed to notice. According to the school security, all surveillance systems had failed, and with the Public Security Bureau unreachable, Chu grew increasingly audacious. Within a day and night, he violated numerous female students, reveling in their youthful forms. Unexpectedly, this morning, while assaulting one of the students, she regained consciousness, awakening with frantic struggles and screams. In a panic, Chu killed her and concealed her lifeless body in a large garbage bag, stashing it within an empty refrigeration unit. This act was akin to unleashing Pandora's box. The school physician, utilizing the medications from the campus hospital, administered injections to a female student still in a comatose state, rendering her unconscious. He continued his nefarious actions thereafter. Tragically, 2 female students succumbed to an overdose and never regained consciousness. The entire school community was plunged into a state of panic and chaos due to the sudden and alarming events. Even after 2 days and nights had passed, no one had uncovered the truth. When inquiries arose regarding the missing students, the school physician merely dismissed them, claiming they had left. That evening, while the physician was carrying out his sinister intentions on another girl in the campus hospital, he was startled by a sudden shout. The sight of Li Wei in his military uniform nearly sent him into a frenzy, leading him to believe his misdeeds had been discovered. To his surprise, Li Wei had merely come seeking assistance. Following Li Wei to the gymnasium, the unfolding events led to Su Qin soliciting his help. Upon learning that Li Wei was only escorting them back to school and would soon depart, the physician contemplated eliminating Lin Shi. He manipulated Su Qin into agreeing to dispose of Lin Shi, as he no longer desired a lifeless, unresponsive victim. He craved the thrill of a vibrant, living woman. With the prospect of eliminating Lin Shi, he envisioned relishing the beauty of Su Qin, whom he had long coveted. With excitement coursing through him, the physician positioned himself near Lin Shi and raised a gleaming surgical knife, plunging it forcefully toward his target. In Chapter 53, "If I shoot at you, just try to evade it." The glinting knife sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Shi's location. Su Qin, unable to discern the unfolding situation, envisioned a gruesome scene that nearly elicited a scream from her lips. She stifled her voice with her hands, yet the bloody scenario she anticipated never materialized. The physician's strike missed entirely. Shocked, his expression transformed drastically. "Where are you? Are you searching for me?" A blinding light erupted alongside Lin Shi's voice, illuminating the darkness. Lin Shi stood 2 meters away from the physician, wielding a powerful flashlight that banished the shadows of the gymnasium. "Ah!" Su Qin could no longer contain her startled exclamation. "How could you be there? I distinctly remember you were sleeping right here." The physician shielded his eyes from the glaring beam while brandishing the surgical knife toward Lin Shi. "Oh, I merely moved to a different spot after blowing out the candles." Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. "Impossible. We never heard you move. And where did you even get that flashlight?" Su Qin's face was a mask of panic at being exposed. "Honestly, I can't tell if you're clever or just foolish." I simply shifted positions before the school physician lay down. The noise of his movement masked mine. As for the flashlight, I retrieved it from my backpack. By the way, what are you two doing awake at this hour? Planning to kill me? Lin Shi asked with a smile, turning to Su Qin. However, I have a habit of not sleeping in the same room as strangers. If I were to do this, I would undoubtedly remain wide awake. After enduring the tribulations of a post-apocalyptic world, he had become all too familiar with the malevolence of human nature. Upon his first glance at the school doctor, he sensed an aura of ruthless violence, as if the man had recently taken a life. When the candlelight flickered out, he cautiously shifted his position. Moreover, since his rebirth, Lin Shi had developed an acute sensitivity to the gazes of others. Even in the darkness, he could perceive the faintest hint of murderous intent. Thus, he had long since opened his eyes. He truly wished to avoid prolonging his night. Lin Shi's enigmatic smile, coupled with the current situation, sent a chill down Su Qin's spine. Was this person truly the Lin Shi she once knew? Lin Shi ceased engaging in idle chatter, swiftly advancing a few steps to effortlessly seize the scalpel from the school doctor's hand, plunging it into the man's chest. No. Su Qin's voice rang out just as the scalpel found its mark in the school doctor's heart. The action was so rapid that the doctor barely had time to react. He disregarded the tears streaming from his eyes in the glaring light, staring in disbelief at his chest. The scalpel had embedded itself completely in his heart, leaving only the handle visible, as bright red blood radiated outward. In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Shi appeared utterly composed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and turned to face the now voiceless and horrified Su Qin. Ever since awakening from the geomagnetic storm, he had discovered that his physical abilities had become extraordinarily enhanced. Whether it was speed, strength, or reflexes, he had surpassed his previous limits by a considerable margin. Su Qin's eyes widened in terror, her body seemingly pinned to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. No, please don't kill me. Realizing her impending fate, Su Qin pleaded in despair. I can be your girlfriend. Please don't take my life. You can do anything to me. I beg you, Lin Shi. We were good friends in high school, weren't we? In truth, I have always liked you. Desperation mingled with a glimmer of hope in Su Qin's eyes as she forced a look of affection onto her face. All right, I shall grant you a chance. Lin Shi smiled, yet the coldness in his eyes was unyielding, and his words sent shivers down her spine. I will shoot you, and if you manage to evade it, I shall let you go. Su Qin's pupils trembled, as if she were witnessing a ghost. Staring at the handgun that had seemingly materialized in Lin Shi's hand, now aimed at her. I will count down from 3, and then I will fire. Lin Shi denied Su Qin any opportunity to object and began his countdown. 3. Despair flooded Su Qin's eyes. 2. Her gaze shifted dramatically. Before reaching 1, Lin Shi pulled the trigger. In that instant, Su Qin's entire demeanor transformed. Her pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and the bullet that should have been unavoidable was narrowly dodged as she slightly tilted her body. Realizing she had evaded the bullet, a surge of euphoric relief washed over Su Qin. She internally screamed, I made it. I actually dodged it. However, before the elation could fully settle on her face, a spray of blood erupted from her shoulder. She cried out in pain, clutching her shoulder as she collapsed to the ground. It was Lin Shi who had fired another shot. There was no option but to evade a single bullet. Lin Shi's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. His earlier intention was merely to elicit the last flicker of value from Su Qin, to ascertain whether she could indeed unlock her genetic code in the face of mortality. Now, he was certain that Su Qin had successfully activated her genetic lock. Chapter 54, The Return. Lin Shi now had a 70% certainty that the unlocking of the genetic code was intricately linked to an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis. You liar. Su Qin attempted to confront Lin Shi, questioning his integrity. However, in the next moment, she succumbed to the ground, her body convulsing violently. 8 seconds had elapsed from the moment Su Qin dodged the bullet to her collapse. Lin Shi observed her closely. This time, Su Qin did not lose consciousness. Her body exhibited reactions akin to those witnessed previously. Did it hurt? Lin Shi noted that the side effects of the genetic lock were significantly more pronounced this time. Blood oozed from her ears, nose, and the corners of her mouth, while her eyes were suffused with crimson veins. Su Qin could not voice her pain, yet her gaze fixed on Lin Shi conveyed a clear message. End her life. Lin Shi remained detached, an indifferent spectator. Eventually, after 17 minutes, the side effects of the genetic lock subsided, and Su Qin fell into unconsciousness. Lin Shi holstered his pistol, plunging a knife into her heart, extinguishing her life. He glanced at his mechanical watch. It was already past 3 in the morning. It was time for him to depart. After some contemplation, he decided to conceal the bodies of the school doctor and Su Qin within his spatial realm, lest someone uncover the truth through the corpses in the future. Outside, An unrelenting wind had risen, causing the glass windows of the Taekwondo hall to moan ominously. The indoor temperature, once a comfortable dozen degrees, had plummeted to around 10. The outside air was likely a mere 5 or 6 degrees. Lin Shi first donned a warmer outfit. Then, he retrieved a flashlight and made his way to the Shushi Art Institute. The pitch-black road was eerily silent, the ground marred by water stains from the fallen hail. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Shi retrieved a shared bicycle, fastening the flashlight to the front. He pedaled toward the Shushi Cross Bridge. Within his spatial realm lay several corpses. Although they would not decompose due to the preservation capabilities of the space, the presence of so many bodies among the plentiful food was unsettling for Lin Shi. He resolved to dispose of the corpses under the cover of darkness. After cycling a few kilometers, fog began to roll in, reducing visibility. Along the road, he occasionally spotted 1 or 2 pale corpses, victims of the hailstorm. Some had their heads nearly obliterated, brain matter splattered, while others were a grotesque mess, blood pooling around them. In the oppressive silence of the night, the scene was particularly harrowing. Lin Shi, however, displayed little change in expression. In the apocalypse, he had encountered countless corpses and had grown immune to such sights. The hailstorm in Shushi had occurred at night. Had it transpired like the hailstorm in his past life during the day, the number of casualties would have been far greater. 20 minutes later, Lin Shi cast several bodies into the sea with a splashing sound, as if they were dumplings being thrown in. He also took the opportunity to cleanse the bulletproof SUV. After thoroughly cleansing the blood from the vehicle, I drove the SUV directly towards the safe house. At this hour, it was highly unlikely for anyone to be out and about. Even if someone heard the sound of the vehicle, they would not discern who was behind the wheel. With its elevated chassis, the SUV could simply roll over any corpses without the need to disembark and remove them, proving far more convenient than a shared bicycle. Naturally, Lin Shi was not foolish enough to ride a bike in the cold wind. As the vehicle traversed the urban area, some individuals caught the sound of the car passing below their windows. "Dear, wake up quickly. I think I heard a car." "Stop your nonsense, darling. Go back to sleep. You must be dreaming." "A car? Are there still any functioning vehicles?" One person opened the window to peer down, only to be met with a face full of frigid air, prompting them to hastily shut the window. The road was occasionally obstructed by corpses and debris, so Lin Shi maintained a moderate speed of 50 to 60 miles per hour. As dawn broke, Lin Shi observed a greater number of hurried pedestrians than the previous day, predominantly young adults. While many had donned short sleeves yesterday, today they were uniformly clad in long-sleeve jackets. Yet, most appeared to be inadequately dressed. As Lin Shi surmised, in the city of Sha City, which experiences summer-like weather year-round, the locals had little foresight to prepare winter attire. The fog thickened, and sporadic snowflakes began to fall, an occurrence almost unheard of in Sha City. Even the most oblivious could sense that something was amiss. Those who had been scurrying to hoard food yesterday were now frantically seeking clothing and bedding. Many on the streets were shivering, their lips turning blue. Yet, despite the biting cold, they had no choice but to venture outside. Their homes housed the elderly and children who desperately required warm supplies. A snowstorm was imminent. Lin Shi witnessed some individuals who could no longer endure the cold shattering the glass of shuttered stores. They tore down curtains or pilfered other items to stave off the chill. Order was beginning to disintegrate. As the apocalypse loomed, any act of desperation could unfold. The path to my safe house lay just beyond the village, necessitating either a detour around or a passage through its center. Given the villagers' notorious behavior, Lin Shi opted for the safer route, taking the longer way around. However, today, a group of villagers had gathered on the road I needed to take. On the concrete path outside the village, a dozen villagers wielding kitchen knives, hoes, machetes, and clubs had formed a circle, their raucous voices rising from within. "Strike! Strike! Kill it! Liangzi, hurry up. In this cold weather, I've longed for a dog meat hot pot. What is there to fear? It's just a beast. And we are so many. Well, why don't you be the one to go?" In the center of these villagers stood a severely battered dog, baring its teeth and emitting threatening growls. Judging by its stature, it was a large breed, its black and yellow fur obscured by dirt. Its round eyes now glinted with ferocity, and as it bared its fangs, faint traces of blood were visible on the sharp teeth. Surprisingly, its eyes were heterochromatic. The left eye shimmered a deep azure, while the right glowed a vivid crimson. After all, it was merely a beast, with so many of us assembled. Could it truly bite someone to death? Should we slay this creature, there would be ample meat to share among us. And one could hardly find a decent cut at the market these days. The speaker was none other than Li Chang, who had attempted to extort money outside Lin Shi's safe house a few days prior. Although Li Chang's reasoning held merit, none dared to take the first step. They all awaited someone else to divert the dog's attention, allowing them to safely subdue it. Who would willingly risk a bite? It was the village chief, the eldest among them, who finally took charge. Enough, he declared. Chong, Liang, you two are the strongest. You go. Li Chong and Wang Liang exchanged a glance, both comprehending the unspoken understanding between them. Wang Liang expressed his discontent. Li Chong echoed his sentiments. Exactly. Last time I was sent up the mountain, it led to my father's injury, and I have yet to collect a penny from that scoundrel. Just yesterday, Li Chong had pounded on Lin Shi's door, his efforts exhausting him to no avail, aggravating his mood further. Now, without any compensation, he had already spent thousands on medical bills. To their surprise, as if summoned by their grievances, a piercing screech of brakes echoed through the air. Lin Shi, shrouded in the swirling snow and fog, only discerned the presence of villagers a mere 10 meters away. Upon recognizing them, Li Chong brandished his axe, shouting with fury, "You little brat! Finally found you." Chapter 55, Assault with a Deadly Weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chong strode forward, blocking Lin Shi's path, his demeanor menacing as he demanded, "Compensation. My father's medical expenses. Pain and suffering. Lost wages. Nutritional support. The total amounts to 500,000. Did you not mention 50,000 previously?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, alighting leisurely from his shared bicycle. Li Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. That was then. Look at the current prices. Meat was merely a few dollars a pound days ago, and now it costs 50. It's not the same. The other villagers began to encircle Lin Shi. According to village custom, no matter the sum, it must be divided among the villagers. In comparison to 500,000, what was a mere dog? And what if I refuse? Lin Shi remained unfazed amidst the throng, his expression calm as he queried, "Refuse? Huh. Ask our weapons if they agree. You wouldn't dare call the police for help, would you? Go ahead and try." One villager, fully aware that all electronic devices were rendered useless, spoke brazenly. "Kid, this village and the surrounding hills are under our control. If you can't pay, you won't be leaving today? Yes. Hurry up and pay, or do you want us to break your legs?" Another villager brandished a club menacingly. "Young man, if you don't compensate, they'll surely beat you to death with their clubs. Think wisely." The village chief feigned a tone of reason, while his hands discreetly gestured behind his back. Seeing the chief's signal, Li Chong felt a flicker of hope in his heart. At long last, he could avenge the slap he received last time. The present circumstances were markedly different from before, as behind him stood a dozen of his own comrades. Li Chong was utterly unconcerned that Lin Shi would dare retaliate as he had previously. This time, he was determined to teach the youth a lesson, to make him acutely aware of his own insignificance. With a sinister grin, Li Chong stepped closer to Lin Shi and swung a mighty slap towards his face. The force behind his palm was such that, should it land, an ordinary person would certainly be sent sprawling to the ground. The other villagers wore expressions of anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, Lin Shi was destined to disappoint them. He seized Li Chong's hand with remarkable swiftness. A resounding slap echoed through the air as it struck Li Chong's face. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of a past encounter, leaving Li Chong momentarily dazed. He spun around, collapsing to the ground, the axe he had wielded slipping from his grasp. A dull ringing filled his head, and as he spat out something from his mouth, he was horrified to discover 2 bloodied teeth. It was evident that Lin Shi had held nothing back this time. The villagers fell into a stunned silence. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet for a moment. They numbered 13, while Lin Shi stood alone, wielding no weapon. Yet they had never considered that he would dare retaliate against such overwhelming odds, and with such ferocity. Li Chong was driven to madness. The incident of his previous defeat at Lin Shi's hands had gone unseen by anyone but his family, yet he had kept it etched in his memory. Now, however, he found himself publicly humiliated before the villagers. The stinging pain on his face ignited a fierce rage within him. "I will kill you." Li Chong scrambled to his feet, retrieving the axe and swinging it menacingly towards Lin Shi's head. It was evident that a small fraction of individuals could be overtaken by fleeting emotions, leading them to act irrationally and regret their choices for a lifetime. In that moment, Li Chong was consumed by fury. "Li Chong, stop!" The voices of 2 individuals rang out in unison. Yet, Li Chong seemed oblivious, his axe continuing its deadly arc towards Lin Shi. To onlookers, it appeared as though Lin Shi was frozen in fear, paralyzed by the impending strike. The scene was too intense for the more timid villagers to bear. Just then, a shadow darted across the scene. Ah! Bang! The sound of a gunshot startled birds within 100 meters. Li Chong's anguished scream coincided with the gunfire. In the instant preceding the shot, a dog had latched fiercely onto Li Chong's left leg. It was the very dog that had been surrounded by the villagers moments before. Surprisingly, after evading capture, the dog had not fled. Instead, it had cautiously maneuvered to the grass beside the concrete. Lin Shi was taken aback. He had noticed the dog earlier, but had chosen to disregard it. Little did he expect it would come to his aid at such a critical moment during Li Chong's attack. Li Chong was struck in the side by a bullet, causing the axe in his hand to clatter to the ground as he collapsed. The dog quickly darted aside. The gunshot sent shockwaves through all present, save for Lin Shi. The villagers erupted in chaos. Do not move. Drop your weapons. Raise your hands. Two security officers emerged from the village, their expressions grave, each wielding a firearm. They had been dispatched to inform the villages and counties to take precautions against the cold, stockpile supplies, and heed various warnings. After finding other villages in good condition, they arrived at Wulong village only to discover that the village chief was missing. Upon inquiry, they learned that he was outside the village dealing with a dog. As they approached, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a violent incident involving a knife. One of the officers had just discharged his weapon, having previously commanded the assailant to cease. The villagers glanced at the fallen Li Chong, then at the gun in the security officer's hand. In an instant, they dropped their tools, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. The officer raised his firearm and commanded, "Everyone, crouch down. Line up by the roadside." The villagers complied. Lin Shi also obediently crouched down beside Li Chong, who was not yet dead, lying on the ground with wide eyes fixed intently on Lin Shi. If looks could kill, Lin Shi would have been slain 1,000 times over. Seeing Li Chong in such a state ignited a wicked sense of amusement in Lin Shi. A normal person might feel a twinge of fear under the gaze of someone on the brink of death, but Lin Shi was evidently unfazed. He slightly parted his lips, keeping them still, and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Upon hearing this, Li Chong's eyes bulged with rage, and in a fit of anger, he kicked his legs and rolled his eyes back. One of the security officers approached to check on Li Chong's condition. Lin Shi composed his expression, feigning the look of someone who had just survived a calamity. The officer discovered that Li Chong was indeed deceased and turned to his partner, saying, "The assailant is dead. Are you all right? Were you injured?" The officer then asked Lin Shi. "No. Thankfully you arrived in time. These villagers were extorting money," Lin Shi replied. The village chief, with a dramatic roll of his eyes, squeezed out tears and knelt on the ground, interrupting Lin Shi's words. "Oh heavens! What sins have we committed?" The chief wept profusely, pounding his chest as he cried, "Old Li, your hand was broken by this scoundrel, and your son Chong has been killed by him. How can I face your family?" The chief knelt before the villagers, gesturing with one hand behind him. The villagers immediately understood. Wang Liang, filled with righteous indignation, pointed at the two teeth Li Chong had lost, exclaiming, "This scoundrel broke Chong's father's hand, and we demanded medical expenses. Yet he not only refused, but also knocked out Chong's teeth. Officers, look at these two teeth on the ground, and then look at Chong's face." Indeed, the officers noticed the two teeth on the ground and examined Li Chong's face, which was severely bruised and swollen. The fact that Li Chong had committed murder was undeniable. Thus, they resolved to drag this unyielding young man into the fray and see if he dared to act so brazenly again. A cunning glint flickered in Wang Liang's eyes. The village chief cast a commendatory glance at him, recognizing him as his most promising successor. Yes, Chong only fought back when pushed to desperation. After inflicting such harm, how can one deny the right to retaliate? Chong's fate is indeed tragic. He has two aged parents and an unmarried sister at home. What should he do? Is there no longer any sense of justice in this world? The villagers have cooperated dozens, even hundreds of times over the years, and they have become adept at it. Speaking with ease, the two security officers furrowed their brows and inquired, "Did you strike him?" Lin Shi did not deny it, responding, "He came at me with a knife first. I only retaliated." In such situations, your first instinct should be to flee. Protecting your life is paramount. Do you understand? One of the officers said, patting Lin Shi's shoulder. This village is well known in the vicinity, and the two officers were already familiar with its reputation. Naturally, they did not trust the villagers' words. They had witnessed the assailant wielding a knife, while a group of villagers surrounded Lin Shi, weapons in hand, their intentions menacing. Most crucially, Lin Shi was unarmed, clearly placing him in the role of the victim. Lin Shi's expression was one of slight astonishment. This was not feigned. He had anticipated a confrontation with the villagers. The villagers stood dumbfounded. Typically, they relied on their numbers and cohesion, having evaded consequences from the officers countless times. Unfortunately for them, this time, sheer numbers would not suffice. "Officer, he attacked us. Why do you show him favoritism?" Wang Liang demanded indignantly. "Even in a brawl, that does not justify murder," the officer replied. "You are all armed, surrounding just him. If he fights back, it is self-defense. When we arrived, we saw you all encircling him with those weapons, ready to commit a crime in broad daylight. Were you not?" Another officer added. "We brought these tools to deal with the dog." One villager protested. "Where's the dog?" The villagers glanced about. The dog had long since fled. There was no longer any trace of it. The officers looked sternly at the villagers, declaring, "You are all to remain in the village awaiting investigation. Understood?" Times have changed. Had this occurred a few days prior, they would have thoroughly investigated and dealt with it sternly. However, Now they had more pressing matters to attend to. A dozen villagers wore expressions of discontent. The ordinary populace's fear of the officers could not be easily dispelled, although they realized that the surveillance had vanished. They dared not brazenly confront the officers. Seeing the villagers merely glaring in silence, the two officers exchanged glances, both relieved. As personnel of the system, they were more acutely aware that order was beginning to slip from control. Although the truth was evident, the two officers still pulled Lin Shi aside to inquire about the events. They took a brief statement. Lin Shi recounted how Li Chang's family had initially attempted to swindle him at his doorstep, how he had inadvertently stepped on old Li's hand, agreeing to compensate him 50,000, and how the conflict escalated when he was later demanded to pay 500,000. The officers nodded. Finding the account aligned with their suspicions, they conveyed to Lin Shi, "The implications are clear. We fear the villagers might turn against you." The villagers seethed with anger, cursing the officers under their breath. Surprisingly, Lin Shi refused, stating, "I will not go." The security officer pulled Lin Shi aside and whispered, "Once we leave, these villagers may trouble you, and we will be unable to assist." Lin Shi gazed into the officer's eyes and discerned his genuine concern for his well-being. However, he could only decline the goodwill, responding, "I will take care of myself. I have learned some martial arts. Moreover, my home is secure. They cannot harm me." After exchanging a few words of persuasion, seeing Lin's resolute stance, they had no choice but to concede. "If any trouble arises, make haste to the nearest town security office for assistance. Understood?" Lin Shi nodded. Seeking help was out of the question. It was these villagers who required aid. Unbeknownst to the two security officers, the villagers, standing behind them, were displaying sinister and menacing expressions as they fixed their gaze upon Lin Shi. Some even gestured provocatively towards him. The village chief glowered at Lin Shi, for their village had never endured such a significant humiliation. In the face of their malice, Lin Shi merely curled his lips into a cold smile. The villagers promptly resumed their normal demeanor, though a few hostile glares caught the attention of the security officer. Determined, he resolved to sternly admonish the village chief. The other villagers cast Lin Shi a fierce glance before dispersing. The security officer reiterated his advice, and Lin Shi acknowledged it. As he mounted a shared bicycle, he glanced back at the thicket where the dog had previously sought refuge. It was now utterly vacant. Perhaps his arrival had inadvertently provided that dog with an escape. It had leapt to his aid when Li Chang attacked him. Truly, a dog that understood gratitude. Suddenly, Lin Shi felt a pang of regret for having abandoned the idea of keeping a dog. His spirits lifted. "Are you waiting for me?" Chapter 57. Companions, are you waiting for me? The dog merely stared at Lin Shi, remaining silent. Before a dog, he felt no need to conceal anything. Nevertheless, he instinctively scrutinized the dog's expression, seemingly puzzled as to why this hand could make things vanish into thin air. The sight of such a large dog wearing that expression was rather amusing, indirectly confirming its intelligence. Lin Shi had once contemplated adopting a sled dog, but that notion was quashed when a previous warehouse fire claimed his sled. A dog would not speak, would not divulge his secrets, nor would it betray him. Although he had never owned a dog, he had heard tales of their unwavering loyalty to their masters. Perhaps this dog could be a splendid choice? Lin Shi cautiously approached the dog, taking a few steps closer. The dog stood and retreated a step, appearing somewhat anxious. He immediately halted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. This dog was clearly a stray. It might have been abandoned and perhaps had suffered harm, making its aversion to closeness entirely understandable. He would not force acceptance. The previous day, amidst the shipping containers at the port, he had come across a container filled with pet supplies. He casually retrieved a packet of dog food from his space and placed it before the dog, then sidestepped it and walked toward the entrance. After taking just a few steps, Lin Shi felt a familiar gaze upon him from behind. He turned around to find a dog, surprisingly carrying dog food, eagerly following him. A glimmer of recognition crossed his eyes as he recalled something, and he remarked, "Were you the one who spied on me in the woods last time?" Upon uttering these words, Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. How could a dog possibly comprehend his speech? Yet, this particular canine displayed an astonishing level of intelligence, dropping the dog food from its mouth and barking, "Woof, woof." The dog cautiously approached Lin Shi, pausing to gauge his expression, as if seeking confirmation that its presence was welcome. Eventually, it made its way to Lin Shi, lying down and gently wagging its tail while gazing up at him. At that moment, Lin Shi's doubts about the dog's understanding dissolved. He bent down, extending his hand to touch the dog's head. The dog instinctively recoiled, yet ultimately remained still, accepting Lin Shi's gentle caress. These reactions clearly indicated its innate aversion to human contact. Lin Shi understood that had he not inadvertently saved its life, the dog's hostility and wariness towards humans would have likely prevented it from accepting him so quickly. It seemed they shared a certain bond. Lin Shi smiled, locking eyes with the dog, and earnestly spoke, This dog has suffered severe injuries. Its matted fur conceals multiple areas of raw, bleeding flesh. Most of these are fresh wounds still oozing. Many injuries were obscured by the filthy, dark fur, and had Lin Shi not examined it closely, he would not have realized the extent of its injuries. Remarkably, it still had the audacity to leap at him as if it were perfectly fine. You truly are a brave one. Lin Shi's voice carried a hint of resignation. With such grave injuries, if not treated, the dog would soon succumb to infection within a few days. He could only hope it bore no internal injuries. I must tend to your wounds now. I will need to shave your fur, which may cause some discomfort, so endure it as best you can. Seeing no further reaction from the dog, Lin Shi retrieved disinfectant, a shaving razor, bandages, and medical sutures from his supplies, commencing the treatment of its wounds. The process of shaving, disinfecting, stitching, applying medication, and bandaging took over 3 hours. Remarkably, he did not use anesthesia, and the dog remained still and silent, allowing Lin Shi to work without protest. You truly are a tough one, Lin Shi noted, surprised that the dog endured the treatment without a sound, despite his somewhat rough handling. He patted the dog's head and unfolded a blanket to cover it. Due to the numerous wounds and the dog's filthy, matted fur, some of which had even clumped together, he had shaved all its fur off. Now, it lay bare and somewhat comical in appearance. After shaving, it became evident just how emaciated the dog was, its ribs starkly visible beneath its skin. Sensing the temperature dropping, Lin Shi kindled the heater, and warmth swiftly dispelled the chill in the living room. After clearing away the garbage, he began preparing lunch. Just as Lin Shi entered the kitchen, he noticed the dog had followed him, quietly lying at his feet. You've had stitches. Try not to move too much and stay in the living room. The dog lowered its tail obediently and departed. Suddenly, Lin Shi pondered whether he should bestow a name upon it. Having never owned a pet throughout his life, primarily due to that woman's aversion to small creatures and her disdain for excess fur in the house, he lacked any experience with animals. Upon hearing the suggestion of a name, the dog halted its steps and looked up at Lin Shi with hopeful eyes. How about Splendid Dish? Iron Hero? Crimson Blue? Lin Shi mused, gazing at the unattractive dog, which was devoid of fur and riddled with stitches. The dog's expression visibly drooped. I was merely jesting. With an additional member in his household, Lin Shi found himself more talkative. What do you think of the name Demon King? Wong. The dog responded. Demon King? Wong. Demon King. Wong. After preparing a copious amount of meat for lunch and discovering that the Demon King preferred raw meat, Lin Shi promptly retrieved a large piece of raw beef from his space for the dog, having both satisfied their appetites. They were resting when a commotion arose outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of someone forcefully knocking. Chapter 58, The Village Chief's Scheme. A group of villagers, both young and old, male and female, stood at the entrance of Lin Shi's safe haven, brandishing farming tools and sticks with an air of aggression. At the forefront were the same dozen or so robust villagers Lin Shi had encountered earlier that morning outside the village. Wang Liang and another villager were vigorously striking the door with a hoe. Despite their efforts, the door showed only a few dents, with no signs of yielding. My son, how tragic was your demise? Why must my fate be so cruel, sending a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one? Cried Aunt Li, supported by Li Chui Chui, as she wept among the crowd. We must demolish this door today to avenge Chang. That boy must pay for his life. Though Li Chang was not killed by Lin Shi, they dared not confront the law enforcement officer and naturally blamed Lin Shi for their misfortune. For years, the villagers had successfully extorted numerous outsiders without failure, and this recent calamity was unprecedented. Not long after the law enforcement officer departed, the village chief rallied a third of the villagers to seek retribution. The chief dismissed the officer's warnings from his mind entirely. Rumors circulated that chaos now engulfed the outside world. Did this not imply that the villagers could act with greater audacity, without fear of repercussions? The village chief silently calculated in his heart. In truth, had Lin Shi not arrived, Wulong village would have evolved into a small sanctuary for survivors amidst the apocalypse. With the village chief at the helm, these villagers had been indoctrinated by the chief over the years, forming an unbreakable bond, responding to his every call. As long as they did not confront the authorities head-on, they wielded immense power in this small territory, behaving as they pleased. Seeing the door unyielding, someone swung a hoe against the outer wall. With a resounding crash, a shallow mark appeared, and the hoe flipped back. The individual swinging the hoe lost grip due to the recoil and nearly struck those standing behind. Village chief, this thing is too sturdy. We cannot break through. Wang Liang gasped, out of breath. The village chief gazed thoughtfully at the blast door of Lin Shi, urging, continue to strike. I refuse to believe he will remain hidden forever. Wang Liang could only persist alongside another villager in their efforts. Just as the villagers anticipated Lin Shi would remain a timid turtle, a sharp click resonated from the lock, and the door swung open. Lin Shi emerged. Casting a glance at the marks left by the pickaxe on the door, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. What are you doing? At long last. The villagers, who had grown impatient in the biting wind, witnessed Lin Shi's emergence. A middle-aged villager, around 40, stepped forward before the chief could offer directions, pointing a finger at Lin Shi and shouting, "What do you mean by asking? Debts must be repaid, and a life for a life." Before the villager could finish, Lin Shi, noticing the fingers so close, furrowed his brow and forcefully bent it. A sharp crack echoed alongside the villager's agonized scream, leaving his face ashen from the pain. Lin Shi released the finger, delivering a swift kick to the villager's abdomen, sending him sprawling backward as the others hastily dodged. The fallen man clutched his belly, writhing in pain, unable to rise. Lin Shi's gaze swept over the gathered villagers. "Speak if you wish, but I detest being pointed at." The villagers were momentarily stunned by Lin Shi's ruthlessness. Yet, they were not without malice themselves, and soon their eyes glinted with hostility. The village chief stepped forward, stating, "Young man, you initiated this altercation. Violence leads to imprisonment." Lin Shi found the chief's words utterly amusing. No wonder the internet often notes that some individuals engage in verbal reasoning while others resort to thuggery. As Lin Shi remained silent, the chief assumed he was intimidated. His eyes darted, and he continued, "You are young. A criminal record could taint your future." The chief feigned concern for Lin Shi, and seeing no rebuttal, pressed on. "We could refrain from reporting this, provided you compensate for the damages to our village. Then, the matter regarding Chong will be resolved." "What do you say? Not a chance. Kill him. He must pay for my son's life. He is the sole heir of the Li family," cried Madame Li, her emotions spiraling as she wept and screamed upon hearing the chief's words. The chief signaled to others, and promptly someone covered Madame Li's mouth. "What do you say? Will you consider this?" the chief asked, rubbing his hands together as his gaze drifted toward the safe house behind Lin Shi. Unlike the other ignorant villagers, he understood the chaos outside: power outages, immobilized vehicles, and snow in June. Should these circumstances escalate, it could very well signal the end of days. He needed to plan for himself. It must be acknowledged that the chief of Wulong village, who had led the entire village to prosperity, possessed a degree of cunning. Lin Shi regarded the chief with a bemused smile, asking, "You wish for me to pay?" A glint of treachery flickered in the chief's eyes as he replied with a smile, "As for the money, a token gesture will suffice. We do not require much. Simply relinquish this house behind you to us, and all will be well. The ATM has malfunctioned, and the bank is thronged with people. The village chief cannot possibly be unaware that money has become inaccessible. What he desires is merely a safe haven before chaos ensues." Lin Shi's eyes glimmered with an icy resolve, realizing that the chief had set his sights on his sanctuary. "How naive." He immediately hardened his expression and declared, "Get lost." The smile on the village chief's face faltered, replaced by a simmering anger. "Young man, you ought to think carefully. Had it not been for 2 meddlesome security guards this morning, you would have been cut down by Chong." The underlying message was clear. Lin Shi had narrowly escaped death that morning, and the other villagers shared this sentiment. They were numerous and formidable. Even though Lin Shi was strong, they were accustomed to heavy labor. There is a saying, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, one fears the kitchen knife. They had witnessed Lin Shi nearly being slain by Li Chong earlier. You may not know, but chaos has erupted outside. Even if a murder were to occur, the body would be discarded and no one would investigate. I advise you to ponder whether your life is more precious than some trifles. The chief's narrowed eyes conveyed an unmistakable threat. The other villagers quickly brandished their weapons, aligning with the chief, their expressions fierce and eager for confrontation. With a scoff, Lin Shi laughed derisively. These people mistakenly believed that their numbers could render him defenseless. Little did they know that had the military not intervened in Sha City, he would have dispatched them without hesitation. If they sought death, he would not show mercy. "Old fool, if you wish to take my belongings, you shall do so over my dead body. Spare me your empty words. You are unaware of your own folly." Chapter 59, The Emergence of the Beasts. The village chief, having completely lost his patience, erupted in fury. "Since you wish to die, I shall oblige." Wang Liang and another villager exchanged glances before swinging their hammers toward Lin Shi from either side. While a hammer strike would not result in immediate death, it would certainly cause fractures and internal injuries. Under the current medical conditions, severe injuries are far more terrifying than instant death. Upon witnessing this, Aunt Li ceased her struggles, a gleam of vengeance sparking in her eyes. Yet, before her smile could fully bloom, the situation took a drastic turn. As the two charged, Lin Shi moved. He seized Wang Liang's hammer handle, pulling both him and the hammer towards him. In Wang Liang's shocked expression, the two hammers collided with a resounding thud. The other villager's grip faltered, and Lin Shi's kick sent him flying, the hammer inadvertently striking another villager on the head. The unfortunate villager collapsed instantly, unconscious or worse. A few women among the villagers gasped in horror. All of you, attack together and slay him. The 5 designated villagers brandished their axes and approached Lin Shi. With fierce intent, they charged, aiming to deliver lethal blows. Lin Shi shook off Wang Liang, unsheathed the knife from behind his back, and his gaze sharpened as he prepared to confront the advancing villagers. He stumbled momentarily, his agile body slipping through the gaps of the 5 attackers. With a swift motion, the sharp blade grazed the throat of the closest adversary. Evading the splatter of blood, he pivoted and appeared behind the remaining 4, thrusting the blade into the back of a villager. In an instant, 2 were slain. The ordinary men, relying solely on sheer ferocity, lacked any semblance of skill or combat experience. To Lin Shi, they were as inconsequential as mere fowl. If he needed to utilize a crossbow against those unscathed by the apocalypse, he would have wasted 8 years in this shattered world. The remaining 3 villagers, witnessing the collapse of their companions, were momentarily paralyzed by fear, their weapons lowered in hesitation. This exemplified the peril of inexperience. The instinct to survive overwhelmed their will, and the sight of their fallen comrades bred a paralyzing dread. Yet, Lin Shi understood that regardless of the carnage surrounding him, as long as he could move and the enemy was not entirely vanquished, he could not afford to pause. It was either to strike or to flee. To halt meant death. With ease, he plunged his blade into the neck of the 3rd, then swiftly cut the throat of the 4th. The last of the 5 finally grasped the gravity of the situation and fled, shouting incoherently, "Village chief. He has a knife. He has killing." However, he barely took a few steps before a blade emerged from his chest. Lin Shi withdrew his knife, surveying the villagers who stood frozen in shock from a distance. Witnessing Lin Shi's fierce assault, the village chief felt an ominous dread rise within him. He bellowed, "What if he knows martial arts? Even a blind punch can fell a master. He has but 2 hands and 1 knife. All of you attack together." The other villagers exchanged glances, torn between the chief's command and the terrifying sight of Lin Shi and his bloodied blade. Being unaccustomed to violence, their innate fear triumphed over their respect for the chief. "Oh my God, he has killing," one villager cried, discarding his tool and fleeing. This act triggered a chain reaction, prompting others to abandon their implements and scatter in panic. "Don't run," the chief shouted, but the villagers, consumed by fear, could not hear him. In the chaos, dozens surged forward, toppling the chief to the ground. "You ouch. Don't push," he gasped, soon trampled and silenced beneath their hurried retreat. When the villagers had fled, the chief lay on the ground, covered in footprints, his body resembling that of one who had endured torment, barely clinging to life. Lin Shi did not pursue the disarrayed mob, but kept his gaze firmly on the village chief. Leading a community that had evaded the grasp of law enforcement even in peacetime, this chief had proven his worth. In a world ravaged by chaos, given time, he might rally the villagers to wreak havoc anew. Lin Shi stepped forward and thrust his knife into the chief's heart, carrying away the unconscious leader. Little did he know that he had been betrayed by those he had nurtured. As Lin Shi prepared to dispose of the corpses down the mountainside, a cacophony of desperate cries erupted from halfway up the slope. "Help! Don't come closer!" A wild boar, larger than the average specimen, emerged unexpectedly, rampaging down the mountain path amidst a throng of villagers. Many were hurled over the precipice, while others collided violently with the rocky wall, spewing blood. Several lifeless bodies already lay on the ground. The descent offered but a singular route, and on level ground, the villagers stood no chance against the wild beast. Each charge of the boar, with its sharp tusks, claimed a life. Only after leaving a grim toll of numerous corpses did the creature cease its assault, sinking its teeth into one of the fallen, feasting with an unsettling relish. Ordinary wild boars seldom attack without provocation, nor do they consume human flesh. Yet this one possessed eyes as red as rubies, gnawing on human remains with a look of grotesque satisfaction. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, Lin Shi's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting with fear. An aberrant beast. In his previous life, the advent of an extreme winter had decimated plant life and led to the demise of countless herbivores. However, many creatures had survived the frigid conditions, emerging from the depths of the mountains to hunt humanity. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, humans organized hunting parties, sustaining casualties yet managing to secure some food sources. Survivors at that time did not regard these animals as threats, and the authorities focused on reviving humanity's lost technological civilization. Little did they anticipate that species once reliant on human protection would suddenly proliferate at an alarming rate, launching mass attacks on humans. By the 4th year of the apocalypse, the first wave of beast tides emerged. As time progressed, human ammunition dwindled, and despite the government's desperate attempts to resume production of firearms and bullets, the manufacturing pace could not keep up with consumption. Human defenses began to falter. Meanwhile, carnivorous creatures grew not only larger, but also developed various mutations. Thus, the term aberrant beast came into being, designating these transformed animals. Scientists discovered a substance within their flesh that accelerated evolutionary processes. By the 6th year of the apocalypse, ordinary bullets could no longer penetrate the increasingly thick hides and resilient flesh of these aberrant beasts. It was only then that humanity recognized the urgent need for adaptation to contend with these formidable creatures. Lin Shi never imagined that in this lifetime, aberrant beasts would manifest from the outset. His expression shifted from shock to somber gravity. Was this the consequence of the accelerated evolutionary process spoken of in the treasure trove? As if sensing Lin Shi's gaze, the boar paused in its feeding, turning its head to regard him. The creature's scarlet eyes seemed to evoke the deepest fears nestled within the human soul. Lin Shi instinctively tightened his grip on the knife he held. Aberrant beasts not only boasted superior defenses compared to ordinary animals, but their strength, speed, and cunning far exceeded that of their common counterparts. In his previous life, he and Zhao Xiao had once collaborated with others to slay an aberrant beast. However, after a dispute over the spoils nearly cost Zhao Xiao his life, he refused to engage in such hunts again. At that time, Lin Shi had stood no chance against an aberrant beast in a one-on-one confrontation. The desire to hunt had been extinguished. In this new life, faced once again with the monstrous beasts, it was impossible not to feel a twinge of anxiety. However, this incarnation of Lin Shi was no longer the impoverished soul armed only with a dagger. In his grasp now rested a formidable black crossbow. Though a pistol could fire more rapidly, it lacked the power of the crossbow, especially given the notoriously thick hide of the wild boar. The crossbow could effortlessly shatter an elephant's skull from a distance of 150 meters, showcasing its formidable might. As the crossbow appeared in Lin Shi's hands, the mutated wild boar seemed to sense the impending threat and charged directly at him. Lin Shi quickly readied the weapon. Just as he aimed, the long quiet interface of the treasure trove suddenly flickered to life. A first-tier source beast has been detected. Please kill the source beast to absorb its internal source energy. Source beast? Source energy? Lin Shi paused momentarily. The mutated wild boar, moving with astonishing speed, closed half the distance in the blink of an eye, its foul scent wafting toward him. Yet, the shot was too hasty. A slight miscalculation could lead to disaster. He intended to strike the weak point just above the beast's eyes, but instead, the bolt pierced its snout, exiting from its mouth. One arrow had effectively sealed the boar's jaws. However, such an injury would only serve to enrage the beast without hindering its ferocity. The mutated wild boar let out a pained roar, its crimson eyes glowing with fury as it charged even faster toward Lin Shi. Against such a creature, a single collision could spell disaster, rendering him incapacitated. Its sharp tusks could easily pierce flesh, and its powerful charge could obliterate internal organs. Lin Shi sprang to his feet, a military knife reappearing in his grasp. The distance between him and the mutated wild boar had dwindled to mere meters, a trivial span for the already accelerating beast. As the wild boar hurtled forward, its massive form loomed ever closer, intensifying the sense of impending peril. Lin Shi's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Yet his gaze remained resolutely calm. As the wild boar bore down upon him, he swiftly sidestepped, positioning the military knife before him. The blade glided across the beast's slick hide, leaving a gaping wound over half a meter long, blood spraying forth. Yet, there was no trace of triumph on Lin Shi's face. He understood that this seemingly grievous injury merely breached the surface, failing to reach the vital flesh beneath. In the grand scheme of the beast's immense size, it was hardly fatal. Instead, the force of the impact had caused his grip to tear at the webbing of his hand, blood flowing freely. Had it been an ordinary wild boar, that strike would have been fatal. The extraordinary defenses of the mutated creature were evident. Enraged by the pain, the wild boar quickly twisted around, closing the distance between them once more. Lin Shi's palm, gripping the knife, was slightly damp with sweat. The aberrant wild boar charged with alarming speed, its proximity rendering evasion nearly impossible. There was no choice but to confront it head-on. A fleeting expression of determination crossed Lin Shi's face as he advanced towards the creature. The boar loomed larger before him, its razor-sharp tusks seeming to threaten him directly. A profound sense of life-and-death urgency prickled at Lin Shi's scalp, and the adrenaline coursing through him surged to its zenith. Just as he was about to collide with the boar, Lin Shi felt something within him shatter. Suddenly, the boar's speed decelerated, and the surrounding sounds dulled. A torrent of knowledge and combat experience flooded Lin Shi's mind, propelling his brain into a state of rapid computation. Current wind speed, level 4, northeast breeze. The slope of the concrete road, 276 degrees. The boar's velocity, 198 meters per second. His own explosive speed, 13 meters per second. Collision in 0.7 seconds. Mortality rate, 99. Optimal evasion angle, ideal attack angle, and best strike point flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Lin Shi felt as though his body had transformed into a finely tuned machine. There was no need for conscious thought. His brain had already determined the perfect moment and angle to evade the oncoming boar, narrowly escaping the collision. His arm moved with the precision of a masterful automaton, channeling all his strength at the most opportune moment, plunging the knife deep into the boar's neck. He immediately released the grip, avoiding being swept away by the creature's momentum. The boar, impaled in its neck, surged forward for several meters before pivoting back. Although wounded, it did not succumb immediately. Its speed diminished, and it staggered as it prepared for a final assault. Yet, as it turned, it was met by a remarkably sharp arrow. At the instant he let go of the military knife, a crossbow materialized in Lin Shi's hand. Anticipating the boar's reaction, he unleashed an arrow without aiming directly at it, creating the illusion that the boar had collided with the projectile itself. The tremendous force of the arrow penetrated the boar's skull, causing its body to tremble violently before crashing to the ground. In the next moment, Lin Shi's eyes cleared, and he examined his hands, a strange light flickering in his gaze. Was this the sensation of unlocking his genetic potential? No wonder, even in the pitch-black depths of the jungle, he could discern his position and movements through the faintest sounds. At that moment of liberation, his brain operated with the efficiency of a computer. Regrettably, this heightened state could only be sustained for 3 seconds, applicable solely in critical moments, and the repercussions were likely imminent. As this thought crossed Lin Shi's mind, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his limbs. The aftereffects of unlocking his genetic potential had begun to manifest. Chapter 61, Frigid Evolution. Minutes later, Lin Shi finally began to recover. Unlike Su Qin, who succumbed to a coma after unlocking the first genetic lock, the duration of his agony was notably shorter. More importantly, he did not perceive the pain as unbearable. It was certainly painful, yet it fell short of the torment of living a life worse than death. Was there a possibility of individual differences in the genetic lock? Lin's mind was clouded with this perplexity, yet he momentarily set the question aside. For a more pressing matter lay before him. He approached the utterly lifeless mutated wild boar, which must be the first-tier source beast referred to by the treasure basin. How was he to absorb the so-called source power? Lin crouched before the boar, enveloped in contemplation. Unclaimed source power detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes, no. A line of text abruptly appeared on the treasure basin interface. Lin's spirit lifted as he responded, yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Warning, the absorption of source power must not be interrupted. If interrupted, the source power will dissipate and become unattainable. If interrupted, the source power would be lost. Lin hesitated for a moment before storing the boar's corpse into his spatial pocket and heading towards the safe house. He was uncertain how long the absorption process would take. Though the area was deserted, he preferred to err on the side of caution and return to the safety of the shelter. Upon retrieving the mutated wild boar's body from his space, the treasure basin interface reappeared with a prompt. Unclaimed source power detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Yes, no. Lin exhaled softly, placing his hand upon the boar's slick fur, and affirmed, yes. As his words echoed, an unseen source power withdrew from the mutated wild boar, streaming into Lin's body through the palm of his hand. He felt a slight warmth radiating from his hand and throughout his entire arm, followed by an exhilarating sensation that coursed through him, reaching even to his very soul. This sensation lasted for 2 minutes before subsiding, leaving him with no further feelings. Was this the essence of evolution? He soon realized his walking speed had increased slightly, and when testing his strength, he found it had also improved marginally. Overall, his physical fitness had elevated by approximately 10%. He was certain that source power was the key to humanity's rapid evolution. Lin recalled the dawn of the apocalypse when the treasure basin exhibited anomalies. Solar storms have arrived. Geomagnetic storms are forming. Source materials are rapidly generating. Source power could facilitate biological evolution. The so-called source materials were the keys for living beings to attain source power for evolution. Acquiring source materials and forming source power was pivotal to becoming stronger. In his previous life, scientists had discovered mutations in animals and plants, while humans merely exhibited enhanced cold resistance. This indicated that source materials could be passively absorbed by flora and fauna, whereas humans must actively absorb them. Thus, the practice of resonance emerged in his former life. During the 2 years of practicing resonance, Lin had noticeably enhanced his physical condition. Otherwise, he would not have been able to collaborate with others to slay a mutated beast. He remembered that since the onset of the apocalypse, he had yet to practice the health-preserving technique. This moment presented an opportune chance to compare the efficacy of the health-preserving technique with that of resonance. Resolute in his decision, Lin commenced practicing the health-preserving technique right in the living room. As anticipated, after practicing a set of health-preserving techniques, Lin Shi felt an even more pronounced warmth enveloping his body, accompanied by a tingling sensation reminiscent of absorbing source energy. He attempted resonance once more, only to discover that its effectiveness paled significantly in comparison to the health techniques, by at least half, if not more. A flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing the health technique, still in its tattered and dirty state. The health technique and resonance. Should he encounter that stout Taoist again, he would certainly inquire about the origins of this health technique. Lin Shi carefully stowed it away again. Ordinary individuals could unlock their genetic locks, and now even mutated beasts had emerged. This apocalypse was unlike the one he had experienced in his previous life. The world beyond was poised to become perilously treacherous. Turning to the Demon King, who lay curiously on the carpet, fixating on him, Lin Shi gently patted its head and declared, "Demon King, let us strive together to grow stronger. Woof. Tonight, we feast on wild game. Woof." That evening, Lin Shi dealt with a mutated wild boar. The massive carcass weighed at least 400 pounds, impressively large. He had long heard that the flesh of mutated beasts was exceptionally delicious and had been eager to sample it. Lin Shi first carved a generous piece for the Demon King, then grilled several cuts of wild boar for himself. To his delight, the meat of the mutated boar was not as tough as that of ordinary wild boar and bore no unpleasant odor. It was wonderfully chewy, bursting with flavor. Lin Shi paused after devouring 7 pieces, while even the Demon King indulged in 2 more, licking its lips in satisfaction. This might be attributed to the source energy's transformation of the essence of the mutated creatures. After their hearty meal, Lin Shi felt the urge to take a stroll outside. The Demon King wished to accompany him, but lacking fur, Lin Shi was concerned it might get cold. He found a piece of clothing, made a few adjustments, and wrapped it around the Demon King. Though it seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the attire, it accepted Lin Shi's care. Outside, heavy snow had begun to fall. Within just a few hours, there was no trace of blood remaining on the ground. From the mountain, he gazed down upon a small portion of the county town, shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, a faint light flickered from a household, likely the glow of a candle. Demon King, there will be no more bustling lights in the future, Lin Shi murmured, observing the vast expanse of darkness. He had come to comprehend the purpose of this apocalypse. Humanity had lingered too long at the pinnacle of the food chain, basking in comfort. Perhaps this apocalypse was a forceful impetus for humanity to re-engage in competition with other beings. He speculated on the reasons behind the previous 2 apocalypses restarts. Humans had grown accustomed to relying on external forces, neglecting their own evolution. In the years leading up to the last apocalypse, humanity still clung to the hope of restoring technological civilization. Lin Shi envisioned that, in the decades following his demise, the pace of evolution among plants and animals would far outstrip that of humanity, with their reproductive rates multiplying several times over. Meanwhile, humanity would fall further and further behind, ultimately leading to its own extinction. As the sole bearer of this knowledge, Lin Shi felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon his heart. What was he to do? The Demon King looked up at Lin Shi, seemingly sensing his burden, and approached to nuzzle against his leg. Together, man and dog stood silently in the pitch-black snowy expanse, enveloped in a profound stillness. Chapter 62, The Blue Pill. The following day marked the 4th day since the apocalypse began. Early in the morning, Lin Shi was practicing his health cultivation techniques in the living room. Aware that these practices could enhance his strength, he naturally devoted more time to his training. After a night of contemplation, he came to a realization. He was but a solitary individual, incapable of altering the course of the entire world. Even if he were to approach the authorities, proclaiming that this was the 3rd apocalypse and that humanity must begin to elevate itself rather than aspire to restore technological civilization, it was unlikely they would heed his words. They might even apprehend him, interrogating him on how he came by such knowledge, or worse, eliminate him in an attempt to seize the treasure he possessed. The most favorable outcome would still see him confined, reduced to a mere tool for the elites. Lin Shi was not yet noble enough to sacrifice himself for the greater good of humanity. With the treasure, the cultivation techniques, and an understanding of the truth behind this apocalypse, he stood ahead of everyone else. His foremost duty was to continually strengthen himself. Only by becoming formidable enough to instill fear in the authorities could he earn the right to engage with them as an equal. An ant cannot influence the world, yet a giant certainly can. Moreover, he needed to discern whether this world was worthy of his efforts to save it and to what extent he should commit himself. After all, the worst outcome would merely be mutual destruction. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Shi's mind briefly flickered to the faces of the Shin family, and his gaze turned icy in an instant. Individuals like Shen Fanren did not deserve to live peacefully. The Demon King, who had been observing Lin Shi's training, noticed the sudden shift in his expression and instinctively recoiled, eyes wide in alarm. After concluding his training, Lin Shi took a moment to rest, preparing 2 ham sandwiches, boiling 30 eggs, and brewing 2 cups of milk, sharing the bounty with the Demon King. In this regard, they were quite compatible, both possessing hearty appetites. Outside, a blizzard had begun to rage, enveloping the world in a blanket of white. The temperature had plummeted to a chilling minus 31 degrees Celsius. The villagers who had fled did not return to cause further trouble. Last night, countless lives had been claimed by the unforgiving cold in their slumber. At this moment, they were likely preoccupied with their own survival. The official supplies that Li Wei had mentioned had yet to materialize. Lin Shi surmised that the drop in temperature had been abrupt and unexpected. The authorities had initially intended to distribute lighting supplies to appease the populace, only to realize that the ability to see light at night had become irrelevant. What people truly required were warming and protective items, food. He did not covet the official supplies. Rather, he was curious to see what measures the local government could implement. The Demon King's wound was healing remarkably well. Not only had it shown no signs of infection after a day, but it also exhibited some scabbing. To be prudent, Lin Shi administered another half dose of anti-inflammatory medication. After the injection, the Demon King began pacing the safe house, frequently glancing toward the door, seemingly brimming with excess energy. "I will take you out once your injury has healed," Lin Shi remarked, somewhat helplessly. After a moment's thought, he remembered that among the pet items he had collected were a few toys, which might serve to occupy the Demon King's time. "Let me find some toys for you to play with." Lin Shi communicated with the vast expanse of space through thought, his consciousness sweeping across it. Suddenly, he noticed a box. With a flick of his hand, a box materialized. This was the box that Shen Jinbin's bodyguard intended to take into the hospital. He had completely forgotten about its existence until just now. The Demon King, observing the box in Lin Shi's hand, leaned in with his bald head and sniffed. "Not this one." Lin Shi gently pushed the Demon King's head away, and with his other hand, he conjured up a ball and tossed it to the Demon King. "Play with this." However, the Demon King merely glanced at the ball before turning his gaze back to the box in Lin Shi's hand, clearly more intrigued by it. Lin Shi found himself at a loss, so he said, "Then let's take a look together, but I don't know what's inside, so be careful and keep your distance." The Demon King obediently settled onto the sofa beside Lin Shi. Lin Shi cautiously opened the box. Inside were neatly arranged 6 blue pills, strikingly similar to the blue substance he had received from number 2, albeit larger and differently shaped. At some point, the Demon King had inched closer, sniffing at the blue pills. These pills were originally meant to be delivered by the guard to save Shen Jinbin's life. What could they possibly be? Lin Shi picked one up. The moment he made contact with the pill, the treasure basin suddenly emitted a notification. Detected trace source material. Would you like to absorb it? Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. These pills actually contained source material? He was all too aware of what source material represented. Could it be that Shen Fanren was able to extract such substances even before the apocalypse? Lin Shi's expression hardened as he decisively declared, "Yes. Absorb." In the next moment, a gentle warmth flowed from the point of contact with the pill into Lin Shi's body. He felt a slight warmth in his arm, then nothing more. He took a moment to gauge the sensation. Absorbing the pill felt somewhat akin to absorbing source power, yet its effect was negligible. Perhaps a mere fraction of the source power's potency. The amount of source material contained within the pills left by number 2 was even more pitiful, as the treasure basin provided no notification when he held it. This eased Lin Shi's mind slightly. If these pills contained a significant amount of source material, he would have to reconsider his plans for revenge against the Shen family. Number 2 had mentioned before his death that Shen Fanren was cultivating gene warriors. If these pills held a substantial amount of source material, it would indicate that Shen Fanren had likely succeeded. However, it appeared that was not the case, and these pills seemed to be quite precious to Shen Fanren. Otherwise, he would not have waited until his own son was on the brink of death to present 6 of them. Turning to see the Demon King still sniffing the pills with an expression of great desire, Lin Shi inquired, "Do you want to eat one?" The Demon King barked in response. Source material is beneficial for both humans and animals alike. However, for Lin Shi, this meager amount of source material was far less valuable than a single session of cultivating his health regimen. Without hesitation, he tossed a pill into the Demon King's mouth, who swallowed it and licked his lips. Upon encountering the Demon King without any peculiar reactions, Lin Shi proceeded to administer all 5 remaining pills to the Demon King. What initially seemed a mere act of chance unexpectedly yielded delightful surprises the following day. Upon awakening, Lin Shi was suddenly alerted by the treasure basin, detected a first-tier source beast within 2 meters. Chapter 63, The Evolution of the Demon King. This notification startled Lin Shi, causing him to leap from his bed. Within 2 meters. Wasn't that right in his own room? What manner of source beast could breach the sanctuary's defenses and intrude upon his chamber? An icy shiver coursed through him. However, upon inspection, he found that the only beings in the room were himself and the Demon King, sprawled on the carpet. No other life forms were present. The commotion had also stirred the Demon King from its slumber. The two shared a moment of wide-eyed astonishment. As Lin Shi awoke, the Demon King approached him, wagging its tail and nuzzling against him. After a brief pause, Lin Shi finally deduced that the first-tier source beast indicated by the treasure basin was indeed the Demon King. He was taken aback. Upon closer examination, the Demon King appeared unchanged externally, yet the grievous wounds it bore had remarkably scabbed overnight. Even the previously stitched wounds had nearly healed. With such a rapid recovery rate, Lin Shi surmised that with a bit of caution, the Demon King would be fully restored in a matter of days. Such formidable self-healing capabilities. Following his astonishment, elation took hold. Could it be that I have formed a bond with a source beast? A rare smile graced Lin Shi's face, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth as he affectionately stroked the Demon King. The Demon King's mismatched eyes seemed to gleam with more vibrancy. The blue one appeared clearer than ever, while the red one exuded an enchanting allure. Once a mere animal, the transformation into a source beast had evidently enhanced its intellect. Lin Shi extended 2 fingers, gazing at the Demon King, and inquired, "How many is this? Woof. And this? Woof woof. What is the sum of this and that? Woof 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 woof." After conducting his assessment, Lin Shi concluded that the Demon King's intelligence was roughly equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human. Perhaps, with further learning, it could surpass that. Cautiously, Lin Shi removed the stitches from the Demon King, suspecting it had already absorbed a significant amount of source material, reaching the threshold for evolution. Once the stitches were removed, the Demon King licked Lin Shi affectionately. "Good dog." Lin Shi reached out to pat the Demon King's head. As before, the Demon King wagged its tail vigorously in response to Lin Shi's praise. The transformation into a source beast had not altered its temperament. Throughout the day, Lin Shi's observations only reinforced this belief. He sensed that the Demon King would be his greatest ally, aside from the treasure basin. 3 days passed. A snowstorm enveloped the city, which had never witnessed such wintry weather, showcasing the true essence of an icy realm. The temperature plummeted to over -30 degrees, with nighttime lows reaching above -50 degrees. Lin Shi had not visited Shushi in his previous life, but he recalled that Haishi's temperature on the 4th day had dipped to -50 degrees, with nighttime lows plummeting to -80 degrees. At this juncture in the north, the temperature must have descended to around -70 to -90 degrees, he mused. If Lin Shi were to spend his life in Haishi, he would discover that the temperature has plummeted to over -60 degrees Celsius during the day, and at night it has dipped to beyond -80 degrees, even reaching -90. In the north, should one traverse the region with a thermal imaging device, they would witness that the remnants of life are now exceedingly scarce. The cities near the Arctic have shown no signs of survival. This current extreme cold apocalypse is, astonishingly, even more frigid than the last. During these days, Lin Shi has resided in a safe house, indulging in food and drink with the Demon King while practicing his health cultivation techniques. Outside, the temperature hovers around -30 degrees, yet within the safe house, Lin Shi enjoys a balmy 20 degrees above zero, warmed by a stove. Other survivors, wrapped in every article of clothing, curtains, and bed linens they could find, still cannot fend off the biting chill. In stark contrast, Lin Shi remains in the safety of his abode clad only in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, sweating profusely from his practices, while sipping on freshly squeezed fruit juice. The relentless blizzards have caused many who once prided themselves on living in high-rise buildings to rue their former choices, especially after the storms shattered their glass windows and doors. Cold winds infiltrate every crevice of their homes, leaving a chaotic scene behind, with power outages and frozen water pipes. Survivors are compelled to use buckets and basins to collect and melt snow for water. After damaging several plastic containers, they finally remember to retrieve the stainless steel basins from the bottom of their cupboards. With natural gas also cut off, those without gas are left to despair, consuming raw food while awaiting rescue. Yet in Lin Shi's situation, due to the well being sealed in advance and the water pipes being embedded at least 6 meters underground, he has been spared from freezing. Even if the well water were to freeze, he had installed a stainless steel water tank beneath the safe house during its construction, ensuring a continuous supply of potable water. Lin Shi continues to relish grilling meat, enjoying hot pot, and savoring boiled fish. When boredom strikes, he watches downloaded shows and imparts a 9-year compulsory education to the Demon King. Aside from the inability to venture outside for leisure and having to shovel snow daily, his life remains remarkably unchanged from the days before the apocalypse. In stark contrast, the villagers down the mountain are faring poorly. After Lin Shi's departure, the mutated wild boars claimed the lives of over a dozen people. Upon hearing about the events on the mountain and losing their steadfast leader, the villagers descended into chaos. Some cried out in despair, others sought the help of security personnel, while some prepared to arm themselves and confront the dangers on the mountain, creating a tumultuous scene. Just then, the blizzard struck. Though a mountain village, the residents, having lived in Shi for decades, lacked experience in battling such extreme cold. The windows of their self-built homes were not as thick as the soundproof glass of the city. On the first night, the majority of the glass shattered under the abrupt temperature changes and the onslaught of the blizzard. Fortunately, the villagers of Wulong had a stockpile of timber, allowing them to work overnight to repair their homes and barely hold on. However, by morning, 1/3 of the village was afflicted with fever and illness, and the patched windows still allowed the cold to seep through. Most villagers had no choice but to relocate their beds to windowless rooms or the ground floor hallways. However, they fared somewhat better than their urban counterparts, as most households in the village relied on gas canisters, while many still cooked over an open fire. Moreover, it was customary for every home to keep candles and flashlights on hand, making meals and lighting not overly problematic. Yet, as the blizzard raged on for several days without respite, many ailing villagers found themselves unable to endure much longer. Numerous elderly residents quietly departed from the world amidst the howling of the storm. On that fateful morning, those who could awaken from their slumber discovered that the relentless blizzard had finally ceased. Even the long-lost sun re-emerged into view. Chapter 64, The Return of Sunshine. The sight of the sun once again illuminating the earth brought sheer ecstasy to the survivors, who believed that this nightmare was coming to an end. But soon, they realized that the sun no longer shone with its former brilliance and warmth. Even standing beneath its rays, they could feel little comfort. Those residing on the ground floor without eaves to shield them from the snow quickly found their doors impassable. The continuous storm had deposited over a meter of snow throughout the entire sandy city. Those with windows could only crawl through them to clear the snow from their doorsteps, while others had to devise ways to navigate from the second floor. However, this posed no difficulty for Lin Shi. When Lin Shi designed the safe house, she drew upon experiences from a previous life, opting for inward swinging doors. Thus, regardless of the snow's depth, the doors remained operable, provided one regularly cleared the accumulation to avoid being trapped inside. At this moment, the door of the safe house swung open, and Lin Shi emerged alongside the Demon King. His injuries had fully healed. What once were bloody wounds had transformed into soft, pink scars. The fur that had been shaved was beginning to regrow, and in just a few days, a fine layer of fuzz covered his body. Nonetheless, the outdoor chill necessitated that he don the unseemly clothing Lin Shi had personally modified for him. In contrast, Lin Shi was clad in a waterproof, cold-resistant jacket, layered over thermal underwear, topped with a high-neck fleece. Her footwear consisted of slip-resistant snow boots, while insulated, waterproof gloves adorned her hands, and a windproof hat protected her head. Even her face was shielded by a windproof mask, and she completed her ensemble with ski goggles to guard against the sun's glare reflecting off the snow. In essence, she was fully equipped for the elements. Lin Shi retrieved a pair of ski gear from her storage, strapped on her skis, and, once prepared, turned to the eager Demon King beside her and proclaimed, "Let us depart. Do not run too fast, and watch for turns." Upon hearing the word depart, the Demon King bolted away, racing through the snow like a wild stallion. Lin Shi could only chuckle in resignation as she pursued him. The duo swiftly descended the mountain. After reaching the bottom, Lin Shi stowed her skis and, with the Demon King, trudged toward the town, alternating between deep and shallow steps. Along the way, many people emerged from their homes, bundled in layers of clothing, clearly having donned every wearable garment they could find. Compared to them, Lin Shi appeared rather lightly clad. Yet, the true measure of warmth was evident as she observed their lips turning purple and their exposed faces and hands flushed red from the cold. A young man, captivated by Lin Shi's attire, called out to him, "Hey, big brother with the dog." Noticing that Lin Shi seemed not to have heard, the young man hurriedly jogged over, tripping in the snow and tumbling into the white expanse, yet quickly regained his footing and continued towards Lin Shi. It was only when he caught up that Lin Shi halted, turning to regard the young man, whose face was flushed from the cold, with a detached gaze. "I am Qian Liang. What is your surname, esteemed brother?" Qian Liang brushed off the snow from his clothes, his expression one of obsequious admiration directed at Lin Shi. "Speak plainly," Lin Shi replied curtly. Qian Liang scrutinized Lin Shi's outfit, his eyes betraying unabashed envy. "I was just wondering where you purchased that ensemble. I wish to acquire a similar one." In the city mall, Lin Shi responded succinctly and began to walk away. Hey, big brother, please don't leave just yet." Qian Liang trailed behind him, questioning, How much does it cost for a full set? Do you perhaps have an extra at home that you could lend me? Lin Shi frowned and shot a cold glance at Qian Liang. By your own. Do not follow me. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. The formidable Mo Wang also paused, casting a menacing gaze at Qian Liang, emitting a low growl of warning. Fearful, Qian Liang caught a glimpse of the dog, larger than any he had ever seen. All right. Take care, big brother. After Lin Shi walked away, Qian Liang spat derisively at his retreating figure. Humph. People relying on their dogs. What is so impressive about that? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a down jacket passed by Qian Liang. The young man immediately approached him. Excuse me, sir, where did you get that jacket? Get lost. Days earlier, when he had ventured out, some stores were still operating despite power outages. Now, however, such scenes were completely absent. After enduring several days of nightmarish upheaval, people finally realized that without fervently gathering food and winter supplies, survival would be impossible. On the streets, many wielded various tools and weapons, vandalizing shops. Groups surged into clothing and food stores, while others brazenly snatched supplies from others. There were even instances of murder in broad daylight. The fabric of society had utterly unraveled. Accompanied by Mo Wang, Lin Shi arrived at the entrance of a gold shop. His purpose for venturing out was to collect gold to upgrade the long-neglected treasure basin. The origin of the treasure basin was shrouded in mystery. It could foresee the advent of the apocalypse and possessed knowledge of terms such as source power and source beasts, which were unheard of in his previous life. It was as if it possessed an omniscient quality, capable of replicating and storing items. Its functions were unprecedented and unfathomable. It even held the potential to grant rebirth. Perhaps upon upgrading the treasure basin to a certain level, unexpected surprises would await him. Thus, Lin Shi had never relinquished the thought of enhancing the treasure basin. He motioned for Mo Wang to step back slightly before producing a hammer he had prepared in advance. With a mighty swing, he struck the tempered glass of the gold shop. With Lin Shi's current strength, a single blow shattered the glass into countless tiny fragments. A few more strikes sent the entire pane crashing down, scattering shards across the ground. The shop was enveloped in a profound silence, devoid of any jarring alarms or the startled cries of staff. With the Demon King stationed outside as a lookout, Lin Shi entered the goldsmith's shop, methodically rapping on each display case and collecting the precious treasures within: gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds. Anything of value was swiftly deposited into his backpack. The entire operation was executed in less than half an hour. He refrained from directly utilizing his spatial storage to gather the gold from the cases, as leaving them intact while the gold mysteriously vanished would heighten the risk of exposing his possession of a treasure trove. After plundering one establishment, he led the Demon King to the next gold shop. Prior to the apocalypse, Lin Shi had explored the urban area and was aware of the abundance of goldsmiths. As he traversed the streets, he systematically raided 8 shops, including 3 larger establishments. The amassed wealth of gold and silver jewelry was worth at least 100 million before the end of the world. The city was bustling with shops and malls, and many sought to seize resources for themselves. Those who observed Lin Shi ransacking the gold shops were tempted to join in, but were deterred by the imposing presence of the Demon King. Others, witnessing Lin Shi's acquisition of these inedible and unwearable riches, mocked him for his folly. At noon, Lin Shi and the Demon King dined in a gold shop he had completely emptied. He discreetly retrieved some pre-prepared beef patties from his backpack, sharing them with the Demon King. Though the shop was deserted, he remained vigilant. Past experiences had taught him the importance of never lowering his guard. Just as the man and his canine companion were enjoying their meal, footsteps echoed at the entrance of the gold shop. A middle-aged couple, accompanied by a girl who appeared to be around 17 and a boy in his early teens, passed by the shop and caught Lin Shi's attention. The 2 adults and the girl carried large bags, while the boy's hands were empty, suggesting they were a family out scavenging for supplies. As they approached the entrance, they glanced curiously into the brightly lit interior, seemingly intending to enter. Lin Shi interjected, "There are people inside. If you wish to rest, please go elsewhere." The 2 adults heeded his warning and began to depart, but the boy halted in his tracks. "Is this your home? I can go in if I want," he retorted, wearing a sulky expression as if the world owed him a fortune, his tone brimming with hostility. He kicked at the shards of glass on the ground, preparing to step inside. The girl quickly grasped his arm, urging, "Akio, don't cause trouble." Yet her words seemed to trigger something within the young man. He forcefully shook off her hand and, cursing, strode into the shop. "I'm going in, you nosy girl. This isn't yours. What's the problem with me entering?" The boy, named Akio, advanced directly toward Lin Shi. It was only upon noticing the Demon King that he instinctively took a few steps back. However, his gaze fixated on the beef patties in Lin Shi's hand, causing him to pause in his tracks. At this moment, the 3 individuals from outside followed him into the shop. The middle-aged couple, initially intending to invite Chiyo out, found their gaze fixated on the beef pie. Despite having endured only a few days without electricity and gas, for those accustomed to cooked meals and reliant on meat for sustenance, these days felt akin to a torturous existence. "Young man, how can you waste such fine meat by feeding it to a dog?" the middle-aged woman lamented, her eyes lingering on the beef pie near the Demon King. Upon hearing her words, the Demon King's demeanor shifted. It raised its head, eyes flashing with menace, as if ready to forsake the pie and turn its appetite toward a human instead. The woman, startled, quickly closed her mouth and retreated behind her husband. The middle-aged man, swallowing hard at the sight of the beef pie, turned to Lin Shi and remarked, "Young man, you ought to leash such a large dog when you take it out, lest it bite someone. Perhaps you should tie it up first? If you fear being bitten, you may leave." "You have already disturbed our meal," Lin Shi retorted, leaving the man momentarily speechless, his displeasure evident. Yet he glanced at the Demon King and chose silence. At that moment, the boy named Chiyo piped up, "Mom, I want to eat the beef pie." The middle-aged woman shot an awkward glance at Lin Shi and pulled the boy along, saying, "There's no meat at home. Not even a warm meal. I want the beef pie. I want it now." The boy tugged at his mother's clothing and stomped his feet, declaring, "I won't leave without the beef pie." Annoyed by the boy's incessant whining, Lin Shi cast a glance at him, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Instantly, the boy fell silent, intimidated. "Young man, could we perhaps trade these items for 4, no, 3, pieces of the beef pie?" The girl among the 4 stared longingly at the pie, her head drooping upon hearing Lin Shi's refusal. "That is not possible," Lin Shi replied without hesitation. The woman's bag contained only summer clothes, curtains, and carpets, all of which held no value to him. 2 pieces would suffice. Just 1 will do. "Please, my son hasn't eaten meat in days and has grown thin," she pleaded. The Demon King tilted its head, scrutinizing the boy's round belly and face, seemingly perplexed by the woman's nonsensical claims. Seeing Lin Shi's unwillingness to barter, the middle-aged man snapped, "They would rather feed the dog than make a trade. Don't embarrass yourself here. Let's go." With a resigned sigh, the middle-aged woman grasped her son's hand, and the family began to leave. Lin Shi ignored them, continuing to enjoy his lunch, casually offering another piece of the beef pie to the Demon King, who refused it, suddenly lifting its head to gaze outside. Following the Demon King's line of sight, Lin Shi turned to the street outside. At that moment, Chiyo broke free from his mother's grasp and dashed forward, attempting to snatch the beef pie Lin Shi had intended for the Demon King. "Give it to me." Lin Shi sensed the boy's imminent approach, a flash of hostility igniting within him. Simultaneously, the Demon King's aura shifted, and it lunged toward the boy, clamping down on his hand. "Ah!" 2 anguished cries echoed simultaneously. One belonged to a boy, while the other emanated from a middle-aged woman. The woman rushed forward, embracing the boy who had fainted from pain, desperately calling out his name. The Demon Lord spat out the bloodied remnants of his hand, as if discarding something foul. Outside, the sounds of chaos began to permeate the air. Lin Shi prepared to investigate the commotion. "Stop right there." A furious middle-aged man glared at Lin Shi, demanding, "Your dog has bitten off my son's hand, and you think you can just walk away?" He charged in to steal, and the fact that he wasn't killed is a testament to my dog's mercy. He patted the Demon Lord's head, saying, "Next time we encounter such thieves, just bite them to death." The Demon Lord obediently nodded, turning its gaze back to the boy, seemingly contemplating whether to end him right then and there. "Do you have any humanity left? Feeding your dog is one thing, but this is sheer disregard for life," the man shouted. Yet he dared not approach to avenge his son. At that moment, screams and frantic footsteps reverberated from the street outside. "Help! Help!" A throng of people was frantically fleeing down the street, pursued by a large tabby cat, its black and brown fur resembling that of a bobcat. This feline moved with astonishing speed, its eyes gleaming with a sinister light, devoid of the usual lethargy associated with domestic cats. Its sharp claws pierced each victim it encountered, tearing away flesh with brutal efficiency. After knocking one person down, it savagely shredded them before leaping onto the next. It seemed to regard humans as mere rodents beneath its claws. After dispatching another victim, it leapt forward with remarkable agility, positioning itself before the fleeing crowd, mocking their despair. As the cat drew within 100 meters of the shop, Lin Shi received a notification from the treasure trove interface, detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. Another source beast had appeared. Chapter 66, The Demon Lord versus the Tabby Cat. Upon the sight of yet another source beast, Lin Shi's expression hardened. Last time, he had been caught off guard by the sudden alert regarding a mutated wild boar, but this time, he vowed not to miss his shot. Suddenly, the Demon Lord beside him surged with intense battle intent, its gaze fixed menacingly upon the mutated tabby cat. The Demon Lord took a few steps forward. Looking up at Lin Shi, seemingly seeking his approval. Do you wish to confront that cat? Lin Shi comprehended the demon lord's intent immediately. The demon lord nodded. Recognizing that the source beast must be slain, Lin Shi was eager not to let this opportunity to swiftly enhance his strength slip away. The fact that the demon lord was proactively seeking to engage in battle surprised him, yet it presented a perfect chance to gauge the demon lord's combat prowess. After all, it mattered not at whose hands the source beast fell. He inquired, "Do you need assistance?" The demon lord nudged Lin Shi with its head, gently pushing him back a step, indicating that he should refrain from intervening. "Very well, go forth," Lin Shi replied, with his presence to provide support. He was confident that the demon lord would remain safe. The demon lord cast a grateful glance at Lin Shi and steadily approached the cat. Meanwhile, the peculiar tabby cat seemed to sense something, turning its gaze towards the Dark Lord. Upon seeing him, the feline abandoned the group of humans and fixated intently on the approaching figure. Its entire body arched, emitting a warning cry, "Meow." The Dark Lord quickened his pace, lunging forward with fervor. Both were source beasts, the Dark Lord being somewhat larger, yet the tabby's speed was astonishing. The imminent clash of cat and dog was palpable. As Lin Shi focused intently on the unfolding battle outside, a family of 3 inside the gold shop found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. "Hurry, take Achio to the hospital," exclaimed the father, urgency in his voice. The middle-aged woman pressed a cloth against the boy's wound, carefully wrapping his severed arm. "Do you not understand the situation at the hospital? There are no doctors left. In recent days, the number of deaths there has surged. And now with the giant cat outside, how can we possibly go out?" After these days, the hospital had become one of the most chaotic places in the city. Just days ago, countless injured, frostbitten, and feverish individuals rushed to the hospital, but the arrival of the blizzard had trapped everyone inside. The facility was overcrowded, yet there were insufficient supplies to accommodate so many. In their desperate struggle for survival, the starving and freezing individuals could resort to anything, an outcome one could only speculate. "What can we do now? Are we to watch Achio perish here?" The middle-aged woman lamented in distress. "Mother, first tie Achio's wound with a rope. It will help reduce the bleeding," the previously silent girl interjected suddenly. Upon hearing her words, the mother's once tender demeanor transformed, her tone sharp and biting. "What do you know, you wretched girl? Do you wish to see your brother become a cripple?" The girl, appearing submissive, replied softly, "I read about this online. If he continues to bleed like this, he could die from blood loss." Her statement ignited a powder keg of emotions. The middle-aged man swiftly stepped forward and struck the girl hard across the face, unleashing his pent-up fury. "You want to see your brother die, don't you? You useless, despicable child. Why didn't you stop Achio from coming in? Why didn't you help him grab the meat pie? Why wasn't it you who got bitten?" The girl fell to the ground, shards of glass embedding painfully into her palm. Yet, the middle-aged couple remained indifferent to this scene. The woman continuing her harsh tirade, "If anything happens to your brother, you shall suffer too." The girl numbly rose, silently removing the shards lodged in her hand. Gazing at the blood flowing from her wound, her eyes clouded with inscrutable emotion. The battle between the animals was primal and merciless. Within mere minutes, both the cat and dog bore injuries. Those who had been pursued by the tabby seized the opportunity to escape, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, the tabby limped, its right leg injured from an unknown bite by the Dark Lord. Beneath the dark gaze of the demon lord, the flower tabby cat had left 3 deep, bloodied gashes, nearly striking its eye. Its legs bore several grievous wounds, exposing bone. Lin Shi's heart raced with trepidation. Should the demon lord find itself in peril, he was poised to unleash his ranged weapon at a moment's notice. The demon lord lunged fiercely, only to be evaded once more by the tabby. In a swift twist, the cat lashed out, its sharp claws glinting ominously in the sunlight, shredding the demon lord's down jacket and sending feathers fluttering into the air. At that moment, Lin Shi's eyes flickered, a deadly intent igniting within them as a handgun materialized silently from his sleeve. A scream erupted from behind him. "Run. They mean to kill you." Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged couple had stealthily circled around to Lin Shi's rear, each wielding a knife. Their eyes were ablaze with murderous intent, their intentions all too clear. "Damn it, that ungrateful wretch." The middle-aged man shot a vicious glare at the girl upon being discovered. No longer concealing himself, he menacingly addressed Lin Shi. "Your dog is not by your side, boy. You harmed my son, and I shall grind your bones to feed the dogs. Enough with the chatter. Kill him. You can wear his clothes. I want beef patties." The middle-aged woman urged, her impatience palpable. They had long set their sights on Lin Shi, initially targeting his dog, but did not anticipate the demon lord's ferocity. Upon realizing the dog was a formidable adversary, they had contemplated retreating until nightfall to ambush Lin Shi, using the girl to lure the dog away before striking. However, they had not foreseen the mishap that befell their own son. Nevertheless, The time for action had come. With the dog absent, they were determined to eliminate the boy. Woof! The demon lord, sensing Lin Shi's danger, let out a furious roar, swatting the advancing tabby cat to the ground. With renewed ferocity, it lunged for the injured right leg of the cat. This decisive bite shattered the cat's right leg, eliciting a harrowing scream. Seizing the moment, the demon lord pounced upon the tabby, asserting its overwhelming strength, pinning the cat down with its sharp claws as it struggled in vain to rise. In a final act of defiance, the flower tabby clawed at the demon lord's leg, only to have its neck brutally crushed beneath the demon's weight. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded for Lin Shi. As the middle-aged couple charged at him with knives drawn, the previously timid girl, who had been cowering in the shadows, suddenly brandished a cleaver, striking at the assailants. Chapter 67. Qin Shuang. No one present anticipated such a dramatic shift. The girl, who had seemed the most inconspicuous and timid among the four, astonished all by displaying such boldness. Though slight of frame, her strength was formidable. Her strike nearly severed the middle-aged man's neck. In quick succession, the middle-aged woman found herself unexpectedly felled by the girl's fierce attack. Lin Shi found himself in an unprecedented situation, his expression tinged with surprise. He gently patted the demon king's head, offering reassurance. From his backpack, he retrieved medical supplies, tending to the demon king's wounds while discreetly observing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man had suffered a severed carotid artery and quickly succumbed to blood loss, his body convulsing as his eyes rolled back. The middle-aged woman, still fighting for her life, lunged at a girl with a fruit knife. The girl dodged momentarily but was struck in the arm. Nevertheless, she continued her assault, delivering a fatal blow to the woman's head. Even as the woman lay motionless, the girl relentlessly struck again and again, blood splattering as if the victims were mere slabs of meat rather than her own parents. It was only when both bodies were reduced to a grotesque mess that she ceased her onslaught. Standing over the carnage, knife in hand, the girl approached the unconscious boy and whispered, "Let us descend into hell together, brother." With that, she brought the blade down upon him, severing his head with brutal efficiency. After completing this horrific act, she walked toward Lin Shi, yet midway, she dropped the knife, her demeanor vacant as she gazed at him and uttered, "Please, kill me." "Why should I kill you?" Lin Shi responded, bewildered. His acts of violence had always been rooted in self-preservation and self-interest. The girl had not attacked him, nor had she cursed him. In fact, she had even warned him. Although he had sensed the threat behind him, it was clear she bore him no malice and had alleviated his troubles. He saw no reason to take her life. Her eyes, devoid of light, reflected her despair. "I killed my parents and loved ones. Does such a vile creature not deserve death?" Lin Shi found the situation absurd. "What does your crime against your family have to do with me? Moreover, not everyone is worthy of being a parent." In that moment, memories of Lu Xiue flooded his mind, a shadow darkening his gaze as he patted the demon king. "We should leave." Yet, he could only watch from a distance, hesitant to approach. The tabby cat lay lifeless, and the demon king who had slain it remained unscathed, ignoring the stares of those around him. He instructed the demon king to carry the cat's corpse away. The onlookers who had anticipated that Lin Shi might abandon the cat's body were visibly disappointed, hoping for a chance to scavenge. However, the severed leg of the tabby cat, bitten off by the demon king, incited a frenzied scramble among the crowd. After all, meat was still meat. Emerging cautiously from around the corner, a blood-soaked girl clutched a large bag. She was the same girl who had just killed her entire family. "Why are you following me?" Lin Shi asked, frowning. The girl stepped closer, halting only when the demon king emitted a warning growl. "May I accompany you?" "Absolutely not," Lin Shi asserted without hesitation. His decision not to kill her did not imply acceptance. "I can do anything. Do not be deceived by my slender frame. I possess great strength and can endure hardship without consuming much." The girl desperately attempted to persuade him. "I already have companions." With a piercing gaze, Lin Shi warned the girl, "Do not follow me again. I do not hesitate to take a life." He resolved never to form partnerships with anyone again, not even allowing a servant to remain close. "My name is Qin Shuang," the girl shouted after Lin Shi's retreating figure. As the sensation of being watched gradually faded, Lin Shi found a secluded corner to conceal the corpse of the tabby cat within his space. In the afternoon, Lin Shi retrieved the previously marked map to continue his raid on the gold shops. After plundering a dozen stores, he unexpectedly encountered someone at the entrance of another gold shop. "You're following me?" A glimmer of malice flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he regarded Qin Shuang, who had reappeared before him. Qin Shuang quickly defended herself. "I am not following you. I came to this gold shop to search for something." At that moment, Lin Shi noticed that Qin Shuang was wielding a fire axe. So she, too, was in pursuit of gold. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Having encountered this girl twice in a single day, he instinctively suspected she wished to cling to him. Lin Shi attempted to bypass Qin Shuang. but she called out to him, "Wait." Turning around, Lin Shi regarded her with slight annoyance. Qin Shuang lowered a hefty bag she had been carrying. Visibly heavier after an afternoon of searching, she opened the bag to reveal a collection of various gold jewelry among a pile of miscellaneous items. Her eyes sparkled as she presented a handful of gold to Lin Shi. "Take this." Lin Shi's impatient expression shifted slightly. "Why are you giving this to me? Do you not need the gold?" "I gathered all this from 4 gold shops this afternoon," Qin Shuang explained. Lin Shi replied coldly, "I require only what I can collect myself. Even if you squander your time gathering these items, I will not accept your offerings." "I understand." Qin Shuang's hands fell, gripping the gold jewelry tightly. Her head bowed. "I know that my life is of little value and that I must rely on myself. I simply wish to express my gratitude for not pushing me away when I was at my most desperate. No need for thanks. I have done nothing," Lin Shi stated matter-of-factly. Yet, Qin Shuang gazed at him resolutely. "What is? This gold is of no use to me. Please accept it." Though Lin Shi desired the gold, he would not accept it without offering something in return. "If you insist on giving it to me, I will exchange it for something." From his backpack, Lin Shi produced a pack of anti-inflammatory medication, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandages. Such a quantity of gold for these mere supplies? Before the apocalypse, one might think Lin Shi had lost his mind, he mused. However, in the current context, where pharmacies and hospitals had been stripped bare, medical supplies were infinitely more valuable than gold. Qin Shuang's arm bore a wound inflicted by a middle-aged woman. If left untreated, it could easily become infected, posing a deadly threat in this environment. The medications were priceless to her, while to Lin Shi, securing 30 or 40 pounds of gold in exchange for a small amount of medicine felt like a significant gain. Moreover, he would earn the girl's gratitude. A glimmer of realization illuminated Lin Shi's eyes. He discerned that this girl was not as simple as she appeared. Chapter 68, the second phase. A girl, burdened with an immense amount of gold and a sack of supplies, wielded a fire axe weighing several pounds in her hand. Such strength cannot merely be encapsulated by the simple phrase, "great strength." Moreover, Lin Shi had previously witnessed the girl's arm being wounded by a middle-aged woman. Yet she continued to gather supplies as though nothing had occurred. He glanced down at the wound on the Demon King's body, which had ceased to bleed. Suddenly inspired, Lin Shi retrieved several packs of instant noodles and some medical supplies he had collected from the container, extending them to Qin Shuang. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she trembled, accepting them from Lin Shi with a soft, "Thank you." Lin Shi placed the gold from Qin Shuang's bag into his own backpack, stating, "I must leave now. Darkness will soon fall." Although it was still before 4 in the afternoon, dusk had already begun to encroach. The arrival of bitter cold rendered the nights significantly longer than the days. Without light, nighttime proved to be far more perilous than daylight. "What is your name?" came Qin Shuang's voice from behind him. Upon returning to the safe house, he first examined the Demon King's wound from that day's encounter. As expected, it was healing rapidly, with no further bleeding. Lin Shi marveled at the astonishing regenerative abilities of the source beasts, diligently tending to some of the deeper wounds. He then allowed the Demon King to rest in the living room while he retreated to the storage room, locking the door behind him to retrieve the corpse of the tabby cat. Detected unclaimed source power. Would you like to absorb it? At the moment he received the prompt from the treasure basin, Lin Shi did not hesitate. Yes. As he absorbed it, a warm current surged from his arm into his body, accompanied by an indescribable sensation of exquisite delight permeating his entire being. It was a sublime experience, a transcendence of life's essence. Suddenly, Lin Shi felt a jolt throughout his body. The genetic lock within him inexplicably began to unravel. In that astonished moment, an unprecedented sense of power surged through him. What is this? Lin Shi marveled at his own physique. The sensation was astonishing and surreal. His mind was as clear and calm as when he had unlocked the first tier of the genetic lock, yet the power within him was continuously escalating. He suddenly felt an illusion of being able to combat source beasts with nothing but his bare hands. Tentatively, he threw a punch into the air, and the force sliced through the atmosphere with a howling sound. At that moment, his brain calculated the strength of the punch, revealing an astonishing tenfold increase compared to before. This surpassed the physical capabilities of any ordinary human, and this was merely a casual punch from Lin Shi. Was this the second tier of the genetic lock? He was utterly astounded. He leaped into the air, effortlessly touching the ceiling. Experimenting with a light jog, he found himself darting from one end of the storage room to the other in the blink of an eye. At such incredible speed, he accelerated and halted seamlessly, stopping just short of crashing into the wall. Such control over power could only be achieved through perfection. If an ordinary person were to suddenly experience a surge in strength and speed, they would be unable to adapt to their newfound abilities in such a brief span of time. There may also arise instances of clumsiness or even self-inflicted injuries, necessitating time for practice and adaptation. However, In the state of unlocking the genetic lock, Lin Shi's brain is capable of precisely controlling every ounce of strength in his body, as if an inexhaustible power is surging forth from within. This sensation is overwhelmingly potent. This time, the duration of the genetic lock persisted for 8 seconds. Upon returning to a state devoid of the genetic lock, Lin Shi staggered and knelt on one knee. His limbs felt weak, and a slight ache coursed through his body. Yet it was significantly better than the aftereffects he experienced during his initial unlocking of the genetic lock. Perhaps this improvement is related to my 2 recent absorptions of source beast energy, Lin Shi pondered. Originally, he had learned from No. 2 that the aftereffects of unlocking the genetic lock would intensify, yet his current condition is indeed improving. Source energy, Lin Shi understood that it was the crux of the matter. Could absorbing the energy from 2 first-tier source beasts enable the unlocking of the second-tier genetic lock? Or had my body absorbed some source material prior to this? He harbored a quiet doubt. Lin Shi was unaware that while he was unconscious, the treasure basin had automatically absorbed source materials. Otherwise, this question would not have arisen. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, although his limbs still felt somewhat weak, he gradually began to recover. He attempted to unlock the genetic lock once more, but there was no response. Indeed, the strength experienced during the unlocking was remarkable, yet Lin Shi still could not fathom how to activate the genetic lock at will. Aside from moments of life and death, or when emotions reach a certain peak, he had not yet discovered any other means to actively unlock the genetic lock. Moreover, after observing the battle between the Demon King and the Tabby Cat, Lin Shi realized that, apart from humans, other animals seemingly lack the notion or capability of unlocking the genetic lock. They directly enhance their physical strength and exhibit some external changes in size. The evolutionary paths of humans and source beasts diverge significantly. The Demon King had been waiting by the door for an indeterminate period. Are you waiting for me? Lin Shi was slightly taken aback as he crouched down to stroke the Demon King. The Demon King circled Lin Shi twice, its nose continuously sniffing him, seemingly in search of confirmation. What is the matter? Lin Shi inquired with a smile. The Demon King nudged Lin Shi's palm with its nose. Its lively eyes filled with affection and a hint of reverence. Lin Shi assumed the Demon King was hungry, patting its head and saying, "Are you hungry? Let us go eat." After indulging in a sumptuous dinner, Lin Shi laid out all the gold, platinum, diamonds, silver, and other jewelry he had collected that day onto the living room floor. The gold alone weighed several hundred kilograms, while the silver, rose gold, and diamond jewelry collectively amounted to a similar weight. The living room floor sparkled with golden brilliance, creating a striking spectacle. Replicas cannot be used for upgrades. These items, aside from their upgrade potential, no longer hold any value for replication. Lin Shi glanced at the treasure basin interface. Treasure basin, storage space, 969,696. Funds required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item replication, 21. Funds required for upgrade, 58,500. Bending down, he placed his hands upon the pile of jewelry, inhaling gently as he uttered, "Upgrade item duplication." Chapter 69. Upgrading the treasure basin once more. As Lin Shi's words faded, the interface before him shimmered with golden light, and a portion of the jewelry immediately vanished. The numbers on the treasure basin interface flickered rapidly, settling into treasure basin. Storage capacity, 969,696. Required wealth points for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication, 45. Wealth points required for next upgrade, 160,000. The pattern of item duplication upgrades was clear. The first upgrade required 3, the second 6, and the third 12. This marked Lin Shi's 4th upgrade, adding a substantial 24 instances. Simultaneously, the amount of precious metals required for the next upgrade had significantly increased. It had previously been 80,000. But after Lin Shi allowed the excess gold to be consumed by the item duplication, it reduced to 58,000, and now it had escalated to 160,000. This sum equated to 160 kilograms of gold. Rose gold and platinum could also be consumed, yet none could match the potency of gold reaching level 11. Silver could only be exchanged at a rate of 100 for 1 wealth point. As for diamonds, the treasure basin seemed to reject these exorbitantly priced stones. Perhaps only precious metals could be consumed by the basin? Discarding such thoughts, Lin Shi pressed on with the item duplication upgrades. For the 5th upgrade, the item duplication count reached 48. The next upgrade required 320,000 wealth points. For the 6th upgrade, the duplication count soared to 96, necessitating 640,000 wealth points. Lin Shi glanced at the considerably diminished assemblage of gold and silver ornaments strewn across the ground. Following this upgrading pattern, the next enhancement would require over 1,000,000 wealth points. Clearly, the remaining gold and silver were insufficient. He silently recited the chant for another upgrade. This time, the item duplication count surged by a remarkable 192 instances. Treasure Basin. Storage capacity, 969,696. Wealth points required for upgrade, 32,000. Function, item duplication 381. Wealth points required for next upgrade, 124,000. Estimating the remaining gold and jewelry, Lin Shi concluded that he could still acquire around 400,000 to 500,000 wealth points. Indeed, he was far from the threshold required for the next level of item duplication. Opting instead to upgrade the storage capacity, he recalled that after 5 previous enhancements, the current size had been achieved. The wealth required for storage upgrades was significantly less than that for item duplication. He surmised that 4 or 5 more upgrades would render future expansions unnecessary. Upgrade all storage space, Lin Shi declared resolutely. As his voice fell, all ornaments, save for the diamonds, vanished from sight. The duration of this upgrade was evidently prolonged. After 4 transformations, the numbers on the treasure basin displayed. Treasure Basin. Storage capacity, 1456, 1456, 1456. Continue accumulating 985,755 wealth points to obtain complete storage space. Function, item duplication 381. Wealth points required for upgrade, 124,000. Complete storage space? Lin Shi paused momentarily, taken aback. Deep within his heart, he harbored a conjecture. If the treasure basin were to be upgraded to its utmost limit, perhaps some unforeseen transformations would occur. To his astonishment, that moment was approaching rather swiftly. Lin Shi felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. Previously, the storage space had undergone 5 upgrades. With the current enhancement, it had been upgraded 4 more times, meaning it could be upgraded a maximum of 10 times. Lin Shi took out paper and pen, silently calculating. According to the pattern wherein each upgrade of the treasure basin required a doubling of financial points, the 10th upgrade would originally necessitate 512,000 points. However, after absorbing the excess gold and silver, he still required over 980,000 points. Lin Shi frowned. This indicated that the final upgrade would not simply demand double, but quadruple the amount. The item duplication had already been upgraded 7 times. If it too could reach the maximum of 10 upgrades, he would require an astounding 82 million financial points. In other words, he needed to collect over 20 tons of gold, or even more precious metals. Without delay, Lin Shi opened the map of Sha City to inspect his options. The gold shops he had previously plundered were already marked off. There were only a handful of gold shops left on the map. The city was not large. Within a single day, he had already patronized 60% of the shops. The remaining ones were located in the outskirts, which would not only slow down his collection but also offered limited quantities. It seemed nearly impossible to gather 20 tons from such sparse resources. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shi swiftly considered the bank vaults. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Earlier that day, while scavenging for supplies, he had observed that most banks were completely locked down. Though unattended, their walls were fortified and the glass was bulletproof. Not to mention the bank vaults, which were said to be impervious to explosions, even if left unguarded. Breaking through the bulletproof glass with the scant firepower he possessed would be exceedingly difficult, let alone accessing the bank vaults, which seemed like a futile dream. Glancing at his hands, he wondered if the treasure basin space could reach through the bank vault's walls to retrieve the gold within. With this thought, he promptly stood and walked toward the wall. The answer was simple. He would test it with his own safe house. The outer wall of his safe house was over 3 meters thick, yet the inner walls separating the rooms were not nearly as robust, each approximately 30 centimeters thick. He decided to begin with his own room. Lin Shi placed his hand against the wall connecting to his bedroom, closed his eyes, and concentrated all his thoughts to commune with the space. As his consciousness connected with the space, he felt a peculiar sensation of drifting and dispersing. Previously, when he had taken items from containers and suitcases, he had sensed a faint connection to the objects within. However, at this moment, just as the thought of retrieving items from his room emerged, a sharp, needle-like pain pierced through his brain. Lin Shi immediately severed his connection with the space, collapsing onto the ground in a crouch. Woof! The Demon King, witnessing this, hurried over to Lin Shi, anxiously circling around him. Lin persevered through the sudden wave of nausea and dizziness, mustering a smile for the anxious gaze of the Demon King, assuring him, "I am fine." After resting for a considerable time, the queasy sensation gradually subsided. However, his heart had grown considerably heavy. Undeterred by misfortune, he attempted to retrieve various objects. From cups to metal boxes and cabinets, he explored every conceivable item. Ultimately, Lin discerned the limitations of his telekinetic abilities. The success of retrieving an item from a container was contingent upon both the thickness and density of the container. To extract an object from within any container, the maximum thickness must not exceed 5 centimeters. Furthermore, as the density of the container increased, the allowable thickness diminished. For instance, after assembling a box from several alloy plates, Lin discovered that exceeding 3 centimeters resulted in the same frustrating outcome he experienced when attempting to transport an item from the living room to the bedroom. It seemed this avenue was futile. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Lin realized that to collect items through a container, it must be relatively thin and of low density. Clearly, a bank vault did not meet these criteria. It appeared he would have to pursue an alternative path, collecting gold from the surrounding cities after depleting the gold shops in Shi. Chapter 70. The Movements of the Troops. The following day, unwilling to concede, Lin ventured to the bank once more. After spending the better part of the day breaching several locks, he arrived at the entrance of the vault. Again, he experienced the disorienting sensation akin to a severe blow to the head. This time, he was utterly disheartened. The bank vault was not only thick, but also comprised numerous layers with a complex structure, impervious to ordinary force. The lock on the vault door alone was exceedingly intricate. Even if he managed to destroy the lock, opening the door remained impossible. Resigned, he could only methodically gather gold from each jewelry store. On that day, Lin scoured all the remaining gold shops in the city, amassing less than a few dozen kilograms of gold along with various other jewels. This yield was even less than he had anticipated. Converting all of these into wealth points for upgrading his space resulted in Treasure Basin. Storage space, 1456, 1456, 1456. Continue accumulating 153,673 wealth points to achieve complete storage capacity. Function, item duplication 381. Wealth points required for upgrade, 24 million. He was still short of over 150 kilograms of gold to elevate his storage space to its maximum level. Lin felt a surge of excitement. The third day after the snowstorm. After completing his morning regimen, Lin noticed that heavy snow had begun to fall outside. While the snowfall hindered visibility, the wind was mild enough for him to venture out in search of gold. The Demon King's injuries had not yet healed completely. Lin had left it at home yesterday and would do the same today. His target was the suburbs. Upon arriving in the outskirts, Lin immediately sensed a shift in atmosphere. Perhaps it was not only the suburbs, but the entire ambience of Shi that had transformed. Today, the number of individuals venturing outside in search of supplies has noticeably diminished compared to the previous days. Over the past couple of days, the streets have witnessed an occasional solitary figure carrying provisions, only to be besieged by others intent on theft. During these tumultuous encounters, the brutal reality of life and death has frequently unfolded before Lin Shi's eyes. The snow-covered ground, marred by chaotic footprints, often bore witness to glaring crimson stains spreading across the pristine white expanse. Just yesterday, Lin Shi distantly observed 2 young women, seemingly companions on their quest for resources, being forcibly dragged into a dark, desolate shop by 3 burly men. Their desperate cries for help faded into silence almost immediately. Draped in luxurious attire, Lin Shi inevitably became a target, attracting the attention of those with malicious intent. With his enhanced physical prowess, having unlocked the second tier of the genetic lock, and 8 years of accumulated experience in survival, he effortlessly dealt with anyone foolish enough to confront him. Aware that life and death situations could provoke the awakening of humanity's latent potential, Lin Shi's strikes became increasingly decisive. He ensured that those he could dispatch swiftly would not suffer any additional blows. The world around him transformed into a landscape of stark whiteness, while the hearts of men descended into darkness. After dispatching the 5th fool to challenge him that day, Lin Shi, feeling somewhat exasperated, sheathed his bloodied Nepalese knife at his waist. Indeed, fewer individuals with discernment dared to approach him seeking trouble. However, during his lunch break, an unwelcome interruption occurred. "Young man, please, could you spare some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days." A kindly-looking woman, dressed in a patchwork cotton coat and appearing to be in her 50s, entered the printing shop where Lin Shi was resting. He cast a cold glance at her as she approached, his voice chillingly firm. "Take another step closer, and you will die." The woman halted, the corners of her eyes glistening with tears. "Heaven has left me no choice. My children are far away, leaving me, an old woman, to suffer here. Young man, I do not ask for much, just a morsel to eat. I will trade you this coat for it." She stood steadfast at the door, unwilling to relent. The prospect of exchanging a meal for a relatively warm coat seemed appealing enough that perhaps someone might consider the trade, even if it meant going hungry for a while. Lin Shi's gaze hardened further as he rose and approached her. The woman, interpreting his movement as consent, displayed a flicker of hope. Yet, as he drew nearer, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes, and from the folds of her coat, she revealed a sharp steel awl. However, before she could lift her hand, a flash of cold light caught her eye. Her vision blurred, and the last scene etched in her mind was of Lin Shi standing over a familiar headless corpse. The gruesome reality dawning upon her. Was that my body? In the afternoon, as Lin Shi was collecting gold, he was suddenly startled by a commotion. The noise did not emanate from nearby, but rather from some high-rise apartments. "Soldiers, I am here," a voice cried out, filled with hope. "The army has arrived. We are saved. Soldier, please help me. I haven't eaten in 3 days." In recent days, anguished cries have echoed through the apartment complex as residents lament the absence of military intervention and the lack of state rescue. Lin Shi had long harbored suspicions that the army's response would soon be forthcoming. Just yesterday, he seized the opportunity to visit another port, where he observed that the majority of containers had been breached, with vital supplies already pilfered. Recalling the encounter he had with the military, Lin Shi had no doubt that in recent days, the soldiers had received orders to expedite the gathering of resources. This was a prudent course of action, without material comfort. Even if the army managed to maintain order within the city, the survivors, on the brink of starvation and freezing, would remain discontented, driven by cold and hunger. They might even rise against the military, inciting chaos and rebellion. This indicated that the highest commander of the Shi forces was not a man of folly. Indeed, the military finally took action. Troops, fully armed with real weapons and equipment, appeared throughout Shi, to the dismay of the survivors. These soldiers were not carrying the coveted supplies they yearned for, but rather distributing sheets of paper resembling flyers. The soldiers, ignoring the cadavers strewn across the streets, engaged in what seemed akin to past-world advertising, affixing these papers in conspicuous locations throughout the city. Some soldiers, noticing individuals present, directly thrust the flyers into their hands. Lin Shi also received one, which appeared to be handwritten, or perhaps a notification. Chapter 71, Complete Storage Space. He scrutinized the flyer attentively, due to recent unusual weather conditions and a disruption in communication with other cities. Special measures will be taken by this unit in light of these extraordinary circumstances. Notice 1. Starting tomorrow, citizens may line up outside the Shanghai apartments in the eastern suburbs with identification cards to register their personal information and receive a week's worth of survival supplies. Those with elderly or children at home may present their identification documents on their behalf to collect supplies. Notice 2. The military will establish a shelter in the eastern outskirts of Shi. All individuals who contribute to the construction of the shelter for a duration of 100 days will be granted residential eligibility. Participants will receive 2 additional meal rations daily and an extra set of cold weather clothing each month. Requirements: ages 16 to 45, physically fit, and free from chronic illnesses. Those with special skills will be given priority. Notice 3. In light of the need for shelter construction, contributors of various building materials will receive contribution points based on the quantity submitted. Those who accumulate 500 contribution points will gain eligibility for shelter residency. Contribution points can be exchanged for supplies, with details posted outside the Shanghai apartments in the eastern suburbs. Notice 4. Starting today, each district will have a squad of soldiers patrolling with live ammunition daily. Citizens are prohibited from engaging in acts of resource theft, murder, or violent coercion of women. Violators will be executed on the spot. His earlier conjecture proved accurate. Indeed, the eastern suburbs had caught the official's attention. When he had asked Liao Peng to scout for land, he had noted the potential of the eastern suburbs, as suitable locations for shelter construction were scarce. The small hill of his safe house is located in the western outskirts of Shi, far removed from the eastern suburbs. Its elevated terrain and modest size ensure that even land requisition cannot encroach upon the mere 300 square meters of his property. Thus, he feels secure in constructing the safe house. Before long, crowds of people emerge from their homes, surrounding the soldiers distributing flyers. "Comrades, is there anything to eat? I am starving. I am so cold. Do you have any spare clothing? Sir, my child is ill. Do you have any medicine?" The besieged soldiers can only repeatedly explain, "We have not brought any supplies. You can collect them tomorrow in the eastern suburbs, as stated on the flyers. Please step aside. We must complete our mission first." Upon realizing that the soldiers possess no supplies, the crowd becomes agitated. What use are flyers when lives are at stake? "You arrived too late. My father has already passed. If you had come sooner, perhaps he would still be alive. He was only in his 60s. Don't you carry food when you leave home? Do you have any idea how much we ordinary people suffer? What kind of soldiers are you? Strip them of their uniforms." The crowd swells, displaying an intent to prevent the soldiers from departing without offering something in return. Bang! The sound of a gunshot pierces the air, silencing the crowd momentarily. However, this is soon followed by a cacophony of curses, and some individuals resort to physical confrontation. A burly man with a crew cut pushes aside the soldier who fired, glaring defiantly, "If you have the guts, shoot me. I declare right here, if you don't give us something, you won't leave. Let us see if you dare to pull that trigger." Exactly. None of you will leave. Your weapons are meant for the enemy, not for us common folk. I dare you to make a move. Supportive murmurs ripple through the crowd as the tension escalates toward a breaking point. Lin Shi casually observes this scene from the roadside, intrigued to see what orders the commanding officer of the Shushi troops would give to the soldiers. Bang! As another gunshot rings out. The previously boisterous man stares in disbelief at the blood seeping from his chest before collapsing. The crowd finally falls silent. The lead soldier, with a stern expression, scans the crowd and declares, "Rioters shall be shot. If you seek supplies, go to the eastern suburbs tomorrow. Now disperse immediately." The crowd hurriedly scatters. Lin Shi takes in the entirety of the scene, glancing at the sky before departing with the throng. The gold collected today suffices to upgrade his space. Now that he has established himself in Shushi, it is imperative to gain insight into the rulers of this territory. As he passes the entrance of Wulong village on his return, Lin Shi discovers that the villagers are, surprisingly, holding a funeral. Over the past few days, he has been out early and returning late, hardly having seen any villagers. From a distance, he can see that nearly every household in the village has hung white cloth, indicating that many have perished. Lin Shi is uncertain whether to label them as ignorant or foolish. After greeting the Demon King, he retrieves the gold and other precious metals he gathered today. A sense of tension, excitement, and unease stirred within, yet anticipation loomed larger. Lin took a deep breath and softly uttered, "Upgrade storage space." The golden ornaments in his hand vanished significantly. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light emanated from Lin's brow. The entire interface of the treasure basin before him pulsated erratically, resembling a garbled display. Lin's pupils widened in astonishment as he intently observed the unfolding changes. The last time the treasure basin interface exhibited such drastic fluctuations was when it absorbed the second ancient coin. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The Demon King stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Although he had grown accustomed to Lin's casual transformations, witnessing something that radiated light was unprecedented. The Demon King gaped, oblivious to the drool pooling beneath him, and his eyes shimmered with newfound admiration for Lin. After a considerable pause, the treasure basin interface reappeared. Treasure basin, storage space. Complete. The volume can expand with the user's internal source power, capable of storing living beings. Function, item duplication 381. Funds required for upgrade, 1,240,000. Capable of storing living beings. Lin hastily reread the preceding text, fixating on the 5 words that indicated this new capability. He understood the significance of those words. Quickly, he probed the space with his consciousness. Before his eyes, the entire area had expanded to infinity, rendering the items within minuscule. Previously, the nearly 10,000 containers of supplies collected at the port occupied a third of the entire space. After upgrading 4 times yesterday, those supplies now occupied only a minuscule corner of the space. However, now, the entire area appeared as if divided by an unseen force. One side remained the same vast vacuum, while the other revealed a plot of land the size of a football field. Chapter 72, Testing the Space. The newly manifested land within the space appeared barren, resembling a wasteland with only gray-black soil strewn about, devoid of any life. Lin was eager to experiment. Naturally, he would not use the Demon King for this trial, as the latter was his companion. Any mishap would lead to regret. Stepping out of the safe house, Lin surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing alive amidst the vast expanse of white snow. His gaze quickly shifted to the villagers down the mountain, Wulong village. Wang Liang, with a sullen expression, navigated through a villager's home. "Uncle Wang, the outside world has descended into chaos. Do you think we could postpone the elder's funeral or simplify the arrangements?" Wang Liang suggested. The man referred to as Uncle Wang retorted angrily, "Postpone it to when? We can't be certain when another blizzard might strike. Leaving my father cooped up at home for a week or more. That's simply one do. When someone passes, they must be laid to rest. Besides, organizing a single funeral for so many elders is already quite simple. What more do you want?" Wang Liang lamented in frustration. "Death is an inevitable fate. Those of us who remain must continue to live, do we not? We cannot allow the deceased to obstruct the paths of the living. My father dedicated himself to our village during his lifetime. Liangzi, the village chief, often reminded us that one must not be selfish. We are a collective, bound to progress together. Do you wish to see my father left to rot in the wilderness? Spare me your heartless words." Wang Liang silently cursed under his breath, his face a stormy hue as he turned to leave. The village chief had always envisioned Wang Liang as his successor, and given a few more years, with the chief's guidance, he would undoubtedly have risen to become the next village leader. Yet now, with the chief's sudden demise, he had yet to establish his authority, and the villagers simply disregarded him. They insisted on holding funerals for the departed. In recent days, nearly every household in the village had suffered a loss. Unlike the city, where families lead solitary lives, the villagers had united under the chief's diligent efforts. With so many friends and relatives lost, when one person suggested adhering to the old customs of honoring the deceased with funerals, the others surprisingly concurred. Situated on the outskirts near the mountains, the villagers had reserves of food and practiced drying vegetables and curing meat. Thus, they were not yet plunged into chaos like the cities outside. However, Wang Liang had ventured out and witnessed the rampant violence, as people outside resorted to theft and brutality over mere scraps of food and clothing. If they did not devise a plan soon, they would face the same dire fate as those outside. This urgency fueled Wang Liang's agitation. At that moment, he felt an acute sense of clarity amidst the collective drunkenness of the others. He abruptly realized that the village chief's ideology could not contend with the current crisis. Furious, he stormed out of Uncle Wang's home, kicking at the snow-covered ground in frustration, cursing, "It's all that bastard's fault up on the mountain. One day, I will make him pay." Wang Liang unleashed a torrent of profanities, cursing Lin Shi's ancestors as if it would alleviate his pent-up frustration. Had he not encountered Lin Shi, he would still be awaiting his turn to inherit the role of village chief. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow behind him. Lin Shi had just descended the mountain and spotted a solitary villager. He intended to test the space with this villager, as the townsfolk bore hostility towards him, making the experiment convenient. Coincidentally, Lin Shi overheard Wang Liang cursing him. A cold smile crept across Lin Shi's lips as he placed a hand on Wang Liang's shoulder and concentrated. Wang Liang turned, their eyes locking for a brief moment. Both taken aback, Lin Shi pondered, "Why isn't the space responding?" Wang Liang exclaimed, "This person looks strangely familiar." Wang Liang's eyes widened in sudden terror. Before he could react, Lin Shi struck him with a swift chop, rendering him unconscious. He then re-established communication with the space. This time, there were no obstructions. Wang Liang vanished from Lin Shi's grasp. Must a living being be rendered unconscious before entering the space? Lin Shi furrowed his brow, examining the situation within the confines of the space. He observed a solitary figure lying on the previously barren ground. It was precisely Wang Liang, who had just been rendered unconscious by Lin Shi. With a mere thought, Lin Shi reappeared in the snow-laden landscape. He transported Wang Liang to a secluded corner and, seizing a handful of snow, shoved it into Wang Liang's clothing. Before long, Wang Liang was jolted awake by the cold, and upon seeing Lin Shi, he instinctively wanted to scream in terror. Anticipating this, Lin Shi struck Wang Liang squarely in the mouth, stifling his cries within the confines of his throat. "Silence, or you shall meet your demise immediately," Lin Shi warned, his gaze imbued with lethal intent, compelling Wang Liang to nod in acquiescence. The force of Lin Shi's punch had already knocked out several of Wang Liang's teeth. Lin Shi attempted once more to draw Wang Liang into his spatial realm. This time, he distinctly felt a resistance when he tried to mentally summon him, thwarting his efforts. Blood filled Wang Liang's mouth as he gazed in horror at Lin Shi, who remained motionless with his hand resting upon him. The dread of the unknown loomed large, for Wang Liang could not fathom Lin Shi's intentions. "Listen closely. Whatever sensations you may experience, do not resist, otherwise I shall kill you. Do you understand?" Lin Shi's icy stare bore into Wang Liang's soul, who desperately nodded in response. Once again, Lin Shi endeavored to connect with the spatial realm, and this time the resistance was noticeably diminished. Yet, something still felt amiss, and success eluded him. In the next moment, Lin Shi grasped Wang Liang's throat with a vice-like grip, gradually tightening his hold. Wang Liang's eyes bulged in desperation as he struggled against Lin Shi's grasp. Without hesitation, Lin Shi used his other hand to snap Wang Liang's wrist, preventing any further attempts at resistance. With his current strength, breaking a man's bones was a trivial feat as Lin Shi's grip constricted further. He maintained a mental connection with the spatial realm, striving to pull Wang Liang within its confines. Just as Wang Liang's eyes rolled back in his head, Lin Shi's hand released, and he succeeded. Though Wang Liang was not dead, he was on the brink of asphyxiation. Suddenly freed, he coughed violently, still disoriented about his surroundings when Lin Shi extracted him once more from the spatial realm. Thus, Lin Shi conducted a series of repeated experiments. Ultimately, he confirmed that to draw a person into the spatial realm, they must be devoid of the capacity to resist or possess a weakened will. Furthermore, time within this living space flowed normally, allowing individuals to breathe and move. Although the inability to confine a normal human was somewhat disappointing, Lin Shi considered that animals, with their comparatively weaker consciousness or mental fortitude, might be easier to ensnare. At that moment, Lin Shi's eyes flickered slightly, ignoring the now dazed Wang Liang. He strained to listen to the surrounding sounds. After a brief period of attentive listening, Lin Shi lowered himself to the snowy ground, focusing intently. Mere seconds later, he rose with a grave expression. If he had not misheard, At least 2 or more beasts or source creatures were approaching this direction. Given the current environment, the likelihood of encountering source creatures was significantly heightened. Casting one last glance at the nearly lifeless Wang Liang, Lin Shi swiftly snapped his neck. In that moment, a glimmer of relief flickered in Wang Liang's eyes, for this day had been more harrowing than a nightmare. If there is a next life, he would certainly refrain from speaking ill of others behind their backs, Wang Liang ultimately contemplated. Chapter 73, Lin Shi's Ambition. It was the time when nightfall was about to descend. The villagers of Wulong village were mainly at home preparing their evening meals. The remaining villagers had lit their stoves, sending wisps of smoke into the air. Previously, Liao Peng had counted 96 households in this village, with a total population not exceeding 400. Over the past few days, nearly half of the villagers had perished. However, a considerable number still remained. Due to an ample supply of food, the human presence and scent in the village were markedly concentrated compared to those dispersed in lofty buildings. Had there been no appearance of source beasts, the villagers might have lived a bit longer. Alas, perhaps it was the lingering scent of blood that invited uninvited guests to the village that night. From the vantage point of the safe house, Lin Shi witnessed 5 unusually large wild boars charging into Wulong village, and he knew that tonight would be anything but peaceful. With no evolved beings in the village, even if there were, they would be powerless against the source beasts. Upon hearing the screams that erupted from Wulong village, Lin Shi turned his gaze away. Demon King, shall we play a game? Lin Shi beckoned to the Demon King. Demon King, let us engage in a game. Lin Shi coaxed. The Demon King tilted its head, pondering the meaning of Lin Shi's words. Lin Shi placed his hand upon the Demon King's head, connecting his consciousness with the space. In the next moment, the Demon King appeared in the spatial realm, looking utterly bewildered. Upon arriving in the space, the Demon King leaped up, extremely alert, scanning the surroundings and emitting a series of anxious low growls. Woof, woof. Lin Shi quickly transferred the Demon King out of the space, narrowly avoiding it leaping onto him. After patiently explaining several times and calming the Demon King, he allowed it to re-enter the space. This time, the Demon King was not as restless. It began to run around joyfully within the space. The area was roughly the size of a basketball court, and when the Demon King reached the boundary, it was halted by an invisible wall. Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the Demon King through his thoughts. Demon King, can you hear me? The Demon King abruptly lifted its head, looking around the space. Seeing its reaction, Lin Shi felt a surge of joy. His suspicions were confirmed. He issued another command. Demon King, try digging. Although the Demon King was puzzled as to why it could hear a voice without seeing its master, it obediently began to dig in place. Its powerful hind legs quickly created a pit. Lin Shi then removed the Demon King from the space. Turning around, he noticed a grin stretching across his face. Lin Shi's heart swelled with elation, and his thoughts grew ever clearer and more intense. Indeed, this treasure trove of a space could house source beasts. People are unreliable, thus, he must endeavor to assemble an army of source beasts in this apocalyptic world. Only then could he hope for the day to avenge the Shin family. Lin Shi crouched down, patting the Demon King's head with determination in his gaze. Demon King, we must grow stronger swiftly. In the future, I shall designate you as the King of Beasts. The commotion in Wulong village persisted until the early hours of dawn. In the dead of night, Lin Shi ventured out once more to assess the situation in Wulong village. The following day, although the Demon King's injuries had healed, Lin Shi resolved to embark on a solitary expedition. Today, he intended to explore the eastern suburbs. To remain inconspicuous, he deliberately donned a rather unremarkable coat and obscured his face with a mask. He retrieved the identification of Li Erheo, tucking it into his pocket. Having seen a notice yesterday that urged survivors to register their information, he prudently carried it along. Lin Shi had retained Li Erheo's ID precisely because, while Li Erheo's features were rather ordinary, his facial contours bore some resemblance to his own. Keeping it could prove advantageous at some unforeseen moment. To enhance the authenticity of his disguise, Lin Shi even employed an electric razor to fashion a hairstyle akin to that depicted in Li Erheo's ID photo, resulting in a close resemblance when the mask was worn. If the military personnel conducting checks were not overly meticulous, he might not be discovered. Satisfied with his reflection, Lin Shi nodded appreciatively before ensuring the Demon King had sufficient provisions and descending the mountain. Before heading to the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi first visited Wulong village, where there had once been plumes of smoke rising from the hearths. Now there was an eerie silence. Numerous houses lay in ruins, their interiors stained with large splotches of blood, yet no bodies could be found. It was evident what fate had befallen the villagers. As for the 2 wild boars, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Shi had suspected that the wild boars he encountered on the mountain were not solitary creatures. Perhaps in the depths of the forest, there were many more mutated wild boars or other beasts lurking. He needed to grow stronger, and regarding the deceased villagers of Wulong, he bore no obligation to rescue them. Their removal by the wild boars was, for Lin Shi, the most favorable outcome. Henceforth, no one would come seeking trouble near his safe haven. Confirming that no living souls remained in Wulong village, he departed eastward. As he journeyed toward the eastern suburbs, he encountered many individuals all heading in the same direction, evidently summoned by a notification to proceed to the eastern suburbs. The day was unusually calm, with no one daring to take hostile action. Occasionally, small squads of soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets. Traversing from the western to the eastern suburbs on foot would likely consume an entire day. Finally, around noon, he arrived at the eastern suburbs. Upon his arrival, Lin Shi realized that despite his swift journey, he had not arrived early. Numerous residents already encircled the entrance of the Shanghai apartment. Many survivors, having received the notification the previous day, had hastened towards the eastern suburbs. Although the nighttime temperature was significantly lower than during the day, some individuals, whose families were on the brink of starvation or freezing, had disregarded the cold and rushed to the eastern suburbs with all their might. Many survivors appeared gaunt and weak, their steps unsteady. Amid the throng of humanity and the cacophony of voices, Lin Shi could scarcely glimpse the entrance of the Shanghai apartment, as he was merely there to gather information. He took his time, standing quietly at the periphery of the crowd, observing the unfolding situation. Before long, a harsh blare of a horn pierced through the crowd, followed by a gruff voice resonating in the ears of all present. Silence. Everyone listen. Stand in 5 orderly lines. The command carried a chilling threat of violence. If the gravity of the situation had not already subdued the survivors, the synchronized sound of soldiers chambering their weapons at the entrance of the apartment complex undoubtedly silenced the raucous throng. Moments later, a few astute survivors managed to push to the front, forming a line, while others hurriedly queued behind them. Lin Shi positioned himself at the end of one of the lines. At this juncture, a younger voice replaced the previous one over the loudspeaker, sounding less menacing. Please line up, have your identification cards ready, and register your identities before entering the community to collect supplies. 1 identification card per supply. Family members may present a household registration book or marriage certificate as proof for collection. Those attempting to claim more than their due will permanently lose their eligibility for receiving supplies. We urge everyone to act rationally. If you have lost your identification card, please register for verification to the right. During these trying times, we must remain vigilant against any potential disturbances. We appreciate your understanding. Job applicants may register for interviews to the left. Standing at the back of the crowd, Lin Shi observed the proceedings. Although the details were obscured, the steady pace of the line indicated that the scrutiny was not overly stringent. After a while, a commotion erupted at the front of the line. My surname is Chun. What is wrong with my son taking my wife's surname, Huang? Why can't I collect supplies? A man at the front shouted in agitation. The registrar replied, to collect for family members, please present the household registration book or your wife's identification and marriage certificate. I traveled all the way from the South District without those documents. The man protested. Without proof, you can only collect for yourself, came the reply. Are you not here to serve the people? What kind of service is this? Do you believe I won't file a complaint? The man continued to argue until suddenly, the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. The gruff voice from the loudspeaker had returned. A burly figure clad in a green military coat stood before him, his square, rugged face marred by an eye of an unusual murky hue, suggesting past injury and adding a fierce aspect to his otherwise stern demeanor. The combination of the menacing voice and the chilling touch of the gun caused the raucous man to tremble, collapsing to his knees. Yes, he stammered. He scrambled to take the token from the registrar and hastily scurried through the side passage into the apartment. Witnessing this, many others who harbored similar intentions quickly reconsidered. The line moved at an even quicker pace thereafter. Before long, individuals who had previously registered emerged from the apartment, each carrying a large black bag filled with supplies. As the individuals in line immediately shifted their gaze toward the bag held by a certain person, it was as if they wished to peer inside and discern its contents. A bold voice erupted from the crowd. Hey, what did you receive? The queue progressed steadily, and after 3 hours of waiting, Lin Shi found himself nearing the front, with only a handful of people ahead of him. Throughout the afternoon, he observed that individuals collecting supplies merely needed to register their identification and answer questions regarding their pre-apocalyptic professions before they could enter the apartment to claim their provisions. Those whose occupations aligned with the criteria for constructing shelters were offered an additional opportunity, directed to another area. Lin Shi's attention was particularly drawn to a man standing resolutely before the soldiers. This individual exuded an aura of steely authority, his piercing gaze commanding a presence that rivaled the intimidation of the armed soldiers before him. Earlier, a soldier had approached this man to report. and Lin Shi had faintly heard the soldier address him as Major General Lin. Could this man be the leader of the Shushi military unit? Lin Shi refrained from staring too long, wary of attracting attention. Soon, it was Lin Shi's turn. He produced the identification of Li Erheo and placed it before the registrar. The attendant glanced at him, noting his age and gender from the ID, then inquired, "What was your occupation before? Why are you wearing a mask?" Lin Shi coughed deliberately, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied, "I have been suffering from a severe cough these past few days. I fear I might have caught the flu. Do you have any medicine in your supplies?" "I was an accountant," he added. The staff member scrutinized both the ID and Lin Shi before handing him the identification back along with a metallic token, stating, "Take this token to collect your supplies." Next, Lin Shi accepted the items and proceeded through the corridor designated by the soldiers into the apartment. Once inside, he found it impossible to lose his way, as soldiers stood every meter, weapons at the ready, every 5 steps a guard, every 10 a sentry. Following the path flanked by these vigilant soldiers led him directly to the supply distribution point. He examined the cold metallic token in his hand. A rectangular piece seemingly cut from a large sheet of aluminum alloy, its edges rather jagged, capable of inflicting harm if mishandled. The process of creating the token and the requirement to collect supplies from within the apartment seemed somewhat excessive. However, Lin Shi understood the rationale. If supplies were distributed at the entrance, they would likely accumulate outside, vulnerable to the elements, such as snowstorms, making transport and storage problematic. Furthermore, with a multitude of survivors, the sight of supplies could incite reckless desperation, leading to potential theft. Should a rush occur, it might incite chaos, rendering the entrance indefensible. The current method effectively managed the crowd, deterring ill-intentioned individuals, and ensuring that any attempts to seize supplies within the apartment would face stringent security. This approach minimized the likelihood of disturbances and unforeseen incidents, maintaining a balance of external vigilance and internal leniency. This was merely Lin Shi's interpretation. There could be myriad other considerations at play. Lin glanced casually, and, coincidentally, the individual appeared somewhat familiar to him. Qian Liang, with a vigilant expression, clutched the supplies in his arms, fearing they might vanish without a trace. Over the past few days, he had endured considerable hardships. Although he initially managed to deceive his way into acquiring 2 garments and a morsel of food through his wits, he soon found himself unable to procure anything further. To make matters worse, he had been robbed, narrowly escaping with his life. Starving for a full 2 days, he had rushed here before dawn, and at last, he had obtained some supplies. At that moment, Qian Liang noticed the person approaching from across the way was observing him. That day, Lin had concealed his face beneath a mask and cap, accompanied by a sinister presence. Thus, Qian Liang failed to recognize him. "What are you staring at?" Qian Liang shot Lin a glare and hurried toward the entrance of the apartment. Chapter 75, The Peculiar Young Man. The supply distribution point was located in the lobby of the apartment complex, and when Lin arrived, he found a queue already forming inside. However, it was not nearly as extensive as the one outside. Lin reluctantly took his place at the back of the line. After a brief interval, an elderly woman maneuvered past him, hastily advancing to the front of the queue, seamlessly inserting herself ahead of others. Immediately, someone voiced their discontent. "Hey ma'am, why are you cutting in line?" The elderly woman, hands on her hips, retorted with confidence, "At my age, my legs are not as spry, after walking all day. I am quite fatigued. You young folks should show some consideration. Don't you see the soldiers standing silently?" The crowd glanced at the stoic soldiers guarding the supplies, leading some to begrudgingly swallow their frustration. Yet, a few could not contain their irritation, arguing, "Haven't we all walked a great distance and waited in line just as long? Just because you're old doesn't mean you can take advantage of it. Your stamina appears no better than ours." The elderly woman cast a disdainful look at the speaker. "Young man, while everyone else remains silent, you insist on making a fuss over this trivial matter. Can't you be a bit more magnanimous? Continuing this argument benefits no one. Quiet down and heed the wisdom of the elders. You'll regret it otherwise." Elderly women can be intimidating, especially those with intellect. Her words rendered the other party seemingly unreasonable, leaving him biting his tongue in frustration. Not heeding the advice of the wise, and yet you think you'll enjoy years of happiness? At that moment, the young man in front of Lin suddenly chuckled and stepped forward, pulling the elderly woman out of the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. It was surprising that someone would stand up during such a situation. Those who had initially been displeased by the woman's queue-cutting exhibited expressions of delight. Although they wished to avoid conflict, they were entertained by the sight of someone confronting the bothersome elderly woman. Lin observed this scene with great interest. "What are you doing? Why are you pulling me?" The young man's grip was evidently strong. Despite her struggles, the elderly woman was dragged from the line. The remaining queue members tightened their formation, denying her any opportunity to reinsert herself. Seeing her chance to cut in thwarted, The elderly woman pointed angrily at the young man who had pulled her out. Are you out of your mind? I didn't cut in front of you. Do you live by the sea, that you're so concerned with my business? The elderly woman was thoroughly incensed, yet hesitant to escalate the situation. She lingered behind the young man, muttering her grievances sotto voce. At that moment, the young man leaned closer to Lin Shi, inquiring softly. Lin Shi gestured politely, finding the young man rather intriguing. The mere difference in their positions, one ahead of the other, seemed trivial. The crux lay in the young man's demeanor, which left Lin Shi somewhat perplexed. Unlike the pervasive despondency that enveloped those around them, this young man exuded a nonchalant positivity reminiscent of a bygone era of peace, rather than the despair characteristic of a world in decline. While they had been standing in line, Lin Shi had not discerned this distinction, but the young man's actions illuminated his uniqueness. Perhaps it was the intensity of Lin Shi's gaze that prompted the young man to turn, flashing a wink in his direction. His eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of the gloom, hopelessness, and wariness that plagued nearly everyone else. Yet they conveyed an emotion that Lin Shi could not quite interpret. Thank you, the young man said with a smile, and Lin Shi nodded, averting his gaze, reminding himself that, regardless of how intriguing he might be, he remained a stranger. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally Lin Shi's turn to receive provisions. He presented his metal token, and upon inspection, the staff retrieved a black bag from a cart behind them, handing it to Lin Shi. The bag was fluffy and weighed approximately a dozen pounds. Nearby, someone tore open their bag upon receiving it, exclaiming in frustration, "This paltry amount is supposed to last us an entire week. Are they trying to starve us?" Lin Shi glanced inside his own bag, which contained a few packets of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, several packets of cold medicine, and some vegetables and fruits that had already begun to spoil. Discontent murmurs rippled through the crowd. It seemed that similar grievances had erupted earlier, prompting soldiers to step forward and retrieve the discarded bag, coldly stating, even the troops from Shushi lack adequate supplies to withstand such extreme cold. Regardless of how many garments are gathered, items like waterproof snow boots and gloves are virtually non-existent here. In recent days, many soldiers had suffered frostbite, even losing fingers and toes, while everyone was acutely aware of the dire conditions outside. Ultimately, the man could not utter any defiant remarks. He snatched his bag back and stormed off, muttering that they were fortunate to have received anything at all, as in a few months such provisions might become a rare luxury. Lin Shi noted this silently. Before he could leave, he spotted a large notice affixed to the wall of the hall, detailing the exchange rates for supplies and contribution points. He took a piece of paper and transcribed the information. 100 sand equated to 5 contribution points, 100 cement to 10 contribution points, and 100 steel bars to 20 contribution points, along with a list of other building materials. Below is a detailed list of undamaged circuit boards, various electrical appliances, automotive components, precision parts, wires, and more, available for exchange with contribution points. The enticing inventory of materials redeemable with contribution points is as follows. Chapter 76. Inventory of Material Exchange. Contribution Point Redemption List. 5 contribution points can be exchanged for a pack of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, or a sausage. 10 contribution points can be exchanged for 5 pounds of charcoal, 1 liter of diesel, or a candle. 20 contribution points can be exchanged for a cotton jacket, a cotton quilt, or a 5-cell battery. 200 contribution points can be exchanged for a military flashlight or a military horn. 500 contribution points can be exchanged for the right to reside in a single-person shelter. 1,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a cold weapon, with types including an engineer's shovel, military knife, or bayonet. 2,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a dagger pistol with power akin to that of a handgun at a distance of 10 meters. 3,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a bow and arrow specifically designed for the Summer Nation's forces, or a handgun. 5,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a gene pill, which repairs genes, strengthens the body, and can accelerate the healing of internal and external injuries in small amounts. 10,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a gene tablet, which repairs genes, strengthens the body, and can accelerate the healing of internal and external injuries to a certain extent. The aforementioned materials can be obtained by survivors willing to invest time and effort to collect contribution points, especially certain electronic components, which can yield dozens of contribution points per item. With a stroke of luck in finding several, one could alleviate their basic needs. What astonished Lin Shi was the presence of 2 items that should not exist: gene tablets and gene pills. A glimmer of realization crossed Lin Shi's eyes as he recalled the pills and capsules he had obtained from the Shin family. While it was surprising that the military possessed such items, it was not entirely extraordinary if the Shin family had them. It was reasonable to assume that the state had developed similar products. In his past life, Lin Shi had heard rumors of military personnel unlocking genetic codes, What he did not expect was for the commander of Shashi to utilize such items as incentives for survivors. Ordinary people had no concept of these pills. The idea of gene repair indeed suggested the potential to mend broken genes, but it was only beneficial for those who had unlocked their genetic codes. For normal individuals, consumption would yield marginal absorption of raw materials, resulting in only a slight increase in physical strength, far less than what could be gained through physical training. As for healing injuries, Lin Shi acknowledged that there was some efficacy, but only under circumstances of minor wounds. Now, in the case of severe injuries and the absence of modern medical equipment, even 10 pills would be futile. It would lead to death. Thus, this function appeared rather trivial. Lin Shi discerned that these items were merely gimmicks, akin to the allure of a lottery's grand prize, enticing individuals to partake. Achieving 10,000 contribution points within a short time frame was implausible. If it were to happen, it would take several years. What truly captured Lin Shi's interest was the bow and arrow valued at 3,000 contribution points. He pondered whether the Summer Nation's bow and arrow might surpass the interceptor crossbow manufactured by the Lighthouse Nation, as the Summer Nation boasted a long-standing history of archery. Upon encountering batteries and flashlights, Lin Shi speculated that the military stationed in Shashi likely possessed a significant cache of well-sealed military supplies, possibly stored underground, untouched by the electromagnetic storm. However, aside from trivial items such as flashlights and loudspeakers, it was improbable that anything of greater significance would be retrieved. Lin Shi casually jotted down a list, and, as he exited the supply distribution center, the clock had already surpassed 3 in the afternoon. In about an hour, dusk would descend upon the land. The distribution would conclude in half an hour, and those who had yet to collect their supplies were instructed to return the following day. Soldiers equipped with military loudspeakers traversed the area, announcing this to the latecomers. Discontent and grumbling arose from the crowd, with some reluctant to disperse. As Lin Shi stepped out of the Shanghai apartment, he soon noticed several malevolent gazes directed at him. These individuals had been fixated on him since his exit from the building. Being in proximity to the Shanghai apartment, he was also aware that patrolling soldiers were more numerous here than in other areas. Lin Shi smirked inwardly, maintaining his composure as he continued onward. After walking 2 kilometers and passing an uninhabited street, the assailants could no longer contain themselves. 6 masked men divided themselves into 2 groups, blocking Lin Shi's path forward and backward. One of the masked men brandished a fruit knife menacingly at Lin Shi, proclaiming, "Kid, hand over what you have, and we might spare your life." Lin Shi raised the bag in his hand and shook it, replying, "Here you go." A flicker of delight crossed the masked man's eyes as he stepped closer to seize the bag. However, as he approached, Lin Shi swiftly took a step forward, grasping the masked man's right hand, and drove the fruit knife into his abdomen. In a flash, he withdrew the knife and charged toward the 2, still reeling from the encounter. Moments later, the icy ground lay still, bearing 6 lifeless bodies. Since the incident involving Shinjin Bin, Lin Shi had made it a point to ensure that any corpse he encountered had definitively ceased all signs of life before departing, or he would directly store the body within his spatial realm. Given that his spatial domain had previously been unable to accommodate living beings, any corpse capable of being stored within it was unequivocally deceased. Initially, he had intended to place these bodies into his spatial realm. Yet, inexplicably, after dispatching the 6 men, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, though he could not ascertain its source. Lin Shi remained on high alert, refraining from utilizing his spatial abilities. And after confirming the complete demise of the assailants, he rose to leave. Long after his departure, a figure emerged in the snow, clutching a grotesquely contorted head. Had Lin Shi been present, he would have recognized the head as that of the woman who had cut in line at the supply distribution point. The individual holding the head was none other than the peculiar young man who had appeared harmless while standing ahead of Lin Shi in the queue. The young man gazed in the direction Lin Shi had departed, a cryptic smile gracing his face, murmuring, "Interesting." Only after Lin Shi had vacated that street did the sensation of being observed dissipate. To be prudent, he continued walking several kilometers before finding a secluded corner to safely store the bag within his spatial realm. After changing his appearance, Lin Shi mounted his snowmobile and headed towards the western outskirts. By the time he was halfway home, darkness had enveloped the sky. Once night fell, Lin Shi ceased to conceal himself, boldly accelerating onto the main thoroughfare aboard his snowmobile. The desolate streets were illuminated solely by the glow of his headlights, drawing the attention of numerous shivering survivors hurrying along their way. "What on earth is that?" Someone gasped in astonishment. "A snowmobile. Hey, let me hitch a ride." Another exclaimed, envious of the sight. "Where did a snowmobile come from in Shashi?" Someone questioned, grappling with disbelief. "Are there still vehicles operational? I'll go find one tomorrow." Another mused, harboring a glimmer of hope. Lin Shi's features were obscured by goggles and a mask, rendering him unrecognizable. while onlookers could only watch with a mixture of envy and resentment as he sped away. Upon reaching the outskirts, Lin Shi stowed the snowmobile in his spatial storage to prevent anyone from tracing him through the tracks left in the snow. As he stepped into Wulong Village, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Chapter 77. Encounters with Source Beasts. Since the onset of the extreme cold, the nights had been devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds, amplifying the already profound silence. The entirety of Wulong Village was shrouded in a deep darkness under the night sky. In the shadows, the village entrance loomed like a monstrous maw, waiting to swallow Lin Shi whole. Gazing into the abyss, he felt an instinctive sense of danger arise within him. Although there were no living villagers left, the threats of the night typically stemmed not from humans, but from starving beasts lurking in the mountains, or even source beasts. Wulong Village, being a mountain hamlet surrounded by hills, had a higher likelihood of encountering wild animals or source beasts than other locales. Every advantage carries its disadvantages. His chosen seclusion, while distancing him from crowds, also heightened the risk of encountering source beasts. Lin Shi donned his infrared night vision goggles, which would reveal any warm-blooded creatures within a 200-meter radius in the darkness. He then retrieved his weapon and set forth along the path outside the village. To one side of this path lay an expanse of fields, while the other housed the villagers' homes. Tonight, with snow falling and no wind, the open fields, overgrown with wild grass, presented an unobstructed view. Lin Shi directed his focus towards the village, advancing cautiously step by step. After several minutes, he still had not spotted anything suspicious. The only sound was the faint crunch of snow beneath his feet. Am I being overly suspicious? Lin Shi pondered. However, he remained vigilant, aware that in the apocalypse, it is preferable to expend time and energy on caution rather than succumb to the perils of negligence. A few minutes later, a flash of red light suddenly flickered in his infrared night vision. It appeared for just a moment before vanishing behind a building. What was that? Lin Shi stood still, on high alert, as he instinctively gripped his firearm. The glimpse of red confirmed his intuition. There were indeed living beings within Wulong Village. That red light had darted through the air. It was certainly not human. Lin Shi held his breath, his focus unwavering as he fixated on the spot where the crimson light had just vanished. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, a peculiar sound pierced the silence, and suddenly, a flash of red reappeared in the infrared night vision scope, only to disappear once more. This time, it was considerably closer to his position. As the seconds ticked by, Lin Shi remained on high alert. When the red light emerged in his line of sight again, he swiftly aimed and fired. The gunshot echoed, causing the charging creature to stumble, plummeting from midair with a muffled thud as it struck the snow-covered ground. Yet, almost instantaneously, it regained its footing and charged towards Lin Shi once more. It was at this moment that Lin Shi discerned the nature of the creature. It was a primate. In the infrared night vision, the beast's arms appeared exceptionally robust, and it moved with a combination of hands and feet, its palms larger than basins. This was evidently a mutated gibbon. The noise he had heard earlier was a result of this gibbon swinging from the village structures above. As the gibbon approached within 100 meters, the treasure basin promptly issued a warning. Detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. He resolved to test whether he could tame this gibbon. Although he had aspirations of forming a battalion of source beasts, if they could not be domesticated, his plans would falter, even if the spatial realm could accommodate living beings. He would use this gibbon to ascertain the viability of his thoughts. Having activated the second tier of his genetic lock, he intended to gauge his true combat capabilities against this first-tier gibbon. Lin Shi's eyes ignited with fighting spirit as he brandished his military knife and charged at the massive gibbon. The gibbon, sensing Lin Shi's advance rather than retreat, swung its palm, as large as a basin, towards him with a whistle. As the stench of its fur assaulted him, Lin Shi adeptly dodged. He aimed a slash at the gibbon's arm, but the blade sunk only an inch into its flesh before being pinched by the gibbon's muscular defenses, unable to penetrate further. What formidable defenses! His strength had multiplied several times since he first unlocked the genetic lock. Yet the wound he inflicted on this gibbon was less severe than that on the mutated wild boar he had encountered previously. The pain in its arm elicited a furious roar from the gibbon, which retaliated by bringing its other arm crashing down toward Lin Shi. He relinquished the knife, leaping backward to evade. Snow erupted from his original position. He had no doubt that if that strike had landed on his forehead, it would have cracked open like a watermelon in the safety of his shelter. In that fleeting moment, the genetic lock activated silently. Lin Shi's demeanor transformed, entering a profound state as the power within him surged forth. His mind swiftly assessed the gibbon's strengths and weaknesses. As a primate, its defenses were not as formidable as that of a wild boar, but its arms exhibited remarkable strength and resilience, evidently altered by mutation. To subdue this gibbon, he needed to target its body. Missing Lin Shi, the gibbon rapidly spread its arms wide and lunged forward to envelop him in a fierce embrace. The elongated arms, measuring at least 2 meters, nearly obstructed Lin Shi's escape routes from all directions. Once more, a military knife materialized in Lin Shi's grasp. As the gibbon encircled him, he skillfully leveraged its arm, placing a foot upon its shoulder. With the activation of the second tier of the gene lock, his strength and speed surpassed that of any first-tier source beast. Grasping the gibbon's fur with his left hand to stabilize himself, he drove the sharp blade of the knife toward the creature's neck. In mere moments, the tide of battle shifted. The gibbon let out a pained howl. Under the precise control afforded by the gene lock, Lin Shi's strike narrowly missed the gibbon's carotid artery, plunging deeply into its neck. A mere lateral motion would suffice to sever half of the gibbon's throat. Paying no heed to whether the gibbon comprehended his words, Lin Shi menacingly declared, "Submit to me, or I shall slay you." Chapter 78. What breed of dog is the Demon King? Although the gibbon could not grasp Lin Shi's words, it instinctively sensed the terror of impending death, recognizing the precariousness of its life in the hands of another. The altered gibbon displayed a level of intelligence surpassing that of ordinary animals. Rather than engaging in a futile struggle, it ceased its assault and stood still. Had Lin Shi been able to gaze into the gibbon's eyes, he would have witnessed the round orbs filled with panic and fear. Without delay, Lin Shi attempted to communicate with the spatial realm, seeking to draw the gibbon within. However, this endeavor proved less straightforward than when he had ensnared the Demon King. As he endeavored to pull the gibbon into the space, he felt an unexpected resistance. Increasing the pressure of the knife in his hand, he pressed deeper. His voice laced with menace as he warned, "Do not resist." Time was of the essence. The gene lock's activation lasted only 8 seconds, after which he would succumb to weakness. If he failed, he would have no choice but to eliminate the gibbon to avert any threat to himself. Aware that wild animals could not comprehend human speech, he sought to convey his intent through the palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Should this approach prove futile, he would have to devise another strategy next time. Internally, Lin Shi began a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. In the next instant, the gibbon vanished from beneath him, leaving only the snow. Lin Shi landed, triumphant. He quickly directed his consciousness into the spatial realm to assess the situation. The gibbon appeared disoriented upon the earthen ground of the space. Realizing that blood continued to flow from its neck, it instinctively scooped up a handful of dirt to press against its wound, scanning the surroundings with trepidation. In the subsequent moment, a wave of weakness washed over Lin Shi. This time, he did not falter to the ground but steadied himself on his legs. Drawing out his firearm, he wielded it with vigilance, utilizing infrared night vision to survey the area. Despite his frailty, he dared not lower his guard. After all, they remained outdoors, shrouded in darkness. The appearance of another source beast was still a possibility. Lin Shi contemplated the presence of the Demon King, reflecting on his earlier decision to leave the creature outside the spatial confines, fearing potential hazards associated with housing living beings within the space. Concerns lingered: insufficient oxygen over time, the inability to sustain life for prolonged periods, among other drawbacks. Originally, Lin Shi had intended to venture into the mountains in search of a wild beast for experimentation in the coming days. Now, fortuitously, he could utilize this gibbon for his purposes. Once he confirmed that the spatial realm could indeed accommodate a source beast for an extended duration, he would ensure to bring the Demon King along on his future excursions. With the Demon King's vigilance, he would no longer have to fret over safety concerns after unlocking the genetic lock. Having regained his composure, Lin Shi took measured steps towards the safe house. Upon hearing the door creak open, the Demon King rushed forward, curiously sniffing Lin Shi's presence. Habitually, Lin Shi reached out to stroke the Demon King, ruffling its newly grown short fur before heading off to wash away the bloodstains on his clothes. The acquisition of a source beast was an immense gain for him. Whether he could fully harness this gibbon's potential, akin to the Demon King, remained to be seen in the unfolding developments. After dinner, Lin Shi endeavored to communicate with the gibbon within the spatial realm. However, despite its intelligence, the gibbon, having lived in the wild, was utterly bewildered by human language. Instead, it was startled by the sudden sounds in its vicinity, darting anxiously around the space. Contemplating the situation, Lin Shi glanced at the obedient Demon King, engrossed in watching instructional videos, and spoke. "Demon King, I have a task for you." The Demon King turned its head, puzzled, and queried, "Woof?" Several minutes later, within the consciousness space, Lin Shi sighed upon witnessing the amusing chase between the dog and the ape. The gibbon was fleeing ahead while the Demon King pursued, barking excitedly. The peculiarity of the Demon King's expression was striking. Despite Lin Shi's instructions for a friendly interaction, the Demon King had inexplicably adopted a grin reminiscent of a predator. This expression, on its canine visage, appeared exceedingly grotesque, akin to that of a freak. It seemed that communication between different species proved to be quite challenging. Lin Shi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. He had presumed that, being both source beasts, the intelligent demon king would effortlessly subdue the gibbon. Yet, he realized he had been overly hasty. Even though they were both mammals, the disparity between a Summer Kingdom denizen unversed in foreign tongues and a foreigner unfamiliar with the Summer language rendered communication arduous. Particularly, the gibbon, ensconced in an unfamiliar and wary environment, was unlikely to engage amicably with the demon king, who appeared suddenly. Moreover, upon encountering another source beast, the demon king seemed to unleash some innate instinct, adopting a rather unrefined demeanor. It was at this moment that Lin Shi recognized he had never truly ascertained the breed of the demon king. With a mere thought, he released the demon king from the spatial confines. The demon king emerged, still seemingly yearning for more interaction, gazing at Lin Shi as if eager to continue. Lin Shi chuckled softly and said, "It's still a bit timid from its recent arrival. Let us try again in a few days." He then scrutinized the demon king closely. With the fur that had been shaved beginning to regrow, he could discern its coloring. Pointed ears, a coat of grayish-black on its back, and a white underbelly extending from its neck to its abdomen, with white paws to match. Apart from its black nose, the mouth, nose, and the area around the eyes are white, yet a strip of gray-black fur adorns the space between the eyes and forehead. Although Lin Shi had never raised a dog, the appearance of the creature seemed vaguely familiar. Could it be that the demon king, tilting its head, was exchanging wide-eyed glances with Lin Shi? He immediately dismissed the conjecture within his mind. It could not possibly be so. The demon king was remarkably gentle, never destructive, and its size was considerably larger than that of the typical dog, with longer fur as well. Lin Shi compared the creature to a dog from a film on his computer and earnestly inquired, "Demon King, you must be an Alaskan Malamute, correct?" The demon king blinked and responded with a bark. Woof. Lin Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. It became evident that the self-healing abilities of the source beasts were indeed formidable. The following morning, upon waking, Lin Shi observed that the gibbon's wound had ceased to bleed. He had brought some fruits from another vacuum space to feed the gibbon. During each feeding session, he would converse with the gibbon, allowing it to become familiar with his voice. This gibbon was far more intelligent than Lin Shi had anticipated. The intelligence of mutated beasts was enhanced, especially for primates that already possessed higher IQs than ordinary animals. Understanding that it was confined, the gibbon calmed down and ceased to fear the sudden sounds made by Lin Shi. After 2 days, the gibbon had settled considerably and even began to interact playfully with the demon king. Lin Shi rubbed his forehead and pulled the exuberant demon king out from the space. Over the past couple of days, he had confirmed that keeping living creatures in the space for extended periods posed no issues. Today, he intended to venture to the eastern suburbs to collect gold. Chapter 79, A Reunion with Qian Liang. During his previous visit to the eastern suburbs, he had merely scouted the area and lacked the time to gather any gold. In the subsequent days, he had visited all the gold shops in the other 2 suburban directions, amassing over 100 kilograms of gold and other jewelry in total. This was just sufficient to elevate the level of his item replication. After the upgrade, the data for the treasure pot was as follows. Treasure pot. Storage space. Complete. The volume can expand with the user's source power, capable of storing living beings. Function. Item replication 765. Financial points required for upgrade. 2 for 180,000. The number of item replication attempts increased by 384, while the required financial points had doubled. This marked the 8th upgrade. Lin Shi took the time to replicate various supplies within the space, utilizing 15 replication attempts. He replicated generators, medicines, outdoor survival tools, winter clothing, and other items in smaller quantities. He also replicated quickly consumed resources such as coal and wood. There remained 750 replication attempts available. After once more advising the demon king and the gibbon to refrain from fighting, Lin Shi stored the demon king back in the space, donned his outfit, and stepped outside. It was snowing heavily that day, so Lin Shi wore a waterproof and warm ensemble, ensuring that every piece, from his hat to his boots, was water-resistant. When traveling in snowy weather, if one's attire is not waterproof, no amount of thickness will provide warmth. Snowflakes landing on one's body would melt upon contact with clothing, only to freeze again, chilling one to the bone. On the road, survivors were fortunate enough to venture out with umbrellas, their feet encased in nylon and plastic bags to prevent water leakage. They sought to lighten their burdens as they trudged forward. The survivors who ventured out couldn't help but feel envious and jealous of Lin Shi's attire. Ever since the troops in Shushi distributed supplies, families from neighboring villages had flocked toward the city upon hearing the news. The blizzard and frigid temperatures had claimed many lives in this city in less than half a month. Those arriving from surrounding areas would knock on windows, and upon confirming that a household was unoccupied, would break in through locks or windows, discarding the frozen corpses inside onto the streets, then repairing the windows, treating the homes as if they were their own. Consequently, the number of survivors in Shi began to visibly increase, disrupting the fragile semblance of order that had just begun to emerge. While no one dared to act openly on the main road, in the alleys or deserted places, there lay several bodies, lifeless in the snow, their eyes wide open in eternal rest. After one night, these corpses would be buried beneath fresh snowfall. No one knew how many bodies lay hidden beneath the paths they walked. Lin Shi dealt with a few oblivious individuals and prepared to find a deserted spot to retrieve his snowmobile. As he entered an alley, he heard cries for mercy not far off. Such occurrences had become commonplace, and he chose not to intervene, turning to leave in search of another location. "I'll fight you all." A loud shout rang out, followed by hurried footsteps approaching Lin Shi, growing increasingly closer. "Quick, chase him, you little brat. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive." Qian Liang desperately burst forth from three men intent on robbery and murder, fleeing for his life. Spotting Lin Shi was akin to finding a lifeline. He cried out, "Help! Someone's robbing and killing." Seeing that Lin Shi pretended not to hear and continued walking, a flash of malice crossed Qian Liang's eyes as he reached out to grasp Lin Shi's back. If he chose to ignore a plea for help, then he should not blame Qian Liang for using him as a shield. However, it seemed as if Lin Shi had eyes on his back. He slightly shifted to the side, allowing Qian Liang to miss his grasp entirely. Startled for a moment, Qian Liang dared not linger and prepared to flee once more. Yet, as he stepped forward, he found his foot ensnared by an unexpected leg. Tripping over it, Qian Liang lost his balance and fell into the snow, landing in a most undignified manner. It was Lin Shi's leg that had caused his downfall. Lin Shi looked down upon Qian Liang from a height, wondering if Shi was indeed too small, as this marked their third encounter. Qian Liang shot Lin Shi a resentful glare as he attempted to rise and escape again. However, this delay allowed the three pursuers to catch up. One man, clad in a black down jacket, swiftly raised his foot and delivered a harsh kick to Qian Liang, sending him back into the snow. "You little brat, trying to run? Dare to kick me? Try kicking me again." Qian Liang, still attempting to rise, was met with a knife plunged into his leg, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Silence! Scream again, and I'll kill you. Where's the food? Hand it over quickly," Qian Liang cried, his face a mess of snot and tears from the pain. "2 days ago, my food was taken from me. I truly have none left, dear brothers. Otherwise, I would not have ventured out alone in search of sustenance, only to be captured by you." He turned to Lin Shi, his gaze filled with malice as he pointed accusingly. "Look at how well he is dressed. He must have food at home. I also know that he has a dog. If you slaughter that dog, you could feast for several days. I beg you, let me go." Qian Liang had already recognized Lin Shi as the one who had been seen with the dog a few days prior. For Lin Shi's attire was unique in the entire Sha city, leaving a profound impression on him. Meanwhile, the Demon King, playing with a gibbon in the space, remained unaware that someone was eyeing his dog for meat. The other two, upon hearing Qian Liang's words, licked their lips and immediately advanced toward Lin Shi with knives drawn. A flash of lethal intent flickered in Lin Shi's eyes as he reached for his waist. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps approached, halting Lin Shi's movements. Such footsteps could only be produced by well-trained military soldiers in this vicinity. One of the assailants, evidently experienced, whispered in alarm, "We're in trouble." This little brat shouted too loudly and attracted the soldiers. He hastily propped Qian Liang up, placing him behind himself, while covering the bloodstains on the ground with snow. Another man pressed his knife against Qian Liang's back, warning, "Do not utter a word. If we are discovered, you will be the first to die. If you cooperate, we may spare your life. Do you understand?" Qian Liang nodded vigorously. A third man threatened Lin Shi, "Dare to call for help, and you will be the first to perish." The trio expertly assumed their positions, and within moments, a squad of soldiers approached, inquiring about the situation. The man shielding Qian Liang feigned embarrassment before the leading soldier, stating, "We are 5 searching for supplies. My brother just fell and cried out a bit too loudly. We sincerely apologize." Qian Liang was securely concealed behind one of them and attempted to subtly signal, only to feel the blade at his back pierce his clothing, prompting him to remain still. The other two quickly donned innocent expressions. The leading soldier scanned the group suspiciously, noticing Lin Shi, who was clearly not part of their company, and asked, "Is that so?" Chapter 80. The Fall of Gold. Evidently, these soldiers were well aware of the current situation in Sha City. The three ruffians immediately broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. The soldiers of the Sha City forces, upon discovering a robbery, would directly apprehend the perpetrators and take them to the nearby security office, Reports indicated that this security office had been overcrowded in recent days. Those who believed that the current security office operated like those before the apocalypse were gravely mistaken. Those captured would be confined in a single cell with dozens of others. Deprived of food and bedding, while crammed together, they would not freeze to death, yet the filth, chaos, and relentless hunger would torment them. With no knowledge of how long their confinement would last, such an ordeal was truly horrifying. Of course, one could resist. However, the consequence of resistance was death, and those who took lives would be executed on the spot. 3 assailants turned to fix their gaze on Lin Shi, behind one of the thugs. Qian Liangliang's face was alight with ecstatic joy, internally shouting in desperation, "Damn it, blink quickly. That way, I might be saved." Just as everyone anticipated Lin Shi would call for help, he cast a fleeting glance in Qian Liangliang's direction. Due to their positioning, he caught sight of Qian Liangliang's expression of jubilation. He shook his head at the soldiers, declaring, "I am not being held hostage." The joy on Qian Liangliang's face froze, replaced by disbelief. The 3 assailants were taken aback, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a cry for help resonated from the street outside, with someone shouting help. The leading soldier's expression tightened, disregarding the oddly tense atmosphere among the 5, and hurriedly led his squad outside. Once the soldiers departed, the 3 thugs resumed their menacing demeanor. One of them, glaring at Qian Liangliang as if he bore a grudge, commanded, "Take off your clothes and shoes, and get lost." Initially believing he had missed the chance to call for help and was doomed, Qian Liangliang, realizing they might actually let him go, hastily stripped off his clothing and shoes. Disregarding the cold, he was certain he had never undressed this swiftly even during his first intimate encounter. As he undid his garments, he shot a triumphant look at Lin Shi and mouthed, "Serves you right." Another thug addressed Lin Shi, "Kid, you see? We only seek wealth, not bloodshed. You performed well just now. Now, remove your clothes and hat, and bring out your dog." However, he barely finished his sentence when he felt a sharp pain in his neck, silencing him forever, as Qian Liangliang was fervently shedding his clothes. A sudden thud echoed next to him as a heavy object fell into the snow. Turning to look, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The 3 previously menacing figures now lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies and heads forever severed. The expressions on their severed heads retained a fierce demeanor, seemingly oblivious to their demise. In that instant, Qian Liangliang understood why Lin Shi had refrained from seeking the soldiers' aid. It was entirely unnecessary. Faced with Lin Shi's icy gaze, he hastily knelt in the snow, banging his head against the ground in desperation. "Big brother, spare me. Please, spare me." Lin Shi had no intention of letting this adversary go unpunished. His knife swiftly descended towards Qian Liangliang's neck. At that moment, as if struck by a sudden revelation of his impending fate, Qian Liangliang blurted out, "Big brother, I know of a place filled with gold." Lin Shi's hand, poised to strike, halted midair, shifting to rest against Qian Liangliang's throat. His eyes narrowed, radiating a chilling intent as he scrutinized Qian Liangliang. "How do you know I seek gold? Big brother, the tale of you smashing a gold store with a big dog and slaying a monster has spread far and wide in this vicinity." "Hee, I heard it too." Qian Liangliang's expression was a blend of laughter and tears as he forced a smile, beads of cold sweat continuously forming on his forehead, swiftly crystallizing into frost. Soon, his head was enveloped in a blanket of white. Lin Shi inquired, "Do you know where there is a substantial amount of gold?" I do. Qian Liangliang replied eagerly. "I used to work for an organization where my superior had a habit of purchasing gold." At this point, his voice faltered slightly. Lin Shi impatiently interrupted, "Are you toying with me? How much gold can one person buy? Do you really believe this individual possesses more gold than a jewelry store?" Instantly, Qian Liangliang recalled that his life was in the hands of another, and he hastily exclaimed, No, not just a little. There's definitely a lot. I've heard many people have gifted him gold. He is my superior." He glanced up at Lin Shi, knowing these words should remain unspoken. Yet, given the current state of the world, he pondered what harm there could be in divulging this information. If his life were forfeit, who would care about retribution from a superior? Observing Lin Shi's murderous intent dissipate, Qian Liangliang knew his life was spared for the moment. Where? Lin Shi pressed. Originally, he had intended to collect gold in the eastern suburbs today before exploring surrounding cities. However, he had not scouted these other locales in advance, and gathering gold there would be considerably slower than in Shushi. If he could expedite the process, it would be ideal. Qian Liangliang's eyes darted, and he forced a grin. "Hey, big brother, if I tell you, I'd be signing my own death warrant, wouldn't I? I'm not that foolish. How about this? I'll take you there, and once you have the gold, you let me go. What do you say?" Lin Shi sheathed his knife. "Get dressed, and take me with you." Watching Qian Liangliang hurriedly don his clothes, Lin Shi's voice was icy and penetrating. Qian Liangliang shuddered. glancing at the three individuals nearby, their blood seemingly frozen into ice shards, and quickly replied, "I absolutely wouldn't dare." After Qian Liang was dressed, Lin Shi concealed himself with a backpack and retrieved a golf ball from his spatial storage. This had been collected from a container at the port, which had housed sports equipment. He handed the golf ball to Qian Liang, instructing, "Put this in your mouth." Qian Liang stared wide-eyed at Lin Shi. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, the threat implicit. "If you dare to scream or shout once we step outside, I will end you." The size of the ball was just right to render one speechless. Reluctantly, Qian Liang complied, placing it in his mouth and donning the mask Lin Shi provided. To an onlooker, there was nothing amiss. Initially planning to wait for an opportunity to escape once they reached the street, Qian Liang now felt an unarticulated sense of urgency that he couldn't quite place. Chapter 81. The Search for Gold. After more than 2 hours, Lin Shi and Qian Liang arrived at a villa district near the eastern suburbs. As they walked, despair gripped Qian Liang. Lin Shi's vigilance was extraordinary, leaving him no chance to flee. The entire villa complex appeared shorter than usual. In Shushi, the lower floors had become uninhabitable due to the low-lying terrain. The relentless snowfall had accumulated to over 3 meters, completely submerging the first floors. The villas, typically 3 stories high, now stood only 2. Following Qian Liang's guidance, the two arrived at a villa. "Is this the place?" Lin Shi inquired, pointing at a door barely visible beneath the snow. Qian Liang nodded, albeit with trepidation. After surveying their surroundings and noting the absence of any passers-by, Lin Shi seized Qian Liang and, amidst his frightened whimpers, tossed him onto a balcony more than a meter above the snow. He then leaped up after him. Qian Liang landed on the balcony, dazed and seeing stars. As he attempted to rise, his gaze met another pair of eyes through the glass, a pair of murky, yellowing eyes that bore into him. In a state of sheer terror, Qian Liang stumbled backward, nearly toppling off the balcony. Upon seeing Lin Shi join him, he hurriedly pointed towards the room. Lin Shi, having ascended, immediately spotted a body lying within the floor-to-ceiling window. It was a corpse. He slid open the window, discovering that the door was unlocked. Inside lay a bedroom with 2 bodies, one sprawled on the bed, a middle-aged woman, and the other on the floor, a middle-aged man. The man's lifeless eyes were fixed on the balcony, and his body bore evident signs of foul play. Recognizing the man's face, Qian Liang pointed and whimpered incessantly. Lin Shi instructed him to remove the golf ball lodged in his mouth so he could speak. After considerable effort, Qian Liang finally dislodged the ball and, with palpable excitement, exclaimed, "This is my boss." Observing the disarray in the room, Lin Shi frowned. "Someone has been here." "What?" Qian Liang, glancing fearfully at the signs of a recent robbery, looked anxiously at Lin Shi, terrified that in a fit of rage, he might take his life. "Perhaps we should search a bit more. There might still be gold left behind." Even as he uttered these words, he doubted their validity. How could the thieves have overlooked anything of value? Although gold held little significance in their current predicament, he clung to the hope that should the world ever return to normalcy, it might become valuable again. Qian Liang merely wished for an opportunity to escape amidst the search. Lin Shi cast a discerning glance at the anxious Qian Liang and said, "You search. I'll watch over you." Realizing that his intentions had been uncovered, Qian Liang, with a sense of futility, began to rummage through the room. The villa's bedrooms had been stripped bare, clothes, bedding, and even curtains had been torn away, leaving no trace of valuables behind. It was as though a great flood had swept through. With each passing moment, Qian Liang's spirits sank further. He couldn't resist stealing glances at Lin Shi's expression. "Hurry up, or I will kill you right now," Lin Shi urged. With a heavy heart, Qian Liang pressed on. And finally, upon entering what appeared to be a study, he shouted in exhilaration, "The safe is still here." Though the safe was not large, it was heavy, and without electricity or cutting tools, it could not be easily breached. Perhaps this was the reason the robbers had left it behind. Lin Shi shot a cold glance at the exuberant Qian Liang. Even if this place were filled with gold, it wouldn't hold much. Hearing this, the joy that had previously illuminated Qian Liang's face instantly faded, replaced by cold sweat as he flailed his arms, attempting to persuade Lin Shi of his unwavering belief. "There must be other places where gold is hidden. It cannot possibly be limited to this. I frequently encounter news about corrupt officials concealing money within walls or mattresses." Lin Shi's gaze swept across the study, and he tapped on the wall. Nothing seemed amiss. "Does your superior possess any peculiar habits or quirks?" Lin Shi inquired. "Peculiar habits or quirks?" Qian Liang scratched his head, deep in thought, until a realization struck him. He looked up and said, "Does his fondness for rock music count?" He reportedly went so far as to construct a soundproof room just to indulge in it, often inviting others to enjoy it with him. However, He treasures his sound system immensely and forbids anyone from touching it. In the room they had just searched, there were several large speakers. Let us examine that previous room, Lin Shi suggested. The chamber was lavishly decorated, featuring a massive screen with 6 exaggeratedly large speakers flanking either side. Opposite was a genuine leather sofa. Lin Shi suspected the presence of gold within this room. He instructed Qian Liang, dismantle the sofa and see what's inside. As Qian Liang approached the sofa, Lin Shi moved towards the speakers. With such sizable speakers, hiding something within should be a simple task, he mused. He placed his hand on the first speaker and shook it gently. The first speaker seemed normal. The second, too, exhibited no anomalies. However, upon reaching the third, Lin Shi immediately sensed something was off. This speaker was particularly heavy, more than double the weight of the previous 2. Without hesitation, Lin Shi extended his consciousness into the speaker. Indeed, he discovered gold within, gleaming, square bars. These bars were roughly the same size as those he had previously purchased from the bank, each weighing approximately 10 kilograms. This speaker contained a staggering 53 bars. He placed his hand on another speaker and casually asked, "How long has your superior been in your organization?" "I've heard he has been there for 20 to 30 years, Qian Liang replied. Lin Shi nodded, understanding now. This speaker also housed over 50 bars. As Lin Shi meticulously collected the gold, Qian Liang, who had been searching for items in the sofa, revealed a sinister expression. He reached into his pocket and, upon withdrawing his hand, brandished a sharp blade. Cautiously, he advanced towards Lin Shi, who was unaware, the carpet muffling his footsteps. The closer he got, the more twisted his expression became. Were it not for the presence of 2 others today, he would have already struck, seizing the valuable items for himself. Regrettably, the unfolding events surpassed his imagination. No matter how cautious one is, there are moments of vulnerability, much like the present. Qian Liang envisioned the moment he would slice Lin Shi's throat, imagining the shock and despair on Lin Shi's face. He took another step closer, slowly raising the blade. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi turned, his calm, unruffled gaze meeting Qian Liang's grotesque visage. Unbeknownst to him, Lin had long since discovered the truth and was merely waiting for him to draw near to deliver the final blow. After all, this individual had outlived his usefulness. In Chapter 82, Acquisition of Gold, Lin swiftly unsheathed his blade and severed the head of the gleaming individual in a single stroke. With this adversary dispatched, he proceeded to examine the remaining 2 speakers. Each of the 2 speakers contained 50 to 60 bars, and combined with the previous find, the total exceeded 200 bars. Over 2 tons of gold. Were this the world before the apocalypse, it would be worth over 500 million yuan. Lin couldn't help but marvel at the cunning of this leader, who had concealed gold right under his nose while inviting others to his home for a rock concert. Typically, individuals of this leader's generation would not have a penchant for rock music, and consequently, they would not return for a second visit. Furthermore, no one would suspect that such a substantial amount of gold lay hidden within the speakers. Normally, only the first 2 speakers were activated, making it difficult for anyone to raise suspicion. Generally, a safe's thickness measures around 68 centimeters. Lin pondered whether he could extract the gold from within the safe without directly accessing it. Since his last series of experiments with telekinesis, he had discovered that his ability to manipulate objects at a distance had improved. To be cautious, Lin summoned the Demon King from his spatial realm, instructing, "Alert me if anything approaches." The Demon King immediately assumed a vigilant stance, its heterochromatic eyes sharpening as it scanned the surroundings. Lin placed his hand upon the safe, reaching out to the spatial realm. Unlike retrieving gold from the speakers, when his consciousness penetrated the safe, he encountered an intensified sense of obstruction. As his awareness delved deeper, he felt a dull ache at his temples, yet it had not reached its limit. Furrowing his brow in concentration, he persistently pushed his consciousness further. At last, success. As the contents of the safe were transferred into his spatial realm, Lin exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had formed upon his brow. Wiping his forehead, Lin scrutinized the newly acquired items from his spatial realm, only to be met with disappointment. A flicker of movement revealed some cash, 2 small gold bars, and a few pieces of jewelry. The value of these items paled in comparison to a single gold bar found within the speakers. However, upon reflection, Lin dismissed his discontent. The acquisition of over 2 tons of gold was a fortuitous surprise in itself. Perhaps he should explore the villa district further? Embracing the principle of "since I am here," Lin decided to collect all the wooden furniture from the villa into his spatial realm. He also gathered various pots and pans, taking everything he deemed useful. With a light step, and noting that daylight still lingered, he resolved to scour the villa district for additional treasures. To ascertain whether the villas were inhabited, he merely needed to observe whether the snow at their entrances had been cleared. Some villas had their snow neatly pushed aside, while others had their doors completely buried beneath the snow. Lin sought those villas where the doors lay concealed beneath the snow. Within half an hour, Lin had searched 2 more uninhabited villas. In one, everything of value had already been taken, leaving no trace of disarray, suggesting the owner had moved out on their own. There stood another building devoid of any signs of habitation, yet it housed an array of furniture cloaked in layers of dust. Regardless of its utility, Lin Shi decided to take it all. After 2 rounds of exploration, his space had accumulated a plethora of miscellaneous items, but not a glimmer of gold was found. Indeed, the chances of striking it lucky in the villa district were slim. In locations where the presence of gold was not explicitly known, the efficiency of such searches paled in comparison to raiding a gold shop. Upon exiting yet another vacant villa, Lin Shi contemplated leaving when, suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears. Something had fallen into the snow. Following that, he heard a noise as if something was scrambling up from the snow. Lin Shi turned warily to investigate. A young girl clad in a beige down jacket was emerging from a snow pit, shaking off the snow that clung to her. The bulky jacket could not conceal her exquisite figure, and the fluffy fox fur trim on her hood obscured half of her face. Lin Shi's eyes, hidden behind his goggles, flickered with recognition. This girl was the one he had nearly collided with while riding a shared bicycle, heavily guarded in her entourage. After encountering the military personnel at the port, Lin Shi was increasingly convinced that he had nearly bumped into those soldiers. They were not merely ordinary soldiers. The man known as Uncle Chiu had exuded a formidable aura that left a lasting impression on Lin Shi. Now that he had unlocked the second tier of his genetic lock, he understood just how powerful that man was. His strength and reflexes were indicative of at least a first-tier genetic lock bearer, likely one with military training. With such formidable protection, there was a possibility that this girl was a relative of a significant figure within the military. If she was here, it was likely that the man referred to as Uncle Chiu was also nearby. Although Lin Shi's current prowess rivaled that of Uncle Chiu, he had no desire to entangle himself with troublesome individuals. He quickened his pace to distance himself from her. However, just a few steps later, he sensed someone trailing behind him. He halted and turned, only to find the girl had indeed followed him. Lin Shi regarded Lu Pianran, his brow furrowing beneath his goggles. Unable to suppress his urge to escape, he hastened his steps. The last time he encountered this girl, the weather had not yet turned cold. He had been dressed lightly, with half of his face obscured by a raincoat. This time, he was fully covered, his eyes concealed, making it improbable for her to recognize him. As he scanned the surroundings once more, he still did not see Uncle Chiu. To Lin Shi's astonishment, despite his increased speed, the girl continued to pursue him. "Hey, wait, don't run," Lu Pianran gasped, exerting herself to keep pace with Lin Shi. Originally confined within the villa, she had sought a breath of fresh air. Upon stepping outside, she was met with an expanse of white, devoid of any figures, which instilled a sense of fear within her. "Hey, why do you always run away when you see someone? Stop sneaking around," Lu Pianran playfully chided, yet Lin Shi showed no intention of halting his pace. Frustrated, she brandished the gun that Uncle Chiu had given her for self-defense. "If you run again, I will shoot." Sensing the imminent threat behind him, Lin Shi finally came to a stop. He turned to face Lu Pianran, irritation evident in his voice. "Why are you following me?" Lu Pianran retorted, "Is this road yours? Who says I'm following you? I merely noticed your furtive behavior, which suggests you are no good. I wanted to ask you a few questions." Her tone only deepened Lin Shi's frown. She was indeed a spoiled young lady, recently emerged from the confines of the academy, oblivious to the perilous world that now surrounded them. How could she maintain such an arrogant demeanor in a time of crisis? He had no desire to waste words and simply warned her with an aura of menace. "If you continue to follow me, I will kill you." "Kill me." Lu Pianran was taken aback by Lin Shi's threatening demeanor, instinctively retreating 2 steps, only to be engulfed by a mix of indignation and embarrassment. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. "Now that I possess a gun, if anyone is to be killed, it shall be you. I command you to take me away from here, or I will shoot." Uncle Chiu was indeed right. There were no good people left in this world. She felt little remorse in threatening this sneaky individual with her firearm. Lin Shi stood in silence, contemplating whether to eliminate this girl. The forces backing her were evidently formidable. Even if he disposed of her, it would only incite further trouble. Choosing to ignore her, he turned to leave. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached swiftly from a distance. He swiftly arrived by Lu Pianran's side, scanning for any injuries, his voice laced with concern yet stern. "Xiaoran, are you all right? Why did you sneak out? Where are you headed?" Lu Pianran stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, Uncle Chiu. You keep me confined in the villa every day. I was simply too bored and wanted to take a stroll." Other guards assigned to protect Lu Pianran rushed over, encircling her protectively. Chiu Jun pulled Lu Pianran behind him, warily eyeing Lin Shi. "Who is that?" Lu Pianran shot a disdainful glance at Lin Shi and distorted the truth. I was just walking along, and he threatened to kill me. In that moment, she hoped Xiao Jun would reprimand the oblivious Lin Shi, unaware that her words had escalated tensions between them. Upon hearing her claim, Xiao Jun's brow furrowed, and a palpable sense of danger emanated toward Lin Shi. The others instinctively reached for their weapons concealed within their clothing. Lin Shi's eyes, hidden behind his goggles, glinted with a murderous intent. Was this an intentional provocation? Noticing the shifting atmosphere, Lu Pianran quickly tugged on Xiao Jun's arm. Her voice tinged with unease. Forget it, Uncle Xiao. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Just let bygones be bygones. However, her words did little to assuage Xiao Jun's bloodlust. Lu Pianran remained oblivious to the treacherous world outside, while they were all too aware of the dangers that lurked beyond. Is it possible that someone would dare to assassinate those they are sworn to protect? Even harboring such murderous intent is unacceptable. After listening to Lu Pianran's words, Xiao Jun and the others cast increasingly hostile glances at Lin Shi. Xiaoran stepped back, Xiao Jun asserted, confident that he could easily subdue such a petty thief. With that, he forcefully stamped his foot into the snow, leaving a deep imprint as he surged towards Lin Shi like an arrow. Lin Shi was not idle. He swiftly reached behind him and drew a handgun from his concealed space. He refrained from defending himself, understanding through his experiences in the apocalypse that such justifications were futile. Even if the opposition harbored doubts, they would apprehend him first before resolving any uncertainties. Lin Shi had no intention of entrusting his safety to the goodwill of others. As Xiao Jun moved, Lin Shi aimed his firearm directly at the approaching figure and fired. At such a close range, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade the bullet. Yet, in that instant, Xiao Jun's eyes widened, and he momentarily appeared bewildered, narrowly dodging the bullet by a hair's breadth. A surge of murderous intent filled Xiao Jun's gaze, and his initial plan to interrogate Lin Shi was swiftly abandoned. This young man was unexpectedly dangerous, armed, and evidently well prepared. He resolved to kill on the spot. As Xiao Jun advanced towards Lin Shi, he commanded his companions to assist him. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he fired a second and third shot during the brief interval when the others were drawing their weapons. However, these shots were no longer aimed at Xiao Jun, but at the 6 individuals standing protectively in front of Lu Pianran. The 6, unwilling to abandon their charge, faltered as 2 of their number fell instantly. At this moment, the remaining 4 finally returned fire. As bullets whizzed toward him, Lin Shi's demeanor transformed dramatically. The genetic lock within him spontaneously disengaged, allowing him to evade the 4 incoming bullets with a speed that left only an afterimage in his wake. Upon witnessing Lin Shi unlock his genetic potential, Xiao Jun's pupils constricted in alarm as he shouted, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." He had not anticipated that Lin Shi was a formidable individual capable of unlocking his genetic locks. Those who could do so stood at the pinnacle of humanity, far surpassing the majority. If such a person intended to kill Lu Pianran, he would never allow Xiao Jun time to reach her. The other 4 ceased firing, their faces etched with shock as they regarded Lin Shi, clearly aware of the implications of his agility in evading so many bullets. However, at that moment, Lin Shi had already resolved to kill. Hesitation was no longer an option, and any talk of misunderstanding was now too late. He doubted that eliminating his adversaries would leave no lingering resentment. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shi unleashed a torrent of bullets from his firearm. He required no time to aim, firing 3 shots in rapid succession, resulting in 3 more casualties. Xiao Jun drew his own weapon, pointing it at Lin Shi in an attempt to halt his onslaught. "Stop. It was just a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this calmly. If you join us, we can overlook what has transpired." Despite Lin Shi having already slain several of his subordinates, a single genius capable of unlocking their genetic locks was worth far more than 100 ordinary minions. There was no way he would consider joining any organization. At this moment, the genetic lock was activated. Once the duration of the genetic lock elapsed, he would find himself in a passive position. Thus, it would either be his demise or that of his opponent. Moreover, it was the adversary who had instigated the conflict first. The murderous intent emanating from Lin Shi intensified rather than diminished. With a single shot, he eliminated the last assailant standing before Lu Pianran, subsequently aiming the firearm at the terrified and pale-faced Lu Pianran. "Stop!" Xiao Jun exclaimed anxiously, deflecting the bullet Lin Shi had fired towards Lu Pianran with a shot of his own, before charging towards Lin Shi with fervor. Positioned not far from Lin Shi, Xiao Jun's speed surged after activating the genetic lock, and after averting the bullet aimed at Lu Pianran, he swiftly closed the distance to confront Lin Shi, intending to subdue him first. Lin Shi discarded his empty handgun, and as Xiao Jun approached with a powerful punch, Lin Shi reacted swiftly to intercept it. Receiving the blow came as no surprise to Qiu Jun. After activating the genetic lock, the speed of a person surpassed instinctual reflexes. Initially, he intended to assert that even if Lin Shi had also activated the genetic lock, he would still be no match for him. However, he recognized that mastery of the genetic lock required time for adaptation. He had already been in the first tier of the genetic lock for a full 5 years. Chapter 84. Eliminate them all. Yet, he did not anticipate that Lin Shi's reception of the punch was not the conclusion of the confrontation. A fierce glint flashed across Lin Shi's face as he exerted force through his arm, firmly grasping Qiu Jun's fist and twisting it with great strength. A barely audible cracking sound ensued. In that instant when Lin Shi caught Qiu Jun's punch, his arm was wrenched into a twisted contortion. Impossible. Qiu Jun's pupils dilated in shock. At that moment, his expression was akin to one who had encountered a ghost. The second tier, undoubtedly. Lin Shi had reached the second tier of the genetic lock. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with derision. Next time, be more discerning before you act. In that fleeting moment, before Qiu Jun could even register the excruciating pain of his incapacitated arm, Lin Shi struck again. No. Qiu Jun wished to explain himself to Lin Shi, not wanting to oppose a genius who had autonomously activated the second tier of the genetic lock. He sought to clarify that the previous events had been a misunderstanding. However, Lin Shi offered him no opportunity for discourse. Having already incurred enmity, he resolved to eliminate all threats without a hint of hesitation. Lin Shi seized Qiu Jun by the neck, his expression devoid of emotion as he applied pressure. Crack! Qiu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Shi brutally twisted his neck. Even in his final moments, he stared incredulously at Lin Shi, struggling to comprehend how he had encountered someone capable of autonomously unlocking the second tier of the genetic lock, and why such a misunderstanding had arisen. This unfolding scene finally jolted Lu Pianran, who had been rendered speechless by fear, back to reality. Lu Pianran's piercing scream echoed. Everything transpired too swiftly. So swiftly that she still believed she was ensnared in a dream. After Lin Shi had snapped Qiu Jun's neck, he discarded the body to the ground as one would dispose of refuse. What had seemed to unfold over an extended period was, in fact, merely a matter of seconds, from Qiu Jun's outburst to Lin Shi's gunfire, culminating in the instantaneous elimination of Qiu Jun. In truth, Lin Shi himself was somewhat astonished. He had discovered that Qiu Jun had maintained the activation of the genetic lock for more than 3 seconds. Originally, he believed that the higher the level of the gene lock he activated, the longer he could maintain it. However, he has now dismissed this notion. It turns out that even without enhancing the level of the gene lock, one can still prolong its duration. At this moment, Lin Shi emanated an aura of lethal intent, resembling a Shura emerging from the depths of hell. Lu Pianran never imagined that by merely uttering a couple of sentences, she would witness the tragic demise of Uncle Qiu, who had watched her grow up right before her eyes. Similarly, those who had protected her, akin to elder brothers, also met their untimely end. Had this been before the apocalypse, her previous unreasonable and accusatory words might have merely caused a minor misunderstanding, perhaps leaving a lingering grudge without significant consequence. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that the apocalypse had arrived, and the fabric of rules and order had unraveled. Her words in such a moment acted as a fuse igniting a powder keg. With a resounding explosion, 2 seemingly unrelated factions were set ablaze. The fault lay in her having been overly sheltered and excessively pampered, always speaking and acting according to her whims without considering others or the repercussions. Such a temperament, in the face of the apocalypse, would inevitably exact a toll. After a piercing scream, Lu Pianran fainted from the overwhelming surge of emotions. Aside from Lin Shi, no one else remained standing. The cold wind howled, and the ground was strewn with blood and corpses. In the frigid snow, blood burst forth in clusters of crimson ice flowers. Lin Shi was grappling with the aftereffects of the gene lock when, moments later, 3 furtive figures emerged from the villa at the end of the road. After a cautious observation, they swiftly approached the battlefield where Lin Shi stood. The trio consisted of a middle-aged man and 2 young men, each wielding a weapon, a tang knife, a saber, and a sword. It appeared that someone in the family had a penchant for collecting cold weapons. One of the younger men, somewhat hesitant, spoke up. "Dad, that person looks terrifying. Do we really have to approach?" The middle-aged man replied, "What are you afraid of? That man's gun is out of bullets. Didn't you just see him throw it on the ground through the binoculars?" The hesitant youth bit his lip, fear flickering in his eyes. But when I first raised the binoculars, I saw him twist another person's head off with his bare hands." The middle-aged man glanced at his son as if he were a fool and, with a piercing gaze, took another look at the motionless Lin Shi, saying, "You must have watched too many movies. At this distance, you caught only a fleeting glimpse. You must have misinterpreted it. Look at him. He stands there unmoving, clearly incapable of action. He must have sustained severe injuries just moments ago. The older young man patted his younger brother's shoulder. Ahua, the world outside is too chaotic. Nothing is more perilous than this. Doesn't Dad always teach us that risk is proportional to reward? I'm telling you, once those impoverished souls run out of food, they will come to rob us. If we don't prepare some means of defense, our neighbors will inevitably turn against us. This older young man evidently understood the treachery of human nature well. He continued to encourage his brother. We have all practiced martial arts. Let us treat this as a mere slaughter of pigs. Fear not. Once we acquire firearms, we shall resume our indulgent lifestyles as before. Since the onset of the apocalypse, life has transformed into a veritable nightmare for those accustomed to opulence, insufficient sustenance, and inadequate warmth. Even if today had not unfolded as it did, they had already planned to raid others' homes in the coming days. The middle-aged man glanced at his eldest son with a sense of reassurance, urging his younger son, hurry, lest someone else gets there first. The trio quickened their pace towards Lin Shi. The recent gunfire had roused many from their slumber, including those who had sought refuge in the secluded chambers or basements of their villas. They emerged cautiously to assess the situation, soon discovering that their typically astute neighbors were also venturing out. As more people joined the throng, they included men, women, and 2 elderly individuals. Someone shouted, "There are many guns over there." Instantly, the crowd's demeanor shifted, akin to cats catching the scent of blood, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Due to the distance and the swiftness of the battle, they hardly had time to witness how the individuals by Lin Shi succumbed. They only noted that one person remained amid a scatter of handguns. Wealth is often found in peril, and they felt compelled to take the risk now. The absence of a leader had previously stifled their courage, yet with so many emboldening one another, they no longer feared misfortune befalling them first. "Run faster. We cannot allow the Wang family to seize the firearms," exclaimed a portly middle-aged man, panting heavily as he approached Lin Shi's group. "Darling, run quickly. I'm right behind you. We must not let others reach the guns first, or we shall be at their mercy." Another woman called out. Many shared similar sentiments. Despite the villa community being sparsely populated, over 20 individuals surged forth. Human nature inclines towards conformity, and the greedy, in particular, are often blinded by avarice. This assembly had already envisioned Lin Shi's spoils as their own. Lin Shi was acutely aware of the commotion surrounding him and felt little astonishment at the gathering crowd. In times before the apocalypse, anyone witnessing such a scene of bloodshed and corpses would have fled far and wide. Yet, in this new world, instances of individuals falling prey to other schemes were not uncommon. At this moment, he felt drained, still reeling from the aftereffects of the genetic lock. However, he was not alone. Lin Shi composed himself and reached out to the consciousness space, mentally instructing the Demon King, who was still pursuing the gibbon in the space. "Demon King, prepare for battle." The Demon King immediately ceased its chase, its eyes sharpening with clarity, as if it suddenly comprehended. "My master is in danger." It raised its head and barked once. Shortly thereafter, the trio that had first approached arrived near Lin Shi. Observing the stillness of Lin Shi, they felt a sense of reassurance. Greedily eyeing the handgun within arm's reach, the elder youth declared, "Dad, watch me take him down while you cover me from behind." His gaze was fierce as he stepped forward with determination. Having trained in martial arts for several years, he quickly discerned that Lin Shi's stance was unsteady, his body subtly trembling, and a glint of resolute ambition shone in his eyes. The middle-aged man nodded, instructing his younger son to cautiously maneuver around to seize the firearm. However, just as the youth advanced with his blade towards Lin Shi, the ominous figure of the Demon King materialized out of thin air. The elder youth perceived nothing but a colossal shadow lunging at him. Before he could comprehend its nature, his neck was severed. The middle-aged man and the youth preparing to retrieve the gun finally recognized that a fearsome dog had suddenly appeared. "Clear the area, eliminate them all." Lin Shi's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated from behind his mask. Without hesitation, the Demon King lunged forward, sinking its teeth into one man's throat before turning its gaze upon the middle-aged man. Chapter 85. The Demon King Strikes. The Demon King raised its head, surveying those audacious enough to target Lin Shi. Its eyes emanated an aura of superiority, a stark reminder of the hierarchy between advanced and primitive beings. At the moment their eyes met the Demon King's peculiar gaze, all who beheld it quaked in terror. The middle-aged man was utterly defenseless as the Demon King brought him crashing down into the snow, its razor-sharp claws piercing through his chest. The middle-aged man's youngest son, paralyzed with fear, watched as the Demon King withdrew its bloodied claws from his father's body. Realizing his impending doom, he attempted to flee, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably. A foul liquid trickled from beneath him, and the Demon King, with a flash of disdain in its eyes, swatted the wretched human aside, sending him crashing at the feet of the rotund middle-aged man who had previously shouted the loudest. Upon glancing down, the middle-aged man was horrified to find the half-crushed head of the unfortunate soul at his feet, brain matter mingling with blood oozing from the shattered skull. In an instant, the trio he had viewed as formidable competitors had been annihilated. A monster, he shrieked, sprinting away in a panic, faster than he had arrived. Witnessing this scene, the avarice in the eyes of the others evaporated in an instant, and they turned to flee in a frenzy. Those who had previously rushed forward, fearing they might be outpaced, now wished they had not been so hasty, longing to sprout 4 legs to escape. Yet their speed paled in comparison to that of the Demon King. With each leap, it claimed another victim, its pristine white claws soon drenched in crimson. Some, realizing their impending demise, attempted to wield their weapons in futile resistance. However, such meager efforts posed no threat to the Demon King. If mere humans could not withstand the ferocity of a beast, how could they hope to challenge a creature that had undergone evolution? After slaying a dozen or so, the Demon King's once crimson eye glowed with an even more sinister hue, devoid of the gentleness it displayed in Lin Shi's presence. The slaughter was overwhelmingly one-sided. Others sought to seize the opportunity while the Demon King pursued those fleeing on the other side, attempting to sneak towards Lin Shi to pilfer the handgun from the ground. Yet upon spotting someone encroaching upon Lin Shi, the Demon King abandoned its initial target, ready to deliver swift retribution. Rushing towards the individual near Lin Shi, it lunged forward, viciously biting off half of the person's shoulder. In its eyes, Lin Shi was the only human it acknowledged, while the rest were merely walking quadrupeds. A piercing scream abruptly ceased the moment the Demon King's claw sliced through the person's neck. After dispatching this audacious intruder, the Demon King turned to continue its pursuit of the remaining humans. The one-sided slaughter swiftly approached its conclusion, with the Demon King's speed and acute sense of smell. None of these individuals could escape, all transforming into lifeless bodies that would never air again. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shi finally broke into a smile. Forming a partnership with the Demon King was undoubtedly his most astute decision. However, the genetic lock's explosive power came at the cost of insufficient endurance. He must devise a solution to this fatal flaw. Otherwise, in the future, he could not afford to activate the genetic lock lightly unless faced with life and death situations. Once the side effects of the genetic lock subsided, Lin Shi was astonished to discover that this time, the duration of the after effects was significantly shorter than the last. Recalling the transformations he experienced after absorbing source energy on 2 previous occasions, a glimmer of insight shone in his eyes. Perhaps with enough source energy, he could mitigate the side effects of activating the genetic lock. Lin Shi approached the instigator of all this chaos, Lu Ran. With a flick of his wrist, a military knife appeared in his hand, ready to end this woman's life. Yet, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. This woman's identity was unusual. He was certain that he had now forged an unbreakable vendetta with Lu Ran. However, it would be prudent to first ascertain who was behind her, lest he find himself in a passive position in the future. With this in mind, Lin Shi decided to let her live a little longer, storing her in his space. He then collected all the corpses from the villa into the space, erasing all traces of the incident. By the time he returned to the safe house, darkness had enveloped the sky. Meanwhile, Lu Ran, having been stored in Lin Shi's space, regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she was met with the menacing gazes of a dog and a gibbon. Their imposing sizes and the pressure emanating from the source beasts caused her to faint once more. It was only when Lin Shi instructed the Demon King to douse Lu Ran with a bucket of cold water that she awoke with a startled scream. Chapter 86. The Origins of Lu Ran. Suddenly drenched in a bucket of icy water, Lu Ran gasped and sprang upright. As she did, she encountered the fearsome visage of the Demon King, prompting another terrified scream. Silence. Lin Shi's voice resonated within the space. If you make another sound, I will kill you immediately. Hearing this familiar threat, Lu Ran instinctively recalled the earlier scene in the villa, clutching her head and pleading, "Don't kill me." Seated on the sofa of the safe house, Lin Shi toyed with a pen, his consciousness addressing her within the space. "I will ask, and you shall answer. If you do not cooperate, my Demon King will systematically devour your flesh." Lu Ran, thoroughly terrified, dared not lift her head, repeatedly imploring, "I will cooperate. I will cooperate. Please don't harm me. My father is wealthy. As long as you spare me, I will give you anything you desire." The first question, who are you? My name is Lu Ran, a university student residing in this city. Initially, I lived in my dormitory, but after a sudden power outage, Uncle Chio took me to that villa. Today, Lu Ran, having been thoroughly frightened, has lost her psychological defenses and is answering Lin Shi's every question. Lin Shi inquired further. "You previously claimed that your father is the most formidable person in Shushi. Who is he?" Upon hearing father, Lu Ran, who had been flustered, suddenly regained some composure, her eyes flickering. "Well, My father is an officer in the Shushi military. A glimmer of realization passed through Lin Shi's eyes as he pressed on. What rank does he hold? He is a major general. Lu Pianran's gaze momentarily shifted. Lin Shi's tone turned icy. You are lying. There is no major general in the Shushi military by the surname Lu. He vividly recalled the man he had seen distributing supplies, a figure exuding authority, addressed as Major General Lin by those around him. Surprised that Lin Shi was aware of this, Lu Pianran quickly corrected herself. I'm sorry, I haven't finished. My father is an aide to the Major General. Lin Shi's voice dripped with sarcasm. An aide is considered the most powerful person in the Shushi military? Reacting instinctively, Lu Pianran shot back. My father once saved the Major General's life. That connection is significant. Even the Major General listens to my father. He is indeed the most powerful. It was only then that she realized she was in an unusual predicament. What is your father's name? Lin Shi asked. Lu Peng. My father's name is Lu Peng. Lin Shi proceeded to ask several more questions regarding Lu Peng's appearance and whether Lu Pianran had any other relatives. However, when Lin Shi inquired about the information concerning gene locks within the military, Lu Pianran found herself at a loss for words. At this moment, she stood up, surveying her surroundings, yet the Demon King's gaze restrained her from wandering freely. Curiosity began to conquer her underlying fear, prompting her to retort, I genuinely know nothing about the gene locks you mentioned. Where's this place? Where are you? Please let me go. You may ask my father for money. Whatever you desire, he will surely oblige. Unbeknownst to her, this opportunity had already slipped away. Demon King, kill. After issuing the command, Lin Shi paid no further heed to the woman who had lost her worth. He had no intention of allowing her to linger in his space. As for the threat posed by the Major General's aide, Lin Shi had remained incognito throughout the ordeal, and all witnesses in that villa district were now deceased. Even if military personnel later discovered any clues, they would not be able to identify him. Lin Shi retrieved over 2 tons of gold bars collected that day from his space. He glanced at the interface of the treasure basin. Treasure basin, storage space. Complete the volume of space can expand as the user's internal source power increases, capable of storing living beings. Function, item duplication 750. Funds required for upgrade, 2, for 180,000. This would be the 9th upgrade for item duplication. Lin Shi silently intoned, upgrade item duplication. As a familiar golden light enveloped him, the treasure basin interface transformed into treasure basin, storage space. Complete the volume of space can increase with the user's internal source power, allowing for the storage of living entities. Function, item duplication 1478. Required wealth points for upgrade, 8, for million. It has increased a total of 728 times. Lin Shi mused that this 1478 instances would likely last him for at least 2 or 3 decades. By continuously duplicating the resources he already possessed, utilizing the copies while retaining the originals, he could effectively enjoy an endless supply of materials. Should this pattern of upgrades persist, the next increment would presumably be an additional 1456 instances. However, during the last upgrade to the 10th level, an anomaly occurred. Instead of merely expanding the original space, it transformed the area that could only store inanimate objects to one that could accommodate both inanimate and living entities. Thus, Lin Shi eagerly anticipated the nature of the upgrade following the 10th iteration of item duplication. The upgrade process took merely a few minutes. To his astonishment, he discovered that Lu Pianran had been felled by the long-armed ape. At that moment, the ape's arm was still smeared with crimson and white brain matter. The Demon King stood beside the long-armed ape, casting a gaze filled with encouragement upon it. Could the Demon King actually command the long-armed ape? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Demon King, was this your doing? He inquired directly. The ape extended a paw, pointing towards Lu Pianran, and let out a call directed at it. The long-armed ape, with fists the size of iron pots, delivered another blow to the already lifeless Lu Pianran. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Lin Shi transferred Lu Pianran's corpse to the vacuum space. He released the Demon King, rewarding him with a lavish dinner. He also treated the long-armed ape in the space to a sumptuous feast of fruits. Despite its mutation, the long-armed ape did not exhibit the same carnivorous tendencies as the previously mutated wild boar. Meanwhile, the Demon King seemed utterly indifferent to human flesh. To avoid attention, Lin Shi refrained from venturing outside for the next few days, dedicating himself to cultivating his health regimen at home. On the very next day after he had killed Qiu Jun, who had abducted Lu Pianran, Lu Peng finally received news of the disappearance of Qiu Jun and Lu Pianran. Chapter 87. Investigate. East Suburb Star C apartment. In the property management office, repurposed for military use, Lu Peng received a report from his subordinate. What? Qiu Jun and the others are missing? Where's my daughter? Lu Peng, who was seated handling military affairs, abruptly stood up, slamming his hand on the table. Yes, sir. This morning, we delivered supplies and noticed someone breaking into Miss Lu's villa. Upon apprehending the intruders, we found no trace of Miss Lu or Colonel Chiu and the others within the villa. Throughout the military in Shushi City, it was well known that Lu Peng was exceedingly protective of his daughter. As a strategist for Major General Lin, Lu Peng often assisted in managing various affairs, deploying patrolling soldiers, and other tasks, which prevented him from residing in that villa with his daughter. Nevertheless, he remained deeply concerned about her well-being. Lu Peng was a man in his 40s. Years of military service had aged his visage beyond his actual years. His skin was dark, and his features were unremarkable, with the sole exception of a prominent hooked nose that clashed with the rest of his countenance, endowing him with an aura of somber severity. At this moment, his face was etched with urgency, the deep furrows of his brow twisted into an even tighter frown. Where is the intruder who breached the villa? Have you interrogated him? Right outside the corridor. He has already been questioned on his way here. He claims to have come from another area, seeking supplies within the villa district, and, upon finding it deserted, decided to intrude. Bring him in. Lu Peng's expression darkened, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Also present in this makeshift office was another individual, clad in military officer attire. He appeared significantly younger than Lu Peng, yet his relaxed posture suggested he was not subservient to him. Had Lin Shi been there, he would have recognized this man as Wang Chao, the officer he encountered at the port previously. Observing Lu Peng's demeanor, Wang Chao reassured him, Lu, do not fret. Let us send someone to search. Perhaps the little girl simply wandered off, caught up in play. You are aware of Chiu Jun's capabilities. There should be no cause for alarm. Though Lu Peng remained anxious internally, his exterior softened somewhat at these words. He understood his daughter well. She had a playful nature, and it was conceivable that Chiu Jun had acquiesced to her whims and accompanied her outside. However, given his familiarity with Chiu Jun, he knew that if they had left normally, they would not have left anyone behind in the villa. With everyone now absent, an unsettling apprehension gnawed at him. Chiu Jun was not merely Lu Peng's subordinate, but a comrade in arms. Several years prior, the nation had abruptly sought to draft soldiers for the experimental development of a new gene pill designed to cultivate super soldiers. Lu Peng, wary of potential risks, had opted out, while Chiu Jun had volunteered, becoming one of the first to unlock the genetic potential for the national forces, receiving a significant promotion as a result. It was this long-standing friendship, coupled with Lu Peng's previous act of saving Major General Lin, that allowed him to easily borrow Chiu Jun for the protection of his daughter. Lu Pian ran. Soon, soldiers returned, escorting the intruder into the room. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, protested loudly, Sir, I merely saw no one inside and sought to take a few items. Who doesn't he do this these days? I have a 3-year-old child and a 60-year-old mother at home. I beg you. Enough of your excuses. Answer my questions. Lu Peng interrogated him with a dark countenance, receiving responses that mirrored those of the soldiers. One soldier inquired, Sir, how should we handle this man? Imprison him. Assemble several teams to search the vicinity of the villa for any sign of Chiu Jun and Pian Ran. Additionally, investigate whether there are any traces of a struggle at the villa or if anyone has seen them leave in recent days. Leave no stone unturned in your inquiries. Understood. If not for the pressing matters at hand, Lu Peng would have preferred to conduct the search himself. At present, the absence of visible individuals or corpses led him to quietly reassure himself that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Soldiers dragged away a man who was crying and pleading for mercy. Subsequently, several squads were hastily summoned to rush to the villa district where Lu Pian Ran had previously resided. However, despite their thorough search, they unearthed no clues. This was due to the fact that Lin Shi and Chiu Jun had been engaged in battle outdoors. And when they removed the bodies, Lin Shi had cleared away the bloodied snow that had fallen to the ground, storing it away. Afterward, he had leveled the area where the snow had been cleared before departing with the Demon King. Furthermore, after a night had passed, even the slightest traces were flawlessly concealed by the heavy snowfall. The soldiers, aside from noting the near-complete absence of people in the villa district, found no other leads. Lu Peng personally interrogated these individuals, yet they were all hiding in the basement at the edge of the villa. Lu Peng intended to employ severe methods of interrogation, but was reprimanded by Major General Lin and subsequently released them. In the following days, the survivors of Shushi observed that the number of patrolling soldiers on the streets had unexpectedly doubled. Although Major General Lin had criticized Lu Peng, he understood that Lu Peng was primarily concerned about his only daughter. He took the initiative to dispatch personnel to assist in the search for Lu Pian Ran and his subordinate Chiu Jun. However, Lu Pian Ran and Chiu Jun had been whisked away from the villa district by Lin Shi using his spatial abilities. Once they left the confines of the villa area, it was impossible for anyone to have seen their traces. After several days without any leads, they had instead apprehended numerous instigators. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained oblivious to the turmoil that had erupted outside due to these events. Even if he were aware, he would not experience any emotional upheaval. As Lu Pianran had stated, her father's deep concern for her made such a scenario inevitable. At this moment, Lin Shi had been diligently practicing his health regimen in the safe house for a full week. Throughout this week, aside from venturing out daily to clear the snow from the mountaintop, he had not stepped outside. He was wholly absorbed in his cultivation. And finally, he had achieved the ability to autonomously unlock his genetic lock. Chapter 88. Autonomously unlocking the genetic lock clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Lin Shi stood in the living room, holding his breath and concentrating. He felt a faint, almost imperceptible source of power within him. After 7 days of relentless practice of the health regimen, Lin Shi discovered that he seemed to possess an additional energy within his body. This energy flowed like blood, coursing through him, very weak, yet providing an exceedingly comforting sensation. Lin Shi speculated that this might be the source material absorbed by the health regimen, transformed into source power. In the past 2 days, he had attempted to control this source power and made an astonishing discovery. Open, Lin Shi exclaimed, directing the source power to spread throughout his body. A jolt of electricity-like sensation surged from his heart. He seemed to hear a click within his body, as if something had been unlocked. He then entered a state of having unlocked his genetic lock. Success once more. Lin Shi felt a surge of exhilaration as he lunged towards the Demon King, who was hiding in the corner of the living room. The Demon Lord desperately squeezed itself into the corner, its canine visage exhibiting a vivid array of emotions. Its mouth slightly agape and eyes wide with alarm. It appeared as though it wished to evade, yet found itself unable to do so, seemingly exclaiming, "Here it comes again. Please don't approach." Lin Shi lifted the Demon Lord, swinging open the door to the safe house with the swiftness of the wind, and unceremoniously hurled it into the snow. Despite the frigid outdoor temperature plummeting below -30 degrees Celsius, Lin Shi was clad merely in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Remarkably, he felt no chill. Rather, a warm current coursed through his limbs. "Demon Lord, let us have some practice." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Shi charged toward the Demon Lord, which was shaking off the snow that clung to its form. The demon, having learned to roll as Lin Shi had taught over the past few days, evaded Lin Shi's punch and lunged back at him. With a swift advance, Lin Shi ducked low and executed a sweeping kick. The Demon Lord's leap was abruptly interrupted as it tumbled into the snow, landing face first. I've previously mentioned that human techniques are exceedingly cunning. You must observe the movements carefully and adapt accordingly. Even in battle with me, you must remain earnest. Now, it is your turn to initiate the attack, Lin Shi instructed. The Demon Lord stood up, its expression tinged with resignation, casting a mournful glance at Lin Shi, an unmistakable look of having been compelled to perform this role many times before. As Lin Shi engaged in combat, he diligently guided the Demon Lord's offensive maneuvers. 10 seconds later, the time limit for the genetic lock expired. This marked the 6th occasion Lin Shi had actively released the genetic lock in the past few days. Since discovering the source of power within him 2 days prior, he had experimented with controlling it and mastered the method of unlocking the genetic potential, though success was not guaranteed each time. With the frequency of unlocking the genetic lock increasing, or perhaps due to a rise in the source power within him, the duration of the genetic lock's effect also lengthened. Unlike previous instances when he had felt utterly drained after unlocking it, he now found himself invigorated. Lin Shi was convinced that with a bit more time, he would master this newfound power flawlessly. Noticing a sudden diminishment in Lin Shi's momentum, the Demon Lord's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. Its mouth curled into a grin as it lunged at Lin Shi once more. Anticipating the Demon Lord's vengeance, Lin Shi rolled aside, declaring, having released the genetic lock, "I can now move, albeit still lacking in strength." He hastily sprinted indoors, leaving the infuriated Demon Lord howling in frustration. "Woof, you lack martial virtue." Ever since savoring a feast of roasted meat 3 days prior, the Demon Lord had developed an insatiable craving for it, finding raw meat utterly unappealing. Each day, it positioned itself beside the oven, signaling to Lin Shi its desire for roasted delicacies. Lin Shi skewered chunks of meat with a massive iron skewer and placed them in the oven. Beef, lamb, pork belly, and even marinated wild boar sizzled within, exuding an enticing aroma. After preparing a batch of roasted meat, he set aside a few skewers without seasoning for the Demon Lord, while he himself indulged in fresh lettuce wrapped around the succulent meat. The crisp and fragrant lettuce paired exquisitely with the rich, tender lamb, rendering each bite a profound delight. Consuming an excess of barbecued meat can quickly become tiresome. Lin Shi retrieved a watermelon from his space and dashed outdoors, burying it in the snow. Moments later, he emerged with a perfectly chilled watermelon. Were it not for the frigid temperatures outside, Lin Shi would have relished the opportunity to grill over charcoal. The exquisite flavor of charcoal grilled meat is unparalleled. After enjoying his lunch, the Demon King, with a look of satisfaction, licked his lips and approached Lin Shi, nudging his leg and gazing up at him. Did he wish to return to the space? The Demon King nodded affirmatively. What reason could he have to deny the request of his companion? Recently, the gibbon had been obediently acquiescing to the Demon King's wishes. Once the Demon King was tucked away in the space, Lin Shi took a moment to rest before preparing his attire. At the Star Sea apartment, Lu Peng seethed in frustration, exclaiming, "How can we not find them? It's simply unfathomable." He angrily grabbed a water cup from the table and hurled it to the ground in front of the reporting soldier, his voice laden with suppressed rage. "Search the entire Sha city immediately. Scour every possible location. I demand you turn the city upside down until you find them." "Yes, Chief Lu," responded the soldier. After the soldier departed, Lu Peng slumped despondently into a chair, his chest heaving with agitation. As days passed without any news of Lu Pianran, a sense of foreboding grew stronger within him. He had not closed his eyes since last night. With so many soldiers scouring the city for a week, they had turned every stone, yet still, no leads emerged. The absence of any information spoke volumes. Deep down, Lu Peng began to suspect that his daughter may have met with foul play, further dimming his hopes of finding her. A flicker of resentment crossed Lu Peng's eyes as he felt an overwhelming hatred toward Major General Lin Tianrui. After saving Lin Tianrui's life, he found it utterly outrageous that he was met with such reluctance when seeking assistance in locating his daughter, an act of ingratitude that was nothing short of heartless. Nevertheless, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, Lu Peng vowed not to surrender. He would not rest until he laid eyes on his daughter. And if she had perished, he would ensure that her murderer paid dearly. At this moment, consumed by a rage that clouded his judgment, Lu Peng failed to consider the heavy burdens the soldiers bore. They were tasked with gathering supplies, distributing them, patrolling, and repairing essential equipment. Some soldiers even had to labor alongside survivors as cement workers to construct shelters. Time was of the essence. Each day of delay meant further suffering for the survivors outside. The toll had already claimed the lives of several soldiers within their ranks. These considerations escaped Lu Peng's mind as his thoughts fixated solely on his daughter. Unable to find her, he felt compelled to ensure that others paid the price alongside her. With a fierce expression, Lu Peng rose, concealing a dagger from his drawer at his waist, and strode purposefully toward the door. The soldier stationed at the entrance saluted him. Lu Peng's tone was icy. "Where are the criminals we apprehended a few days ago? Lead me to them." Chapter 89, Seeking Clues. Although the soldiers had yet to uncover any trace of Lu Pianran and her companions, they had successfully captured numerous individuals who had been pillaging and committing violence along the pathways. The soldier led the solemn-faced Lu Peng away from the Shanghai apartment. At that moment, on the balcony of one of the apartment buildings, Wang Chao stood alongside a burly man, both observing Lu Peng as he exited the premises. "Chief, aren't you going to do something about him?" Wang Chao inquired, his gaze fixed on Lu Peng until he became a mere speck in the distance. Lin Tianrui, lacking the authoritative demeanor he had exhibited while maintaining order before the apartments, casually waved his hand and sighed. "Forget it. Lu Peng has only one daughter, a gift from his late wife, and we both know how significant she is to him. If it were you or me, we would also lose our composure." After speaking, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his jacket, handed one to Wang Chao, lit one for himself, and took a drag. "Is there still no news about that girl in Qiujun?" Wang Chao accepted the cigarette but did not smoke it. Instead, he placed it in his pocket and sighed in response. "No, still no news. Given the time that has passed, the hope of finding them grows dim. Are you worried he might harbor resentment towards me?" Lin Tianrui asked nonchalantly. "If we do find them, I will inform him then. If not, there is no need to dwell on it. Everyone knows my character. He saved my life and has been with me for many years. Some things do not require words." Wang Chao's eyes twitched slightly. "Chief, are you perhaps overly confident in your own charisma?" However, he refrained from voicing this thought aloud and instead posed. "Do you think it possible that a survivor managed to unlock their genetic lock and had a confrontation with Qiujun, resulting in their demise?" "I have entertained that suspicion as well," Lin Tianrui acknowledged. "Since the solar storm, the number of soldiers unlocking their genetic locks has risen to 13. It's conceivable that some ordinary survivors have also succeeded. Yet, Qiujun has had his genetic lock activated for 5 years now. You know well that such power is not easily adapted to by an ordinary person. If it were a regular person newly empowered, even if Qiujun were caught off guard, the situation would not have been so thoroughly executed. I have my doubts." Lin Tianrui's voice trailed off abruptly as the cigarette, but was extinguished by the cold wind. He discarded it onto the ground and continued, "In the coming days, have Li Qiu take over some of Lu Peng's responsibilities, as if granting him a brief respite." "Understood." Wang Chao did not press Lin Tianrui further regarding his suspicions. Deep down, he shared a mutual understanding that an ordinary individual could not possibly orchestrate the simultaneous disappearance of a genetic lock-bearer alongside several soldiers. It was likely the work of another faction. As for which faction it might be, Wang Chao suspected Lin Tianrui had already formed his own theories. After leaving the Xinghai apartment, Lu Peng arrived at the detention center on the western outskirts of Shushi. Following the onset of the apocalypse, those caught stealing resources or abducting women were thrown into this grim place. After the soldiers had conducted their inquiries, the guard led Lu Peng to a cell where several recent detainees were held. "Sir, the prisoners captured in the past week are all here. Open it. These individuals are on the brink of madness. If we unlock the door, we might lose control." The guard hesitated. Lu Peng reiterated, "Open it." The prison guard, witnessing Lu Peng's unwavering resolve, instructed the other guards to prepare and open the cell door. Instantly, a nauseating stench of excrement mingled with the coppery scent of blood assaulted Lu Peng's senses, causing him to grimace. Over 100 individuals were crammed into a cell designed for merely a dozen, sitting or standing in close quarters, nearly back to back, with no space to lie down. The floor was a grotesque tableau of excrement and dark brown clots of blood, frozen in the low temperatures, which had mitigated the odor somewhat. Nevertheless, the foul stench remained nearly unbearable for anyone entering. The inmates' eyes gleamed with a ravenous hunger. They were desperate enough to gnaw on anything within reach. It was not uncommon for the starving prisoners to resort to biting one another in moments of desperation, leading to daily skirmishes. The guards, indifferent, merely dragged out the corpses at regular intervals. In this apocalyptic world, they could hardly manage the righteous, let alone provide the wicked with opportunities for reform as they once did, unless they could endure until the world returned to some semblance of normalcy. As the door swung open, a dozen inmates near the entrance surged forward, clamoring, "Food! Is there food? Let me out. I'm starving. Kill those guards, and let us escape." The guards, seasoned in dealing with such chaos, swiftly drew their batons, striking down the foremost inmate who fell to the ground with a thud. The other two guards followed suit, wielding their weapons without hesitation, indifferent to the potential fatalities. Any who dared to incite disorder would be met with severe consequences. Outside, two armed guards maintained a watchful eye, and after the ninth body appeared on the ground, order was finally restored. Lu Peng's penetrating gaze swept over the inmates as he spoke slowly. "Listen closely. A week ago, did any of you see suspicious individuals entering the Haitin Villa area on Garden Road? Or did you notice anything out of the ordinary along Garden Road?" He continued, "If anyone provides credible information, I shall ensure their escape from this wretched place, along with ample food and warm supplies." The prospect of leaving and receiving sustenance ignited a frenzy among the inmates, each clamoring to speak. "I know. I have information. I saw something." The chaos erupted once more. Lu Peng bellowed, "Silence. Form a line and speak one at a time. If anyone dares to deceive me, they shall learn the cost of their deceit." Although threatened, the inmates were still eager to grasp at the slim chance of escape. After listening to several, Lu Peng discerned that many were merely fabricating tales to gain attention. Following one blatant lie, he erupted in fury, drawing a dagger and plunging it into the offender's neck. His gaze, laden with impatience and murderous intent, swept across the remaining prisoners. "I warned you not to lie. Any further deceit will result in immediate death." This declaration silenced the would-be fabricators, leaving them hesitant to approach. Just as Lu Peng felt that this path was a dead end, a prisoner hesitantly stepped forward. "Chief, I saw two suspicious individuals heading towards the Haitians' Villa area last Wednesday." Lu Peng patiently inquired, "Were they men or women? What were their characteristics?" The man pondered before responding. "They were both men. One of them is Qian Liang. I know him, as we live in the same building. The other man I have never seen before, but he wore a black tactical jacket, a black hat, a mask, and goggles, along with a pair of exceptionally warm boots. I was quite intrigued and took a good look at him. They seemed to be heading towards the villa area, but I didn't follow them and can't be entirely sure." A glimmer of insight flashed in Lu Peng's eyes as he probed for more details about Qian Liang, his occupation, and further specifics about the two men. Regardless of their veracity, this was the only lead available. As for the informant, Lu Peng had no intention of fulfilling any promises. A prisoner who was to face death in a few days hardly warranted his investment of thought. That afternoon, Lu Peng obtained the basic information regarding Qian Liang. Upon seeing the name of his workplace supervisor, Lu Peng sprang to his feet. This person's name had come to his attention when Lu Qianran moved into the villa area. He was indeed one of the residents there. "Immediately take me to the Haitians' villa area." At that moment, Lin Shi was clad in a lightweight, flexible white combat suit, wielding a crossbow, carefully searching through the dense forest. The choice of a crossbow over a firearm was deliberate. In contrast to a gun, The crossbow offered greater stealth. A handgun's insufficient firepower could easily disturb the wildlife nearby. And should a stampede occur, even he would have to flee. The crossbow was specifically designed for jungle warfare. As a hunter in the wild, one must conceal oneself effectively and deliver a silent, lethal blow to the prey. For this purpose, Lin Shi had even coated his crossbow with a layer of white paint. However, he was uncertain if the scarcity of surviving animals in the tropical forests of Shushi was due to their nature. After more than 3 hours of delving into the hinterland, Lin Shi had yet to find any signs of life. Suddenly, he halted his footsteps, crouching low and cautiously moving leftward. A few hundred meters away in the snow, a clouded leopard was tearing into a deer that had been unearthed from the snow. The clouded leopard was larger than a Siberian tiger, and Lin Shi was almost certain that it had mutated. To confirm this, he needed to approach within 100 meters. As the treasure basin only provided alerts for source beasts within that range, Lin Shi stealthily advanced closer to the clouded leopard. The deer beneath the leopardess jaws had evidently succumbed to the sudden extreme cold, its body frozen stiff when unearthed. Although it was fresh, the clouded leopard seemed to struggle with its meal, as if it was having a hard time biting through. Seizing the opportunity while the leopard was engrossed in its icy feast, Lin Shi edged closer, soon finding himself within the critical 100-meter distance. The treasure basin indeed emitted a notification, detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. It was a source beast. A look of joy illuminated Lin Shi's face. The clouded leopard is inherently a creature of speed, and after its transformation into a source beast, its already remarkable swiftness has undoubtedly been enhanced. In a previous life, Shi encountered a cheetah that had undergone a similar transformation. This elusive cheetah moved like a shadow, striking without a trace. And many who sought to hunt it ultimately failed. If I could tame this clouded leopard, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally in battle. At that moment, the clouded leopard seemed to sense something, lifting its head. Lin Shi quickly concealed himself behind a withered tree. Thanks to the cover of the dead branches and his own camouflaged attire, the clouded leopard failed to notice anything amiss and resumed its focus on devouring its prey. Just as it lowered its head, a white arrow sliced through the air, piercing its hind leg with a sharp force. Lin Shi intended to capture the beast alive, otherwise, he would have aimed for its head. The clouded leopard let out a pained cry and attempted to flee. However, the injury to its hind leg severely hindered its speed. Lin Shi swiftly readied another arrow and launched it. With a swift motion, the clouded leopard's other hind leg was struck as well. It collapsed into the snow, unable to rise again. Everything seemed deceptively simple, yet this ease was contingent upon Lin Shi's possession of equipment in this life. Had he remained an ordinary person, armed only with a kitchen knife or a fruit knife, he would have hesitated at the sight of a wild beast, let alone a source beast. The knife he wielded had been left behind by 3 men from a villa area. Now, the clouded leopard finally beheld the one who had inflicted pain upon it. Its crimson eyes glinting with ferocity, it struggled to rise while ferociously attempting to intimidate Lin Shi with its growls. Its voice bore a striking resemblance to that of a domestic cat, lacking any true menace. Lin Shi stood a meter away, his gaze fixed upon the beast with an air of lethal intent. "Submit to me, and I shall spare your life." Meow, meow. The clouded leopard emitted threatening sounds. Lacking the intelligence of a gibbon, it could not comprehend human speech, and even when faced with the threat of death, its fierce nature remained undiminished. As Lin Shi reached out to touch it, the clouded leopard snapped at him. He remained unperturbed, knowing that if one strategy failed, another would succeed. Lin Shi retracted his bloodlust and summoned the Demon King. "Let us see who can be more ferocious," he declared. The Demon King landed with an excited gleam in its eyes, baring its teeth and letting out a mighty roar, woof. It approached the clouded leopard step by step. In terms of size, the Demon King held the advantage, making the clouded leopard appear as little more than a domestic cat in comparison. The clouded leopard struggled to rise, but fell back into the snow, emitting its threatening feline sounds. The Demon King advanced, pressing a paw firmly onto the clouded leopard's head, rendering it unable to escape from its grasp, no matter how it struggled. "Good dog," Lin Shi praised. He placed his hand on the clouded leopard, attempting to communicate with the spatial realm to draw it in. The clouded leopard fought fiercely and unexpectedly. Lin Shi's first attempt failed. He glanced at the Demon King and instructed, "Show it what you're capable of." In response, the Demon King lifted its paw, and as the clouded leopard raised its head, it struck firmly on its forehead with a resounding slap. Chapter 91, The Bounty Notice. The clouded leopard was left sprawled in the snow, unable to rise for quite some time. After numerous training sessions with the Dark Lord, Lin Shi has developed a profound understanding of the Dark Lord's formidable strength. Although the Dark Lord's speed may not be particularly advantageous among the source beasts, his power is immense. Even after unlocking the second tier of his genetic lock, Lin Shi finds himself only slightly superior in strength compared to the first-tier Dark Lord. If he were to endure a direct strike from such a claw, he would likely be incapacitated. This realization rendered the clouded leopard defenseless. Lin Shi once more communicated with the space, and in the blink of an eye, both the clouded leopard and the Dark Lord vanished from the snowy ground. With a flicker of joy in his heart, Lin Shi conveyed to the Dark Lord, "This clouded leopard is now in your care. Ensure it behaves." He then prepared to return. Capturing the source beasts must be done one by one. Capturing too many at once might incite conflict within the space. At this moment, having secured the clouded leopard into the space, the gibbon would merely observe as the Dark Lord engaged with the clouded leopard. Had the gibbon not yet been tamed, a fierce battle among the three source beasts would have ensued. Establishing a troop of source beasts cannot be rushed. On his way back, Lin Shi retrieved an axe from the space and felled dozens of already dead trees to store within. The following day, he intended to venture into the mountains again, but the weather proved uncooperative as a violent snowstorm descended. Thus, he was confined to the safety of his shelter to practice his health-preserving techniques. The snowstorm persisted relentlessly for 3 full days, during which Lin Shi had to venture outside every few hours to clear the accumulated snow from the mountain. The Dark Lord also assisted in shoveling the snow. To Lin Shi's delight, the gibbon had begun to respond to some simple commands. Although it was not as easily commanded as the Dark Lord, it was a promising beginning. Many trees were half buried under the weight of the snow. The situation in the city was equally dire. In Wulong Village, the ground floor of self-built houses was completely submerged, with the second floor also engulfed to a considerable extent. This bout of snowstorm further reduced the number of survivors in the Sand City. On the 4th day, the snowstorm subsided into light snowfall. Lin Shi stood at the door, observing the sky, and patted the Dark Lord, who was squatting beside him and already reaching his chest in height, saying, "Today is suitable for venturing out." The Dark Lord let out an excited howl upon hearing this. Lin Shi chuckled, interrupting the Dark Lord's exuberance. "Cease your howling. You might attract real wolves." Today, Lin Shi planned to gather gold, while he intended to allow the Dark Lord to explore the mountains on his own. Having spent his days at home training and eating, Lin Shi had long noticed the Dark Lord's surplus of energy. Although the space provided ample room for the Dark Lord to exert himself, the clouded leopard had recently become docile, and it would not be ideal for the Dark Lord to bully the compliant beast daily. The clouded leopard now fled at the sight of the Dark Lord, having grown significantly larger since their first encounter, adorned with a luxurious coat that enhanced its imposing appearance. This striking visage would undoubtedly alarm passers-by if brought into the streets. It was far too conspicuous. Better to let him enjoy his own adventures in the mountains. Lin Shi, feeling somewhat like a mother admonishing her child before an outing, earnestly reminded the eager Dark Lord, "Well then, off you go." Lin Shi coughed to mask his inexplicable rambling. The Demon King paced before him, awaiting his command. In an instant, it bolted away. Lin Shi was perplexed. "Woo-woo." The Demon King nuzzled against Lin Shi, settling at his feet, unwilling to leave. "What's the matter? Don't you want to play anymore?" Lin Shi asked in astonishment. The Demon King gazed at him with soulful eyes, affectionately nudging against him again. In that moment, Lin Shi suddenly comprehended the delicate expression. It feared being abandoned. Reluctant to depart, the Demon King was incapable of speech, and Lin Shi remained unaware of how it had transformed into a stray dog before their encounter. At that moment, Lin Shi felt a stirring in his heart, and he crouched down, embracing the Demon King. "All right, I merely wished for you to enjoy a day of play. You are my dear companion, and I shall never forsake you." He was no longer overly sensitive to the cold. His internal energy replenished itself after a few hours of consumption. As long as he possessed this energy, he had no fear of the chill. His attire was merely a fade, a means to blend in and avoid drawing attention to his otherness. Of course, this was only applicable in Shushi, where daytime temperatures plummeted below 30 degrees. In the north, where temperatures could plunge to 50 or even 60 degrees below zero, he would still struggle to conceal his identity. Lin Shi donned a mask. Upon entering the city, he quickly realized that many changes had occurred. The streets were now populated by far fewer survivors, and an air of anxiety permeated the atmosphere. He spotted a notice affixed to a wall, with several individuals gathered before it. Lin Shi approached for a closer look. Just a glance caused his pupils to constrict. A wanted poster. Astonishingly, it was a wanted poster. The critical detail was that it featured 1 or 2 likenesses, one of which depicted Qian Liang, while the other resembled his own attire from the day he had visited the villa. Below was a line announcing a bounty, stating that anyone who provided information about the individuals depicted or captured them would receive a substantial reward. The promised bounty was considerable. Since he had slain Lu Pianran and his group, he had refrained from venturing outdoors for over 10 days. He had no idea when this poster was posted. Adhering to the principle of inquiring when in doubt, Lin Shi turned to a man nearby who was also examining the wanted poster. The man appeared relatively amiable and, seeing Lin Shi clad in even lighter clothing than himself, offered him a sympathetic glance. "Little brother, are you from out of town? This wanted poster has been up for 3 days. I heard that these 2 individuals killed someone very important in the military, hence the manhunt. The reward is truly enticing. I check it daily. You should too, and hopefully, we can find these 2 and ensure our families need not worry about food and drink." Chapter 92, Inquiring for Information. In response, Lin Shi chuckled nonchalantly. "Haha, without surveillance or cameras, finding someone is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It's far more practical to seek out supplies." Standing right before this man, he remained unrecognizable, and the body of the other individual depicted on the wanted poster still resided in his space. Those who hoped to obtain such a bounty by seeking individuals were bound to be disappointed for life. The man sighed heavily. "Alas, who doesn't he know that? I merely wish to observe. Is it not permissible to dream of sudden wealth without purchasing a lottery ticket? In this current world, survival has become exceedingly arduous. How can one persist without a glimmer of hope?" Lin Shi cast a brief glance at the hurried pedestrians on the street and remarked, "Why do these individuals appear so flustered?" The man lowered his voice and replied, "It is all due to the wanted notice. Anyone seen wearing goggles or a black tactical jacket is at risk of being apprehended by those seeking supplies and taken to the eastern outskirts. As a result, everyone now must be cautious about their attire, lest they resemble the individuals depicted in the wanted notice." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, relieved that he had not donned goggles today. Otherwise, it would have posed yet another complication. He suspected that the forces behind Lu Pianran would conduct a stringent investigation into this matter, but he had not anticipated such a considerable uproar. Upon seeing the glaring image of Qian Liangliang on the wanted notice, he realized that he must have been seen during the abduction of Qian Liangliang en route to the villa. Qian Liangliang had no connection to this affair. Her inclusion in the wanted notice indicated a lack of substantial evidence. Merely based on their entrance into the villa area, they had been branded as criminals. It was evident that the individual named Lu Peng preferred to err on the side of caution rather than overlook any potential suspects. Lin Shi and the man engaged in casual conversation about recent developments among the survivors. He felt no concern regarding the wanted notice. At worst, he would simply refrain from wearing that outfit in the future. The man appeared to be quite chatty, incessantly lamenting the dwindling supplies available in the eastern outskirts, noting that aside from a meager amount of food, nothing else was distributed weekly. Candles could only be exchanged for contribution points. Without candles, one would be left in darkness at night, even needing to be cautious when using the restroom. A few days prior, a significant event had stirred the survivors, as the military had somehow procured several excavators and commenced digging in the vacant lot of the eastern outskirts. He heard they intended to construct most of the shelter underground. The man then recounted his attempt to enlist as a laborer, only to be rejected due to his slight build and lack of strength. The line of survivors seeking to apply was incessant, primarily composed of robust young individuals and a few skilled workers who were accepted. Suddenly, the man adopted a conspiratorial tone, pulling Lin Shi aside and leaning in closely. "I'm sharing this with you because I find you agreeable, but don't let it slip outside." Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement. "Word has it that the military is recruiting evolvers, those individuals with extraordinary strength, akin to the superheroes one might encounter in films, you know?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized he was likely referring to those who could unlock their genetic potential. His eyes widened with astonishment. The military is recruiting evolvers. This implies that they have discovered ordinary individuals capable of unlocking their genetic potential. However, when can one unlock their genetic potential and become a superhero? Even if they could, it would only be for a fleeting moment. He nodded in agreement, saying, "People like those superheroes in Marvel?" "Exactly." The man gave Lin Shi an affirming look. "I've heard that such individuals, upon enlisting in the military, can immediately enter the officer reserve. Not only that, but they will also secure permanent residency in the shelter. He could still obtain supplies from the military, thus alleviating his worries about food and clothing, gaining promotions and titles, and ascending to the pinnacle of life." The man spoke incessantly of the advantages of becoming an evolutionary, his eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Lin Shi casually echoed a few of his sentiments, but after failing to glean any useful information, he bid farewell to the man. During his last visit to the gold shop in the eastern suburbs to collect gold, he had altered his objective due to an encounter with Qian Liangliang, resulting in no collection. Initially, he had planned to return to the eastern suburbs today for gold gathering. However, this wanted notice extinguished his intentions to do so. He recalled his prior escapades through the city, adorned in similar attire alongside the Demon King, inevitably drawing parallels in the minds of others. It was possible that someone was already waiting for him near the gold shop in the eastern suburbs. Lin Shi promptly turned westward, intending to expedite his plans to collect gold from the surrounding cities of Shushi. He decided to first head to Lunan City, located west of Shushi. As per usual, he needed to traverse a secluded path to retrieve his snowmobile. As he walked, Lin Shi pondered the recent military summons for evolutionary candidates. He found himself curious about the proportion of ordinary individuals who had unlocked their gene locks. Aside from himself, the only other ordinary person he had encountered since the apocalypse who had unlocked their gene lock was Su Qingqing. Of course, this was also due to the limited number of ordinary people he had interacted with. Lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught sight of a short, thin man approaching. The man wore an old-fashioned felt hat and a mask, revealing only his eyes. His oversized cotton coat appeared as though it were a quilt draped over him. The two exchanged a brief gaze before averting their eyes and continuing on their separate paths. As they drew near, the man, who was initially meant to brush past, suddenly leaned toward Lin Shi. Anticipating the move, Lin Shi swiftly seized the man's hand that was reaching for the military knife at his waist, his gaze icy. Before he could utter a word, the man shot Lin Shi a sly glance and shouted first, "Help! Someone is robbing me with a knife." Chapter 93. Do you need assistance? Upon hearing the cry for help, a squad of patrolling soldiers swiftly approached their location, seizing the opportunity before the soldiers arrived. Sun Kongwen glared at Lin Shi with malevolence and hissed, "You little brat, aren't you going to let go?" Before the apocalypse, Sun Kongwen was a habitual thief. But after being caught numerous times due to the abundance of surveillance, he had eventually turned over a new leaf. However, the onset of the apocalypse offered him another chance to return to his nefarious ways. He targeted isolated individuals, stealing when he could, and when unsuccessful, he would escalate the situation. With no surveillance to incriminate him, as long as he wasn't caught red-handed by the soldiers, he could evade punishment. Sometimes, after the soldiers departed, he would continue to follow his target, stealing if possible, or attacking them to claim all their belongings, leaving nothing behind, not even their undergarments. In recent days, several souls had met their demise at his hands. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. "Officer, this man is attempting to rob me. Look, he is holding my hand, and he has a knife." Sun Kongwen feigned panic, pointing a finger at Lin Shi, the villain claiming first. The skilled demeanor of the individual made it evident to Lin Shi that this was not his first encounter with such affairs. The soldier, witnessing Lin Shi grasping the man's hand, refrained from jumping to conclusions and inquired, "Is that so?" Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "He was just attempting to steal from me, and I caught him in the act." "Steal from you? With my attire so fine? Look at you, clad in tatters. Barely warm. What could I possibly steal from you?" Sun Kongwen retorted passionately, his words laced with indignation. Yet, a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. How could this man, dressed so scantily, still possess such warmth in his hands? "Do you have any evidence?" Lin Shi glanced at the several soldiers, loosening his grip. "No," he stated. A gleam of triumph flashed in Sun Kongwen's eyes. The soldier turned to Sun Kongwen and asked, "You claim he attempted robbery. Do you have proof? Isn't his knife evidence enough?" Sun Kongwen pointed at the blade at Lin Shi's waist. The soldier fell silent. After all, who ventured out without a knife these days? If such a thing constituted robbery, the detention center would overflow. The soldier addressed Sun Kongwen, who feigned reluctance, nodding in acquiescence. "Very well then." With that, he shot Lin Shi a defiant glance and mouthed, "We shall see." The corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled beneath his mask, his gaze icy. Those familiar with him recognized the signs of his anger. "Since there is no issue, may I take my leave?" he queried the soldier. The soldier nodded in response. As Lin Shi slipped his hand into his pocket, a sudden clatter echoed as an object fell to the pristine snow below. A sizable piece of beef jerky landed with a thud, a treat Lin Shi had prepared during his time at the safe house. Ideal for moments when he wished to avoid cooking or venturing out. Seasoned with spices like chili and cumin, it appeared particularly enticing against the pure white snow. Both the soldier and Sun Kongwen lowered their gazes to the delectable jerky, their mouths watering in anticipation. It had been over half a month since either had tasted meat. After rounding a corner with the soldier, Sun Kongwen's eyes darted, and he abruptly halted. "I'll be right back," he declared before sprinting off, disappearing from sight in an instant. Once Lin Shi departed the previous street, he deliberately slowed his pace. Before long, he sensed a malicious gaze trailing him from behind. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The bait was taken. After 2 additional minutes, he turned into a narrow lane flanked by old houses. The menacing gaze vanished shortly thereafter. With a flicker in his eyes, Lin Shi continued onward. Moments later, a loud thump resonated from behind him. Lin Shi turned to see Sun Kongwen, who emerged from the corner of an old house, a triumphant grin plastered on his face. This ambush tactic had never failed him. Turning 1S back meant certain doom. As Lin Shi pivoted, Sun Kongwen lunged forward, brandishing a gleaming, sharpened knife. A malicious grin adorning his features as he aimed for Lin Shi's back. Sun Kongwen was brimming with confidence. Although he was still in the midst of his nefarious act, he couldn't help but lick his lips, his mind already preoccupied with thoughts of how to savor the piece of meat in several bites. Unfortunately for him, he had just run into an iron wall. Lin Shi had been waiting for his appearance. Just as Sun Tsungwen's knife was poised to plunge into the plump prey, his hand was suddenly seized. Lin Shi had turned around without him noticing, gripping Sun Tsungwen's hand with a vice-like strength. An overwhelming force surged through Sun Tsungwen's wrist, contorting it instantly. The knife clattered to the ground. Sun Kongwen was unable to suppress a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, but Lin Shi offered him no respite, delivering a powerful punch to Sun Tsungwen's face. The might of Lin Shi was terrifying, shattering Sun Tsungwen's entire visage, his nose caving inward. Despite such a grievous blow, Sun Kongwen was not dead. He could hardly believe that the once plump lamb in his eyes had morphed into a ferocious wolf. Just as Lin Shi was about to deliver the final blow to this thief, a voice suddenly rang out from above. "Do you need help?" Lin Shi jerked his head up, his gaze skimming past the swirling snowflakes, landing on a young man seated atop the roof. The very same youth who had stood in line before him that day. When had he arrived there? How had he remained undetected? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, his attention was entirely captured by the youth above, when he was unexpectedly latched onto, causing him to stumble forward. Sun Kongwen, with his eye already destroyed by Lin Shi, met Lin Shi's gaze, his grotesque face seemingly attempting to intimidate him. He withdrew his other intact hand and viciously aimed a finger at Lin Shi's eyes. Lin Shi's pupils constricted, not out of fear of Sun Tsungwen's terrifying visage, but due to the sudden display of such refined combat instinct from a man on the brink of death, which could only be explained by one thing: gene lock. Was this merely coincidence, or was there more to it? His first instinct was to believe that the youth above had acted deliberately. Had he not spoken out just then, Lin Shi would have already crushed this thief's head with a single stomp. With no time to ponder further, Lin Shi blocked the finger aimed at his eyes. Feeling the sharp nails pierce his palm, he rolled to the side, evading Sun Tsungwen's subsequent assault. The first-time user of Gene Lock could only maintain it for 3 seconds. There was no need for him to engage head-on with someone activated by Gene Lock while being scrutinized by an ambiguous figure above. After dodging, Lin Shi stepped back a couple of paces. Sun Kongwen, having lost the use of one hand, attempted to rise and pursue, but the Gene Lock's effect had worn off. Sun Kongwen convulsed and collapsed once more. Lin Shi looked up again, but the youth had vanished from sight. Sun Kongwen lay on the ground, twitching, and then fell silent. Dead. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. He did not check the thief's pulse, and without hesitation, he crushed Sun Tsungwen's head with a kick. The already caved-in skull shattered, exploding like a watermelon dropped on the ground. Lin Shi wiped his leg in the snow, discarding the repugnant brain matter. Without ascending to the rooftop for a closer inspection, Lin Shi simply turned away from the narrow path. After he departed, a sound of disapproval echoed from above. TSK, TSK, such prudence, devoid of any curiosity, how utterly dull. Shi Yun, sword in hand, crouched atop the roof, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Alas, had Lin Shi chosen to ascend, he would have encountered a lethal blow that Shi Yun had long been preparing. The audacity to evoke a sense of threat. Who exactly are you? A faint smile played on Shi Yun's lips as he sheathed his sword, executing a series of agile movements before vanishing from sight. Chapter 94. The Beast Enters the City. After leaving the secluded path, Lin Shi sought refuge on a nearby building. His gaze once more fell upon the rooftop where the young man had appeared. It was now barren save for a few footprints. A flicker of realization crossed Lin Shi's eyes. Initially, he had perceived the man as overly optimistic. Their exchange had been minimal, and there had been no altercations between them. Could it be mere coincidence? He recalled the subtle feeling of being watched after collecting supplies in the eastern outskirts. Lin Shi dismissed the notion of coincidence. The world rarely conspired in such fortuitous ways. Most coincidences are orchestrated by those with intent. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Descending from the rooftop, Lin Shi made his way towards Lunan City. The day's yield had been predictably meager, amounting to a mere 30 kilograms of gold. As he reached the summit, the Demon King sensed his presence and charged forward, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. Lin Shi seized the approaching Demon King, inspecting it closely. "You're injured?" The demon's fur was matted with blood, some of it congealed. Upon closer examination, Lin Shi discovered that the demon had sustained only minor wounds, the blood not belonging to it. The Demon King licked its lips, appearing unsated. Lin Shi chuckled. "Did you venture into the mountains for a hunt today? Well, it's for the best. You can forage for your meals daily, alleviating the strain on my supplies. The Demon King's appetite had grown insatiable, and given that Lin Shi had also developed an enormous appetite, their meager provisions were hardly sufficient. Fortunately, Lin Shi had prepared for a lifestyle of subsistence before the apocalypse. He fetched a bucket of water and quickly fashioned a battle bath for the Demon King using the snow on the ground. Once cleansed, the Demon King shook its body, showering Lin Shi in a flurry of white frost. The remaining water in the bucket had frozen into solid chunks. Laughing amidst the icy spray, Lin Shi remarked, "I wonder what you dined on today. You seem less enthusiastic for dinner." Seizing every opportunity to enhance their strength, the Demon King possessed the ability to see in the dark. While it could discern Lin Shi's position, he could not do the same without night vision equipment, relying solely on sound to gauge the demon's location. Fortunately, after unlocking his genetic potential, Lin Shi's auditory processing speed had vastly improved. Even in darkness, his vision was not significantly hindered. In this shadowy realm, man and beast engaged in a playful exchange, and Lin Shi soon realized that the Demon King exhibited an extraordinary ferocity today. Remarkably, it had already mastered the art of feigned attacks. Clearly, allowing it to explore the mountains independently had been a judicious decision. Engaging in combat effectively honed its skills. After the conclusion, Lin Shi discovered that the duration of the gene lock had increased to 11 seconds, a delightful surprise. The following dawn, after practicing his health regimen, he and his dog set off on separate paths once more. Lin Shi continued to gather gold, while the Demon King ventured into the mountains again. Thus, half a month passed in this manner. During favorable weather, Lin Shi ventured out to collect gold, amassing over 500 kilograms of gold along with various other precious metal ornaments. Drawing ever closer to the final item duplication for his upgrade, the Demon King, meanwhile, reveled in the mountains, rising early and toiling until dusk, thoroughly enjoying himself. Over the course of this month and a half, the Demon King had noticeably grown in size. Lin Shi speculated that the Demon King had consumed a considerable amount of wild beasts or source beasts, thus digesting their source power. When blizzard struck, Lin Shi remained industrious, collaborating with the Demon King to chop wood and gather timber nearby. The extreme cold had decimated the tropical plants in Shi. During this period, Lin Shi also discovered the Demon King's new skill, tree gnawing. With a few bites, a tree of medium thickness was severed by the Demon King with impressive speed. Most of the low shrubs had long been buried beneath the accumulating snow. The rate of snow accumulation had slowed down. Initially, the fresh snowfall was relatively soft, but as layers thickened, the underlying snow became more compact and settled. Consequently, while the snow continued to deepen, the rate of accumulation was no longer as rapid as it had been at first. Presently, it had submerged 2 stories. Throughout this month and a half, Lin Shi's self-cultivation and adept activation of the gene lock had not waned. He remained busy from dawn till dusk, feeling immensely fulfilled. The duration of the gene lock had now extended from 11 seconds to 18 seconds. Most importantly, he could now move freely after releasing the gene lock, no longer hindered by its aftereffects. One day, following 2 consecutive days of blizzards, a rare clear sky emerged. Although the sun's warmth was lacking, the mere presence of sunlight uplifted one's spirits. Lin Shi once again split from the Demon King, one heading into the mountains and the other into the city. Upon arriving in Lunan City, Lin Shi sought out another gold shop, only to find it had already been ransacked. The interior lay strewn with shattered glass, devoid of any valuables. It seemed he would have to seek a different location the following day. As he exited the gold shop and wandered through several streets, he suddenly noticed an increase in survivors on the streets of Lunan City. Many were carrying large bags, moving cautiously in groups. It appeared they were preparing to relocate. Even the number of individuals attempting to rob Lin Shi had diminished. When he encountered a lone robber once more, he did not kill him outright, but instead pressed his knife against the man's throat and inquired, "What has transpired these past few days? What are those people carrying?" The robber trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Please spare me. I'll tell you. A couple of days ago, a massive tiger appeared in the city, devouring many people. It has made it impossible for anyone to venture out in search of supplies. It is rumored that there are military forces in Shi protecting civilians, prompting many to consider relocating there. I, too, merely seek to gather enough funds for the journey. Grant me this one indulgence." Lin Shi, having acquired the information he sought, swiftly severed the head of the informant. It turned out that source beasts had indeed appeared. In fact, several source beasts had already been sighted in Shi over the past fortnight, with Lin Shi hearing reports of 3. Fortunately, due to the vigilant soldiers on patrol, the source beasts were swiftly eradicated, minimizing casualties among the survivors. At that moment, Lin Shi's ears perked up as he caught a distant sound of alarm. Raising an eyebrow, he hastened toward the source of the commotion. Chapter 95, Confronting the Giant Tiger. In the heart of Lunan City, the central square, which should have been bustling with life and vibrancy, lay blanketed under a thick layer of snow due to the bitter cold, transforming it into a vast expanse of white. Yet today, a different kind of commotion stirred the area. A colossal white tiger suddenly descended from the sky, looming in the center of the square, unleashing a deafening roar. Survivors passing through the square were struck with terror. Run! Flee! With a fearsome growl, the tiger launched its assault on the hapless survivors. One woman, upon sighting the beast, froze in terror, collapsing to the ground. She struggled to crawl backward, but it was futile. The tiger's gaze locked onto her, charging forth and swiftly severing her head with a single bite, blood gushing forth from the decapitated body. Witnessing this horrific scene, other survivors were thrown into a frenzy, desperately fleeing down narrow pathways. Some abandoned their precious supplies, while others forsook their families in their frantic escape. Yet, the speed of the mutated tiger far surpassed that of their feeble legs, and those who attempted to flee were inevitably caught, torn apart one by one. Blooms of crimson splattered across the pristine square as panic and despair spread like wildfire. Those who were a safe distance away witnessed the carnage and turned to flee in haste. As Lin Shi approached the edge of the square, he beheld the chaotic flight of survivors, while the white giant tiger savagely tore into a still-living man. The man's legs were ensnared in the tiger's jaws, his upper body remaining outside, wailing in hopeless agony. Upon noticing Lin Shi's lack of flight, the man's eyes glimmered with a desperate plea for salvation. Please, save me. Even in such dire circumstances, the instinct for survival prevailed. However, in the next moment, the giant tiger flung the man into the air, sinking its teeth into his chest. The sound of crunching bones echoed as blood splattered. In mere moments, the man was devoured. After the feast, the tiger leisurely turned its gaze toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi focused intently on the notification that appeared on his interface, detected a second-tier source beast within a 100-meter radius. A second-tier source beast. To think that merely a month into the apocalypse, such formidable creatures had already emerged within the city. In his previous life, second-tier source beasts had only appeared years into the apocalypse, always accompanied by a horde of first-tier beasts, capable of inciting a small-scale beast tide. This white tiger is not a breed native to the southern province, and being a solitary creature, it likely evolved after escaping from a nearby zoo. The second-tier source beast has already developed the capacity to withstand the damage inflicted by ordinary handgun bullets. Moreover, conventional blades and swords struggle to penetrate its resilient fur. A glimmer of anticipation ignited in Lin Shi's eyes as he raised his arm, revealing the crossbow he had previously retrieved from his spatial storage. He sensed that absorbing this second-tier source beast would result in a significant enhancement of the source power within him. As the colossal tiger spotted Lin Shi, it lunged toward him with astonishing speed, reaching his location in an almost instantaneous manner. Yet, Lin Shi was not sluggish either. Before the giant tiger could pounce, he adeptly utilized a forceful leap to ascend to the rooftop of a 3-story shop bordering the square. Once perched at this vantage point, Lin Shi aimed at the massive creature below and swiftly released an arrow. Given the advantage of long-range offense, Lin Shi naturally opted for a method that was both safer and less strenuous. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air and embedded itself into the tiger's hide. Half of the shaft swallowed by its thick fur. The lethality of the crossbow was evident. The tiger roared in pain, yet for its immense size, a single arrow was evidently insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. It leapt toward Lin Shi's small building, soaring through the air. Before the tiger could reach him, Lin Shi quickly knocked another arrow and shot it without glancing back to assess the outcome, already preparing to leap in another direction. His physical prowess had evolved dramatically from his previous state, and the 10-meter drop onto the soft snow below posed no threat to him. Behind him, the tiger's enraged roar echoed. A survivor, who had been knocked to the ground, witnessed the moment the tiger was struck by the arrow and gasped in disbelief. Someone is hunting that tiger. The other survivors, drawn by the commotion, turned to look. It was uncertain whether it was Lin Shi's aura that attracted the tiger or if it was angered by the 2 arrows he had fired. Even though the tiger was wounded, it continued its pursuit of Lin Shi. Upon landing, Lin Shi had no time to knock another arrow, as the sound of rushing wind approached from behind him. Although the crossbow boasted formidable power, it proved somewhat inconvenient under these circumstances. With others present, he could not openly perform spatial retrieval. Lin Shi tossed the crossbow aside and drew his handgun from his waist. He spun around and fired a shot, then swiftly rolled to the side to evade. At that moment, Lin Shi realized that his previous arrow had indeed struck the tiger's left leg. Intent on absorbing the source power of this creature, Lin Shi had no intention of holding back. He aimed directly at the tiger's eye and fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, with the tiger evading 2 bullets aimed at its eyes, but the third found its mark, blinding one eye. Enraged by its injury, the tiger became even more frenzied, lunging at Lin Shi with its gaping maw ready to bite. In close combat with a ferocious beast, Lin Shi was at a disadvantage in size, speed, and strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his genetic lock, deftly dodging the tiger's massive yellow fangs. In the next instant, he charged a powerful punch toward the side of the tiger's face. The muscles in Lin Shi's arms swelled dramatically in that moment. And with a tremendous force, his punch struck the giant tiger, causing its head to twist to the side. The giant tiger staggered, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi unleashed another punch, once again aimed at the tiger's head. The head is the Achilles heel of all creatures. A severe blow can lead to dizziness, a concussion, or even unconsciousness. Faced with Lin Shi's second punch, the dazed giant tiger was unable to react and endured another strike. Taking advantage of its vulnerability, Lin Shi relentlessly bombarded the tiger's head with a flurry of punches. From a distance, more and more onlookers paused in their flight to witness this astonishing spectacle. Goodness, is that a human? Someone murmured in disbelief. I finally believe that Wu Song can slay a tiger. This is even more ferocious. Another exclaimed in excitement. Some gazed at the bow and crossbow discarded by Lin Shi, their eyes gleaming with eagerness and avarice. Lin Shi's relentless strikes eventually brought the giant tiger crashing to the ground. The survivors, who had gathered from who knows where, erupted into cheers. Lin Shi cast a brief glance at them before refocusing on the giant tiger. He understood that the creature was not dead, merely rendered unconscious by his blows. Drawing a dagger, Lin Shi lifted the tiger's eyelid and plunged the blade into its eye, driving it deep until the hilt met resistance. The unconscious giant tiger thrashed violently. But as Lin Shi twisted the dagger with force, its struggles gradually subsided. At that moment, a man stealthily approached the spot where Lin Shi had discarded the bow and crossbow, taking advantage of the distraction as Lin Shi engaged the tiger. Chapter 96. Without morality. There is no fear of kidnapping. The man's eyes blazed with fervor and greed as he fixated on the weapon left behind. He thought to himself, if only he possessed such a bow and crossbow, he could easily hunt wild beasts and feast on their meat. However, before he could grasp the weapon, Lin Shi withdrew the dagger from the tiger's eye and swiftly flicked his wrist. The dagger shot forth like a bullet, piercing the man's throat. Emerging from the back of his neck, its power was astonishing, surpassing that of a bullet. The man froze, clutching his throat with wide, astonished eyes before collapsing. The others who harbored similar intentions immediately abandoned their thoughts, deterred by the prospect of confronting someone capable of slaying such a mutated giant tiger. After extracting the arrow, Lin Shi surveyed the massive corpse of the tiger and the circle of survivors surrounding him. He understood that the process of absorbing the source energy must not be interrupted, and he could not afford to do so before the gaze of the crowd. Thus, Lin Shi chose to first remove the tiger's body. With such a colossal creature weighing several hundred pounds, he effortlessly hoisted the tiger's leg onto his left shoulder, appearing to still possess ample strength. Approaching the edge of the square, he commanded the motionless survivors, "Stand aside." The survivors parted to make way. An elderly man remained rooted in place, his greedy eyes fixated on the tiger draped over Lin Shi's shoulder. "Young man, such a large tiger, you cannot consume it all by yourself. Could you perhaps spare us a portion? I perceive that you are not the selfish sort. Why not assist others thoroughly? Having rescued us, perhaps you might also grant us a morsel of sustenance." This statement effectively placed all survivors in opposition to Lin Shi. Indeed, such a massive tiger, if divided amongst them, would provide a substantial portion of meat for each individual. The survivors gazed fervently at the colossal beast, with some already stealthily reaching for their weapons. They conveniently forgot that had it not been for Lin Shi's timely intervention, they might have met their demise. While Lin Shi did not act out of a desire to save them, their survival was an undeniable truth. A sardonic smile graced Lin Shi's lips. Apologies. But he possessed no moral qualms and feared not the prospect of abduction. In an instant, a glint of cold steel flashed. The elderly man remained upright before Lin Shi, yet his head rolled away, thudding to the ground. In such moments, hesitation was a luxury he could not afford. Otherwise, the survivors would swarm him like hyenas. He comprehended their thoughts all too well. With a chilling glare, Lin Shi surveyed the crowd and inquired, "Who else desires to challenge me? I shall send him down to battle the tiger himself." The survivors, witnessing this, hastily gestured to retreat, terrified of sharing the fate of the elderly man. Lin Shi, wielding the bloodied blade, strode deliberately through the ranks of survivors until he had distanced himself. Once he had departed, one among the survivors turned to a gaunt man with yellow hair, his visage obscured by a mask, and remarked, "Brother Huang? That fellow seems to be the target Boss Li instructed us to eliminate. Why didn't we act just now?" Huang Miao regarded his subordinate with incredulity and replied, "In this apocalypse, what use is there in pursuing tasks? Can that old dog Li Duo Kai even reach this place? Come, let us follow, and see if we can procure some meat." Wise words, Brother Huang. Several followers trailed Huang Miao in the direction Lin Shi had taken. Lin Shi exited a district and ventured into an unfrequented alley, where he stored the massive tiger in his spatial realm. He then retrieved a broad knife from within, settling in a shop to polish the blade. The knife, straight and measuring a meter in length, was slender and razor-sharp, unlike the Tang sword, which was prone to breakage. This blade was ill-suited for slaying source beasts, but excelled in human combat. After polishing it twice, faint footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. Many had contemplated the tiger's fate as they traversed. A burly man with a square face and a weaselly companion entered the alley, not spotting the tiger. They fixed their gaze upon Lin Shi. Brother, we do not seek much, merely a leg, and we shall depart. Lin Shi smiled, though the expression bore no warmth. If you wish to claim my possessions, you must earn them by your own merit. The two men exchanged glances, and one drew a pistol from his waist, stating, I advise you not to refuse our hospitality. Lin Shi abhorred superfluous dialogue. With a flick of his wrist, a shard of glass struck the gunman's forehead like a bullet. The glass fragment embedded itself deeply into the man's brow, causing him to collapse lifelessly. The handgun clattered to the ground. The weaselly man, aghast at the display, trembled and attempted to plead for mercy, yet he soon followed in his companion's unfortunate footsteps. Rising to his feet, Lin Shi lowered the tip of his blade, addressing the world beyond the alley. As they arrived, they decided to join forces. No sooner had the words left his lips than a dozen survivors, previously concealed in the shadows, emerged. Fear not, no matter how formidable he may be. He is but one man with two hands. Let us charge together. Armed with makeshift weapons, the survivors surged into the shop. Mere minutes later, the alley was strewn with lifeless bodies. Lin Shi ensured each corpse received a final thrust, severing their heads before departing from the alley's rear. A short distance away, Huang Miao hesitated as he observed the group that had entered the alley but had yet to return. The alley's entrance loomed before him, resembling the gaping maw of a chasm, beckoning them to enter. Brother Huang, shall we proceed? Inquired a younger associate. Let us investigate, Huang Miao replied, swallowing hard as he cautiously approached the alley's mouth with his companion. Upon witnessing the carnage and the vacant eyes of the decapitated heads, a chill coursed through Huang Miao, causing him to instinctively retreat 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground. The others fared little better, nearly paralyzed with fear. Brother Huang, should we still follow? One stammered. Follow what? Let us get out of here. From a distance, Lin Shi caught a glimpse of a normal-sized wild boar, likely having descended from the mountains, rather than a source beast. 3 individuals lay moaning in the snow, yet the hunters remained undeterred, their eyes glinting with the prospect of fresh meat. The frequency of wild and source beast appearances had risen sharply. Lin Shi understood the implications. The beasts fleeing the mountains indicated a greater threat within, and it foreshadowed the imminent emergence of source beasts hunting humans. As the beast tide approached, the streets would soon be bereft of opportunities for survivors to openly scavenge for supplies. This world would increasingly prioritize strength. Lin Shi's resolve hardened. He must grow stronger swiftly. Placing his hand upon the giant tiger, he beheld the prompt indicating the presence of unclaimed source power. Unclaimed source power detected. Absorb? Yes, no. Without hesitation, he affirmed, yes. Chapter 97. Here comes that fool again. As Lin Shi spoke, he felt the surge of source power flooding into his body from his arm, a sensation even more pronounced than before. The contact with the giant tiger caused his arm to ignite with heat as the essence flowed into him, merging with his own source power. As this force coursed through him, Lin Shi felt his entire being heat up instantaneously, a wave of warmth radiating outward. Upon entering the safe house, he had already discarded his outer garments, and now torrents of sweat poured from his pores, mingling with streaks of murky brown filth. Then came an unprecedented sense of strength enveloping his entire form. A glimmer sparked in Lin Shi's eyes as he activated his genetic lock. With the mobilization of his source power, the unlocking of the genetic lock occurred with unprecedented swiftness, almost instantaneously responding to his will. A surge of enhanced strength erupted from within him. Lin Shi retrieved a steel rebar, as thick as his wrist, from his spatial storage, gripping both ends with ease, and twisted the steel into a spiral with remarkable finesse. Once a colossal beast weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, the giant tiger could now be effortlessly lifted with a single hand by Lin Shi. If he were to engage in battle with the beast again, he was confident that a single punch would be sufficient to knock it unconscious. What delighted Lin Shi even more was the extension of the gene lock activation time to a remarkable 32 seconds. As the saying goes, masters engage in combat within the blink of an eye. Gaining an extra second significantly enhances one's odds of victory. With his current speed after unlocking the gene, there was much that could be accomplished in those 32 seconds. Before he could fully revel in this revelation, The treasure trove before him displayed a sudden notification. Detected a second-tier source beast within 100 meters. Lin Shi inwardly rejoiced, seizing the opportunity to test his newfound combat prowess against this source beast. He swiftly opened the door and dashed outside, only to be met by a bewildering sight. The Demon King, with something clamped in its jaws, stared back at him. Both man and dog paused in surprise. The Demon King? Lin Shi scanned his surroundings, finding no other creatures present. It was you again, you silly thing. The Demon King, bewildered, spat out the object in its mouth, revealing it to be a green fruit. Neglecting the fruit for the moment, Lin Shi examined the Demon King closely. Have you advanced? He inquired, noticing that its size had indeed increased slightly since the morning. Upon closer inspection, he discerned subtle changes in the Demon King's eyes. The once blue and red irises had deepened in color, now exhibiting a semblance of human-like pupils. Its teeth and claws appeared sharper than before. The Demon King wore an expression of utter resignation as Lin Shi inspected it like livestock. Once he finished assessing the Demon King's transformation, Lin Shi finally noticed the green fruit on the ground. Where did this come from? At the mention of the fruit, the Demon King's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. It pointed at the fruit with its paw and then gestured to its mouth. Are you saying you consumed this fruit? Lin Shi deciphered the Demon King's intent, which puffed up its chest in a display of pride. So you've advanced. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in intrigue. The Demon King nodded, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction at Lin Shi's comprehension. The fruit appeared freshly plucked, with the stem still bearing signs of recent severance. Lin Shi's eyes glinted with contemplation as he picked up the fruit. At that moment, the treasure trove issued another notification. Source fruit detected, consumption advised. Lin Shi gazed at the fruit, still glistening with the Demon King's saliva, as a surge of thoughts raced through his mind. This is a mutated plant. In the Sandy City, predominantly tropical flora struggled to survive. To discover one that not only endured but also evolved was indeed an extraordinary find. Mutated plants do not possess the mobility of animals, even in their altered state. They remain rooted, incapable of developing brains or limbs. However, such plants may exhibit extraordinary resilience, with some being extremely hardy or possessing an impenetrable toughness that even source beasts find challenging to breach. Others may harbor deadly toxins. The rarity of fruit-bearing mutated plants is unparalleled and highly coveted. In his past life, official announcements had indicated that the discovery of a mutated plant could yield substantial rewards if reported to the authorities. In the quest to discover a fruitful mutated plant, one could not only reap substantial rewards but also secure a lucrative position within the sanctuary, thus ascending to a higher status among the inhabitants. To Lin Shi's astonishment, the fruit contained a source of power. He produced a bottle of water to wash away the drool of the Demon King from the fruit and took a small bite. Despite the frigid weather, the fruit remained unfrozen, its flesh still crisp and tender. The sweetness and crunchiness of the flesh resembled that of a jujube, yet it surpassed it in flavor by an immeasurable degree. As he swallowed, a warm sensation spread from his stomach throughout his body. It was indeed a source of power. Lin Shi eagerly finished the fruit and turned to the Demon King, who was staring intently at the fruit, and exclaimed, "Where did this come from? Take me there." The Demon King, now crouching low, stood at Lin Shi's waist. Puzzled, Lin Shi asked, "Why aren't you moving?" The Demon King rose, gazed at Lin Shi, then lowered itself, indicating with its head, "Are you suggesting that I ride on your back?" Lin Shi speculated. The Demon King nodded affirmatively. A wave of excitement surged through Lin Shi. He wondered if other boys had ever dreamed of having a striking mount like those in anime. He certainly did. As a child, he envied the steeds of characters in animated series, even pleading with his father to enroll him in riding lessons, but his father forbade him from traveling to another province. Carefully, Lin Shi climbed onto the Demon King's back, suppressing his excitement, and commanded, "Let us depart." Upon hearing the command, the Demon King galloped away. Lin Shi clung tightly to the fur around the Demon King's neck to avoid being thrown off. The scenery around him blurred as the cold wind whistled past his ears. The Demon King moved with incredible speed, effortlessly navigating the terrain. They raced across the snowy ground, darted through a forest of withered trees, leaped over streams, and skimmed across lakes. They finally came to a halt beside a frozen waterfall as darkness enveloped the sky. "Is this the place?" Lin Shi dismounted from the Demon King. The creature cast Lin Shi a knowing glance before approaching the waterfall. Lin Shi followed closely behind. Icicles hung from the frozen waterfall, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. As Lin Shi drew near, he discovered a hidden entrance beneath the cascade, seemingly carved out. Chapter 98, The Strange Tree. The entrance had been concealed by the waterfall before freezing, and now it was further obscured by the rapidly formed icicles, making it exceedingly well hidden. Lin Shi approached the entrance, gazing at the Demon King with a look of wonder. "How on earth did you find this place?" What has this creature been up to in the mountains? The Demon King stood tall and proud, gesturing for Lin Shi to follow it inside. With the fading light, the cave was shrouded in darkness. Lin Shi donned a headlamp and cautiously followed. The ground was devoid of snow and covered in slick, frozen stones. However, the cave was not deep. After walking a short distance, a source of light appeared ahead. Following the Demon King, Lin Shi entered a cavern, and upon seeing the interior, his eyes widened in astonishment. The cavern looms high, flanked by towering rock walls, with an opening at the apex. A massive boulder rests at the top, allowing a faint glimmer of light to filter through the crevices above. Below lies a pool, now frozen over, with a cluster of stones jutting out above the icy surface. In the midst of this stone formation grows a peculiarly shaped tree, its branches adorned with scattered luminescence. The scene appears extraordinarily surreal, making Lin feel as though he has stumbled into an ethereal realm. The tree's trunk, bending gracefully, resembles the thickness of a water barrel and is cloaked in a grayish-black hue. Its numerous branches and dense, dark violet leaves form a grand canopy, soaring to a height of 5 or 6 meters. Just gazing upon it evokes an overwhelming sense of vitality. Beneath the tree, a gigantic serpent, its belly slit open, lies motionless on the ground. The Demon King, upon noticing the serpent's carcass, swatted it into the pool with a claw and pointed towards the tree. Lin approached to inspect the serpent. It measured over 3 meters in length, thick as an adult's calf, adorned with patterns akin to the tree's violet hues. Its body was nearly severed in half, and the gallbladder had mysteriously vanished. Observing the bite marks along the serpent's body, Lin deduced without hesitation that it was the work of the Demon King. "Did you do this?" he inquired, casting a glance at the Demon King, who licked his lips and barked in response. "Next time, don't consume everything." Lin's father sighed, pondering the potential toxicity of the creature. However, the Demon King's lively demeanor suggested that at least the serpent's exterior was non-venomous. Judging by the serpent's size and its unfamiliar coloration, Lin concluded that it had undergone some form of mutation. Typical cold-blooded creatures would struggle to survive in such frigid conditions. Perhaps the tree played a role in this anomaly. Upon reaching the serpent's body, Lin found that his treasure-seeking artifact offered no indication of nearby unclaimed source energy. He attempted to place his hand upon the serpent, but received no response. Could it be that the serpent's source energy resided within its gallbladder, now devoured by the Demon King, thus rendering the creature devoid of energy? Or had the source energy dissipated due to the serpent's prolonged death? Lin pondered these questions in silence. Deep down, he harbored a lingering curiosity. Why, despite being animals, humans and beasts had diverged so drastically in their evolutionary paths? Previous research had demonstrated that humans could scarcely absorb source energy autonomously like plants and animals. It was as if humanity were not a native species of this planet. The origins of humankind have long been a subject of contention in scientific history, with no concrete evidence linking humans to primate evolution. Darwin's theory of evolution remains merely a hypothesis. Setting aside his audacious speculations, Lin steadied his thoughts and approached the tree. The Demon King paced anxiously beneath it, unable to contain his excitement. As Lin drew closer, he noticed bite marks on the tree's trunk, unmistakably left by the Demon King. He plucked a fruit from the tree and offered it to the Demon King, who joyfully accepted it, placing it on the ground while continuing to watch Lin intently. "You, my friend, are growing increasingly clever," Lin remarked, patting the creature's head before deftly climbing the tree. When his body made contact with the tree trunk, the treasure basin emitted a prompt. "Detected a significant amount of source energy within this plant. Would you like to absorb it?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, feeling little surprise. The treasure basin's ability to absorb source energy was not a recent development. Lin Shi continued to pluck fruits from the tree. Before long, he had gathered a dozen green fruits that had fallen into the space around him. After confirming that there were no more fruits left on the tree, Lin Shi turned to the Demon King beside him and said, "Do not allow anything to disturb me." He placed his hand on the trunk, gazing at the treasure basin's interface, and silently declared, "Yes, absorb." In Haishur, at the Shun family estate, Shun Fanren, preparing to take a rest, sat at the edge of his bed, furrowing his brow as he listened to his subordinate Wang Ji's report. "Boss, those individuals still refuse to cooperate with us. Should we?" Wang Ji tentatively made a gesture across his throat. Shun Fanren stood up and began pacing the room. The conflict with the official forces of the Public Security Bureau had its origins in Lin Shi's assassination of Shun Jinbin and 3 bodyguards at the hospital. At that time, Lin Shi had refrained from taking the bodyguards' weapons, intending to create some trouble for Shun Fanren. However, what Lin Shi did not anticipate was that this incident would cause Shun Fanren considerable trouble, indeed, significant trouble. In his previous life, when the apocalypse struck, Shen Fanren leveraged the extensive network of relationships and good reputation he had cultivated over many years in Haishur to establish a cooperative relationship with the authorities at the onset of the disaster. He provided countless supplies and manpower, thereby solidifying the Shun family's position in Haishur until the official forces gradually disintegrated and absorbed the city, rendering him the unofficial king of Haishur. In this life, however, due to Lin Shi's seemingly casual action, the police discovered firearms from Shun Fanren's bodyguards. Consequently, before the apocalypse even began, Shun Fanren was designated as a key target for investigation by the Public Security Bureau of Haishur. Following a breakdown in communication, he found his estate surrounded by special police, who uncovered numerous contraband items. Shen Fanren was promptly taken away by the special police from his estate. Fortunately, it was the onset of the apocalypse. Otherwise, this would have been enough to bring him considerable disgrace. Subsequently, chaos erupted throughout Haishur, with citizens engaging in rampant looting and violence. During the turmoil, Shun Fanren's subordinates managed to rescue him from prison. Later, he reformed the estate to shelter refugees. And amidst the collapse of order, crime became a daily occurrence, allowing the official forces of Haishur to temporarily overlook him. The official forces were led by the director of the Public Security Bureau of Haishur, who gathered a group of officers, special police, firefighters, and other public servants originally affiliated with the government. During these days, Shun Fanren had been endeavoring to negotiate cooperation with the Haishur authorities. Yet his efforts repeatedly ended in failure. What had once been his greatest ally in the past life had now become the most formidable obstacle to his dominion over Haishur. What about the other matter I asked you to investigate? Chapter 99, The Night Raid of the Wolf Pack. You instructed me to look into the unusually large beasts that have recently appeared in the city. I discovered that these creatures did not merely emerge from the mountains. They fled from the north. I consulted with an animal expert who suggested that the current frigid temperatures in the north might be rendering it inhospitable for these wild beasts, prompting their migration southward. At this point, Wang Ji cast a cautious glance at Shen Fanren and remarked that the creatures currently appearing in Haishur are merely the advanced scouts, those that are swift enough to escape. It is likely that a larger throng of beasts will soon follow. This news is most disconcerting. While ordinary wildlife poses a manageable threat, the colossal beasts necessitate substantial firepower for their extermination. Should the numbers of these creatures increase without official collaboration to supply ammunition, their reserves will undeniably prove insufficient. In the absence of firearms and ammunition, Shun Fanren's standing in Haishur becomes precarious. Shun Fanren's expression darkened. Have we received any updates from those we dispatched north to gather intelligence? Since the solar storm erupted, the magnetic field of Blue Star has remained unstable, rendering radio communication impossible. Shen Fanren's biological research facility is situated in the north, and with transportation rendered inoperative, he is utterly bereft of news. The gene drugs he developed prior to the apocalypse are now inaccessible. His countenance, already beyond the realm of mere concern, reflected a profound gravity. After a lengthy contemplation with his eyes closed, he finally opened them and said, "In the coming days, we must focus on the wildlife situation. Instruct our people to consolidate supplies and prepare for a potential evacuation from Haishur. Let us disregard Pang Jiangwo and his faction for now." Pang Jiangwo is the current leader of the official forces in Haishur. Wang Ji's eyes flickered with intrigue in response. Understood. The soundproofing in Shun Fanren's chamber was exceptionally effective. While Shun Fanren and Wang Ji conversed within, two women stood outside his door, locked in a contentious standoff. One of them was Lcua, at Shun Fanren's level. Any woman he desired could be acquired, yet the more elusive she was, the more he yearned for her. Lcua epitomized this allure. Initially captivated by her ethereal elegance amidst the crowd, he soon discovered that she was already married. Lcua, possessing keen intellect, knew precisely how to win a man's heart. She not only catered to his preferences, but also skillfully augmented her value in his eyes. She understood that the more a man invested in something, the harder it became for him to relinquish it. Consequently, after becoming entwined with Shun Fanren, she consistently drew his attention and financial resources, even securing shares in his new energy company. Their relationship, once flourishing, seemed destined for longevity. Though Shen Fanren later pursued numerous women, Lcua remained irreplaceable in his life. However, this lifetime bore witness to Lin Shi's fatal act against Shin Jinbin, leading to Lcua's estrangement and subsequent replacement. Opposite Lcua stood another woman, alluring and voluptuous, with cascading waves of hair and striking features. Hua Lingrong, a former A-list star and Shun Fanren's latest paramour. "What brings you, Miss L, the faded flower of yesterday? Seeking to provoke disdain?" Hua Lingrong taunted, twirling her hair with a derisive expression. Lcua chuckled nonchalantly, yet her gaze was icy. "This is not a place where you hold sway. Fan Ren's current infatuation with you is merely a fleeting novelty. Hua Lingrong rolled her eyes, retorting, at least I still possess novelty, unlike some individuals who have long since lost their freshness and have grown stale. With that, she dramatically covered her nose, as though Lcua truly emitted an unpleasant odor. Lcua's expression darkened, ready to retaliate when suddenly, a cacophony of chaos and gunfire erupted outside the estate. What on earth is happening? The wolf pack is here. Stop them. Help. A horde of colossal wolves had descended upon the estate. Unlike the source beasts that had previously roamed the city, this pack had likely caught the scent of blood and flesh from the estate and was headed straight for it. The 3-meter-high wall, erected only recently to shield against the biting winds, was effortlessly leaped over by the massive wolves. The patrol team within the estate crumbled under the onslaught of the hundreds of wolves. Among them was a wolf king, larger than the others, who, flanked by several wolves, approached a wall and struck it with a mighty paw. The thick cement wall crumbled under the blow, revealing terrified survivors within. Lcua and Hua Lingrong, peering through the corridor's window, exchanged glances, both reflecting the stark terror in their eyes. At that moment, the door at the corridor's end swung open, and Xin Fanren along with Wang Ji emerged from their room, hastening towards the staircase. Lcua and Hua Lingrong immediately followed suit. Xin Fanren and Wang Ji moved with urgency. Darling, wait for me. Hua Lingrong called out as she ran, but it seemed Xin Fanren was oblivious, even quickening his pace to a jog. Suddenly, a shattering noise of glass echoed. A gigantic wolf lunged onto the path before them, causing both women to scream in fright. In that critical moment, as the wolf lunged towards them, Lcua seized Hua Lingrong's hair, pushing her towards the oncoming beast amidst her shrieks, and took off towards Xin Fanren's retreating figure. In the final moment, she reached Xin Fanren, who was opening the basement door. Jinbin, I want to be with you forever, Lcua said, her eyes brimming with tears, uncertain whether her display was one of masterful acting or sheer fear. Xin Fanren glanced at her and ultimately decided to pull Lcua into the basement with him. Throughout the night, the estate bore witness to a gruesome slaughter. By the time the three emerged from the basement the following day, the wolf pack had retreated. The estate lay in ruins, drenched in blood and scattered limbs, devoid of any survivors. Xin Fanren, gazing at the remnants of his once hard-earned sanctuary, nearly succumbed to despair. Regaining his composure, he resolutely addressed Wang Ji. Ascertain how many managed to escape yesterday, gather the survivors, and leave those who remain behind. Bring the snow vehicles you repaired last time. Collect whatever we can carry. We are headed south. Chapter 100, The Survivor Trading Market. In a frigid cave, after absorbing the source power from the foreign tree, Lin Shi felt a sense of saturation within his body. An indescribable sensation akin to being overly full enveloped him. Yet it was not a sensation of satiety, nor had he unlocked the third tier of his genetic lock. It was as though the source power had exceeded its limits. Yet something essential was still lacking. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the dense, purplish-green leaves of the tree to fall like snowflakes. The entire tree appeared to have lost its life essence, leaving only bare branches in its wake. Both Lin Shi and the Demon King were taken aback. The Demon King, puzzled, bit into the tree trunk once more, leaving a distinct tooth mark, revealing a grimacing expression. The Demon King's biting force was such that he could leave an imprint even on steel, highlighting the tree's formidable strength. Lin Shi pondered that this tree might serve as excellent material. However, its roots were entwined beneath the pond, rendering it impossible to be stored in his spatial inventory. After spending several minutes and exhausting 2 axes, he resorted to a chainsaw to finally fell the tree and store it away. Glancing up, he noticed that the sky had turned completely dark. The wilderness at night posed greater dangers, as many predators hunted under the cover of darkness. He retrieved several moisture-proof mats from his spatial inventory and laid them upon the flat, icy surface of the pond, setting up a tent atop the mats. Inside the tent, he spread out blankets, creating a makeshift abode for himself and the Demon King. The Demon King, seemingly unfamiliar with such a cozy dwelling, excitedly dashed in and out. This was Lin Shi's first night spent outdoors since his rebirth. He checked the temperature within the cave, -61 degrees. Recently, the temperatures seemed to be dropping even further. After sharing a modest meal, he and the Demon King crawled into their sleeping bags. Although the Demon King was highly alert, he still refrained from sleeping too deeply. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of the surroundings that kept him restless, as his mind began to wander. In this life, many things had changed. The apocalypse had commenced not long ago, with humanity and other beings undergoing mass evolution. Source beasts and evolved beings had emerged prematurely. The impending beast tide in this lifetime would undoubtedly be more terrifying than the last. Reflecting on it now, constructing a safe haven was undoubtedly his most prudent decision. Had he remained in a typical residential building as in his previous life, the thick concrete walls would likely have proven insufficient against powerful source beast assaults. His safe haven boasted walls 3 meters thick, constructed with steel plates and alloy structures, encompassing 2 levels. Even if dinosaurs from the Jurassic era were to reappear, the fortress-like quality of his safe haven would withstand the onslaught. He also lacked for resources, and with a secure refuge, his focus could remain on growing stronger. Moreover, once the beast tide emerged, areas with larger populations would be more susceptible to being targeted by the keen-sensed beast hordes. Ironically, his safe haven was comparatively safer. Yet, he lamented that he still had not avenged his father in this lifetime. With that thought, Lin Shi closed his eyes. He was not the sort of person blinded by hatred. Otherwise, upon discovering for the first time in his previous life that his father did not perish in an accident, he might have acted impulsively. Now, as the apocalypse looms, Shun Fanren is likely developing his power in Haishur, much like in his past life. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this journey will unfold as smoothly as the last. As he pondered, Lin Shi gradually drifted into a state between dreaming and waking. He envisioned himself and Zhao Xiao unearthing an ancient coin, inadvertently unlocking a treasure trove. However, this time, when the treasure was revealed, he resolutely killed Zhao Xiao without hesitation. Gazing into Zhao Xiao's disbelieving eyes, which remained wide open in death, he found a surprising sense of satisfaction within himself. Had he been as selfish and cold-hearted in his previous life as he was now, perhaps he would not have met such a tragic end. Thus, in this life, he vowed never to trust anyone again. After enjoying a warm breakfast in the safe house, Lin Shi ventured out once more. This time, he was not inclined to toil through neighboring cities in search of gold. He had heard rumors of survivors organizing a trading market in the eastern suburbs a few days prior, and it might have taken shape by now. He resolved to investigate today, hoping to exchange supplies directly for gold. Lin Shi mounted the Demon King and rode into the town. The appearance of the Demon King inevitably incited a degree of panic. The Demon King refrained from attacking. Instead, he regarded the fleeing humans with a disdainful gaze. By the time the patrolling soldiers rushed over upon hearing the commotion, the Demon King had already whisked Lin Shi away without a trace. Upon reaching the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi instructed the Demon King to halt. He seized a survivor who was paralyzed with fear, inquiring, "Is there a supply trading market nearby?" The terrified individual stammered. Nearly convinced he was about to meet his demise, there's a market near the park by the bridge, about a kilometer north of the supply distribution apartment. After learning the location, Lin Shi spent a few minutes searching until he finally found the park adjacent to the bridge the man had mentioned. After briefing the Demon King to remain on standby nearby, Lin Shi ventured alone into the park. Once filled with lush greenery, the park was now buried beneath a thick layer of snow. Only the tops of a few taller trees protruded from the white blanket, hinting at its former vibrancy. The park was bustling with people, and 2 squads of soldiers were present to maintain order. As Lin Shi entered, he was met with a series of makeshift stalls scattered across the snowy ground. Some stalls displayed wooden signs stating hefty purchases for medicine, while others offered useless mechanical parts in exchange for a meager amount of food. There were also stalls selling fabric and clothing that appeared only moderately warm, along with signs made of tattered cloth pleading for food, wishing good fortune and longevity upon those who helped. Almost everything imaginable was available. The number of vendors exceeded that of shoppers. After walking halfway around the park, Lin Shi found what he sought at one stall, an emaciated boy with frostbitten hands, who displayed several pounds of gold and silver jewelry. As Lin Shi stood before his stall, he gazed longingly at the food displayed at neighboring stalls. Swallowing his saliva in secret, he hardly noticed Lin Shi approaching. "How much do these gold pieces cost?" Lin Shi inquired. Chapter 101. Bartering for gold. Since the cataclysmic solar storm had unleashed an unrelenting cold, food supplies had dwindled to nothing, leaving survivors with ever scarcer resources. Wang Liang, originally a junior high school student sheltered by his parents, had once lamented the burdens of academic life, wishing for an apocalyptic event to liberate him from his studies. Perhaps even awakening latent powers like the protagonists in novels, allowing him to act freely as he desired. However, when the apocalypse truly arrived, it was far removed from his fantasies. His mother fell ill with a fever, bedridden, and their home was devoid of food. Wang Liang had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility of scavenging for supplies. Yet, being so young and inexperienced, he could only gather items unrelated to food or discarded by others on the streets. He reasoned that even exchanging for something of minimal utility was preferable to returning empty-handed. The gold he had collected lay scattered on the ground of a household he had visited, along with a used toothbrush and a nearly new towel. Yet, astonishingly, these items could not even procure a packet of cold medicine or a single steamed bun. Wang Liang had been manning his stall for 2 days without securing any exchanges. The rations distributed by the military had been consumed yesterday, and 2 days remained until the next supply drop. If he could not barter for anything, he and his mother would have to survive on melted snow. He could endure, but his mother. Wang Liang's gaze remained fixed on a few frozen buns displayed at a stall not far away. Although the buns, now frozen solid, were difficult to bite into, they were a rare delicacy compared to the frozen vegetables and uncookable rice. Over the past 2 days, he had come to understand that no one in this marketplace was willing to trade anything of value for his useless gold. A thought began to form in Wang Liang's mind. If he dashed over and snatched 2 buns, could he escape? Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him. He paid it no mind, assuming it was merely another passerby, until a voice rang out above him. How much for the gold? You want the gold? For the first time in 2 days, someone expressed interest. Wang Liang sprang to his feet in excitement, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him due to low blood sugar, and he collapsed back onto the ground. Lin Shi frowned, waiting for the young boy to regain his composure. Wang Liang, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "These for 2 buns." After a moment's reflection, he reconsidered, realizing he might have overvalued his offer, and quickly amended, 1 bun, or perhaps a pound of rice would suffice. While a pound of rice could indeed provide more sustenance than a single bun, the means to cook were far too precious. Even a few pieces of firewood demanded a pound of rice in exchange. He had already sold the matches from his home to procure food, and even if he managed to obtain rice, he could only eat it raw. Lin glanced at the golden wares on the stall. He had entire bags of rice in his space, yet he lacked any steamed buns. From the pre-prepared backpack, he retrieved 2 sealed packages of bread and inquired, would this suffice for a trade? Upon seeing the bread, Wang Liang's eyes widened with fascination. This type of bread used to be bought by his mother in bulk, allowing him to take a few to school each day to stave off hunger. He had grown weary of it back then. Now, as he beheld the familiar color and packaging once more, thoughts of his mother, still lying in bed, flooded his mind, causing his eyes to redden as he momentarily forgot to respond. Is it insufficient? Lin furrowed his brow slightly. It's enough. Though the 2 pieces of bread appeared meager, Wang Liang knew they could be exchanged for at least 5 or 6 pounds of rice from the market's resellers. He cautiously extended his hand to accept the bread, noticing at that moment how exceptionally clean and tidy Lin appeared. The eyes visible above his mask were sharp and clear, and he seemed not much older than Wang Liang. Seeing the young man staring blankly, Lin took the initiative to collect the gold from the stall and place it into his backpack. Wang Liang lowered his gaze, and, through the gap in Lin's open backpack, noticed an abundance of bread, sausages, and even matches inside. A glimmer of envy sparkled in his eyes, but he dared not express any covetous thoughts, silently wishing he could be as capable as this older brother. After gathering the gold, Lin inquired, apart from this gold, do you know if there are any others? Wang Liang's eyes brightened. Yes, I know another person who also sells gold. However, he seems to have not set up today, likely because no one was willing to trade with him yesterday, just like me. Wait here, I'll go fetch him. With that, he quickly gathered his belongings and vanished from sight. Lin had initially intended to establish a stall for collecting gold. With the boy gone, he took a plastic bag and settled into the spot where the boy had been. He retrieved paper and pen from his backpack, writing, purchasing gold, barter only. Starting at 10 pounds, he placed the paper in front of him and sat in quiet anticipation. Soon, someone noticed Lin's message and approached, asking, what do you offer in exchange for gold? Lin presented a piece of bread, stating, 10 pounds for one. He had previously gathered an entire container of these sweet breads from the port, numbering in the tens of thousands. As he was not fond of sweet treats, he decided to use some for trade. To prevent suspicion, he had deliberately hardened the bread by keeping it in his backpack. Seeing the golden bread, the individual swallowed hard, greedily eyeing Lin's backpack. Wait here a moment. Before long, the person who had just left returned with a reseller to Lin's stall. A few others were also drawn to Lin's sign, but they had little gold to offer, only a few 100 grams of jewelry, which Lin found unworthy of exchange. Li Wei scrutinized Lin and asked, do you seek gold? In any trading market, resellers would inevitably emerge, acquiring goods at a low price from the desperate survivors and subsequently selling them at a premium to those in need, thereby profiting from the price difference. Is the modus operandi of Li Wei, a middleman in this bustling market. This marketplace was established through the collaborative efforts of him and a few others. Do you have any? Lin Shi inquired, tossing a small bread roll in his hand. He was merely 200 kilograms of gold short of achieving his 10th item replication upgrade. He was confident that many individuals, especially the affluent ones from the pre-apocalyptic world, must have reserves they are reluctant to relinquish. Let us converse in a secluded area, Li Wei suggested, his eyes darting with intrigue. Chapter 102, An Unexpected Interruption. Lin Shi rose and followed Li Wei to a deserted spot. How much gold do you require? Li Wei asked. 220 kilograms. Do you have it? Lin Shi stated plainly, revealing his total need. Li Wei appeared taken aback. In this apocalypse, food is the universal currency. Gold holds no value. What do you need such a quantity of gold for? Lin Shi replied, that is not for you to concern yourself with. Do you have it or not? Li Wei squinted thoughtfully before responding, I do have some, but I will need 2 days to gather it. Moreover, what do you propose to exchange for it? Collecting that much gold will require considerable effort on my part. I do not want your bread. I need essential supplies. What do you have? Li Wei's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Shi, seeking to discern the latter's resources. The fact that Lin Shi could offer such a bounty of food in exchange for gold indicated to Li Wei that he likely possessed even more valuable goods. A subtle smirk appeared beneath Lin Shi's mask. He was well aware that these middlemen were as cunning as they come. If you don't want the bread, I can collect it myself, he retorted. This left Li Wei in a quandary, standing indecisively in place. A person who had previously informed Li Wei to visit Lin Shi's stall chimed in. Li Gu, are we not proceeding with this deal? Li Wei grinned. A sinister smile that conveyed his intentions. Have someone keep an eye on this fellow, and see if he has any companions. If he is alone, we will follow him once he leaves the market and ascertain where he resides. Perhaps we can strike it big. If not, we can always negotiate with him afterward. Both men were visibly out of breath. Qin Xiaodong, hastily summoned, scrutinized Lin Shi for a moment. You seek a substantial amount of gold? Despite his peculiar attire and a nose reddened by the cold, Qin Xiaodong's demeanor retained the air of a former bank president. Lin Shi appraised him and nodded, indeed. How much do you possess? Qin Xiaodong glanced around to ensure they were unobserved before replying. How much do you desire? I can provide dozens or even hundreds of kilograms. Before the apocalypse, Qin Xiaodong was the president of a bank in Shushi, holding the keys to the vault, which could be opened in various ways, even without electricity. Using specially crafted keys, Wang Liang's father had worked under him for many years, fostering a good personal relationship, which allowed Qin Xiaodong to provide a bit of food to Wang Liang in private. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and reiterated what he had previously told Li Wei. I can pay with bread, 220 kilograms of gold. I will give you 30 loaves. How does that sound? Wang Liang looked at Qin Xiaodong with excitement. Unlike Wang Liang, who was rather impatient, Qin Xiaodong engaged in the bargaining process. 40 loaves, take as many as you can. He added, I can assure you that I possess far more than just a few hundred kilograms of gold. For Lin Shi, the difference between 30 and 40 loaves was negligible. Yet he did not wish to appear excessively bountiful in his resources. He replied, 35 loaves. After a round of negotiation, they finally settled on 37 loaves. Wang Liang sighed in relief, fearing that Lin Shi might refuse. He knew that on their way here, Qin Xiaodong had promised him a reward of 10% if the deal was successful. With 37 loaves, he would receive at least 3 additional loaves, allowing him to exchange bread for cold medicine for his mother. After finalizing the deal with Qin Xiaodong, Lin Shi departed the market with the two of them. Upon reaching the outskirts of the market, Lin Shi whistled. The Demon King emerged from a snow pile and scampered to Lin Shi's side. To his surprise, the Demon King had found a snow mound outside the market, burrowing into it for concealment. Amused, Lin Shi brushed the snowflakes off the Demon King. The sudden appearance of the Demon King startled Wang Liang and Qin Xiaodong. Lin Shi casually explained that this was a pet he had raised before the apocalypse. Given the increasing dangers of the post-apocalyptic world, having the keen-sensed Demon King nearby would allow him to detect beast tides in advance. Although it might induce panic or misunderstandings among other survivors, such concerns paled in comparison to the threat posed by beast tides. Once they realized that the Demon King would not attack humans unprovoked, they felt a slight sense of relief. Wang Liang gazed at Lin Shi in awe. Lin Shi mounted the Demon King and set off. He had arranged to meet Qin Xiaodong in the afternoon at the bank on Academy Road in the eastern suburbs. However, this was merely a pretext to conceal the existence of his hidden space. After parting ways with the two, Lin Shi found an unoccupied shop, retrieved 37 loaves from his space, and packed them into a large black bag. He then awaited the appointed time. As the hour approached, Lin Shi made his way to the bank on Academy Road as planned. Upon arriving at the bank's entrance, he sensed something amiss. His awareness of murderous intent and the gazes of others had now expanded to over 80 meters. Standing not far from the bank's entrance, Lin Shi felt a subtle, yet palpable aura of hostility emanating from within the bank's ajar doors. Were there those lying in wait for him inside the bank? He signaled the Demon King to remain a few dozen meters away and refrained from entering, instead calling out, "Come out." Lin Shi scoffed, declaring, "In that case, the transaction is off." He commanded the Demon King to retreat. However, Lin Shi had no intention of actually leaving. He was merely a step away from securing the gold. And even if the old man and the young one aimed to ambush him, he could eliminate them and then access the vault. To Lin Shi's surprise, this tactic of retreating to advance unexpectedly drew out individuals he had not anticipated. Li Wei emerged from the dim recesses of the bank, armed with a pistol and accompanied by two accomplices wielding knives. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, earlier that morning, shortly after his parting with Chen Xiaodong, Li Wei had intercepted the excited Chen Xiaodong and Wang Liang, coercing them into revealing the details of their transaction. Initially, Li Wei intended to follow Lin Shi to ascertain his residence. However, he was taken aback upon witnessing Lin Shi mount the Demon King and depart. This sight prompted a swift alteration in his intentions, redirecting his focus towards the formidable steed. Recently, the military had received numerous scientists who were preparing to investigate the newly emerged mutated beasts. Li Wei speculated that if he could capture this mutated creature, loyal to humanity, and present it to the military, it would surely reward him with an abundance of resources, perhaps even power. As he entertained such enticing fantasies, his gaze upon the Demon King grew increasingly avaricious. Li Wei then proclaimed loudly, "It appears we meet again. I have devised a proposition. I will exchange all the gold from this bank's vault for your dog. What do you say?"